To the latest numbers at this time, and they are climbing by the minute. Eversource at this time, 10,753 outages. United Illuminating is reporting at 3,059 outages.
And we are joined this morning by Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan and meteorologist Bob Maxson. Got the whole team together this morning.
Yeah, we're letting a couple sleep. Only because they got work, they have to work later.
That's very
and
true.
They worked last
very
night.
true.
But Alexis is out in the elements.
Yes.
We have, of course, other reporters, more reporters now out in the elements here, and as we continue our coverage of this blizzard.
And I think for most people waking up, the most impressive thing for many towns is just the wind.
Absolutely.
I mean, the wind is just whipping this snow around. Down along the shoreline, we just got a report, an unofficial, of 20 inches in Waterford.
Wow.
So 20 inches with winds gusting up close to 60. That is a storm.
Yes,
Let me tell you. Let's take a look at what's going on, guys. The blizzard of 2026 is here, and it is snowing very, very hard. Here's a look at some of the snowfall totals we've received in the last few minutes. Madison over 17, Old Saybrook at 17, Norwich at 15.5. Let me tell you, as a kid growing up in Guilford, emailing snowfall reports to Bob, I would have loved this storm with probably, by the time all is said and done, close to 20 inches in Branford and Guilford. Weathersfield about 10, about 9 in Staffordville. Now, this is going to be one of those storms where it depends on where you are, like so many of them do. If you're in the Hartford area, up through, let's say, maybe Vernon and back towards Summers and Suffield and Enfield and Windsor Locks in the Farmington Valley, probably a footish or so by the time all is said and done, but with really impressive winds. Other parts of the state closer to 2 feet with even more winds. So some areas are just really going to get clobbered and are getting clobbered right now. And we've got a blizzard warning in effect for all of Connecticut. All right, live Doppler radar is showing the heavy snow bands moving in. We've got a few of these bands. It's actually snowing quite hard now up through Litchfield County. This band is sort of regenerated from Westchester down to New York up toward Danbury and then up through Litchfield County. The snow is lighter in the Hartford area now, but I was just outside moments ago. The snow's a little bit lighter, but the wind is just relentless coming out of the north, getting close to 50. Lighter winds up from Tolland to Stafford, lighter snow, I should say, from Tolland up through Stafford and Union, but then a heavier band of snow farther to the south, pushing in from the southeast right off the coast. And you can see as we widen out the perspective, the center of the storm is here. Eventually, as it moves east, it's going to move away from us. And as the storm pulls away, the farther and farther it gets, the more likely it'll be for these snow bands to fall apart. But for many towns, it looks like still, I'd say 3 to 6 inches is likely, but some towns getting even more than that. And there's the storm. You can see it just beautifully. And Bob, just looking at the satellite loop, I am very excited for the sun to come up a little bit more so we get the visible satellite loop to see how the storm looks. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty impressive. But yeah, just sort of looking at the numbers, Bob, I'd say 3 to 6 for most additional, maybe a bit more in southeastern Connecticut with that band that sets up. But with these things, it's so hard because you never know that band up in Litchfield County. We're just one email away from someone in New Preston saying, like, oh, man, we've been getting 3 inches of snow an hour under this thing.
Diane and Linda are regular weather watchers out there, Ryan, and you're right. They're also dutiful when they come to measuring the snowfall. So, yeah, another 3 to 6, and again, maybe a few isolated higher amounts on top of what's out there. And remember, when you look out the window and you see bare ground or like the wind is howling, so that snow is piled up into a drift somewhere. So that's not where you measure. You have to do a bunch of measurements and take the average because you don't want to measure in a drift or where it's relatively bare ground. So 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Groton. These are the current wind gusts, and they've been kind of fluctuating as the storm is going through rapid intensification. But we've seen some gusts up close to 60 miles per hour. Then out to the east of us, 70+ mile per hour winds, Martha's Vineyard, et cetera, and on Cape Cod too. So yeah, lots of wind. And this is model data projecting that we could see a few gusts up as high as 60 plus, maybe 60 to 65, even near 70 miles per hour in extreme southeastern Connecticut. But this continues right through the morning, 45, 50, 55 mile an hour winds. That is just nasty, and that's why we're encouraging folks to stay off the roads. Even if the snowfall intensity starts to wane by midday, the blowing and drifting snow will continue throughout the day, and that certainly is a problem, so keep it in mind. So gusts of 40 to 60 to high as 65 miles per hour possible near the Rhode Island border. Future radar, let's show you. We've got that kind of mega monster band hitting western Connecticut. Also this snow continuing in between. Not the most snow in central Connecticut, but as the storm starts to pull east, we'll start to see some holes show up on the radar possibly by midday, at least early afternoon. And then the storm pulls away and the precipitation ends. Again, as Ryan mentioned, additional 3 to 6, maybe a higher amount in 1 or 2 towns, additional to what we have out there, which is really impressive. Don't sleep on this. Later Tuesday night into Wednesday, this could create some issues. And another system Thursday night into Friday has our attention. I wouldn't say it has our attention peaked, but it does have our attention. It won't be nearly as strong or as impactful as this nor'easter. So we've been talking over and over, southeastern Connecticut. So let's continue our Storm Tracker team coverage with Jennifer Cuevas, who's in Mystic, about as far southeast as you can be. And there you see the conditions there. Good morning, Jen.
Hey there, Bob and team. Good morning to you. And yep, you're right. As far out as we can be, right? So we are just up the street from the Mystic Drawbridge here, kind of the downtown of this area. And right now we are in those whiteout conditions. As you were mentioning, the wind, it's kind of changing up minute by minute. First, it was kind of just going sideways, but now it's really just slapping around everywhere. And of course, right now we're getting a tiny bit of a break and we are just getting some regular snowfall, so that's definitely nice. But you could see my photographer, he is pointing towards that drawbridge right now, and you can see it, and we're barely a street away. So that just goes to show the types of conditions we're seeing out here, and the roads as well. I mean, right now it's very quiet out. We've only seen a couple of plows, but even those plows, not all of them are able to get started. So it's something you want to keep in mind if for any reason you are stepping out this morning, although you really shouldn't. A lot of the side roads out here haven't been touched at all, so that's another thing to keep in mind. And really just the conditions. I mean, you could barely see maybe 10, 15, if anything, feet in front of you. When we were driving, we were just about an 8-minute drive away, and that ended up being about 25 minutes, going 15 miles on the highway. So again, just really try to take it slow this morning if you are heading out to work, for example, and just try to stay inside, really, because as our meteorologist team has been saying all morning, the wind is just really whipping back and forth. Right now we're kind of starting to see it pick back up again. So it's just not very comfortable to be outside right here. And again, in terms of just the conditions, right now I'm supposed to be on the sidewalk, and you can see it is just very, very high right now. These are up to my knee, just about. Actually, it is up to my knee. I have some high boots underneath this, so that's good. But definitely, just none of the sidewalks are clear. We're very much still in the thick of it right now. And so we are going to continue to stay up on top of these conditions. We'll send it back to you in the studio for now. Jennifer Cuevas, live in Mystic. Back to you guys.
All right, Jen, we appreciate you giving us a clear look of what it looks like out there in Mystic this morning, and we'll check back in with you a little bit later. And now we want to take our Storm Tracker team coverage down to the Shoreline. That's where Julia LeBlanc is and has been live all morning in Milford. And Julia, you've got some safety reminders out there. That commercial vehicle ban, to my knowledge, is still in effect, right?
Yeah, it is still in effect. Good morning to you, Taylor. You might be able to see that sign right there on the highway. Commercial vehicle ban still in effect. However, take a look at that. Unfortunately, we are seeing tractor trailers and trucks with trailers that should not be out on the highway that are still going ahead. The reason the state says that is so important is to not have these tractor trailers on our roadways is because it's so windy, especially down here on the shoreline in Milford. That wind has been relentless. Right now, I'd say the snow is actually taking a bit of a back seat right now, but that doesn't mean that when those gusts come, that snow doesn't blow everywhere, especially as you're driving, causing some low visibility conditions. Take a look at these tractor trailers I've been showing you all morning long. A lot of them are heeding those warnings and are taking a break. We've got a row of them right here, more down there, and even more in the back, more than I have ever seen at this rest stop in particular. You can see there is a decent amount of snow, but it is drifting, so it's really hard to tell. Right now I'm standing on some packed snow, so it's really only my feet, but then if I take a step here, that's when I start to sink in a lot more. So that's because of that wind, that strong gust that we're seeing right now, some of it whipping in my face. We spoke with people who took to the roads. Take a look at that Highway 95 there. People are telling us that it's miserable out there. They don't recommend going out there. If you can, stay off the roads. That's what state officials are saying as well. Right now you can see some blacktop. We have been seeing DOT workers as well doing everything they can to keep these roads safe for us. But once it starts coming down at a clip at a couple inches an hour, it's just really hard to keep up with it, guys. But for right now, we are seeing, again, that little bit of a lull, but visibility still is not great, and that wind is blowing and drifting that snow as well. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Wow, Julia. I mean, that wind has certainly been the topic of conversation this morning, and we can see it right there. Please stay safe and get warm if you can. We want to talk about Bradley International Airport right now. Their website is showing that every flight is canceled. They are still open at this time, though. Tweed New Haven says they are shut down until 8 tonight, and you can check in with your airline for any updates on flights.
Yeah, and that was a live look over Windsor locks right there, just showing how bad that visibility that we've been talking about all morning is. And right now, strong winds and heavy snow have brought down trees and power lines in Beacon Falls. And the fire department out there says that Bethany Road is closed between Feldspar Avenue and Munson Road until further notice. And this is all so crews can keep that area clear and try to work to clear that damage. Officials urge residents to avoid the area. Right now, more than 400 customers are without power in that area.
Yeah, the blizzard is moving through our state, and Bob and Ryan have been saying all morning that it's expected to taper off later this evening. But with all of that snow on the ground, cleanup could be the hardest part. And that's why before you pick up a shovel, the American Heart Association says go slow and prepare. We know you've heard this before, but please listen. Dress for the cold, stretch your muscles, and push the snow when possible instead of lifting it. Watch for warning signs that your body might be under stress, like chest tightness. And if you can, use a snowblower or ask a neighbor or family member for help. And make sure to check in on your elderly neighbors as well.
Yeah, good thing right there. Good thing to take note. And with the amount of power outages that we're tracking right now related to the blizzard, it pays to have a gas power generator. Be aware of carbon monoxide, though, and don't put your generator near windows, doors, or vents, or in your garage. Now, it should always be outside on a level surface. And this may sound obvious, but we want to make sure that we reiterate this and remind you all, never plug a generator directly into your home's wiring or household outlets.
All right, so here are some things that you should remember in case you experience a power outage, right? Eversource recommends you and your family fully charge your phones. I'm charging mine right now, and have a backup battery ready for things like flashlights. Keep them handy and make sure they work, and be sure to have enough food on hand in case you're stuck away from home. That goes for your pets as well. If your power goes out, you'll want to conserve the remaining cold air in your fridge. The FDA says your fridge will only keep food cold for about 4 hours if it's unopened. An unopened full freezer would keep food cold for about 2 days. And as we head to break, we want to take a live look now at the snow cover on 95 South in Groton and 84 in Hartford. Just look at the difference between Groton and Hartford. Their visibility so poor on the Connecticut shoreline this morning. Our Storm Tracker live team coverage continues ahead. We're going to be talking with someone from Eversource, right, Eddie?
Yeah, we have an update with them, live conversation to keep you guys updated on those outages and what to expect throughout the day. More weather, more news. We got it all coming up for you. Keep it right here. All right, welcome back. Thousands of Eversource customers remain without power this morning in our state. We just did a check, and I think that number is around 11,000 right now.
Yeah.
So crews are out there working to get things up and running.
And Sarah Panawana with Eversource is joining us now. Incredibly busy morning for you. We really appreciate you being with us. And we've seen those outage numbers climb since we started on the air this morning around 4 a.m. So are those from customers who are just losing power now, or is that a jump from people reporting more outages?
Good morning, Taylor and Eddie. Thank you so much for having me. So, of course, as people are waking up this morning, they are seeing that they're without power and they are reporting outages. But we have restored actually more than 8,000 customers this morning, and we just continue as we restore power to customers. We're taking on more damage from the high winds that your team has been talking about. The strong winds have been bringing down trees and limbs onto our electric equipment, which is causing these outages. We've also seen a number of motor vehicle accidents across the state, including one in Beacon Falls involving our utility poles, and so that's causing outages as well. Those have been the two main causes this morning.
And Sarah, a lot of people who would be waking up or maybe waking up without power this morning, a big question they're asking is, what are the efforts to bring power and put it back on? I know you have a lot of workers out there. Just speak to those viewers out there.
Absolutely. We have a massive force in the field. We have more than 1,000 crews responding to this storm between our line, tree, and service crews, as well as other emergency response personnel. And we will be working around the clock until every customer has their power restored. And even though we've been facing difficult travel conditions on the roads, even if we can't get to a location, we have remote technology, which has helped us restore the majority of our customers since this storm began. These are things like smart switches, which we've installed on the system, and they can actually isolate outages and reroute power remotely. So we have other avenues that we can use if we can't immediately get to a location.
I know it's tough to determine a timetable right now, but I'm sure a lot of people are wondering how many days this is going to take. And I think in a recent press release, you said this might take several days.
So it's very difficult to say right now, just because we are still in the thick of this storm. We're still taking on damage, and it will really depend on how much damage we continue to take on throughout the day. But we want our customers to know that we're working as quickly and as safely as possible. That the travel conditions, as I mentioned, have been an issue and are impacting our response times. But we just want customers to know that we are getting the power back on for them as quickly and safely as possible.
All right, Sarah, we appreciate you talking with us this morning. Know you're busy this morning, so we'll let you get back to things, and we're going to send things over right now to Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan. And Bob, we just heard Sarah from Eversource, y'all, talking about the crews having that visibility problem, obviously. That's obviously what you guys are seeing right now. We've been talking to Alexis Clemens, who's out there really showing us that it is low visibility out there.
It is. It's hard to see much of anything.
Blowing and drifting plus intense snowfall rates continue.
That'll do it. And this is New London behind us, Bob.
It's kind of hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
It's somebody's really nice sun deck during the summer season.
No one's out there today.
Not right
That
now.
is for sure. And we just got a wind gust report a few minutes ago from the New London Airport, 68. That's a lot of wind.
That's going to leave a mark. I mean, we don't see that. I mean, we see a lot of wind around here. People have been remarking now for several months saying, why is it so windy?
Yeah.
Well, this one, it's a little easier to explain. It's a nor'easter.
It is. And when we talk about blizzard, the reason this storm is a blizzard is because of the wind. The storm we had a couple weeks ago, places in the Hartford area up through Enfield, they had more snow last time in the last storm that we had, but there was virtually no wind. So it was not a blizzard. It was just a snowstorm. This is a blizzard, and you're going to notice when you're out shoveling, you may look out the window and say, it's not so bad right now where I am, but you may start to shovel, and you're going to shovel about 3 inches on one side of your driveway, and the end of your driveway may have 4 feet of snow because of a huge drift. And that's what this wind is doing, is blowing and drifting the snow. We're gusting up to 68 at the New London Airport, 55 at Tweed, 44 miles per hour in Meriden, 54 at Bradley, 53 in Bridgeport. These are impressive. The last time I've seen numbers like this during a snowstorm, you have to probably go back to 2013 or the Boxing Day blizzard of 2010, which did not actually produce a lot of snow in Connecticut, but it produced a whole lot of wind. The worst snow was out toward New York and New Jersey. Wow, talk about drifts. Wow, look at that. Coming right off the roof here in New London. We're sort of angling our cameras down right now because as soon as we angle them up, they just get plastered with snow and you can't see much of anything. Why is it so windy? Why are we getting the blizzard? Well, it has to do with the pressure gradient, the difference in pressure. There's the center of the blizzard. It's well to the south of Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. If this was closer to us. If this thing was maybe 100 miles farther north and west, we'd be talking about 2 to 3 feet of snow here in Connecticut, more of a 2013 redux kind of storm. This is a little farther away, so it's going to be hard to get totals that are just crazy high, but it's enough. And it's that difference in pressure between the storm here and a big area of high pressure up over Canada and through the plains in the Midwest. The difference in pressure is the pressure here is about 965 millibars, and the pressure out in the high pressure off to the north and west is close to 1050. That is a huge difference in pressure, and that's why you get the wind, that difference in pressure, and the storm pulls away. And as the storm pulls away, the wind will begin to diminish. So the snowfall rates have come down in many areas, but not everywhere. It's still snowing quite hard in Litchfield County, down through Fairfield County. Some of our computer models just now are showing sort of an enhanced area of additional snow back through southwestern Connecticut with this band. And then farther to the east, especially in central Connecticut, we have a bit of subsidence. The air is sinking effectively. So it's still snowing, but not snowing as hard as it was earlier. And in southeastern Connecticut, still some heavy bands of snow, especially in New London County. So here's the storm. It's drifting away. Then on the back side of it, we've got these snow bands. And we'll see these off and on bands moving through about midday, about noontime or so. If you're in one of those heavy snow bands, it's snowing 1 or 2 inches an hour. If you're in one of the in between the bands, the snowfall rates will come down and the snow's quite light. But again, that blowing and drifting is going to create an issue, even if it's not snowing that hard. With more on what makes this thing a blizzard and where we are right now, let's send things over to meteorologist Bob Maxon. Bob.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ryan, it's interesting because it does get a little confusing. The National Weather Service puts out a blizzard warning, and everyone says a blizzard is coming, but it's not real until this happens, right? I mean, certainly it highlights the severity of the potential for the storm, but what makes a blizzard? Well, winds. Frequently gusting over 35 miles per hour, falling and blowing snow with low visibility of a quarter mile or less for 3+ hours. That's what makes a blizzard, and that's pretty much what we're experiencing in a big chunk of first southeastern Connecticut right now, even though the wind might not be doing it in western Connecticut. Visibilities are low. Look at Greenwich, White Plains, down to 0 visibility, and that's in that band of snow Ryan just showed you up. Western Connecticut is getting into some of the goods right now, maybe even playing a little bit of catch up compared to what's occurred, right? We're hearing about 15 to 20 inches of snow in the greater Old Saybrook area over through the Limes and out through Mystic and Groton and up into Norwich. I mean, really impressive snowfall amounts. And those current wind gusts continue 40 to 50 miles per hour. And Ryan reported on that gust a little while ago up to, what was it again, 68? Woo, man. All right, so here's future radar, and it shows what we're watching is that band out here seems to be producing some significant snow, and that'll continue. We're coming up on 8 o'clock. Sometimes we have to reset our brains time-wise, but by 11, 12, we'll start to see some holes start to show up, and we'll start to see the system pull away, and the snow will come to an end, and the sun comes out. Tomorrow's a partly to mostly sunny day. And it'll still be windy to breezy at times. And then we'll have another system come in tomorrow night, and this could bring a little burst of some accumulating snow. I know that's the last thing you want to hear about right now. So winds today, 40 to 60+ miles per hour. We think the strongest winds will be in southeastern Connecticut, closer to that low pressure system. I want to show you the snowfall rates. And as I put this through to motion, it starts catching up with what's occurring out here in the western portion of Connecticut. And this model data is what we're getting. It's confirmed on radar. Is that somewhere? Again, we can't get exact geographical positioning, but it looks like it's a little bit further west. But this is going to town now in the western portion of the state. And everything starts to fall apart as we go through time. 10-day forecast, we still have some active weather again Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and Thursday into Friday could be a little bit interesting. Taylor and Eddie, that's a look at Storm Tracker weather and this big storm. Back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. And as we head to break, we want to take a live look at that snow cover once again on 95 South in Groton and 84 in Hartford. Eddie, it's fascinating to see the difference between these two cameras. And we want to just remind you, stay off the roads.
Yeah, visibility low out of both, but definitely towards the shoreline, visibility definitely way, way lower. And we are checking out conditions where you live. We have live reports from Enfield and Avon right here.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us this morning. That statewide commercial vehicle ban is still in effect this morning as snowfall rates top 2 inches per hour.
That's right. Governor Ned Lamont is urging all residents to stay off of the roads. NBC Connecticut's Noah Cornelius is live in Enfield with a look at those conditions on the ground. Good morning to you, Noah.
Wow.
Good morning, Eddie. Yeah, I just had to put my hood up. I didn't even realize it was off, but the snow is battering us. We're safe, we're okay, but we're just off of I-91. And if it's bad for us standing stationary here, I can't imagine how bad it must be for drivers on the highway. You talk about that commercial vehicle ban. You know, I know we talked about all those truckers that aren't allowed on the highway. I can see why, because this weather, it's just getting, it feels like it's getting a little stronger with every time I get back on the air with you all. We've got some traffic on these roads here. We've had DPW plows working on getting these roads okay, but that is not an all clear signal for people to just get back on the road like everything's fine. It's not fine. We got to let DPW do their job to make sure these roads are 100% safe. So unless you're an essential worker, today is a good day to just stay home and stay warm. I say that as the right side of my face is not hurting from the cold, but I can definitely feel it. So if you can, stay home. If you're not an essential worker, just stay home, stay inside, put on a coat, and brave this blizzard with the rest of Connecticut. Reporting, I'll go back to you guys now.
All right, it is cold out there, Noah. We appreciate the update. Thank you. And our continuing coverage, our team coverage with Storm Tracker meteorologist Alexis Clemens.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the changes, right? It looks like almost like a complete whiteout in Enfield. But Alexis, I'm curious what you're seeing in Avon and how that's changed over the last 3 hours.
Hey, Taylor, Eddie, I think the big story here as a meteorologist that I can break down for you is technically in the Avon, the Farmington Valley here, we are technically seeing the not like the best of the conditions, right? That's all relative, the best of the conditions. And I think that's the story here. The storm's not hitting us as hard as everywhere else, but it's still not great. I mean, let's go ahead and take a look. It's going to take these vehicles. I mean, my car's over there, and I'm not looking forward to having to dig that out when I have to, you know, in several hours. But we've seen crews here, and again, we were with you guys about an hour ago, and you can see quite a bit has accumulated on the roads since the plows were here a little over an hour ago. All of the footprints in the snow is covering it again. It's just really, I mean, it's coming down, and we are seeing some nice wind gusts as well. I'm going to have my photographer point to this tree right over here, if possible. We got a couple of trees out there. I mean, look at the snow. I mean, it's weighing it down as well. So that's another issue that we are seeing with this system. So again, just kind of walking around here in Avon as we've been watching this system, it's just been kind of waves of snowfall. Some of it's super heavy, then it's very light, and then the wind gusts as well. And you can hear when the wind is coming your way. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. A blizzard warning does not, I mean, we don't need falling snow for a blizzard warning to still be in effect. So even though we've got this light snow right now, when a wind gust comes around, it blows that snow to where you cannot really see that far in front of you. So we're going to continue to see this wind as we go through the rest of Monday, even as snow, you know, goes from light to heavy. The wind sticks with us through the majority of the Monday, and even it looks like I believe it's dying down through Monday night. So we'll continue to keep you updated here. So again, even though this isn't as bad as other parts of the state, still not great, and still a great day to stay inside if you can. Guys, back to you.
All right, Alexis, we appreciate the update from Avon, and right here is a live look over Hartford. And this is what Alexis was just talking about. You can see the difference. We were just in Avon with her. We were in Enfield with Noah, and it's so different depending on the area that you're in. This is a live look over Hartford, and we're going to have more from our Storm Tracker team with our meteorologist.
Yeah, that's coming up at 8 o'clock. Make sure to stay with us as we continue to monitor the ever-evolving conditions in this blizzard of 2026. All right. Good morning, everybody. We're just following the updates right now. If you're joining us, thank you for being here. I'm Taylor Regan.
And I'm Eddie Randall. We are keeping things moving this morning. We've had a lot of updates from Eversource, a lot of updates on road conditions, and joining us now is Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan and Meteorologist Bob Maxon, who have been so busy throughout this morning.
Well, tracking a big one.
Yeah.
That's right.
You know, I mean, this is a great combo. It's been thrown around this weekend. Historic.
Right.
We think Rhode Island might be able to put this one in the record books.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Just looking at the radar, I bet someone in Rhode Island gets 3 feet, maybe just south of maybe Cranston,
Incredible.
Warwick. Yeah, they're getting just clobbered. As bad as it is in parts of Connecticut,
Right.
you know, I think Rhode Island's going to be in rough shape, and winds are also gusting 60, 65 miles an hour there. So
It's extraordinary. Before you guys really get into the forecast here, we're getting some viewer questions, so I wanted to kind of pick your brains here. Someone asked, when are the winds going to peak?
now,
Now.
Okay.
yeah, should be coming down after, I'd say after about 10, they'll start to come down.
Okay. And then one more. What time will be the worst in central Connecticut?
Now.
Yeah. Now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
Same answer around it. There we go.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things. Parts of the state, the roads are just really bad right now. I mean, that you've got parts of New London County, you've got 20 inches of snow and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's dangerous stuff to drive in.
Yeah.
If you're in Canton right now, you could probably go to Dunkin' Donuts and be totally fine. I mean, it's just,
That's
you know,
so
it's
fascinating.
snowing, but it's not that bad. There's like 7 or 8 inches of snow on the ground. It's windy, but it's not that windy. So, you know, if you're watching at home and thinking like, these guys are morons, what are they talking about? It's not that bad. Be like, well, you know, if you drive 20 miles, it may go from sort of a ho-hum snowstorm to a, whoa, this is a legit blizzard.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so important that we continue to monitor these conditions and why you stay with us all
There you
morning.
go.
I've never seen this before, though. Like, I mean, last time 18 inches, and then this time we're even a little bit more. But hearing you all say that 3 feet in some areas, I've never lived in an area that gets this much snow.
Welcome. Welcome to New England, Eddie.
See, today's Monday. Maybe by Wednesday or Thursday, the roads will be clear, and you'll be able to go over to Rhode Island and just see what it's like.
Okay.
To see that much snow on there.
Yeah.
And Bob's forgetting that we also have snow on the way Wednesday and Thursday.
Please don't. Not yet.
Friday
Not
morning,
yet.
yes.
One day at a time.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on, guys. We're going to start things off with some of the reports that we've seen so far with the blizzard of 2026. Salem up to 19.8 inches of snow with some very, very strong winds. North Haven 16, Guilford 16, Mystic 16. Just heard from the Weather Service from our friends down on Long Island. The official report from Bridgeport has come in 16 inches of snow. And that reminds me, I'm going to have to look at the top 10 Bridgeport snowfall records because 16, I believe, is going to be there. The all-time record for Bridgeport is 30 inches set back on February 12th, 2013, from the 2013 blizzard. Bradley, the official measurement there is 8.7. So if you were watching us over the weekend, we were talking about how we thought the area around Hartford up through the Farmington Valley will be on the low end of the 10 to 20. 10, 12 inches of snow. I think that's what we're going to see. Other parts of the state will be on the high end of that and even higher. Some areas will get 2 feet of snow out of this. And again, you cross the border into Rhode Island, talking more like 3 feet of snow by the time all is said and done. 30 to 36, something like that. Just wild. Here's a look outside in Hartford. A snow and ice covered Connecticut River. But, you know, the snow's blowing, but the visibility is manageable. The visibility has come up here in Hartford because we're not looking at the snowfall rates as heavy as we were earlier, and certainly not as heavy as they have out to the east. We're gusting up to 46 in Groton, 46 in Bridgeport, 44 in Windsor Locks, 47 miles per hour in Willimantic. Peak gust we've seen so far today, 68 down at the Groton New London Airport. So visibility across Connecticut, keep in mind a quarter-mile visibility or less is heavy snow, and most of the state is seeing that, although I think it's a little, in Hartford, for example, the visibility is a quarter mile. That's not all from snow that's falling from the clouds and accumulating. Some of that is just blowing snow. It's completely possible to have no new snow and have visibility near zero because of blowing snow. They get that in the plains in the Midwest quite a bit in those blizzards that they see. For us, blowing snow is certainly an issue. So how much additional snow are we looking at? It just depends on where these bands are setting up. We've got a couple areas of note, I think, for additional snowfall. Western Connecticut got a report of a foot in Heartland, and probably about a foot in Winstead as well. But we've got another, I wouldn't be surprised if you could get a half foot easy under this band of additional snow in Western Connecticut. And then we have this subsidence zone from Tolland, our friends measuring snow. Well, one of our great weather watchers, Kevin on He's out there in Robbins Circle in Tolland with the ruler right now, but he's getting this subsidence zone with much lighter snowfall right now. Still blowing and drifting snow, but not as much snow coming down from the ground. So maybe only a couple additional inches from Tolland down 84 into Hartford. And then another band of heavy snow, that super heavy snow in Rhode Island. And some of that is making its way into New London County. You can see how dark the blue is here down through Narragansett Bay and just clipping Stonington, North Stonington up through Voluntown. And that's where I think we'll get another ½ foot of snow. So I think the corners of the state, Bob, we're looking at probably another 6 inches in the middle, maybe a bit less. And you're showing us some of those snowfall reports we've seen so far. Pretty impressive numbers out there.
No doubt. I'm impressed by these pictures, Ryan, because we know the wind is howling. We've talked about the wind. Beautiful. Look at the view here. So the wind must be sheltered. This deck must be sheltered from the strongest winds. Yeah, there's wishful thinking. Flower boxes. It's going to be a little while, isn't it? And we, of course, leave our patio furniture out, and it shows this incredible snow. So Kim zoomed right in. Wait a minute. Kim, I thought her ruler was upside down. It's just a double. Oh, I see. There's a scale on either side. So she's approaching 18 inches of snow in a protected area. That's important to note. In New Preston, yeah, this was a nice clear walkway. Not anymore. My longtime weather watcher, Diane in New Preston, showing that. And I thought this was kind of cool. The wind, okay, we're talking about the wind moving this wet, heavy snow and covering windows. All right, the areas that are open to the wind and the wind-driven snow. I'm guessing this is probably pointing toward the east or northeast, and the snow is just pancaked. But inside this little bird feeder, we'll call it a snowbird. It's a dark-sided junco, I believe, or dark-eyed. It's one of the two. It's a junco. That's a beautiful little bird. I'm a bird nerd. Okay, so future radar. As Ryan just showed you with the live radar, it is still snowing at a very impressive rate in the west and in the southeast. And in between, not a ton, but still snowing. Over time, we'll start to see the holes develop, and there still can be some banding and some snow right through the middle part of the afternoon. But with the storm out here and it starts moving away, we'll see the snow come to an end. Get some clearing in here. Tomorrow, a day of cleanup. I don't think, I'm going to work this afternoon to clean up my yard, but it's not going to be fun, right? You're going to be bundled up. Thank goodness it's not Arctic cold. It's just, chilly. With the wind, it makes it feel a bit cold. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, a fast-moving clipper could bring in another burst of snow. Not, of course, to the extent that we're seeing today, but it also looks like Thursday into Friday, a system just off to our south could bring accumulating snow. So February is going to go out like a lion, as we like to say, and we'll be monitoring those situations. Hopefully it gets warmer next week. Snowfall rates will start to come down, and that is the key to the forecast for this afternoon. Taylor and Eddie, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. We want to take a look now at how the snow and wind are affecting conditions out in the Hartford County area. And our Storm Tracker team coverage continues now with NBC Connecticut's Len Bestoff.
And Len's live for us in Manchester. So, Len, just tell us, what are those conditions looking like out there?
Well, greetings from sunny Manchester, Connecticut, right off of Pleasant Valley Road, in all sarcasm. It is cold and wet out here, as you'd expect. Right now, I want to show you the wind is coming from this direction. This is the north that my photographer Garrett Allison is sticking that camera into. The wind is at about, according to this wind gauge, coming in, and I know you weather guys beat me up that I don't have it 30 feet in the air. I'm sorry, but it says we're hitting peak wind probably about 15 miles per hour here. That's making it feel, according to my temperature gauge, like about 28. Not so bad, but check this. This is how the snow's drifting right now. Yes, America, we've got some of this snow that's already been shoveled and plowed, but you can see the drifting here, and that's a problem, especially when you got firefighters, because they've got to get to stuff like these drains here. These things got to get dug out, so that's a problem. As far as the consistency of the snow, that's the other thing you got to talk about. Folks, this is not that dry, puffy snow like we had the last time. It's forming this lovely icy sheen on your vehicles. And that's not all. We get more fun with this weather. Because we got all this drifting, this is my truck. We call it the Red Fox. Parked it out here last night. You can see my girl, 310,000 miles. You've got all the snow that's blown off this side because the snow's coming from the north, but you look over here, you got all this fun to clean up later. So, yeah, you want to stay out of this stuff. Take a look down here, Garrett. You can see we've got all kinds of drifting. It's a cotton picking mess. So, yeah, the temperatures aren't that bad, but you do have a lot of crews out here. We're staying at a hotel. You can see over here, you got a lot of vehicles here. People have definitely stayed for the night. However, we had a lot of guys with southern accents here with these big bucket trucks. They got out on the road at like 6 this morning. They said they didn't know where they're going to be sent, but clearly there's going to be some weather events here for them to respond to. We're live in Manchester. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Len, we appreciate the coverage this morning. Also appreciate those goggles, too. You've worked at NBC Connecticut for many years now. You know, when you think about previous storms, how do they kind of compare to what you're seeing now?
Well, you really want to know? Let me see.
I do.
Okay, hold on. Follow me, Garrett. This is important.
Okay.
Okay.
We're with you.
Pull with me, America. When we cover previous storms at NBC Connecticut, this is how we measure how bad a storm it is. This is called Desky the Penguin. We've had her for all my time at NBC Connecticut. And we know it's a big storm when Desky's got a lot of snow around her.
Okay.
So she's happy. If you like snow, you're happy.
I can't think of a better way to end this.
No, I don't know. Thank you, Lynn. A little history lesson for me. We've just been talking about that all morning.
Little NBC Connecticut history there.
There we go. Lynn, thank you.
All right, now listen, I so appreciate Lynn Bestoff's coverage this morning and, of course, all of our field crews. Now, while many people are staying off the roads, some are watching the status of flights that they were supposed to catch today.
Yeah, let's talk about this right here. At Bradley alone, more than 90% of flights have been proactively delayed, and officials tell us that snow removal is actively underway right now. Brian Spiros with the Connecticut Airport Authority joins us once again this morning. And Brian, what does storm response look like at Bradley during a blizzard like this? You sent us some video this morning.
Yeah, a video of what it looked like around the terminal outside. Very windy here at the airport, as is the case across the state. So it's really an all-hands-on-deck situation with a storm like this. We have a large group of dedicated employees that are really out on the air side, where the runways, the taxiways, and the ramp areas are clearing the snow. Simultaneously, we have operations going on land side, as we call it, which would be the roadways and ramps leading up to the arrival and departure level, the sidewalks, and the parking lots. So the crews certainly have their work cut out for them. You know, just on the airfield alone, there's 13 million square feet of surface area that needs to be cleared. So it's a major undertaking. The good news here, if there can be, is that more than 90% of the flights have been canceled, in the sense that crews can then be out there and diligently work to clear those surfaces because there's no aircraft arriving and departing.
Obviously a big question for people who are watching and they may have had their flights canceled. What should they do? What is the status moving forward? I know you said earlier that the airport is not closed, even though most flights in and out have been canceled.
Yeah, the airport is open. There may certainly be some intermittent closures throughout the day as crews are out there on the runway, because obviously they're clearing surfaces and the wind is causing all the snow to blow right back on it. But obviously, you know, travelers most likely have been notified by their airline by now what the status of their flight is. It's very quiet here at the airport, so people obviously stayed home or in hotels. You know, the airlines will give people options in terms of rebooking. The one thing that we can also tell you that's a bit of a positive on the horizon is that more than 90% of the flights canceled, as we mentioned, but there are a few airlines as of right now that have arrivals scheduled for later tonight. So the goal will be to get aircraft in here to then operate at least least a few flights on Tuesday morning. And I think that's the biggest thing we can't underscore enough right now is that once this storm stops, things just don't go back to normal with the flip of a switch. It's going to take a few days for the airlines to get things back up and running and get aircraft where they need to be to operate flights. So if anyone is traveling out of Bradley tomorrow or even into Wednesday, they really should be checking the status of their flight before they even come to the airport.
All right, Brian, we appreciate the update and everything that you've let us know this morning, and we'll check back in with you throughout the day. Again, Brian with the Airport Authority joining us live this morning. Brian, thanks.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And we are continuing our storm tracker team coverage down at the Shoreline with NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas.
Yeah, Jennifer is live for us in Mystic. I know you came live for us earlier, Jen, but I'm curious to see what the conditions out there are like now. It's been what, about a half hour so far that you've been out there?
Yep, just about half hour. And right now we are seeing some very strong wind gusts. We are now closer to that drawbridge, and it could be why it's getting just a bit windier as we get closer to the water, of course. We're going to try and show you those stoplights, the green lights that you see just in front of us. That's where the drawbridge is. So just kind of to give you that picture of the low visibility still out on these streets. And we also want to go ahead and pan over here to the shops in downtown Mystic. You can see the building is somewhat freezing over. All of these signs here completely covered in snow, and we've seen them just flapping this past 30 minutes, especially this banner here. It's gotten very windy, and of course, again, just very low in terms of visibility. And people out here, thankfully, they do seem to be listening. We've only seen a couple of cars, maybe about 5 or so, but the conditions definitely are very tough. Even just standing out here, we continue to get covered by snow, just continue to have to shake everything off of our jackets and even our car as well. As we've been mentioning, this is some thick, heavy snow, so not that fluffy, nice snow that we were dealing with the last storm. We're starting to see that now here on our wheels, just get stuck very, very quickly. So definitely still not good to be out. Again, the wind is picking up. As Ryan said, this seems to be the strongest hour in terms of those wind gusts, and we are definitely feeling that out here. It's kind of coming from everywhere. Before it was just diagonal, and now it's just kind of coming right towards your face. So there's that for you. We'll send it back to you in the studio from Mystic.
All right, Jen, we want you to jump into that car or that live truck and just get warm for a few minutes. Thank you so much for being with us and out there letting us know what to expect if people are out there in that area.
Hopefully they're not.
Yes, exactly. So remember that you can be a storm tracker, and if you can do so safely, we want you to send in your photos today of snow from where you live, and you can always scan that QR code right there that you see on your screen, or you can email us at shareit@nbcconnecticut.com or tag us on social media platforms. You could see your photos featured right here on NBC Connecticut.
All right, and scan the QR code on your screen as well to download the NBC Connecticut app. There you can find the latest on your storm tracker forecast. We are showing you conditions where you live, and next we're showing you conditions right now in Milford and Enfield. We're going to have continued coverage this morning after the break. Stay with us. NBC Connecticut Today continues.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. It is 21 minutes after 8. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. It's great to work together. We don't get the chance to do this. We rarely overlap on TV or in the socials.
Yeah.
It's great to see you.
It really is, and I think some of my favorite memories being at the station have been during big snowstorms with you in the morning. We've had a lot of good ones.
Favorite one is President's Day still. Was it President's Day?
The 2013, February 12th. That was the good
one of us couldn't get into work that day.
Oh, that's right. We didn't work together that day. I worked that night, but we had if you go back in time, the October snowstorm.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah, you're right, the 2006 one, the mega band.
I talked about that up in the weather lab this week, is that the ground was totally bare when we came to work, and then we dig out our cars.
And it was the lightest, fluffiest snow. I was driving a 100,000-mile beat-up Corolla, and I drove down to Guilford after that storm. It was like the lamest 30 inches of snow. It was so fluffy, it was easy. It was the easiest snow to deal with in the world. But we'll see how this one turns out, because the wind is just remarkable right now.
Wind gusts, and now we're starting to, the snowfall amounts are starting to eye-popping, including Bridgeport. You said it was 6?
Yes, sixth biggest storm in the Bridgeport area. So let me show you those numbers.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. Let's go to the weather maps and we'll talk about that. These are the top 5 snowstorms for the Bridgeport area. Now, it's hard. I guess we have some time because we're on probably for the next 12 hours. But let me give you a little history lesson with the Bridgeport snowfall totals. So the Weather Service office used to be at Sikorsky Airport, which is basically on a spit of sand in the lordship section of Stratford. And it's surrounded by water on 3 sides. And it's really hard to measure snow there. And they just don't get a lot because it's surrounded by Long Island Sound. Once they closed the Weather Service office down there, they were using a contractor, and now it's a volunteer who's measuring the snow inland from Sikorsky Airport. So we're getting more snow officially in the Bridgeport area than we used to. And so that's why these numbers are artificially low in many cases. February 2013, that's when they had 30 inches of snow, not at Sikorsky, but it was up closer to the Merritt. 2003, February 20 inches. 1969, the big February, I don't remember that one, but I do know it was a big one. 17.7 inches of snow there. December 1948, 17. And January 78, that was the 5th greatest snowstorm, 16.7. We're up to 16 even now for the February 2026 blizzard. So without question, we're going to be a top 5 snowstorm, and we could get up to the 3rd largest on record in the Bridgeport area. We will see. And if you're watching and you're thinking January 78, no, it was February. No, it was actually January. There were 2 big blizzards in 1978, January, and then the one everyone remembers in February. The January 78 one was what was before the Civic Center collapse. And then, of course, we had the big blizzard in February. But in Bridgeport, we didn't have a top 5 snowfall from that. The wind was really the big story down in Bridgeport from that storm. All right, let's advance 50 years and talk about what we've got right now. Here's a look outside in Litchfield. This band of snow in Litchfield County is impressive. I think a good chunk of Litchfield County is going to get about 1.5 feet out of this storm. You can see that heavy snow band moving through. There's lighter snow in the Hartford area right now, so not nearly as impressive. The snow's coming down at a lighter clip from Hartford to Windsor, Manchester, up through Tolland and Stafford Springs. Glastonbury, some lighter snow, but we're still snowing at about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch an hour. So as this continues, it will continue to pile up. The heaviest snow band for sure, though, here in southern New England is out in Rhode Island, where they're just getting absolutely clobbered from Providence on down toward Narragansett, south shore of Boston. Wind gusts approaching hurricane force out toward the Cape. Saw a wind gust at Wellfleet of 90+ miles per hour on top of one of the dunes there facing the Atlantic. Then that heavy snow band continues down toward Long Island. Islip, 22.5 inches of snow on Long Island. So as we go through the remainder of the morning into the midday, we'll see a couple of these bands of snow that manage to put down another 5-6 inches of snow. But I do think that sort of in between, which right now is down Hartford down toward New Haven, a little bit less, so maybe only a few additional inches. But the wind is the story for sure with this one, because that is resulting in some power outages and some trees coming down. With more on some of the numbers and some of the geography, send things over to meteorologist Bob Maxon. Bob.
Yeah, Ryan, earlier this morning we had a quick report there of lines down in Burlington. Well, restoration's slow. It's hard to get the trucks into place, right, to stage any repairs. So right now the numbers are about 13,000 customers, which if you think about the state, it's not a lot. But if you're one of those 13,000, it really is challenging for sure. Plus, you know, if you don't have a generator, the house is getting cold, and it's getting cold fast. So let's just keep that in mind. But Burlington is one of the areas with about 40 to 50% of the town without power. Lisbon, the other one, Griswold, also having some issues with power outages. And this makes sense because we've seen some wind gusts in parts of southeastern Connecticut topping 60 miles per hour, even borderline 70 mile an hour gusts. So you're really feeling it. And of course, it's blowing the snow into big drifts. But I mean, these are widespread outages, but the number is not incredible, right? You know, it's about 16,000 customers. So not great, okay? And these winds are continuing to blow. I mean, look at this, you know, 47 at Tweed. When these wind gusts hit these anemometers at the airports, it's just impressive. And you have 45 to 50 mile an hour gusts at Windsor Locks, just everybody. So you go out there and try to clean up the driveway, and the snow is going to blow right back in. So I would give Mother Nature some time. Kim, I hope I didn't mess up. I think Kim sent pictures from Woodstock. Yeah, she did. I'm getting so many pictures that sometimes, you know, I get confused. It happens. But look at that, 17.5 inches of snow in Woodstock. So, you know, you take this snow, and that looks relatively light and fluffy, but that's not the case, especially the further south. And it's, you know, just covering everything. And then you have the winds blowing to 50. So just not ideal. So total accumulations will end up being between, you know, 10 or 12 on the low end to probably 20 to 24 on the high end. And we still have a ways to go as it's still snowing and snowing hard across the state. So blizzard warnings everywhere. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go find another one of our hardworking reporters who are standing out in the middle of this blizzard, and we're going to find Julie LeBlanc, and she's in Milford. And oh, wait a minute, you little devil, you snuck inside. That's one way to beat a blizzard. They're telling everybody to stay inside. You listened.
You know what? Any chance I can take, Bob, good morning to you. My hair is soaked at this point. All of my layers underneath sopping wet. I've got wet dog status going on. I'd like to say, take a look out there. That's what we've been in all morning long. There's all that snow blowing and drifting. You can see the flags whipping about. The wind has really been the story here in Milford this morning. And right now there is a commercial vehicle ban. So tractor trailers are supposed to be off of the highways. We have seen some still trying to make their way through. However, we've got a rule follower on our hands here, Mohammed, who is coming from Virginia. Tell me a little bit, Mohammed, first of all, thank you for chatting with us here inside of the rest stop. And secondly, you said you hit the road last night. What were the conditions like last night?
I come from Virginia. Virginia was good, but from the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, also Connecticut is very, very bad condition on the road. At the end of the moment, I cannot drive. I mean, I have to drive very slowly. That's why I take off the road about 9 p.m. last night. And I'm still in the rest area and waiting to get better. Then probably I'll start tomorrow morning.
What was it like last night here in Milford? Was it windy? Did you feel your trailer?
Yeah, it was windy like this. It's too much windy. When I park, his trailer is shaking. And I heard the sound of wind, you know, touching the snowing on my truck windshield.
Yeah. What are the dangers of, other than the fact that you can't really see out there very well when the snow is coming down, what are the dangers when you're driving a tractor trailer when it starts getting really windy like that? What could happen?
It can skid anytime. Also, it will stuck, most of the time stuck on the uphill position. That's the very dangerous thing.
Yeah, when it's jackknifed, you mean?
Yeah, that means try to get jackknife when you turn or carve at the road, you know.
Yeah.
That's very slippery. Under the snow have an icy condition on the surface of the road. That's the reason it's very hard to drive.
Yeah. And you said you've been doing this for 30 years now, 3 decades. You've seen conditions like this before. How do you think this fares in comparison to other storms that maybe you've seen this winter or even recent winters?
It was very bad as the last couple weeks. Couple weeks ago, that was very bad, but now is also too bad because we cannot drive it on the road. and road condition is very, very bad.
Yeah.
You know,
And you were saying, with the travel ban is still in effect right now. The conditions are still not great out there. You were saying you're going to leave tomorrow morning. What would be your message maybe to regular drivers out there on the roads? How can they, make sure that they are safe, and maybe to other truck drivers that maybe are not following the rules?
For the truck driver, they should find the safe space and parking like this, like a rest area or service area. Then they can stay better. Otherwise, you stay on the road is going to be very, very risky to drive. You know. And other driver, they stay home, not to drive unless emergencies. They might suggest stay home.
Yeah. There you go. Here's a man who drives for a living. That's his message for the folks at home. We will send it back to you guys. Hopefully you take it easy today and rest up and maybe make some warm soup at home. Right, Mohammed? Just enjoy the snow day. We'll send it back to you.
Great information there, Julia. We appreciate the update, especially from him as well. And hopefully you both can stay inside and stay warm. But we want to take a look now at this video that's coming out of New London. Even some plows are getting stuck in the snow. This is in the area of Route 1 and Lee Avenue. The viewer who sent this in to us, Rosa, said the driver was stuck for about 30 to 40 minutes before taking this video. It's a good reminder to be patient with the plows because they have a lot of work to do clearing our neighborhoods and trying to do so as safely as possible. Yeah. That statewide commercial vehicle ban, by the way, is still in effect as snowfall rates top 2 inches per hour. I'm even getting texts from friends that they're going out to shovel, and then another inch comes and another inch comes.
Yeah, so many people sending us emails and Facebook comments letting us know what they're experiencing out there. Governor Ned Lamont is urging all residents to stay off of the roads. NBC Connecticut's Noah Cornelius is live in Enfield with a look at those conditions on the ground. Noah, you've been out there now for about 4.5 hours. What are things looking like?
Well, I can tell you a little bit because I can't see much out here. I can see about a quarter mile away. I see I-91 north. You're just talking about that commercial vehicle ban. We haven't seen many trucks come by. We've seen only a couple cars. It seems like people are taking Governor Lamont's warning very seriously as DPW workers need these roads open to do their job, to get these roads ready to roll here. And you can see the snow and the wind battering me. I'm okay. My photog's okay. We're all safe out here. It's just extremely cold out here. I'm wearing 4 layers, and all of our other reporters around the area are too, and I'm sure they can attest to it. But it's just so cold out here, and the wind, the gusts, whenever the gusts pick up, you can literally see the camera slightly lean a little bit. And I'm gonna have to send it back to studio. We're totally fine, but because of these strong winds, I think it's safe we send it back to you all for now.
Get back in the car if you can. As you can see, near whiteout conditions there. We appreciate the update, but get back inside your car so that you and your photographer can stay warm.
You can hear that wind in that microphone.
Oh my gosh. Now, as we head to break, we want to take a live look at the snow cover on 95 South in Old Lyme and then Route 9 in Cromwell. You can see some vehicles that are pulled over there. There seems to be a traffic incident of some sort. So, of course, another reminder to stay home and off of the roads.
And our live team coverage continues with more live crews joining us from around the state. That's coming up next. We are getting a look at conditions in Darien. Keep it right here.
All right, thank you for staying with us this morning. Our coverage continues now. I mean, every inch of this state has been impacted by this blizzard, but especially the shoreline. Our Storm Tracker team coverage continues now with NBC Connecticut's Andrew Rowan.
And Andrew is live in Darien this morning. And Andrew, what are conditions looking like now? We saw you post on social media as you were driving in that area. What are you seeing now that you're outside of that car?
It's the wind. Good morning, Eddie and Taylor. I've been out in the last two storms. This one is by far the most unpleasant just because you're getting hit in the face with the wind over and over. This is the Darien rest stop just up from Julia on I-95 North. There's a lot of actually activity here. That's why we're here. I'll talk about that in a second. The roads are actually pretty good. The issue is the visibility is basically zero. If you look at the off-ramp here where you're going to merge onto the highway, from where we're standing, you can't even see that merge point. That's kind of what the visibility conditions are like. I've got some video I shot as we were driving the 1 mile from our hotel up 95 North to this rest stop. And it really, the pavement itself was clear from a lot of the inches of snow that we got overnight. The issue was you still had a couple of commercial trucks moving around us at really high rates of speed, so I don't know if they were carrying essential supplies or just not listening to the ban itself. But other than that, we were taking about 20, 30 miles an hour. Other people were blowing by us in the left lane. So the road itself is clear, but the visibility, we had trouble seeing in front and behind us from our windshield wipers, just picking up a lot of the snow that was left on the ground. Now, I've gotten some questions online. Why are we in Darien? Why are we all the way down here? We want it to be along the shoreline. What's unique about this rest stop, Eddie and Taylor, is that this is one of the only places where they also have a Department of Transportation maintenance facility right behind. So this shed that you're looking at right here, this is a salt pile, and just about 30 seconds ago, they were loading up one of the trucks. You can see there's a truck stop there on their left, and through the trees in the distance, there's a bunch of other trucks lined up. Remember, they're on 16-hour shifts, 650 different snow plows. On the other side of the rest stop over here, so beyond the gas station, is a staging area for a lot of the Eversource contractors. So when the winds die down and they can actually go out and repair some of those issues, they're all staged on the other side of that. So coming up throughout the day, we're going to have lots of opportunities to talk to a lot of different people who are dealing with this storm in different ways. Eddie and Taylor, back to you.
Well, Andrew, I'm glad you brought up DOT. You cover transportation for us and you do an incredible job. And earlier we had the opportunity to speak with Eva Zamaris, just talking about how many plow drivers are out there right now. You had the chance to kind of go behind the scenes and see what it takes to coordinate that sort of response. I don't know if you want to touch on that a little bit in terms of people trying to understand just how to prepare for a blizzard like this and maybe how long it will take as well to clean up.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have been basically doing this all winter at this point. One of the things that I thought was interesting in terms of the preparation aspect, if you look at the back of this snowplow, it's filled with salt or sand. I can't really see from here. My vision's not that great. They need all of that weight to weigh down the truck as it's being blown around, and they're just trying to plow all that snow. They need the weight in the back, even if they're not necessarily dispersing the salt and the stuff all over the roads. As far as how long it'll take, that was my question, because in the last two storms, it kind of stops and people are like, well, can I go out? Is the roads clear? What are we talking about here? And Eversource was just saying if we lose power, it could be 2 to 6 days of a restoration effort. So I asked the commissioner, Garrett Eucalito of the Department of Transportation, I said, do you have an estimate about how long it could take to get to the cleanup phase? So basically, you've got snow removal, which is all removing the snow down to the pavement on the highway. And then the cleanup phase is, they got to clear the medians and remove the snow from the actual highway so that you can see around the snowbanks. And he basically said, no, it depends on the length of the storm, what the conditions are like in terms of downed trees and power lines, and also how long this lasts. So right now, Eddie and Taylor, the roads, they're doing a pretty good job. We don't see pavement just yet, but it wasn't like we were driving through inches and inches of snow like we've seen in some past storms. So that is at least good news, because snowfall rates 2 to 2.5 inches per hour is sort of when it starts to become more than is what a snowplow can handle in terms of on its regular route. You clear it and then it gets covered again. It's 2 to 2.5 inches an hour, he said.
Yeah, great context, Andrew, to keep in mind. We appreciate your coverage this morning. Now go get warm. We want to continue our team coverage now with Storm Tracker meteorologist Alexis Clemens.
Yeah, Alexis is live out in Avon. And Alexis, I want to hit a little bit on the fact that I was watching you yesterday morning when you were doing the morning show, and you said that there are going to be some places where you can look outside and look out a window and not see the house across the street. And we've talked to people, like we just talked to Andrew in Darien. We've also just talked to Noah, who's in Enfield. You in Avon, it's different every place you go when it comes to visibility.
It really is. Eddie, kudos for remembering that I said that. Because, yeah, I knew that when a wind gust will come by and pair that with heavy snow, those are horrible conditions to be in. We're at Avon right now, and I'll tell you, I've been watching the radar. We've been situated in Avon all morning, and this is actually one of the not hardest hit regions, right? We haven't seen a lot. But I think the story here is we're probably getting the lesser of the impacts, but the impacts are still very, very large. Let's take a look at how much snow we've gotten here. I think this has not been plowed. Again, it's really hard to take measurements with this wind as well because it's kind of whipping. But it looks like in this specific snow patch, about 9 inches, and based on what I have seen across the region, I would say that it's pretty accurate, and I've seen snowfall reports from neighboring towns with something similar to that. I want to show you the road here. There's nobody coming. We're in a parking lot. And this was paved about 2 hours ago, I would say, and we've got roughly an inch and a half there. So that shows you just how quickly the snow is piling up. Winds, they ebb and flow, right? Right now it's okay, but when a gust comes by, I can hear it. I can hear it just rattling through the trees. And also take a look at those branches. They are getting way by that snow. These are little branches, and in the winter, something that we also have to know is that there's no trees, right? So that helps with not weighing it down as much, but the snow definitely is a factor that we have to pay attention to, or we could see snapped branches. Power lines might be weighed down as well. I know we've got some outages out there, but again, just we've got all. Oh, I see a plow just went by right now, a couple of them. So they're doing a great job, but as quickly as the snow is falling, things are picking back up. So again, the story is, even if you're not in the hardest hitting areas, right, you're still getting a lot of snow and a lot of wind. So again, just showing you what's going on here with low visibility, just that snow continuing. And I just looked at my car. It's going to take a while to dig her out of all of this, but I will, of course, not be on the roads until it's safe to do so. So guys, I'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio. We're going to go inside and warm up for a little bit.
Yeah, digging out, I think, is going to be the hardest part, Alexis. Thank you. We appreciate your coverage this morning and your perspective out in the field. Bradley International's website, by the way, shows every flight is canceled. I mean, you can barely see that shot in Windsor Locks there. They say that Tweed New Haven as well is going to be shut down until 8 p.m. tonight. Check with your airline for any updates on flights. We want to get an update on some outages as well. Eversource is now reporting 13,064 outages, and United Illuminating is 2,925.
So right now, here are some of the things that you should do. Remember, in case that you experience a power outage, Eversource recommends that you and your family fully charge your phones and have backup batteries ready for things like flashlights. And keep them handy and make sure that they work, and be sure to have enough food on hand. If your power goes out, the FDA says that your fridge will only keep food cold for about 4 hours if it's unopened. An unopened full freezer will keep food cold for about 2 days. Our coverage continues right after this break. All right, your time is 8:47 on your Monday morning, and state leaders are urging people to stay put as the blizzard makes way.
Yes, New London's Mayor Michael Passero is joining us now. Good morning. I'm sure that you and all of the folks behind the scenes right now are incredibly busy. We appreciate you making time for us. I just want to talk about the parking ban that might be in place. I think a lot of people just say, okay, you know, I can park on the street. It's not a big deal. But that car will not only be towed, but it makes it incredibly difficult for those folks who are getting out there trying to clear the area safely.
Good morning, Taylor. Yes, absolutely. Asking our residents for cooperation on the parking ban is perhaps the most important thing that folks could do in order to help our crews and also help our emergency responders. We did get better compliance at the last storm, and I'm hoping that we've gotten even better compliance this storm. That is the most important things that folks need to do, is to get their vehicles off the street if they're able to. One thing we do in New London is we open our parking garage downtown to anybody that wants to get their vehicles off the road, store them safely for the storm, and it's completely free of charge.
Mayor, I'm glad that you mentioned that you guys thought about the last storm when thinking about what steps to take in this storm. But can you specifically break down what the city has done over the last 24 hours to prepare for this?
Well, we've staffed up both our police department and fire departments. We put 2 additional ambulances in service. We normally run 2. We're running 4 ambulances. We put an extra engine in service. That brings us up to 4 engines. We put another ladder truck in service. We brought in a fire inspector and some other ancillary personnel so that we've got every contingency covered to take care of any emergency that comes up. Our police department brought in extra personnel, and of course, it's all hands on deck for the public works department. We have we had 17 plows on the roads, but we had to pull the lighter trucks off the roads. We still have 7 heavy, the biggest trucks, the heaviest trucks are still out there keeping the main roadways clear. We have the hospital in the city, so we need to keep the routes to the hospital clear for not only our first responders, but for the ambulances that are coming from our area towns.
Glad that you brought that up, because I'm sure a lot of people are so focused on, okay, you know, looking ahead towards the week, the things that you need to do, getting back to work. But if there is an emergency, it is incredibly important for those first responders to be able to travel safely. If you are an essential employee and you need to head out today, do you have a message for people this morning?
Well, first of all, don't do it unless your employer is absolutely requiring you to report to work. If you don't have to, don't even attempt it. If you're on one of the side streets in our city and you need to get out, just call the City Hall, 860-447-5201. We'll try to get a plow out there. We'll try to get you dug out so that you can get out of your side street. We are basically trying to keep the main routes open at this point. As I said, we had to pull the smaller plows off the road, but we're going to ask everybody for their patience, because it's going to take us a while to dig out from this event.
All right. It takes a team, and it definitely takes the residents, like listening to those essential workers and lawmakers and keeping those areas and those streets clear so that they can continue to do their work. Mayor Michael Passero with New London, we appreciate that. And right now we want to toss things over to meteorologist Bob Maxon. And Bob, you've been tracking what we've been talking about all morning.
Well, yeah, it's very interesting too. We've been tracking this, and sometimes when you're in the midst of the battle, we lose a little bit of perspective. And, you know, going into this storm, 10 to 20 inches of snow. And when I came into work, I didn't have the worst drive in, and there was only about 4 or 5 inches in my driveway. So my perspective was a little skewed. Now here we go. We're approaching 9 a.m. And now we're getting reports from the west, from the southeast, from the northeast parts of the state, and into southwest parts of the state of solid 12 to 18 to now we're going to have some towns pushing past 20 inches of snow. So it's wild. And of course, not only is it the snow, it's also the wind. Looks like the wind is buffeting this deck that we've been looking at in New London. Just nasty looking conditions. Some law enforcement just watching over the streets of Litchfield, which are snow covered. And we've seen plow after plow after plow, but you just can't keep up as Litchfield has gotten into one of these kind of mega bands that has worked its way to the west. We'll get to that in a second. Winds, whew. How about Newport, Rhode Island, gusting to 60 And snowfall rates over in Rhode Island are just off the charts right now, probably 3+ inches of snow per hour, maybe even 4. 72-mile-an-hour gust at Nantucket. I mean, hurricane strength, just nearly that, and just really impressive wind, snow. And thank goodness it's not that cold. Look how the winds are still going to blow. A lot of people asking, well, when's the wind going to let up? Maybe tomorrow? I mean, the winds are going to be buffeting, and then they'll slowly diminish. This is a major storm. It's a incredibly potent storm as it moves away, but it'll still produce that wind into the overnight and diminish a bit tomorrow. All right, megaband. You want to see a megaband? See the dark blue? It is just pouring snow out of the sky. Weather watchers in New Milford, New Fairfield, New Preston, a lot of news. Warren, back up through Bantam and up into Litchfield. It is just snowing like crazy, and this goes right down into Lower Fairfield County and into Westchester County. Around Danbury, I was just looking at some traffic cameras. There's nobody on the roads. By the way, I was looking at a traffic camera just on the Groton side of the Thames. There's a couple cars that are stranded in the snow, and that's an image. Anybody that was around during 78, it was thousands of cars because people were released in the rush hour traffic in the Boston area especially, and they were stranded. Just amazing. Some folks who have tried to make their way through this storm have failed, and you just hope that everyone's safe in that car or they've found their way to safe haven somewhere else, maybe a hotel or something. But just to see deserted cars is kind of eye-popping. So I mean, I put this into motion. That is just gorgeous as far as storms go. And of course, the center of the storm back here, unlike 78, since we're talking about that, this storm will continue to move. It's progressive, and eventually we'll see the precipitation wind down. But we still have several hours of snow to work through, and then we'll start to see it fall apart as we go into the midday and early afternoon. It's only 9 a.m. Temperatures, again, not as cold as the last storm we had. We have temperatures in the 20s and 30s, a degree or two milder at the shoreline, which has led to kind of a heavier weight snow too. Of course, that can lead to power outages. Yeah, feels like temperatures. Not bitterly cold, but not fun. Just ask any of our NBC News correspondents across the state. It is not pleasant. And the snowfall rates will continue to diminish over time. So things will start to improve this afternoon a little bit. It's still going to be windy with a lot of blowing and drifting snow. So snow temperatures in the 20s. Look at those winds north, 25 gusting to 45 miles per hour. And the snowfall, again, will diminish. The winds, they will be a-blowing. That's a look at the latest storm tracker forecast. Remember, we still have, as we approach 9 a.m., we still have probably 2 or 3, maybe 4 hours of impactful snowfall, but the areas of heavier snow will begin to shrink. But the wind blows all day, so blowing and drifting, taking us through this afternoon and into this evening. Whew. Okay, enough of me. Eddie and Taylor, you've been joined by some superstars.
That's right. Well, Bob, you are a superstar as well, and yes, Ryan is too. Thank you so much for your coverage this morning. There's never enough Bob Maxon. I can say that for everyone. Listen, we want to get an update on outages. 12,651 for Eversource at this time. The number is fluid, though, so I know you're seeing on your screen about 13,000. It's been going back and forth all morning, and then about 2,929 for United Illuminating customers.
All right, and we want to give you an update on what's happening when it comes to those flights. Bradley International Airport's website shows every flight is canceled. Tweet New Haven says that they're shut down until 8 o'clock tonight. That's another thing that we've been reporting throughout the morning. So check in with your airline and any updates on your flight situation if you have a flight that's going to be going out, as well as if you have a flight over the next couple of days. You're going to want to monitor that situation right now.
That's right, and we have been live since 4 a.m., yes, so we needed to bring in some help this morning. We're joined by NBC Connecticut's Mercedes Landaverde and Kevin Nathan, who are going to be taking over our team coverage this morning because we're just getting started.
We are. I actually got started this morning. You know, a lot of you wake up with Taylor and Eddie. I literally woke up. I didn't want to risk it at a hotel or commuting in. So I slept in a sales office about 30 feet away. I woke up this morning. I could hear your voices. I didn't even need to put on the TV. But
hopefully it was pleasant.
It was pleasant. Excellent coverage. We want to keep everybody apprised of the power outages and the dangerous nature of being out on the roads today. Certainly all day, as much as we can on air and online.
Absolutely. And I mean, Bree, it's just been extraordinary to see how different it is across the state.
Yeah, I mean, I drove in, and what normally is like a 20-minute commute, I mean, it was 45 minutes to get in. So, I mean, you could tell the crews are working really hard to clear the highways, but just take it slow. I was going 30 miles per hour, you know, on the highway, just taking it slow and being careful. So.
And we've had so many crews out this morning, Enfield, Darien. We've had crews that have been reporting for us on the shoreline, and we're going to continue our team coverage, our storm tracker coverage, as well as do some live interviews, keeping you guys up to date on what to expect on those roads.
Stay with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Nathan.
And I'm Briseida Landaverde. We are monitoring all things related to the blizzard today. If you're waking up with us, thank you so much for joining us. We have so much to get to today, Kevin.
Yeah, we've been on the air for hours this morning, bringing you the very latest on this blizzard of 2026. Let's get right over to Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan. And Ryan, this storm has certainly lived up to everything you guys predicted.
Yeah, sure did. Some towns really getting crushed this morning. Other towns not quite as bad. Really depends on where you are. Check out the snow total so far, about 20 inches in Salem. Saw another report of 23 in Waterford. Southbury at 16.8, Guilford at 16, Mystic at 16, 16 also in Bridgeport. Bradley, the official ob at 7 a.m. was 8.7. By the time all is said and done, I think Bradley gets close to about a foot of snow. Peak wind gusts so far, Groton 68. We gusted to 56 miles an hour earlier, just a little bit ago, actually, in Meriden. 55 in New Haven, 54 at Bradley, 53 miles per hour down at Sikorsky Airport. Winds are still whipping out there, coming down from the north, gusting up to 54 miles per hour in Groton, 41 in Willimantic, 43 in Meriden. TF Green Airport out toward Providence in Rhode Island, gusting to 68 miles per hour with exceptionally heavy snow. Why are we getting all this snow? Well, because of the blizzard and because of the strong pressure gradient, we're getting a ton of wind as well. Here's the storm center. It's off of Nantucket. It's far enough to our south and east that we're not getting the worst of this storm. The worst of the storm is southeastern Mass and Rhode Island. If this thing were about 50 or 75 miles farther north and west, we'd be talking about 2 to 3 feet of snow and hurricane force wind gusts in Connecticut. It's not quite that bad, but it's not great either. The storm will improve. The conditions will improve as the storm pulls away, and by later on today, the snowfall rates will come down. And parts of the state are already seeing improved conditions. Here in New London, as we take a live look outside, we can actually see something now. We haven't been able to see a whole lot. The snowfall rates have diminished here in New London, but that wind is still coming in quite strong out of the north. Now, the heaviest snow band in the state, believe it or not, is up in northwestern Connecticut. And I had a feeling this would happen. We typically see Close to the storm center, you get the moisture coming right in off the Atlantic Ocean like a fire hose. That's what we've had from the shoreline, especially southeastern Connecticut into Rhode Island and Massachusetts. But removed from that, pretty far to the north and west, you get this band on the fringe that can produce some very heavy snow, and that is what's happening now. Torrington down through New Milford and Danbury. It is snowing very, very hard. Someone out here is going to get 20 inches or so in western Connecticut under this band. The least amount of snow, Farmington Valley, Hartford area up through Enfield. That's where the snowfall totals will be lower. We're thinking probably about a foot in the Hartford area up through Windsor Locks, with more to the west and through Litchfield County and more to the east as well. So the live Doppler radar, the wider version of this, shows that very, very heavy snow from the south shore of Boston down through Rhode Island. That's sort of clipping southeastern Connecticut. Then a bit of a hole showing up here from Tolland County down through Meriden, almost to New Haven, where the snow is coming down at a much lighter clip. So not nearly as heavy, but then that other band back to the north and west. And as we take a look at the visible satellite loop, just a classic looking blizzard off the coast. You can see the circulation here, the counterclockwise spin of the storm. There's some thunderstorms around the center of circulation, and we're on the northwestern side where all the snow is coming on down. So as we go through the afternoon, we will see snowfall rates begin to improve, but it's going to take a little bit of time. We're still looking at heavy snow in some areas, visibility a quarter mile in Groton, same in Danbury, Greenwich down to 0 with that band in place. So future radar shows the snowfall continuing off and on through about midday, and then by afternoon we will begin to get the snowfall to taper off, and I think by 4 or 5 o'clock it's pretty much all over, and we will start the process of digging out. And the drifting with this storm is going to be pretty remarkable. That's going to make shoveling even harder because that snow's blowing around so much. We'll have more coming up in just a little bit. Bree and Kevin, back over to you.
A lot of cleanup to get done. Brian, thank you so much. And speaking of cleanup, Kevin, state officials have a simple message: stay home and off the roads if possible. Eva Samaras with the State Department of Transportation is joining us live now for an interview. Eva, thank you so much for joining us this Monday morning.
Eva, welcome. We've been on the air for hours, but a lot of Connecticut's just waking up right now to what's going on out there. Give us a sense, please, of the size and scope of what DOT is doing to try to clear the roads and keep people safe.
Good morning to the two of you. Thank you so much for having me on this morning. I really do appreciate it. So our Connecticut Department of Transportation crews were activated around 3:30, 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We are out there in full force with 650 trucks and more than 900 drivers. We're also being supported by approximately 200 contractors. Now, they've been out through the night into this morning, and their work is only just beginning. Our crews will be continuously plowing and will not go home until these roads are clear.
Eva, and how do you stand on salt? I know that not DOT, but certain towns and cities were facing a salt shortage. So where do you guys stand with that?
Well, the good news is that we have a good supply of salt, materials, fuels, so we are ready to go for this storm and the duration of this storm.
Eva, I know people are urged to stay off the roads. Nonetheless, there are people, critical responders and whatnot, maybe hospital workers that have to get to their respective places of business today. Are you with the DOT seeing any places of sort of vulnerability? I mean, you planned well for this, you knew the forecast, but are there any spots of maybe weaknesses around the state where you especially want to warn people, if you can, by all means, stay away from those particular areas?
Well, we're reminding everyone today and strongly urging them, if you do not have to go outside today, please stay home. Home is the absolute safest place that you have to be, that you can be. But we understand, as you mentioned, that people do have to go to work. There are essential employees that have to get to where they need to go today. So if you are heading out, we cannot stress this enough. Please slow down, be vigilant, give yourself plenty of time to get to where you need to go. And we have hundreds of crews, as I mentioned, out all across the state. So if you see our conduct crews out and about, please do not crowd the plow. Give our crews the space and time they need to do their work. It's about 300 feet. Stay back 300 feet. That's about the length of a football field. So again, do not crowd the plow. And if you do not have to go out today, please stay home. That is truly the message that we want to drive home today.
That's such an important message, right? Like to stay home if you can, but if you must, just stay away from the vehicles, let them do their job. Eva, there's a commercial vehicle ban in effect right now. Any word on how long that will be in effect for? And what is your message to people who may not know what that means?
So yeah, as you mentioned, there's a commercial vehicle ban in place right now that includes tractor trailers. That ban will be in effect until further notice. So please, please, please adhere to that ban. But again, we've been strongly recommending this for the last few days, especially in the last 24 hours. If you do not have to go out, if you don't have to be on the roads, please stay home. That's really the important message here. But again, that ban is in place until further notice.
Eva, you mentioned 650 DOT trucks out on the roads since about 3:30 Sunday afternoon with some 900 drivers. You do the quick math. I'm guessing that means you want to keep the drivers out of situations where they're working, 20 hours straight, and you can kind of give people some breaks, right?
Yeah, so our crews, like I mentioned, once they're called in, they do not go home until these roads are clear. But of course, they are taking breaks during this storm, but we stagger those breaks. So we're not pulling all of our crews off the roads at the same time. So at all points during the storm, there will be contact crews out all across the state. But yes, they take breaks, but we make sure that those breaks are planned and staggered. So we have crews out on the roads at all points.
And Eva, I mean, we have a busy week ahead, right? We're looking at a few systems later in the week as well. What does that mean for drivers and for trucks this week ahead?
What I always say is this is what we do. Truly, we have the best of the best here at the Connecticut Department of Transportation, and our crews are the best in the business. Like I said, this is what we do. So we take it truly a day at a time. We are constantly monitoring the forecasts. Again, we are in the thick of the winter season, so our focus remains on this storm today, those cleanup efforts that will be continuing in the days to come. But again, for drivers, please make sure that you're watching the forecast as well. Please make sure that if you are going out, you are a steward of safety. Make sure that you're slowing down, giving yourself plenty of time to get to where you need to go. Be vigilant, and again, do not crowd our plows.
And Eva, before we let you go, from 40,000 feet, kind of in layman terms, explain to the public how you coordinate this with 650 trucks, 900 drivers. Are drivers assigned a specific part of the state? Is that constantly changing? How is this all coordinated?
So our crews are strategically located all throughout the state. We have more than 60 garages all across the state, and we have crews assigned to each of those garages. And I think kind of an interesting point to make here is that our crews live near where they work. So for them, these efforts are really personal to them because they are working where they live. This is where their friends and families are. So when they're out and they're clearing the roads, they're not only clearing the roads for the traveling public, but like I said, this is personal. This is their friends and family who are utilizing these state roads and highways as well. So it's really all about community. And again, our crews are spread out all across the state. They have their routes and they will continue on their routes again until these roads are clear.
I mean, that makes such a huge difference when you look at it in that perspective, like community. You know the roads, you know the people that live there, you know the people that may even have to go to work, right? You know the firefighters and police officers. So Eva, thank you so much for your time today. We'll check back in later in the day, but thank you for all the information you provided today.
Eva Zamora.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Eva. Eva Zamora, spokesperson for DOT. We appreciate that perspective on what our DOT workers are doing out there. Let's take a look now at how the snow and wind are affecting conditions in Hartford County in that area. Our storm tracker coverage continues now with NBC Connecticut's Len Bestoff. Doesn't Len usually do investigations for us, Brie?
Yes, he does. What investigation are you conducting today, Len?
Snow in Manchester, apparently.
Well, we can always investigate the snow here in Manchester. What we do is always try to get you times and data, because we love data in the investigative corner at NBC Connecticut. Got my fancy schmancy wind gauge here. We're topping out around 18 miles per hour. The wind is coming from the north, as Ryan and Bob have said. That's that way to my left. It's pretty blinding to the point you definitely want to have goggles on. You can see that the folks here at the hotel where we're staying, if my photographer Garrett Allison could turn a little bit to the right, maybe about a 180, you can see what that philosophy is when you're dealing with snow at a business or even at your home. You want to try to get those first 6 inches out of the way, especially when you've got snow like this. This snow, as Ryan and Bob have been telling you and some of our other crews in the field, it's not that puffy stuff we had on the first one. It's a little bit more sticky. What is something you can do out in this kind of weather? Stay home. Maybe do some of this, a little snowshoeing. This is one of the few things you can do out in this where you're not going to break your neck, hopefully. While you're out here snowshoeing, America, make sure you do this. Clear out these fire hydrants, because this is one of the issues we're going to be seeing in the days to follow here. And of course, we've been monitoring the snow, and what you can see is there is a lot of drifting. This is our famous NBC Connecticut penguin, Desky, as she's known. If you look just beyond Desky, you can see that north wind blowing this snow. And where it really becomes a problem, all right, now here we go. Let's see if I'm going to fall in my snowshoes. Entirely possible. I don't have my poles. But if Garrett comes over here, you can see, Garrett Allison, news photographer extraordinaire, you can see this snow blowing, and it's all drifting right here. Look at that. It's drifting in front of my face. This makes it a lot of fun when it comes to driving. Also, you can see this lovely ice that is going to be waiting for you on your car when it's time to scrape it all off. So nasty, nasty, nasty out here. Folks, stay at home. You got a real feel out here about, I would say, 18 degrees in Manchester. So unless you're bulking up, stay home and watch us and enjoy it there. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Len, and Len, you've been with our team here for so many years. So tell us about how this snowstorm differed from snowstorms you may have covered in previous years. What were the driving conditions like for you?
You know, I guess it was about 13, 14 years ago we had that 3-footer in Manchester. That was pretty tough. You know, this one, I would say the big thing is the wind. Normally I'm not wearing goggles, but that is a nasty wind coming in your face. And that's, I'd say, the challenge here. And I think on the back end, dealing with this ice over everything, when you look down here, and again, remember folks, this is what's new. We still got all this that's on the ground. So I've been talking with a lot of my neighbors and stuff, and they're like, LB, where do we throw all this snow? And of course, you just want to throw it in the middle of your yard as much as you can, but then you got the lawn nuts like Anthony Carpino, who's like, hey man, I'm going to be throwing this stuff that's got all this solution on it on my grass, and then I'm going to have all kinds of, you know, what's called snow fade or snow rot on your lawn. Of course, those are first world problems.
Yes, they are. Chief Investigative Reporter Len Bestoff Dublin is our blizzard reporter today in Manchester. Len, thank you. And perspective and context for viewers just waking up, just joining us. Hartford County, from what Bob and Ryan are telling us, the least amongst this blizzard conditions across the state is places like New London and Waterford that have gotten hit the hardest. To that end, let's go to the Shoreline. Our colleague, NBC Connecticut Kevin Geist, joins us live from Guilford. And just comparing Manchester to Guilford, looks like it's a little worse for you, Kev.
Yeah, Kevin, absolutely. Just a little bit worse than what I could hear from Len. It's really those wind gusts that are absolutely killer. We've been experiencing, we're right along Route 1 at the Spark by Hilton, not far from the famous Shoreline diners. You might have a little bit of a perspective of where we are. So I can see Route 1. We've seen quite a few plows go by at this point, dropping sand, dropping whatever they can, getting some of that snow cleared. Route 1, of course, a pretty major throughway. Then you get a look at one of the back roads right across the street from where we're standing. That still needs quite a bit of work. So the roads, while they might seem passable at this hour, are getting a little bit better, but still need quite a bit of work. And it's those wind gusts that are just absolutely killer. First thing this morning, I'm facing south, so my photographer Trevor is really taking the brunt of it when it comes at him. But you can see the wind just whipping off of the U-Haul across the street from where we're standing. Those wind gusts are gnarly, really just kind of blinding. And that's really what's a little deceptive. You might look out your window in between some of those wind gusts and you might say, okay, it doesn't look too bad. Maybe you want to make a trek somewhere. Would not do it, because when you get one of those good wind gusts, like I can kind of hear coming up behind me, it turns into sort of whiteout conditions. So suddenly you can't see anything. We've seen plows go by, slow way down when all of a sudden they can't see anything. When I hear it coming up, I do cover my eyes because it's
pretty intense when it's hitting you right in the face. So take it slow. If you don't have anywhere to go first thing this morning, don't go anywhere. That would be the advisory. And I want to talk a little bit about safety just for a brief second, because for the first storm, we worked with fire departments quite a bit beforehand. There are still some fire hydrants that haven't been shoveled out from the first storm. There's still some vents that have been covered. Those fire departments really want you to make sure that you're clearing everywhere around your house, clearing any fire hydrant, because you never know when a tragedy might strike. Now, if we talk about the snow for just a second, I stand about 6'1". I can feel the crunch of some of the first snowfall under my foot. My foot's actually compressing that. Then there's a whole nother layer on top of it. That's kind of the new stuff. So as you walk through here, it basically up to, I would say, my mid-calf. But you heard Len talk about it a little bit. The snow drift that we're dealing with, it looks a little bit in certain spots that have been untouched, like sand dunes. So the wind is literally picking it up and moving it into piles in certain parts of the area. So depending on where you're standing, that would really impact the total that you're dealing with. Now, I'm going to move a little bit closer to my photographer here. I have one more point to make before I send it back to you guys. I want to get over to what's under my feet here. There's that snowdrift I was talking about. I want to talk about this snow pile as this gust of wind comes through. Len touched on it, but a lot of the snow that's packed up here in Guilford, and you're going to see a truck come by, perfect timing from our landscaping friends. That snow pile is mostly old snow. So over the next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of decisions that need to be made about where to put all of this snow. We've seen those municipalities stack up a lot of the snow in certain parts. They're using empty parking lots, they're using empty fields, but they have to determine exactly where they want to put it. So when you get another monster snowstorm like this one, you have to start asking the questions, where are we going to put it? Because it can't necessarily go on top of snow piles like that one. So Kevin, Bree, we'll send it back to you for now. We're going to try to get a different vantage point, really get an assessment of how things are going here in Guilford. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Kevin, it's not just about where we put the snow, it's about how we move it, right? Not everybody has a landscaping company, not everyone has a snow plow. Some people are watching this coverage knowing they're going to be out there with a shovel later today, tomorrow, into Wednesday, whatever it may be. It is that light, fluffy snow, though. That's a positive, right? In terms of removing the snow, it's not that slushy, heavy kind.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's layers to it. So when you get a little bit closer to the bottom and you cut through a little bit of what's under here, it's a little bit heavier. So definitely take it easy. Try to do it in chunks. I tell my wife all the time, go out a couple times instead of just doing it once in one full sweep. Make sure you go out a couple times. Try to do a little bit at a time here and there. But luckily the top little bit is definitely a little bit fluffier. It's not super heavy, but it's a little bit heavier when you reach the bottom closer to the actual pavement itself. So just give yourself tons of time. Take it in chunks, take rests, drink some water, do a little bit in the morning, have some lunch, go back outside. I'll never forget the blizzard of 2013. We got so much snow. The tractor that my dad uses to plow the driveway at our house couldn't quite push it because it was heavy. So we went out probably over the course of 2 days, multiple times, to clear the whole driveway because we have a long driveway at home. So just take it in chunks, take it easy, and make sure you take that rest.
You're a former high school football player. You were out there with a shovel. That was no big deal for you, Kevin. Come on.
Yes, I've seen those muscles, Kevin. Yes, yeah. But still a great message, that health experts echo. They always say that. They always say take breaks, like Kevin just said, go inside, eat some lunch.
And bend your knees.
Yes.
I can feel my back right now. Bend those knees.
Me too, unfortunately. All right, well, Kevin, thank you so much. And we have a look now at the current power outages reported by Eversource. Right now, that number is at 13,186. That has increased over the last hour. It has increased over the whole morning. And really, Eversource is saying because people are waking up this morning, they're noticing their power is out and they're, either reporting it on their phone or they're calling in. UI has about 2,929 outages. And again, that's mostly along the shoreline. So a lot of homes impacted this Monday morning.
Yep, and we'll keep you apprised of those numbers on air and online all day. And as we head to break, A live look at the snow cover on 95 South and Old Lyme and Route 9 in Cromwell. You can see some vehicles pulled over. So please, by all means, stay home and off the roads if you can.
And I do want to point out, Kevin, in Old Lyme, you could see the pavement. So we know that crews are working there. If you do have to head out in Old Lyme, just take it slow. Our live team coverage continues as we show you the conditions where you live in every town and every city here in Connecticut. Next, we're getting a look at the conditions in Farmington with NBC Connecticut's Sydney Boyo. Time right now is 9:22. Stay with us. We'll be right back with everything you need to know.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Ryan was saying New Haven and Groton have confirmed.
Yes, blizzard conditions.
Blizzard conditions. And we even lost Groton for a little while.
We did, yes.
There was a time when we thought the winds were peaking and the anemometer just stopped reporting.
Yeah, and that wind gust that we got to Groton at one point was 68 miles an hour. So blizzard conditions, and you don't necessarily need snow coming down from the clouds to get a blizzard. You can actually just get what we call a ground blizzard, which is the snow blowing and drifting to bring the visibility down. So the blizzard continues, that's for sure. And we've got some power outages too because of the wind. Let's take a look. Eastern Connecticut especially getting hit hardest down the 395 corridor. That's where we've got the most number of outages. And you can see the scale here. The yellow is where we've got at least a few outages, but then once you get up to the red, that's close to certainly a much more substantial outage. We're about a third of Canterbury, a third of Lisbon without power at the moment. Some of the harder hit towns, Griswold, North Stonington, down into Groton, then heading up into Pomfret, Woodstock, and Eastford. Looks like Burlington as well. Our friend John Bajoni, meteorologist up in Burlington, reported wind gusts to 58. Portions of Naugatuck and Beacon Falls right now. Bethany looking at a number of power outages. Same story in Killingworth, Guilford, and Madison. And these numbers are only going to be increasing as we go through the day today because of all the snow and all the wind that we have out there. Here's a live look outside in Litchfield. Snowing pretty hard in Litchfield right now. We've got two bands of heavy snow that we're tracking, one in the northwest corner and one in the southeast corner. And as we take a look at the numbers that we've seen so far, it looks like we will see a top 5 snowstorm of all time in the Bridgeport area. Records go back to 1948. We're at 16 inches in Bridgeport as of 7 a.m. That was 2.5 hours ago. To crack the top 5, you need 16.7 inches, and I think we're going to get there. So an impressive snowstorm. The leader, the number 1 storm, is safe. We're not going to get 30 inches of snow in Bridgeport, but Eastern Connecticut could get close to 2 feet by the time all is said and done. Winds right now in Hartford, 48 miles per hour in Windsor Locks, 45 in Meriden, 54 in Greenwich 41, visibility close to 0 with the snow band. I'm going to show you the snow band here. Blizzard warnings in effect through the afternoon, and let's take a look at that band. The heaviest snow we have in the state is coming down from Torrington over through Litchfield, down through portions of Morris, then down into Washington, Roxbury, New Milford, Sherman, New Fairfield, Brookfield, portions of Newtown, Danbury, and Ridgefield. That's this heavy band of snow that's pretty far from the storm center. Closer to the storm center, the snow's coming down pretty hard in New London County. The rest of the state is more of a light to moderate snow, but it is still piling up, and we've got another couple hours to go before we get the storm out of here. The center of circulation south of Martha's Vineyard. Once we get it east of Nantucket or east of Nantucket's longitude, that's when we should begin to see the snowfall rates come down quite a bit. But more on the timing, let's send things over to meteorologist Bob Max. And Bob, we're getting a lot of great pictures too from our viewers.
Oh, great pictures indeed. Ryan, how many, I usually put a voice on any social media post. Hey, why are you guys putting up 10 to 20 inches for a range? And you just explained why.
Yeah, I mean, because you get these bands and, it's really hard to pin down where exactly they set up ahead of time. If you were just looking at the computer models over the weekend, you might think like, New London County is going to get the most, Litchfield County is going to get the least. And you and I know all too well that with these kinds of storms, you tend to get that surprise band way to the northwest, which we have in Litchfield County. But it's not a surprise anymore. We saw that one coming, and they're getting crushed right now.
I'm so glad you said that, because if you rewind 10, 12 years ago, we didn't have the model data. We didn't have the high-speed processing of computers. And now it's not a surprise. So, yeah. Well done. Great stuff. All right, let's talk about what's going on right now. I've been watching these plow guys here in Litchfield going to town on West Street, and there's somebody out there driving around too. All-wheel drive, it looks like. But look at this is moderate snow falling in Litchfield, maybe moderate to even heavy snow. And up here, of course, you see the American flag blowing in some of the wind gusts. I think you can see it. It might be behind the banner. Well, no, it's right there. So we always love our viewers, when we love our viewers' pets too. And one of the fun things about storms like this is a blizzard. It's not really much fun, but it is beautiful and the pets enjoy it. And later today, if the winds would slow down a little bit, the kids could get out and enjoy it. But this is our new Branford weather watcher. It's Maple. That's what it's all about. And of course, Lisa sent this in and she reminded me Westbrook. This is in Westbrook with a little bird feeder. Birds got to eat. I fed the birds yesterday. Hopefully they can get to some of that food. Patio doors from Jan in Watertown. This is what everyone's seeing is the snow is caked on the windows. Then you look out across the patio and varying amounts of snow. Look at this in Ivoryton. All right, Ivoryton, nobody's ever going to accuse Ivoryton of being the snow capital of the state. But check this out. They had about 4 inches on the ground, and now they've picked up about 20. So just epic stuff indeed. And Woodstock, Kim sent this in earlier. I just love the lawn furniture, the flower boxes. Oh yeah, it's going to be a little while before we get the daffodils. I had some plants that were coming up through the ground yesterday. Now they're buried again. Future radar and satellite. Let's time it out. Monster band, eastern Connecticut, especially southeastern. Monster band out here in the western part of the state. In between, see that lighter shading of the blue? That's lighter snow, less intense, and eventually the system and the snow shield starts to fall apart just a little bit as the storm, as Ryan just said, goes past Martha's Vineyard, the longitude, and we'll start to see the snowfall wind down midday and early afternoon. There still can be some snow, but it's not as impactful. Then the snow ends, we clear it out, and tomorrow looks like a partly sunny day. Great day for cleanup, and I think there will be widespread school issues tomorrow, whether they're 2 or 3 hour delays or just closures again, because you got to figure out what you're going to do with 1 to 2 feet of snow. The sun's out, and then we bring in another system. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, this looks like it could bring a burst of snowfall, maybe mixed with a little bit of rain during early Wednesday morning. And then that thing flies by, and there's some indications that later Friday or later Thursday into Friday, another ripple of low pressure could bring more snow. Gotta love it. February's going out like a lion. You have wind gusts right now between 45 and 64 miles per hour. This is forecasted, all right? This is model data. And I want to show you how it's still windy through 3:30. Still wind gusts, 30, 40 miles per hour. Len Bestoff's out there in his snowshoes. I'll wait till tomorrow or Wednesday to do some snowshoeing because I don't want to be out there with the winds blowing 40 miles an hour. I like to go to my local golf course and go snowshoeing. No, I'm not going to do that. And you can see the winds do diminish in many areas as we go into the day tomorrow. So your 10-day forecast stays pretty active. Remember, I think it's later Tuesday into Wednesday, a burst of some snow is possible. And then later Thursday into Friday, another burst of snow and, or rain. So we'll see how this plays out. Focus on this, though. That's right. March is right around the corner, starts on Sunday, and the weather gets a little milder before chilling out a little bit early next week. And that's your Storm Tracker 10-day forecast. Back to you, two.
Don't we call it March Madness? Should be February Madness this year, Bob?
It's going out like a lion, he says.
Sure is, Bree.
Oh,
and I mean, Bob and Ryan giving us the forecast, but let's actually go down to what people are experiencing out there. We want to check out the conditions in Hartford counties as blizzard moves through the area.
Our Storm Tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut Sydney Boyer. She's live for us in Farmington. And Sydney, you talked about getting some goggles yesterday. I know you were talking about that. Did you get them? I could see it hitting your face a lot. It's hard to keep your eyes open, it seems.
Yeah, Bree, I have them, and they're actually in the hotel room right now. I was just telling David, the photographer, I need to go grab them after this live shot. So the next time you see me, they will be on my face. And you know what? That wind really is the most jarring part about all of this. The meteorologists have been talking about it up to the days coming up to the storm. We've seen it online. I saw it in everyone's live shots this morning. But hearing about it and feeling it and experiencing it, two different things. Even walking here to the parking lot, I had to walk backwards, I didn't know where I was going. I was just hoping no one was coming, no one was gonna hit me, but you really feel that wind here. And honestly, I was telling David, our photographer, that, when I was living in Miami, we were always preparing for hurricanes. You hear the wind gusts, and that sound of the wind gusts was what I was hearing early this morning in our hotel room. Now, we're in Newington here, so you're getting a view of the conditions, but just 500 feet down the road, I did measure it on my phone, is West Hartford. So those conditions there are actually very similar to what we're experiencing here, which is just like this pelting snow filling coming down and these heavy, heavy winds.
And Sydney, I've asked Ryan and Bob 6 times already today for the definition of a blizzard, and I'll probably ask them 6 more times. 35-mile-an-hour winds sustained for at least 3 hours, quarter-mile of visibility or less for 3+ hours. We're seeing it with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't necessarily see it with Len Bestoff in Manchester 20 minutes ago, but you're feeling those gusts, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it here. I mean, visibility-wise, we can see each other pretty far, but we haven't gotten to the roads. We're not sure what those look like. But everything else, I mean, I have never experienced a blizzard in my 25 years of life. I know that's not saying a lot, but this is just crazy conditions out here that I'm feeling right now.
Do you feel fulfilled in life, Sydney, now that you've experienced your first blizzard?
You know what? Yes, Kevin, it's nothing like the South. It's nothing like Miami. I don't know if there's anything like New England winds, New England blizzards, oh, no. New England winter. I hope I'm making my mom proud doing this right now.
You're making everybody proud.
If I know Sydney well, I think, and quote me here if I'm wrong, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, Sydney, this I think might be her last blizzard ever. I think she's like, you know what? I saw New England. I tasted what it's like to live there. I'm going back to the warmth.
You know what? We don't know where life takes us, but I thought last winter was bad. Everyone told me it was not. Just wait, and here we are. Just wait. We see it here.
Well, you had me in Miami. Just the thought of Florida right now sounds pretty good. Sydney Boyle live for us this morning. Sydney, thank you. We are going to continue our Storm Tracker team coverage now on the Shoreline in Mystic. I mean, you think of Mystic. It's such a happening place.
Yeah.
One would think it's probably shut down today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can imagine all of those shops, on pizza place, just everything being closed for the day. Let's go to Jennifer Cuevas, who's live for us in Mystic. And Jen, where are you and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Bree, Kevin, we are just down the street from Mystic Pizza that you just mentioned. We are right on the drawbridge, and these wind gusts, they are pushing us right now. It has gotten so strong in just the past less than 5 minutes that we've been standing here. And actually, we have a person. We found somebody, right, who decided to come out on these treacherous conditions to check out the boats here. We have Eric standing by. Sir, how was your walk down to the Bastille Bridge?
It was a little difficult, pounding through some snow drifts and fighting the gusts.
Yeah, I mean, you have your snow goggles on, and you were telling me you were coming down to just check out some of the boats here for your clients.
Yeah, that's right. The Argia. I'm one of the captains, just taking a look and making sure she's all right. She is riding a little hard, but that's because the wind and the current are against each other, so it's making a little bit of chop there.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, how far did you walk?
I'm over by the railroad station.
Over by the railroad station, so just a couple minutes.
Yeah, just a few minutes. Took me about maybe 10 minutes to get over here.
But it's
5,
tough,
10.
right? It's
Yeah,
tough out
yeah.
there.
I don't advise going out. I just had some things I had to check on, and I think it's kind of fun.
Well, thank you so much, Eric.
Yeah.
We'll just stand by here for a second. But yeah, I mean, as you just heard it, Bree, Kevin, we are seeing some very strong and poor conditions out here in terms of visibility. You just saw the water, some very choppy conditions as well. Of course, thankfully, no boats are out, but this is what we can continue to expect. And of course, the drawbridge, it's staying down for the rest of this blizzard here, thankfully. And in terms of some of the, just on the other side here of the Mystic River Park, we are starting to see some of those businesses now. We can see them a little bit clearer, a little bit closer. But of course, everything is still closed here in this downtown area. You're seeing the shops right now just a little bit frozen over. As well as their signs just whipping back and forth throughout this morning. So that's what we've been dealing with out here in Mystic. And the wind, just really is not letting up at all. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Yeah, Jen, and I think that you said that Eric is still by you. If you could ask him, what have this season? It's been a very active winter season. How have the conditions made it maybe more difficult for him to check on those boats near Mystic?
All right, Jennifer Cuevas live for us in Mystic, and obviously with all that wind and that snow, difficult for Jennifer to hear us, but we'll get back to her at some point in Mystic. And if I had to answer that question, guessing, probably not the easiest winter for people that manage boats, especially those that haven't come out of the water. You go down to places like Niantic, and so many of the boats in the respective marinas are out of the water. But for the ones that are in there, not ideal.
I mean, I was honestly surprised to see the boat that they were showing us there, that it's there at this time of the season. I also want to point out, Kevin, we talked about this before we tossed to Jen. I saw the closed sign on that store that she was panning to with the camera. I wonder how long it's going to be there. Is it going to run into tomorrow too? So
well, we know this Memorial Day weekend, it'll be hopping there.
Yeah.
That's 3 long months away.
Yeah, we've got some time to get there. 25 days to spring, but who's counting, right?
We are.
Yes, I am. All right, we've been checking all around the state to bring you a live look of the conditions, and Hartford's also getting hit. Joining us live right now is Mayor Arunan Arulampalam.
Mayor, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning. I know it's busy for you helping to run the city of Hartford. How is the city's response so far to this blizzard? Tell us about the conditions and how things are going the way of cleaning up sort of in real time.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing out my window that so many of our residents are seeing. It has been whiteout conditions for a lot of the morning. And DPW has been working around the clock here in the city of Hartford to make sure we can keep our roads clear, to make sure that we can get around our city safely. We've been lucky. People have really complied here in the city of Hartford. We've worked together, and folks have gotten their cars off the road. They've stayed off the road themselves. We haven't had any major incidents so far, which for a blizzard like this is really something. We hadn't had any major snowstorms in about a decade, and we've gotten now the second one in about a month. And so I think all of the first responders are working as hard as they can. It's been a rough winter, but doing an incredible job out there, just trying to make sure that we can get around to every corridor. Obviously, we've got a lot of hospitals here in the city of Hartford, the state capitol, and a lot of first responders here. We want to make sure that all of those major institutions, but also all of our residents are able to stay safe during the storm. And so we're doing everything we can to get those roads clear.
And Mayor Arulampalam, you said that the community has been really responsive. I know that you said during a press conference during, I believe, the weekend, that you were going to have no tolerance for people leaving their cars on the streets. So where can people park right now? And you said that everyone has been, compliant, but where can people park? And here's my big question: how Could this potentially impact school for tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to continue to get out information on tomorrow. We've got blue light lots open all across the city. And so we've got a list on our website. And also, if you want to reach out to 311, they can get you that information. But all of the school lots, all of the recreation centers across the city, a number of other blue light lots. So every neighborhood has some blue light lots. Because those lots are used for parking, it impacts, obviously, the time that schools can open. And we're in constant communication with our schools to figure out what the right balance is of making sure that we can clear these streets and get folks off these streets, but also bring cars back in to be able to open up school. We are going to get information on that to residents throughout the day here. We want to watch and see how the storm tapers off later in the afternoon before we make a real determination on that. Obviously, safety is the first consideration here. And then we also want to make sure that we're clearing all of those roads as far as we can. What we've learned from the last major storm is that once those cars come back onto the streets, it's just so much harder in the days and weeks ahead to try to get snow off of those streets. And so we want to make sure that we make as thorough a pass as we can of the snow before we bring those cars back on. And so that once folks go back to usual, when business goes back to usual, that we really have clear streets, that we have streets in which folks can get out of their homes and get out of neighborhoods and through the streets of Hartford without any major incidents.
Mayor, where do you put all the snow? I mean, this is not easy in any urban environment. For the city of Hartford, does some of it end up in the Connecticut River? Where does it go?
No, it doesn't. And, a lot of my friends have sent me videos of what New York does. I think they tend to dump some of their snow or if they, those hot tubs turn it into water, they put it in the Hudson. We can't because of the ecological impact that it would have on the Connecticut River. And so we've got to find lots for all of this snow to go, which is really difficult. In the last storm, I think at one point we said we had cleared 40 million pounds of snow. Actually, the updated numbers are from the last storm. We cleared 70 million pounds of snow in the city of Hartford, and we have lots of there's a few around the city where we put them, but it is a feat to try to clear that level of snow to get it off of streets and out of neighborhoods. And so we're now, having been hit with the second major storm, we're really doing the best we can to find places to put all the snow to make sure that we can clear it out of our streets.
Yeah, you mentioned the hospitals in the city of Hartford, St. Francis Hartford Hospital, to name a couple, making sure roads are clear for first responders to get people in emergency situations. Also, the bus service. So many people that live in the city of Hartford rely on the buses. What's the status with buses running or not running today and into tomorrow?
Yeah, the state of Connecticut runs the buses through DOT, and so we're in coordination with them. Right now, we don't want anybody to be on the streets, and so as much as possible, we are encouraging folks to stay home. There aren't any buses running at this moment, but we will get information to folks on when services get back up and operating. But right now, everyone should stay inside, no matter who you are. We're trying to make sure that everyone stays in a home, and if they don't have a home, we have teams that are out there making sure that all of our unhoused population, especially in this blizzard, is able to come into shelter. Nobody should be outside in this weather, regardless of who they are or where they are.
That is such a good point. No one should be outside during the conditions. And just to reiterate, 211, you can call it or go to 211ct.org. All of the resources are there. No one should be outside during these blizzard-like conditions in Hartford County or anywhere. So it's a great resource. Mayor Arun Arulamplam, thank you so much for your time and for giving us the very latest updates out of Hartford County.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mayor.
And remember, you can be a storm tracker if you can do so safely. That is the biggest point, safely. Send us photos of today's snow from wherever you live or wherever you are. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to email us at shared@nbcconnecticut.com, or you could tag us on social media. I posted something also on Instagram. Send me your pictures. I'll get them to our producers. We want to see what you're waking up to this morning. And you could use your photos to feature them right here on NBC Connecticut.
Scan the QR code on your screen to download that NBC Connecticut app. There you can find the very latest on the storm tracker forecast as we show you the conditions where you live. And coming up next, we're going to show you the conditions in Milford and Enfield. So please stick around for this special coverage of the blizzard of 26.
Yeah, we've been talking about Rhode Island really getting slammed. Let's go live to Portsmouth, or not live, I'm sorry. This is video from Portsmouth over the Saconnet River. My friends that live right in that exact spot, but it's not Anne Marie.
Wow.
But that is blizzard conditions and impossible to measure the snow, and it's a ground blizzard, but it's also snowing like crazy over there. Some areas, maybe Portsmouth, Cranston, upwards of 3 feet of snow.
I think that we're going to be very close to the largest blizzard on record for TF Green Airport. I think their record's like 28 or 29 inches. I think they might get there.
Was that 78?
I don't think it was 78, but I'll have to go double check.
I rarely stump him on any history.
That's true. My Rhode Island history is not as good. But, looking at that video from Rhode Island, and someone sent it into our Slack chat earlier, and I was like, I am a deranged weather geek. The first thing I thought when I saw that was like, man, I wish I was outside of that. Which I'm sure like 5 people who are watching at home right now would agree with that. But yes, it's a...
I would go outside for a good 10 minutes and then say, okay, I'm done. I'm ready to snowblow when I get home.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little chilly.
I do miss being out in the elements sometimes, at least for like an hour at a time. Well, all right, let's take a look at what's going on. We're going to start things off with this. Hey, Bob, look at this. This is Danbury.
Where is everybody?
Yeah.
That's good.
They're getting the memo, but that's 84 in Danbury, and look how low the visibility is here. So we're getting this heavy snow band in western Connecticut now. And so often these snowstorms give us 2 bands of heavy snow. You get one that's closer to the storm center and then another one that is removed from the storm center, and that is what is moving through Litchfield County down through Danbury and down toward, actually, all the way down from Greenwich down toward New York City. In fact, just looking at the observations, Newark's up to 23 inches of snow with this storm. This is a look at visibility across Connecticut. Visibility is a good proxy for how heavy the snow is, because the heavier the snow, the lower the visibility. The visibility is about a half mile now from Windsor Locks to Hartford. That's moderate snow. About a quarter mile heavier snow, Groton and Stonington, obviously that heavy band from Danbury to Greenwich. But these numbers have come up, so the visibility is improving in many areas as the snowfall rates come down a bit. Winds are still gusting up to 54 in Groton, 48 miles per hour at Bradley Airport. So live Doppler radar tracking those 2 bands of heavy snow. This is one of those bands, and the reason why you tend to get 2 bands is they tend to develop at different levels of the atmosphere. The reason we've got this band is because up at about 10 or 12,000 feet high, the air is rising really rapidly. So way to the northwest of the storm center, you get this band in the mid-levels of the atmosphere that develops, still drops a lot of snow. And then lower levels in the atmosphere, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 feet, the air is just rushing in off the Atlantic Ocean. And as that happens, it runs into basically a wall, and that forces the air to rise. And so you get this band here closer to the storm. That's from Groton up through Rhode Island and southeastern Mass. In between, you get a little bit of subsidence where the air has to sink, because you can't rise everywhere. Where something goes up, something has to go down at the same time. And so that's why we've got lighter snowfall from, let's say, about Tolland down through Hartford and Middletown, and even the New Haven area a little bit lighter. But on either side of that, some heavy snow. So we'll get 2 pockets of the state that will be around 20 inches or even higher. Western Connecticut near the New York border gets about 20, and also 20 in southeastern Connecticut. The lowest totals will be in the Hartford area up through Windsor Locks and Enfield, but still about a foot in those locations. And check out this satellite loop. This was supposed to animate, but you get the idea here. This is the center, almost, has sort of a hurricane-like look. It has the pressure, the barometric pressure of what you would see in a hurricane. It's down to 966 millibars, so it's a very intense storm. But right in the center, it actually clears out like you'd see in the eye of the storm. Sort of a really impressive, classic-looking nor'easter over the Gulf Stream right now, south of Nantucket. It's that combination of the warm Gulf Stream, a cold Arctic high up across the Midwest and the plains, and the difference in pressures giving us the wind and giving us this just beautiful imagery on the satellite loop. And on the northwest side, that is where you get the heavy snow, and that's what we have here in Connecticut. With more on what's going on with this storm, we go through the next several hours. Let's send things over to Bob Maxson. And Bob, Litchfield still looks pretty good. Still snowing pretty good up there.
Still snowing pretty good. They're already, they're already starting cleanup, and they're going to try to get ahead of this as fast as they can. And West Street's looking better and better. You can see there's a few folks driving around, essential employees, I'm sure, and also the plows have been working really hard there on West Street and around the beautiful green. Do note that, where is it? Right up here in the trees, there's the American flag, and it's flapping. and it's flapping in these gusty north to northeast winds. So let's take a look at future radar. Here we are, we're approaching 10 o'clock, and we have, as Ryan just showed you, we still have these two very impressive bands of snowfall, especially in the west and southeast. In between, where we get that subsidence, we get a hole. And that's exactly what the model data is showing. And as the low begins to pull away, even though it's intensifying, it's incredibly low barometric pressure, it can only last so long. As it's moving away, it loosens its grip on our weather, and the moisture begins to get pulled into the center of the storm, and you can see what happens. The snowfall winds down. So as we go through the early part of the afternoon, early to mid-afternoon, we can still be getting some snow, and I think this is why we feel there's going to be a couple of areas near the Rhode Island border that end up with about 24 inches of snow. I mean, they're already there. They're already around 20, 21, 22, and so it's super impressive. And then the band out here into the west finally dies and fades away, and the storm departs. So using the same model data, how much additional snow? So if you want to go start cleaning up in the central part of the state, I'm ready to give you the green light. You might pick up another inch, but if you're ambitious and you don't mind 50-mile-an-hour winds and you want to go start doing some snow removal or at least some snow maintenance or management, you can. But out here in the west, at least another 2 to 4, 2 to 3, 2 to 4, 2 to 5 inches of snow is possible. And then look right along the Rhode Island border. The model data supports 3 to 5 inches additional. Power outages continue to be impressive. Obviously, widespread outages. The percentages in each town fairly low, except Lisbon, Griswold. I should be better. What are those towns up here, right? What are those two orange towns, Ryan? Bethany. I knew, it was on the tip of my tongue. North of Trumbull, Bethany, and toward Eastford, West. No, it's in New Haven County. Okay, near the Naugatuck Valley.
Beacon Falls and
Beacon
Bethany.
Falls. And okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I knew
you're
it.
welcome.
It's just, it helps when the highways are on the map, because that's kind of how we relate to the whole world, is via the highways. So that's your power outage situation right now. Now, we're going to take a look at your 10-day forecast. And I just want you to know, tomorrow night into Wednesday, another burst of snow. Thursday into Friday, another burst of snow, maybe a mix, but right now I'm angling toward, now these will not be nor'easters, but they'll be clipper systems, so it keeps it unsettled. Hopefully by the weekend we'll clear it out, because this is March 1st, which is of course the same month as the vernal equinox. So I'll toss it back to you guys by saying spring is right around the corner. Actually, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Julia LeBlanc. Julia LeBlanc went back. She better have gone back outside Milford. Yes, Julia is out there in the elements in Milford. Julia, how are things going down there? Looks like the visibility is a bit better.
Yeah, God forbid a girl tries to make her interviewee feel comfortable for a second, Bob, and take them inside for an interview. These poor truck drivers out here. Mohammed, thank you so much for talking with us in our last half hour. Yep, we've made our way back outside. We were only inside for a short while, but it's definitely better visibility here on 95. We're at the 95 rest stop here in Milford on the northbound side. The visibility is definitely way better than what we were seeing like around 5 o'clock this morning. If you take a look to your left here at that sign that talks about the travel ban earlier in our earlier shows, you really couldn't even see that sign because there was so much snowfall coming down at such a clip here. Take a look at those roads. That travel ban obviously still in effect. We are seeing some cars out on the roads and we are seeing some blacktop. However, it's not great conditions to be out and about and driving. It's slippery. I checked in with the Milford DPW. They said they're actually having a really hard time clearing this snow because it is so heavy, it is so wet. Their trucks are slipping, okay? So if the plows and the folks that are out there with the big heavy machinery are slipping, that means you're gonna be slipping too. So let's just show you here in Milford, we've been talking about how wet the snow is, and earlier today it almost felt like rain was hitting my face. Very painful, icy rain. Now it has formulated into, as they're going through and plowing the rest stop here at 95, off of 95 here in Milford, all of the ice is packing together because it is so wet. It is that type of icy now snow. And even if I try to step out here carefully, just a little bit, you can see some of that slick ice underneath here. You can see that slush. So it is very, very slippery out there. Even though we're not seeing so much of that snowfall coming down right now, the roads are very slick, and that's what we're hearing from the DPW as well. But us in the tractor trailers here, that's pretty much been the story all morning long. We've got them all lined up as they are waiting for this trailer, this commercial vehicle ban to be lifted and that they can go back out onto the roadways. I'm going to move here so I'm not in the middle of the road there, just in case somebody comes. So they're all just waiting for conditions to clear up. They say, especially with that wind here on the shoreline here in Milford, you really don't want a tractor trailer out on the roadway because they can easily, of course, slip and hurt somebody and themselves, but because they could easily end up in a jackknife situation because that wind is moving their trailers around. We are seeing some people out and about here stopping at the rest stop, getting some gas, braving the storm. A lot of them stuck, a lot of them traveling from other places. We spoke with one couple that actually just got here off of a cruise in Florida. Then they come home to this and they're heading to the Cape. And by what you guys are saying, unfortunately, it's not going to be much better down there with a very windy situation there as well. So things are improving, I would say, here on the shoreline when it comes to the snow, but the wind is still relentless and it's still an awful situation to try to drive out and about right there. Here's a person with their truck. You can see the whole thing covered at this point. So still a lot coming down here. We will send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Man, if I was on a cruise right now, I'd kindly ask the captain to turn the ship around and head back out to sea. Julia, from our perspective on 95, it looks like cars are heeding all the warnings. It looks like people are slowing down because where you are on 95, people are usually whipping by at 70 plus miles per hour.
Oh, 70 plus, Kev, I'd say maybe 100 plus here in Milford around 95 on a normal day, unfortunately.
But people are slowing down then? I mean, that's what it seems like from this vantage point.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You kind of have really no choice. It's hard to see the highway from this vantage point, but you can see that, yes, you are seeing some blacktop there, but it's still snow covered and it still is that slushy, slick material. So yeah, people are in that right lane. They're slowing down. I'm not seeing anyone zip by here. I have, however, seen some tractor trailers that unfortunately are not supposed to be out here. Once things got pretty bad earlier this morning around 5 a.m., I saw less and less of those just because it physically was impossible for them to be out and about in this. But yeah, for the most part, people are taking it pretty slowly as they go by here on 95.
All right, Julia LeBlanc live for us in Milford. Julia, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later in our coverage.
Yeah, and we have some video to show you now out of New London. Even some plows are getting stuck in the snow. You could see this right there out of New London. This is on the area of Route 1 and Lee Avenue. The viewer who sent this to us, Rosa, said the driver was stuck for about 30 to 40 minutes before taking this video. So it's definitely a good reminder right now at this time to be patient with plows. They're trying their best. They're doing their job because they have a lot to work with in cleaning up our neighborhoods.
And historically, I mean, places like New London and Waterford and Mystic get the least amount of snow, and they're getting absolutely slammed with this blizzard.
They're getting hammered, absolutely. So just be patient, you know. Coming in, I saw the roads you could see that they were cleaned up. So just be patient. They're getting around. They're working very, very long shifts.
And a statewide commercial vehicle ban, as we've been telling you, is in effect as the snowfall rates top about 2 inches per hour.
Yeah, and Governor Ned Lamont is urging all residents to stay off the roads. We can't emphasize that enough this morning. NBC Connecticut's Noah Cornelius is live in Enfield with a look at the conditions on the ground there. And Noah, what are you seeing?
Yeah, good morning, guys. What I'm seeing is a lot of snow, and I am not trying to predict how much falls, but I do want to showcase where we're standing at right now. We've been here since, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and we've seen this snow pile up shortly. So, whoa, that's a lot deeper than I honestly thought it was. I have our storm tracker stick here, and we're going to measure how deep this is. At least in this spot in particular, it's 15 inches deep. You can kind of I mean, yeah, kind of around 15 each. I know there's some hard ice right there, but the other thing I wanted to talk about was these roads, as you guys mentioned. Behind us, we had some people who spun out, and we turned around and we were like, hey, do you guys need any help? And they said they were fine. Luckily, they were able to get their front-wheel drive car going, but it just emphasizes the fact, especially if you don't have a car that's built for this kind of weather, as we get more wind gusts blowing our way, it's not entirely safe to be out here. So unless you have to drive somewhere, unless you have to get somewhere, unless you're essential, stay home.
Yeah, and Noah, I mean, I know you joined our team and we're so happy to have you here. You know, what has your personal experience, you know, coming to Connecticut and experiencing this blizzard during your first season here?
Yeah, you know, of course, I want to give respect to the fact that this is still a major storm, a lot of power outages in some vehicle bans, temporary bans, but this is unlike anything I personally have seen before coming from North Carolina. So when the opportunity came to at least measure it, I knew I had to. So it's still a very serious storm. Let's take it seriously. Let's stay safe. And if you don't have to be outside, stay home.
You don't know, you grew up in North Carolina in the Charlotte area, but your last stop in television was in Green Bay, and I just always think of the old John Facenda NFL films about the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. How does this compare to what people go through in Green Bay every day?
You know, every day is kind of strong, I will say, but when I was in Green Bay for the past 2 years, I never experienced anything like this personally, but I'm learning from Connecticut faithful and Connecticut born and raised that this weather hasn't come in a long time. So I'm taking it for a grain of salt and I'm enjoying it.
So it's your fault, though. You brought the weather
guys
from Green Bay. We're going to blame this on you,
Oh
I
my
guess.
God. Hey, don't start that. Don't start that. Don't start that now. No, but everybody stay safe. This is still a really big storm.
Noah Cornelius, live in Enfield. Noah, thank you. And before we head to break, you can scan the QR code on your screen to download the free NBC Connecticut app. There you can find the latest on this storm and your storm tracker forecast. Please stick around. More live team coverage right after the break. We'll head to Darien.
All right, welcome back. This Monday morning, we're watching the blizzard-like conditions across the state impacting so many people, so many homes. As schools are closed, you know, cleanup is underway. And now we're heading back out to the shoreline. Our storm tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut's Andrew Rowan. And Andrew is live in Darien this morning. Andrew, what are conditions like? What have you seen this morning?
Bree, the wind just picked up in about 5 seconds ago, right before that, and knocked over our shovel. So I'm going to get to that in a second. I want to show you what I-95 looks like. I know we were just talking with Julia. The main issue right now, people are actually going, I don't know if they're going slow up until they see Julia and then speeding when they see us. The main concern is the visibility. If you look in the distance, about 2 hours ago when we talked around 8:45, it was tough to see even the merge point. And now we have a little bit better visibility. But if you look here on the left, people are still flying by us. This was a tractor trailer that was about to pull out and it looks like it had gotten stuck. So now we have what appears to be state police sort of checking what's going on. We have seen a little bit of movement in terms of tractor trailers coming and going, because remember, the commercial vehicle ban is in effect, but if you're carrying essential supplies or food, you're exempt. So I see a Costco truck over here that was just fueling up in the last couple of minutes. But other than that, we haven't seen very many people at all unless you're in a high-vis vest because you're an Eversource contractor standing by for the winds, or you're a plow truck driver. We're in Darien because of this. If you look on the other side, this is a Department of Transportation maintenance facility, and I wanted to show you a bunch of visuals of people loading salt into their trucks, etc., which we saw around 8:30, 9 o'clock. There's nobody there right now because of the 16-hour shift. So if you remember, they were called in around 3 or 4 o'clock. 16 hours sort of puts us in that 8 to 9 a.m. transition period, and then it's been pretty empty since then because the crews are out on the road. A lot of people have asked, well, what are the roads looking like at the moment? How does this compare to some of the other storms? In terms of the last 3-4 hours, crews have actually done a very good job of keeping inches off the highway. And what I mean by that is when you're driving, sure, it's not great, but it's not like you're driving through inches of snow, which is something we saw on 84 on December 26th, that storm after Christmas, and what was that, January 25th, that late January storm. For a while there, people were just driving through it and getting stuck on the side. I haven't seen that so far in this point of view, Bree and Kevin. As far as the wind, though, I went to school in Chicago. That was very unpleasant. This probably rivals that. So.
Yeah, Chicago often referred to as the Windy City, not because of the winds in the atmosphere, actually because of what the politicians often have coming out of their mouths. That aside, Andrew, you cover transportation so well for us. Tell us about the modified schedules Metro North trains are running on right now.
Yeah, so there's a modified schedule. Metro North, they're running on an hourly schedule. And it was very interesting. Yesterday, the Department of Transportation Commissioner said that doesn't mean we want people to take the train, because you have Long Island Railroad, which totally said, hey, we're not running at all today. So I asked, what's the deal with Metro North? Why run it an hour if you don't want anyone to take it? The way they keep the track clear, especially on the New Haven line, is they have a third rail, which basically they attach something to the front of the electric trains, or the modified trains, that push the snow off the tracks, and that's how they keep them clear. And then they switch the track switches, which allows operators to determine what track you go on. Those are heated, so they need trains to run every hour to keep that going. But if you think about the cleanup they have for the stations, as this tractor trailer is pulling out here from Costco, that's what they sort of need to be able to keep service operational. He's giving us a honk as he heads out, hopefully with food. But again, commercial van is still in effect until further notice. And the past two storms, or the past storm, they've given us an indication, hey, we're going to lift this at this time, which we have not seen yet. I know you guys were talking with Eva a couple hours ago, and she was just saying it's until further notice.
Yeah. Andrew Rowan, our transportation reporter in Darien. Andrew, thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you so much for giving us the scope, on the roads with the plow trucks and also on the trains, because I think that's a big thing. It's a big way of commuting. So thank you, Andrew, so much.
And Andrew referred to Eva. That's Eva Zamara, spokesperson for State DOT, who told us about an hour ago that there are 900 drivers for DOT across the state, plus 200 contractors for some 650 trucks, trying to keep the roads clear. But by all means, you were urged to stay home today. This is a blizzard across the state. Definition of a blizzard, 35-mile-an-hour plus winds for a sustained period of 3 hours, with those gusts at 35 and a quarter mile visibility or less for 3 straight hours. So, you may see different conditions at different times and think, it doesn't look that bad. It is a blizzard across Connecticut. You are urged to stay home. I saw Andrew with that Costco truck with all that stuff. They sell salt like this, not the salt that we need in the trucks to get out on the roads today.
And I think a lot of people are looking for that salt. And also, just to add to what you were saying, Kevin, Eva did say, like, if you do have to go out on the road, if you work at a hospital, if you're a police officer, a firefighter, you need to get to your job, stay 300 feet away from the plow trucks. She said that's about a football field distance. So just when you're thinking of perspective, really keep that distance and to keep yourself safe, right? Everyone wants to get home safely today after all of this.
100%. That's great advice you passed on from Eva. Hey, our continuing coverage continues now with storm tracker meteorologist Alexis Clements.
Yeah, she went from Avon and now joins us now in New Hartford. So, Alexis, tell us about how the roads were when you traveled from Avon to New Hartford.
Yeah, I mean, as Andrew talked about, it's not great. I'm actually going to step aside right now because we have a plow coming over, and I don't want to get that snow pushed all over me. So perfect timing there. You can see the plow. They're doing a great job. I think maybe they waved as well, so that was really nice. But I wanted to move out of the way because I didn't want to get hit with any of that snow. So they're doing a really great job. They're coming through, and actually, there's another one coming as well. So let me step away again. They knew they wanted to be on TV, guys. That's absolutely the timing here. They've been coming pretty well, though, and I mean, you can see it's slushy out there. It is slick. You definitely, I mean, it's normally what, a 15-20 minute drive from Avon to New Hartford, and it probably took us about 30 to 40. So that's something to keep in mind with this as well. Here in the northwestern part of the state, we're just now over the Litchfield County line. We've got Farmington River behind us. Lesser impacts, but what I've been saying all morning is that the lower, again, quote unquote, lower impacts of the state where I'm at right now are still not great. This wind is, we're kind of beefing right now. I'm not a big fan of the wind blowing directly into my face for, hours on end since I've been awake at 2 a.m. And, when I was a kid, loved snow days more than anything. Once I got to be an adult and started driving and going into work, I decided, you know what? When it comes to winter, I am an enjoy a storm from the inside kind of gal. So this is tough. This is tough. I love a good snow day. I love getting out in the snow. But these are not the conditions to do so in. But I'm gonna go sled and hit the slopes, tomorrow or coming up this weekend. Should be much better. But if you guys are sitting on your couch right now and thinking, should I go outside and shovel? Say a prayer for a little bit, bundle up, make sure you look like the kid from A Christmas Story, and be ready to go. But just know, it's still snowing, the wind is biting, and that's not going to die down until we head towards tonight, guys. Back to you.
Alexis, as Bree alluded to, you made the trek from Avon to New Hartford, your current location. Tell us a little bit more about what that drive was like, because I'd imagine you're not on any main roads going from Avon to New Hartford.
Yeah, I mean, 44, it was pretty, I mean, as you can see behind us here, I'll step aside again. I mean, you can't really see a lot of the pavement, that snow, it's slushy, very, very slippery. We talk about, your stopping distance. It, doubles, triples, quadruples in the snowfall. So, I mean, it's drivable. It's not like what Andrew Rowan was saying, the storm from, 2 months ago, where people were getting literally stuck on the interstates. Anything that's not treated, though, or has not been plowed, very, very difficult to navigate. We were kind of looking at some parking lots up and down to settle in, and it was hard to find one that we could drive through because they hadn't been plowed. But I can tell you right now, in New Hartford on 44, everything's closed. There's not really anybody out here except for crews, which is a good thing for sure. Guys, back to you.
And Alexis, I do have a personal question for you this morning. You've been here now a year, right? And we love having you. I love working with you on the weekends. We're always chatting about weather. You said when you came here, you wanted a New England nor'easter.
Here you go.
How are we feeling?
You know what? And I said it yesterday too. I was like, you know what? One of the first things I said when I moved up here was, man, I gotta experience a real nor'easter, a snow nor'easter that is. And I'm biting my tongue right now. And I'm the kind of person that's like, all right, I've experienced it once. I'm done. But I know obviously I'm going to be here for a while, and that's obviously never the case. But yeah, I guess, I mean, you were talking about Noah, blaming him, coming from Green Bay. I guess you can blame me. This was kind of my fault, so I apologize to everyone here. But hey, now we're in it, and it's, you know, it's making headlines everywhere.
I love the ownership that she's taken, you know, like she wanted it, she called for it, we're here. So I love the ownership, Alexis.
Yeah. Alexis Clemens live for us in New Hartford. Some of us are old enough to remember the blizzard of '78. You want to talk about a blizzard? I'm sure Ryan and Bob will give us more context and perspective on that. But that was one, you know, if you experienced that in '78, you didn't want to see another blizzard. But Mother Nature always has other plans. Let's look at the power outage totals across the state thus far. Eversource is reporting more than 14,000 customers without power. And on the Shoreline, UI tells us nearly 1,200 people are in the same boat as you see those numbers on the screen. 14,406 for Eversource and a little more than 1,100 for UI.
And for Eversource, it definitely increased over the last hour by probably 1,000. And here are some things that you should remember in case you do experience a power outage. If you're waking up without lights this morning, Eversource recommends you and your family fully charge your phones right now. In case you do still have power, charge them right now and have backup batteries ready for things like flashlights. Kevin, I know I don't have a flashlight, which is horrible.
I never have a flashlight.
Yeah, I have candles.
There
so
you go.
yeah, keep them handy and make sure that they work, and be sure to have enough food on hand if your power does go out. The FDA says your fridge will only keep food cold for about 4 hours if it is unopened. So don't open the door. An unopened full freezer will keep food cold for about 2 days. Our coverage continues right after this very quick break.
Now, your NBC Connecticut Storm Tracker forecast with meteorologist Bob Maxon.
Yeah, our blizzard coverage continues. Thanks for being with us this morning, 10:21. And obviously, visibility is better. Snow is lighter right now in Hartford. This is our Duncan Park camera. And if you close your eyes and just think about maybe a warm summer night and some baseball hanging out by the party deck. Kevin gives me a nod, yes. We head to Danbury, and we find, this is really good news, a total lack of traffic, right? Nobody on 84, east or westbound in the Hat City. Yeah, just incredible, right? Still snowing quite hard, though. We still have this band of snow, and we'll get to that in just a minute. We still have these 2 areas of snowfall, and some of the numbers are, to be quite honest with you, pretty eye-popping, as we've had our first Volantown reporting 2 feet of snow. 24 inches of snow plus wind. Wow. Hey, good morning to Maple. Maple is our new Branford weather watcher. All Maple requires is belly rubs and treats, and she'll continue to give us weather reports. Iverton snow, super impressive. Look at that. You don't get that along the shoreline very often, but you did. Sophie wants to be the weather watcher from Beacon Falls. If you have a dog, you know this happens. And this creates very wet conditions in the kitchen, right when they come inside the back door, because eventually it melts and falls off. I thought this was a cool shot. Snowed in. Charlotte, the blowing snow sticking to the windows. Isn't that cool? What a cool shot. I personally was actually looking at this nice bench with the cushion. Could use a nap. Okay, here's the storm. You can see just incredible satellite imagery here. Circulation so intense, such low atmospheric pressure, about 960, 965 millibars. It almost looks like a hurricane. So call it a snowcane, call it a blizzard, call it whatever you want. But these bands of moisture are still reaching back into Connecticut. And with that, some impressive snowfall amounts, like Moosup, 21 inches. Okay, think about geography. Woodstock, northeast corner, 18 inches of snow. New Fairfield, as far west as you can go, 18 inches of snow. New Milford, 14, 11 inches. Man, my eyes are tired. I can't even read the script. I can't read the screen anymore. I'm too far away. 11 inches in Manchester. So there's your low pressure center, and it moves up toward Nova Scotia and moves away. The farther it moves away, the better our weather will get, at least temporarily. The pressure gradient will relax, but it's going to take a little while. I think it's still pretty windy with gusts 30 to 45, even 50 miles an hour into this evening. They'll relax tonight, and I think they can kick back in tomorrow. Latest, okay, 74 in Nantucket, 74 mile an hour gust, 58 at Hyannis and Falmouth. Wow, 58 mile an hour winds in Providence, very impressive. 47 miles per hour at Tweed and 54 mile per hour gust. And we've had as high as 68, so it doesn't pop off the screen, but it's still super impressive when these winds are blowing. So take a look at the radar. Not much has changed here, which means the numbers are really going to start to pop up even higher. Heavy snow, extreme southeast part of the state. Can't wait to hear numbers out of Voluntown and North Stonington and over toward Ledyard. I bet you the numbers will be pretty impressive. And then you go all the way back out here to the western portion of the state, where again we have some reports coming up on 20, 21 inches of snow. Really impressive. In Voluntown, that's right, we just had that report of 24 inches of snow. So yeah, this depiction here, you can see the bands a little bit clearer, still holding together right now. Southern Litchfield County over into Fairfield County, right around Brookfield, right near Candlewood Lake or just off to the east of the lake. It is snowing like crazy, and some of the heaviest snow seems to be just edging out of New London County, but boy, super impressive. So trend is our friend. The storm pulls away and the amount of precipitation really starts to diminish as we go through the early to middle part of the afternoon. The winds will still blow. We'll still get blowing and drifting snow. You're not running out to the movie theater or something, probably closed anyways. Road conditions will be slow to improve thanks to the hard work of everybody with the DPW, DOTs, and private contractors. And then tomorrow we'll get some sunshine. But wait. Nice day tomorrow, not a nice day Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. We have another burst of snow. Okay, in fact, I got a different depiction I want to show you of that in just one second. How much snow could we get in the next couple of hours? Not a lot, but this is impressive. If we can get some of these bands to get back into eastern Connecticut, they can always regenerate, 3 to 5 inches additional, which would put many towns up around or above 2 feet of snow, and maybe an inch or two. But we can start, if you want to do some snow management, you can. So there goes the blizzard. This is the European forecast model. Tuesday night late into Wednesday, clipper system. Snow, maybe a little rain mixed in. Yeah, how about another one? Frontal boundary stalls, low pressure forms along it. Well, this is only one depiction, but you can't ignore it. That would be Thursday night into Friday. Hello. That's exactly what Kevin asked me about. He goes, can you get me some more snow? Because this isn't enough, this 14 to 24. Bree's like, come on, if we're going to have winter, we may as well have a real winter, right? Yeah, there's your 10-day forecast. You can see those chances for precipitation. It looks like things calm down a little bit for the weekend as we close out February. and start March on Sunday. Can you believe it? Time is flying, but this is an impressive week of weather. Back to you guys.
You know, Kevin, I don't like when Bob says, but wait. You know, I don't like what comes after but wait.
Or
but
it's interesting.
Or
Yeah, interesting is another one of those trigger words. I think we're good at 2 feet, Bob. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. We are good. But it is important, you know, to stay updated so that we know what's coming. As we saw with this storm, everything changed within 24 hours. You know, we were kind of not expecting much, and then things rapidly developed, and now we're here, blizzard-like conditions.
And they got the prediction correct.
Yeah.
It was just an evolving storm. But to what you're saying, I mean, there was a time, some of us remember when, you know, you go back decades. I mean, go back to 1938 and that hurricane, no one knew that was coming.
Right,
I mean, a couple of farmers, because they had that intuition, but we're very blessed that today we have the systems in place, especially with our team, where they can predict these things so we can prepare as best as possible to stay safe.
Yeah, and get the app. I feel like that's a great resource to have on your phone too. Those push notifications always keep you up to date when things are changing and what our meteorologists are predicting. Now let's take a look at how the snow and wind are affecting conditions out in the Hartford County area. Our storm tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut's Len Bestoff.
Len, you love data. As our chief investigative reporter, what is the data what you're seeing in the way of snow?
Well, we got this awesome wind gauge, Kevin, and we love it because it gives us, and Bree, of course, we've got all kinds of information here. Here's what I can tell you right now. We are in Manchester, Connecticut, central Connecticut, just off of Pleasant Valley Road. We've been checking the wind speeds here. I know officially, Ryan and Bob will tell me, I've got to attach this to a pole and put it 30 feet in the air. I'll take my 6 feet, give it another 3, and that's about as good as we're going to get. We'll have to estimate from there. But what we're getting here is roughly about 20, 22 mile per hour gusts. They have picked up just in the last 10 minutes or so. We're getting in the 10 to 15 mile per hour gust range. The best way to see this is to take a look over here. You can see these pine trees behind us, and you can see the way they're blowing. Now that wind is shifting. It's been coming predominantly from the north, which is that way. But just in the last half hour or so, we started to notice it's now coming from the northwest a little bit. And what you get with all this is all this drifting, like down here. Thank goodness Bob had a measurement for us for Manchester at about 11 inches, a foot of snow, because you're getting all this drifting. And so we can't measure it here. But what I can show you is over here. What a cotton picking mess you're going to have when you do want to deal with your vehicle, because all this snow is blowing. Yes, it's very wet, America, so I'll try to do this as well as I can. Here's a little gnat sound for you. What we're all going to be doing tomorrow and the next day. Just a cotton picking mess out here. Another trick I just want to share with you. If you have an old broom, that's a nice thing to have on a day like today. Because you want to clear out those headlamps. But Kevin and Bree, I think I'm going to be doing a little bit of scraping before the red fox gets out of this spot. We're live in Manchester. Let's send it back to you. Be careful out there.
Len's car has a name, first of all. That's its own story unto itself.
It has its own personality. When I came here and I saw
It's my
Len,
girl right here.
Yeah. Len, I love the show and tell you gave us. I've heard from experts before, you know, heat up your car. But did you notice when you were trying to open your door this morning or right now, is it kind of like stuck there, or are you able to wiggle it? Because that's something important.
It is. Let's see if we could try to rise here. My photographer Garrett. There we go, baby. Let's take a look. See if I can get you the gnat crunchy sound here. Not bad. Let's try this one. No, not that bad. Just look at this. This is going to be exquisite. This is why if you have a garage, you want to keep it in the garage.
Yeah.
And look behind us here carefully. You got all these guys out here. We've seen a bunch of them here. I will tell you, these are the power crews that have been at the hotel where we've been at. Literally all of them have southern accents, so I have to assume they're coming from at least west or south of where we are, and we appreciate them and of course all the folks at the Connecticut DOT and all the plow drivers and people who are out here digging and trying to clean up this mess. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
And Len, before we let you go, so many of our viewers are watching. They're not fortunate enough to have a landscaping, snow plowing company come out. Maybe they don't have a snow blower. A lot of these people have to deal with this themselves. I know in the past some people have used a snow blower if it's that light, fluffy stuff. Any shot, or do you need something stronger to get rid of the snow, at least in central Connecticut where you are?
I think you're just going to have to try to get your friends with the snow thrower if you don't have one. Here's another trick I'll show you real quick. You know, it's, you want to be sort of conservative when you're shoveling, right? Here's the deal. Just be careful. Don't take a full shovelful. You can take 3 or 4 inches and start with that and work your way down. As someone who's in the bad back club, nothing wrong with this. Just a few inches at a time. You can get it. You can do it. Really easy. Now get me a muscle relaxer.
Len Bestoff live for us in Manchester. Many of us have a bad back, and we know, use those legs and use both arms. Put the mic down next time. Len, thank you.
And take a break. That's the most important thing.
Yep.
So, Len, definitely take a break and relax a little bit. We want to talk about power outages now and the totals across the state. Eversource is reporting over 14,000. The number is 14,444. That number keeps increasing throughout the morning. Of course, people are waking up and reporting those outages. UI on the Shoreline is reporting 1,176. So people along the shoreline are reporting those outages as well, and in the same boat, just everyone across the state.
And we just got an update from Bradley International Airport's website about rescheduled flights. Look at your screen for those updated times. Most flights through 5 o'clock, as one would assume, have been canceled. Tweed New Haven says they're shut down until 8 o'clock tonight, and check with your respective airline for any updates on your flights with all this snow. Quite an effort at our various airports to clear all that so people can fly in and out of whether it's Bradley or Tweed.
Right.
Well, state leaders are continuing to urge you to stay home as this blizzard moves through.
Yeah, we're now joined by New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker. Mayor Elicker, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Your city is right along the shoreline where conditions are really intense, have been throughout the morning. What are you seeing across the Elm City?
It is certainly intense. Visibility is just horrible, and our trucks are actually, some of them are actually struggling. A couple of them are even stuck. We have 38 trucks out on the road. Clearing the roads, and we're asking people not to drive because there's a handful of people that have decided to drive and gotten blocked in the middle of the road because they've gotten stuck, and then our vehicles can't come and clear. But it's coming down a lot.
Mayor Elicker, one of the challenges we talked to the mayor of Hartford about an hour ago, Runa Narolampalem, is where to put all the snow when you're in a city environment with environmental restrictions and concerns. It's not like you can just dump it anywhere. So how do you go about that? Because it's not just a matter of getting the people out to clear it, but then you have to put it somewhere.
So we have a number of parking lots around the city that we typically use. One of our challenges is that because this storm comes on the heels of the other previous storm that was very large as well, we had to identify additional new locations for that. So we were in a meeting this morning about an hour and a half ago, identifying additional locations that we can lift up that snow and discard it in a way where it can melt over time, but is far away from any waterways that could be sensitive to any melt.
And Mayor Elicker, we know that school is closed today. What does the decision look like for tomorrow? Are talks already starting?
Yeah, so we're watching our contractors that are cleaning the school lots and school sidewalks. We'll make a decision with the superintendent later on today. But the snow is coming down hard. So my kids are rooting for another snow day. My wife is not. We'll see how it goes.
Isn't that always how it is, right?
Yes. Well, if your spouse is as a teacher, they may be rooting for another snow day. Mm-hmm. As we continue our interview with Mayor Justin Elicker from the city of New Haven, what other messages do you want to get across to the public? You think of particularly in our urban environments, elderly population who may need emergency services, whether it's at their place of residence or getting to a local hospital. I guess that creates even more urgency for people to stay off the roads and help the first responders if and when they're called today.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest message is you got to be patient because this is the biggest snowstorm we've seen in years and years and years. We have around 113 power outages in the city, and with the wind so high, UI can't put people in bucket trucks until those winds settle down. So be patient on the power outages. Clear your sidewalks so that folks can get through. It can be really frustrating if you're trying to walk from point A to point B, and then there's a couple sidewalks that aren't clear. And with our snow clearance, it's a city, it's complicated to clear this much snow. As you said, there's not a lot of places to put the snow. So we're just asking people to be patient and be compassionate with their neighbors as well.
And Mayor Elicker, there are so many great businesses in the city. How is this impacting local businesses in the area?
Well, obviously the businesses are mostly shut down for today, and so that can be a real hardship on them. One of our priorities is to make sure the downtown streets are cleared out of snow in addition to our emergency snow routes. And so we'll be working really hard to clear out that snow so that downtown can continue to operate and be busy so that we can help support our businesses.
And Mayor, before we let you go, a lot of colleges in New Haven, including Yale. Maybe this is the day to tell those young, spry college kids to grab a shovel and help out.
I love the idea. Get out and help your neighbor, right?
Absolutely. Mayor Justin Elicker, City of New Haven. Mayor, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we want to get back in on the conditions in Hartford as the blizzard moves throughout the area. I do have an update for us, Kevin. So at 11:30, we will hear from the Connecticut Emergency Management Director, William Turner. He's going to be giving a virtual update on the conditions. So as soon as we get more information about what they have across the state, we'll bring it to you live. But we're going to continue here with our Storm Tracker team coverage, and we're going to head out to NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino.
And Mike normally covers state politics for us. We're in a legislative session. Bree alluded to the Emergency Management Director William Turner, from whom we're going to hear at 11:30, along with the governor. So the governor kind of shifting now, Mike, from legislative policy to emergency situation here, trying to keep people off the roads.
Yeah, and Kevin and Bree, I'm on top of the parking garage outside the Legislative Office Building. Things are obviously very quiet here in Hartford today with the Capitol closed, the Legislative Office Building closed, but you can get an idea of what this storm is doing from up here because of the wind. So you probably can't see, but over to my right, there's almost no snow on top of some of these parking spaces, but as you come around, the snow totals very quickly pick up. It's already ankle deep where I am, and then if we keep panning over to the left on top of the garage, you're going to see some of the snow drifts right up to the wall. So the wind is just whipping around in a circular motion here up on top of the garage. And then if you look at the flags on top of the armory, Dave, if you want to keep heading to your left, look at the flags. One is still, but as you keep going up, the other ones are whipping in the opposite direction. So the wind is not just strong, it is whipping around. So you're seeing gusts, you're seeing snowbanks and drifts kind of all over the place up here. Visibility is also very poor. You can barely see past the Capitol and past some of the insurance buildings here. I can tell you, looking at the highways, we're seeing a few cars, but it's pretty split between vehicles and snow plows and utility trucks driving up here, which is, of course, what state officials have been urging to stay off the road. So a little bit of traffic, but nothing serious. Again, the legislative office buildings are closed, the courts are closed, all the state agencies are closed. So there isn't really a reason for people to be out here today. Stay safe, stay home. That's the message that we'll probably continue to hear at this update at 11:30. One thing I can tell you, checking in with the state police, with the governor's staff, so far we're seeing some incidents on the roads, we're seeing some outages, but this storm is largely going according to plan, according to how they've been preparing for it. So even though we're seeing those incidents, we're not seeing any major crises so far, which is of course good news, but that's partly because people are staying at home, heeding that warning. So of course we will hear people continue to say that. There's actually some plows coming through here now to clear out I-84 because there's no cars blocking them. So continue to stay home and stay safe.
And Mike, I do have a political question for you here. With the LOB being closed today, and the session, fairly just getting started, do you expect any impact during the legislative session right now?
Well, because everything is done in a hybrid manner, even with the public hearings that were already scheduled for today, there already is an ability for people to testify remotely, for committee members to watch the hearings remotely. So everything has been shifted to virtual only because, this is a very short session. If these hearings and meetings are canceled, there's a very tight window to try to reschedule these. And we're talking about hearings on things like problem gambling, some other public health related stuff. So things that lawmakers are trying to make sure they're hearing the public on. So it's very important that they stay on schedule. So a lot of these hearings have been shifted to virtual only so that business can continue as normal as possible, even with the building closed and with trying to keep people off the roadways.
Our political reporter, Mike Savino, who does such a good job of getting both sides of the issue. I would think, Mike, this is a bipartisan issue, that is clearing the snow and being safe today. Thanks for that live report from Hartford.
Yeah, and our Storm Tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney in Middletown. So we want to get to her right there. Melissa, you are rocking those goggles.
Oh, thank you, Bree. I wasn't sure if I was going to need the goggles, and then I stepped outside and I was like, you definitely need the goggles. So I'm here on Main Street in Middletown. If you can't tell by looking at me and the snow, it is blustery conditions, really strong winds. The plows are working, but Main Street is pretty cleared compared to some other roads, but it just goes to show the plows have been going and going and going all morning, and there's obviously still no pavement seen. So it sort of shows how much the snow is coming down. Now, of course, here in New England, we have some brave souls that have just been out. I found them wandering Main Street. Ava and Brendan, why don't you guys tell me what brings you out on the snowy conditions here today?
Yeah, we live nearby and we just wanted to go for a walk and check it out.
What is your reaction now that you're out here?
It's very windy. It's hard to open my eyes. I think you're very smart with your goggles.
Once again, wasn't planning on it, but I'm glad they're here. And how would you sort of describe these conditions in one word?
Treacherous.
Love that. Well, not love that, but that's a good word to describe it. And what sort of is your advice to folks that maybe want to explore and get out to by foot? We can't advise driving right now, but if someone wants to advise by foot, how would you tell them to do it?
Yeah.
No.
I was going to say
Stay inside. Stay inside. It's bad out here.
Do you guys have any destination, any mission? I mean, I don't see a lot of food open here.
No, we were just getting some steps in, just seeing what was going on, seeing how bad it was, and we'll be upstairs shortly. So
I know I've been keeping them out here while we were waiting to come to us. Now, is this better or worse than you sort of were expecting, or right in the Middletown?
Yeah, I think, after the last storm, we weren't sure what to expect, but it's definitely way windier than the last storm. So I think it's bad in the wind sense.
Definitely. From like a news perspective, we obviously only say blizzard if it's like meets the threshold of a blizzard. So the fact that we're saying blizzard that's for us, that's serious. Oh, yeah. So we're taking it very seriously, but thank you guys so much. I can let you continue on with your day. Thank you for stopping. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks, guys. Yeah, see, look, brave New Englanders, braving the cold, braving the storm. Now, there are some people that are out and about driving. Of course, that's not necessarily recommended. We drove on Route 9, just about a 10-minute drive to get to our spot, which is where we'll be staying for the day. My photographer said he has not seen Route 9 this empty since COVID, since the pandemic, when everyone was told to stay off the road. So I think that gives you a little bit of context, like just how clear the roads are, how bad this snow and this wind is. We really haven't seen many people out and about in Middletown. Those nice couple was the first we've seen so far. So it just goes to show people are definitely heeding to the warning. They're staying inside. And frankly, if you can't tell just by looking at Main Street, nothing is open. So even if you are looking to do something, there's not a lot open. When I was driving in the Cromwell area last night when the snow was coming down, even McDonald's was closed, Chili's was closed, Dairy Queen was closed, much to my dismay. So it just goes to show everyone's taking this seriously, and we're just going to weather it out. I see someone's on a ATV there clearing the snow, so looks like we're getting creative. Maybe we'll talk to him in a little bit. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in a very snowy Middletown, kind of like a snow globe, very windy, but we're making it through for now.
Well, you're well prepared with the goggles and perspective for people. You're only about 3 or 4 football fields from the Connecticut River, so you can almost feel the wind off the river there.
And I do want to point out, now we have seen this in Middletown along the Main Street. I live in Middletown. It's always so busy there because of all the food and restaurants. completely closed also in the downtown of New Haven. We heard the mayor, they're trying to get the area cleaned for businesses so that they're not impacted. And also in Mystic, when we heard from Jennifer Cuevas, a lot of closed signs today. So just keep that in mind, that businesses are just trying to stay safe as well today too.
Let's go to Ryan now for the very latest on the forecast.
You're not getting a beer at Eli Cannon's today up in Middletown. Unfortunately, everything is sort of shut down right now because we've got the blizzard moving on through and people are heeding the warnings and staying off the roads, and that is helpful for sure. It helps the DOT and it helps the public works crews clear things up. Here's a look in Danbury where it's still snowing quite hard, and obviously there's something going on here on the highway. Not a huge surprise. Looks like some kind of accident. There could be a truck jackknifed. I'm not quite sure. Hard to see because of the low visibility. Here in New Haven, it's been a morning. Here in Hartford, we've got snow coming on down, some blowing snow, but the visibility is not terrible. The visibility has improved. The worst of this storm has come to an end. The worst part of it is over, but we will continue to see snow, and we will continue to see wind for the next several hours. But the really, really heavy stuff that we had this morning, earlier today, has come to an end. So some good news there. Still whipping, though, with the winds, gusting up to 47 in Groton, 45 miles an hour in Windsor Locks, 43 miles an hour in New Haven. And we've got a number of power outages out there as well, especially east of New Haven. You can see the areas in orange, especially the darker shades of orange. That's where more customers are without power, at least a percentage of customers by town. Guilford, Madison, Durham, Middlefield, Killingworth, the Connecticut River Valley towns from Essex, Chester, Deep River, Old Saybrook, Salem, Montville, Ledyard, Groton, North Stonington, Voluntown, Sterling, some of the worst hit towns in terms of power outages. Also Lisbon and Canterbury in red there. A number of people without power. Also up in Windham County as well. A number of power outages from Pomfret to Eastford up into Woodstock. So those are the areas hardest hit, at least in terms of power outages. The snow continues, but it's not snowing as hard as it was earlier. One exception to that still is northwestern Connecticut, where we've got this pretty good band that has set up. It's not quite as impressive as it was just a bit ago. It's also snowing at a decent clip down toward Madison, over into Killingworth, up toward Haddam, back through Marlborough, and now in portions of Tolland County, the snow is beginning to increase as well. But the worst part of this storm is out to our east, out across Rhode Island and southeastern Massachusetts. Notice this dark blue shading here from Newport up through Cranston over to Providence, back toward Taunton, Brockton, and then north up toward Weymouth and Hingham and Boston. That's where the worst of the storm is for sure. Winds gusting up close to 70 in spots, and I think we'll see total snowfalls around 30 inches, maybe 3 feet. So not out of the question we get the all-time record in Providence, which was set back in the blizzard of 78. Live Doppler radar shows that band of snow, the heaviest snow here to our east, a bit of a lull locally, but it's filling in a bit. And over the next couple hours, I think we'll see some additional accumulation. For most towns, probably we're looking at about, I'd say, 1 to 3 for additional snowfall. A couple towns, especially if you get under band, could get a little bit more. And obviously we have that blowing and drifting of the snow. So with the blowing and drifting, even when you shovel, you're still going to have to shovel some more with the snow blowing back to where you're already cleared. And just a beautiful textbook cyclone here off the coast of Nantucket. Notice the storm is, here's the center. I mean, it almost looks like an eye. You got the clearing in the center and the spin here, the counterclockwise spin. The storm is moving east. It's moving away. It's moving east-northeast. If the storm was about 75 miles farther north, we'd probably be looking at 30, 35 inches here in Connecticut. It's a little too far south and east for that. And as the storm continues to move east, about 2 hours ago, I was saying once we get the storm east of the longitude of Nantucket, we'll start to see improving conditions. And that's what we've got now. The farther the storm gets away from us, the better the weather will get, although it's going to be a gradual improvement. Future radar shows the snow continuing off and on into the afternoon. The heaviest out toward the Cape, southeastern Mass, but notice things get a bit more spotty. And by afternoon, mid-afternoon, the snow's pretty much over, and by early evening, it'll be cloudy. It'll still be pretty breezy, but the strongest winds will have passed and the heaviest snow will have passed as well. So guys, again, still pretty gnarly out there on the roads. Some towns out in eastern Connecticut, by the time all is said and done, about 2 feet. Hartford area, we're thinking more like a foot or so, but with a lot of wind, creating some pretty big drifts as well. Kevin and Bree, will send things back over to you.
Yeah, just be careful today, Ryan. Thank you so much. And let's get back to what Ryan just showed us in Manchester, we just got some new information. According to the state DOT, this is a dump truck crash on I-84 West. It's between exits 60 and 61. 3 lanes are closed right now at this time because of this. It's not clear if anybody is hurt, but you could see the response there. A lot of lights. We have reached out to state police for more information, and we will keep you updated. But Kevin, I think it's just a reminder to take it slow. Do not go outside if you don't need to. We could see all of the response there from officials, so we'll work on getting more information.
And we've been on since 4 a.m. bringing you live coverage. Our team of reporters fanned across the state from Mystic to Manchester, Newington to New Hartford, Guilford to Milford, have you covered in your backyard. Let's get over to NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin. He is live for us in Waterbury this morning with the conditions there. Matt?
Yeah, good morning, Kevin and Bree. Yeah, we're off of East Main Street here, just hiking through the snow here with Jersey Parker. Jersey, where are we headed to today?
We are headed to Dunkin' Donuts.
You just had to come out, right, for it?
I am getting my usual order. I did hesitate before coming out, but I feel like since the worst is almost past us, I figure I could do it.
How was the walk so far today? You didn't have very far to go, right?
No, it wasn't very far. There are certain spots that are like not shoveled at all, so it is like you're falling in, you know, like you are.
Whoa, and that wind.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Some parts you can't even tell where the street starts and the sidewalk it starts. It's a mess.
Yeah. How does this compare to the other storms? I mean, we've been dealing with quite a series this winter, right?
Yeah. I will say I think the shoveling and the plowing is a lot better this round than it was last time. But I mean, the roads are a lot better. The sidewalks, I think, are what's hitting us the most.
And
It's
what's your
hard.
plan? I mean, I know we're getting some Dunkin' right now. But are you going to hunker down for the rest of the day?
I am. I'm going to put my heat on. I'm just going to relax and watch some TV.
And what about this? I mean, we have just seen so many storms this season. I mean, we've been dealing with the snow here.
Yeah.
It is getting a little bit lighter, which is the good news right now. We still have some wind here and there, getting some pretty good gusts. What are your thoughts so far about this winter, which just seems never ending?
I am ready to be done with the snow, but I mean, like we said, I was fine with it during the Christmas season. Who doesn't love a white Christmas? But I'm done with it now.
I think many people are agreeing with you right now. Well, thank you, Jersey. Enjoy the breakfast.
Oh,
Thanks for stopping by and talking with us for a little bit. And yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Yeah, we are seeing some people who are walking. We're right near a Dunkin' right now, where some people have been stopping by either to grab some breakfast, or there's also a gas station to fill up. In terms of the roads, you can see it's actually pretty well plowed out here, but it is snow covered. And as you know, in parts of Waterbury, it gets very hilly. So you can imagine some of the driving in this area could be pretty treacherous. We are seeing a lot of crews out here, snow blowers, shoveling, plow crews. So they are doing their best, of course, to keep the roads and the sidewalks as clear as possible. But there is the wind, so there's a lot of challenges out here today. The mayor was telling us that they were going to have dozens of road crews out here trying to keep things as passable as possible, but they said this was going to be a long duration event. So really they were urging people to stay home as much as possible and stay off of the roads. Guys, back to you.
Matt, I got to ask you quickly. I mean, we had Jennifer Cuevas live in Mystic. Everything shut down in the way of commerce on the main drag there. Middletown, Melissa Cooney, nothing open. A Dunks is open in Waterbury for real?
Yeah, Kevin, let's spin around. You can actually see, yep, people have been stopping by all here. So if you need to place an order, just let us know what we can grab you. But yeah, Dunkin' has been going. They've been doing a steady business today. And also, of course, the gas station. We've been seeing some plow crews stopping by. You can imagine they have had a busy night, and they are just getting ready for what is going to be a long day. So yeah, there are at least some businesses that, no matter the weather, they are out here, and of course it is very appreciated for the folks who are having to work and be out in these conditions.
Yeah, well, that
Guys?
lovely person you interviewed, she'll be part of their next promotional campaign, walking through a foot of snow to get her morning coffee. She is a trooper. Matt
Absolutely.
Austin.
Maybe she should get something for free.
Yes, exactly.
Matt, I actually have a question. Did you hear if she was getting something iced or hot? I always wonder, you know, because sometimes even in the very cold conditions, people always go for ice. Did you hear by any chance?
I know. I should have asked. I didn't ask that. If she is brave, you know, getting out in these conditions. So maybe she is an iced coffee person. But I would actually, personally, right now, I could take a hot coffee.
Yes. Well, take a little break inside a warm, heated truck, and we'll see you a little bit later in our coverage. Matt Austin, live for us in Waterbury.
Thank you so much, Matt. And I'm so happy that he's actually by that Dunkin' too, because it's a great way to get a break, you know, maybe get some coffee himself. And that's also a big message because we want to take a break. You know, if you're going outside to clean up, health experts always say, don't do it all at once. Take a break.
Speaking of breaks, we're going to go to a break in a moment. If you're just joining us, our live team coverage of the blizzard of 26 continues. A live look at Hartford. Again, just joining us, a blizzard, 35-mile-an-hour plus winds for 3 straight hours. In the way of gusts, we've had that quarter mile of visibility or less for 3 straight hours. We've got a blizzard across Connecticut. The latest on the conditions, plus our team of reporters on the ground giving you the very latest when we come back right after this break as you look live at Litchfield.
This is NBC Connecticut News at 11.
Good Monday morning. I'm Priscilla Verde.
And I'm Kevin Nathan. Right now, thousands of people across Connecticut are without power as a result of this blizzard. At last check, 14,000 Eversource customers without power. Right now, the numbers for UI down from more than 1,100 to about 400.
Yeah, significantly down. We'll keep track of those numbers for you. We have team coverage across Connecticut. Right now, let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan and meteorologist Bob Maxon. Hey, guys.
The power numbers are impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not, okay, it's not Isaias.
Yeah.
Right, or it's not the storm in 2011 there, in October. But, you know, if it's a cold winter day and you have 15,000 customers with, Eversource at least without power.
For sure, and we're lucky because it's more than 250,000 in Massachusetts right now. About 2/3 of the Cape is without power. They are just getting clobbered, winds gusting to hurricane force there. You think it's windy here? Well, tack on 25 or 30 miles per hour. That's what's going on just to our east.
So every time your house does that little shutter, or the shutters themselves are making noise, think about it. Yeah, they're just getting crushed.
Yeah, they really are. Let's take a look at what's going on. We're going to take you through this storm every step of the way. Let's look at some of the snow totals we've seen so far. Voluntown is the winner or the loser, depending on your perspective. 24 inches of snow, 22 in Chester, 16.5 in Branford, about a little over a foot in Ansonia, about a foot in Manchester. We've seen wind gusts today, too, that have been extremely impressive. Bridgeport, so far with 16 inches of snow. This is going to be a top 5 snowstorm for Bridgeport. We may wind up with a top 3 snowstorm in Bridgeport. The old record certainly safe, though. 30 inches set back during the 2013 blizzard. Here's a look outside in Litchfield. The snow continues to come down. Quite a bit of snow. We're going to see 2 areas in the state that get the jackpot totals for snowfall. One is going to be in southeastern Connecticut, up to and along the Rhode Island border. That's an area that's going to be close to 2 feet. And then another area that's going to be around 20 inches is across portions of Litchfield County down through western Fairfield County, so like Ridgefield, Danbury, New Fairfield, up through New Milford, and then continuing through Litchfield County. That's another area that in some towns will get close to 20 by the time all is said and done. But an impressive look there in Litchfield. Visibility about a half mile now in Hartford and Windsor Locks. That's moderate snow. It's a lighter snow from Meriden to Waterbury to Danbury. Visibility about 3/4 of a mile. But the visibility in Stonington coming back down only a 1/4 mile there. So a couple bands of snow that we're watching. And really, as we go through the next several hours, it's all going to be about where these bands of snow set up. If you're under one, you're going to get an additional few inches of snow. If you're sort of on the outside looking in and you're outside of one of those heavier bands, you may only get an additional inch or two. Just depends. But we got a heavier band of snow here in western Connecticut, although this is beginning to fizzle. And as that fizzles, the snow is beginning to pick back up in intensity from Guilford over to Madison and Killingworth, up through portions of Durham and Higginham, and then continuing up through Tolland County now. Snow's turning a bit heavier, but we've got a little ways to go. The center of the storm is here off the coast of Nantucket, and Cape Cod is pulling away, and gradually we can get these snowfall rates to come down. It's going to take a little while. With more on that evolution through the afternoon, let's send things over to meteorologist Bob Maxson. Bob.
Yeah, it's funny. It looks so innocuous on the radar there, Rye. You know, those little areas of dark blue, but boy, I tell you what, they've really, it's been very impressive, not only the snowfall rates, and then the total amounts, 2 feet of snow in Voluntown. And, you know, I'm going, you know, what, 7 straight hours, you know, so it's, but it's still, I mean, this Litchfield underneath that light blue or medium shade blue on the radar is some pretty good snow coming down. They've cleaned off West Street multiple times. It just keeps on getting snow covered, and it's good. There's no people out there driving around, no cars out there driving around. There's your big storm, and, you know, down around 960, 962, just incredibly low barometric pressure. You bank that up against a big area of high pressure way out there in the Midwest. The pressure gradient is what makes wind, and the tightest gradient is out toward Cape Cod and the islands. The gradient is pretty tight here too, but notice how it loosens up. See how the black lines are farther apart? That's key to getting our winds to diminish, and that will eventually build in here. Overnight tonight and during the day tomorrow won't be as windy. This is what we're talking about, you know, 60 to 75 mile per hour winds with a ton of power outages. Look at Boston's Logan Airport, gusting to 61. And that's not even the highest gust of the day, but impressive. And we still have the 30 and 40 mile an hour wind gusts here. Just ask any of our reporters. So Kevin has memorized this graphic. We're going to call this the Kev graphic. What makes a blizzard? The high winds, the snow falling and blowing snow for 3 hours plus. You got to get a 1/4 mile visibility, and we've had that officially at New London and New Haven. I believe that was, yeah, Groton and New Haven. And then you've got the temperatures today not moving up very high, so you bundle up if you want to go out and do some snow management in your yard. And that's exactly what I'll be doing in about 90 minutes time. Back to you guys.
Managing the snow, Bob, after working like a 15-hour shift. You are a trooper. Bob Maxson live for us. Bob, thank you.
He's incredible. I love that he said that's going to become the Kevin graphic, because Kevin, you have really learned the definition of what makes a blizzard and what the conditions that we're in right now.
Teachers, Anthony, Ryan, and Bob, and I just ask them every hour and they remind me.
Yeah, so. It's good. We have a great team here. Now we want to get a check back on all of our conditions along the shoreline as this blizzard continues to move throughout the state. Our storm tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut's Julia LeBlanc. Julia, I know that you have been out there all morning. So what is the latest? How have you seen the conditions change from earlier this morning?
Hi, Bree and Kevin. Good morning to you. We've actually seen a lot of variability here in Milford. Earlier today, you probably couldn't even see me because of those blizzard-like conditions, but now it's coming down much slower, that snowfall, and it's also still blowing around. That the wind is still a factor here. However, I want to draw your attention to the actual conditions of 95. This is the very first time all morning long that we are actually seeing some pretty decent blacktop there, and that may just be because of some temperature drops here. We've also been seeing some DOT and DPW crews out here as well, getting the the job done. So that has paid off, let me tell you, here on 95 here in Milford. However, still not recommended, of course, to be out and about in these conditions. We've got that tractor trailer ban, that commercial vehicle ban still in effect, and our tractor trailers have been heeding the warnings all morning long. There's a line of them here, a line of them there, more than I have seen in recent storms when it comes to waiting it all out and stopping at a rest stop just like this one. No word at this point on when that ban will be lifted. However, a lot of people heeding those warnings, and the reason it is so important is because when you have those tractor trailers and you've got these strong winds, these gusts coming through, it's very easy for tractor trailers to end up with a jackknifed trailer. So, but that wind, of course, still whipping, even as I'm eating my hair and my words as conditions are continuing here. Just want to give you an idea that along the shoreline, it's been so wet, this precipitation all morning long. So you're seeing the snow harden, and this is going to be, now it's like a brick. When I was stepping in here earlier, I was sinking all the way up to my knees. Now I can't even put my knee through it because the plows came through and packed this all in. So that's probably what you're going to be seeing at the end of your driveway if you haven't made it out just yet. It's going to be difficult shoveling, so take it easy out there. Take some help from your loved ones and your neighbors when it comes to shoveling, especially here along the shoreline. I spoke actually with the DPW. They said they're having a tough time even clearing this snow. Their trucks are getting stuck as well because of it is so wet and it is so heavy. So take it easy out there, even though it's actually looking a lot better on 95 here. Still recommended to not go out on the roads. We're live here in Milford. We will send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Julia, you talked about the trucks waiting this out. Have you talked to any people that are waiting it out at the rest stop, or if they're traveling, where are they going and coming from?
Yeah, we've made a lot of friends this morning, as we always do, right, Bree? We've been speaking with some of the tractor trailer drivers themselves, a lot of them coming cross country, of course. That's what they do. One man we spoke with in our earlier hours was driving from Virginia. He says it was pretty terrible last night, and he himself decided to just pull over at a certain point because he didn't feel that it was safe anymore. We've also spoken to a couple people just coming here, getting ready, getting some gas before they go to work. A lot of essential employees. We spoke with an Amtrak worker earlier today. A lot of people have to go to work today, just like we do. We also spoke with a couple that just got off of a cruise ship, and they were in Florida. They are here, and unfortunately they're going back to the Cape, which we're learning is not much better there. So hopefully they can be safe on their drive to the Cape as well, because I know they're experiencing actually much worse conditions than we are as this wind hits me in the face now, guys.
A cruise ship to this, that's when you cue back to life, back to reality. Yuck.
That is not the welcome home anybody wants.
Not at all. Julia LeBlanc, live in Milford. Julia,
at least they got a chance to go, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
One more week on a cruise than I've had in my entire life. Julia, thank you.
All right, state officials have a simple message today. Stay home and off the roads if possible, as you heard from Julia, though. Of course, if you need to get to work, you're an Amtrak employee, you're an essential employee, you got to get on the road, so stay safe. Eva Zamaris from the State Department of Transportation is joining us. Eva, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Eva, give us a sense.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, well, welcome. Give us a sense first of sort of the size and scope of what DOT is trying to do to clear the roads today and probably tonight and into tomorrow.
Yeah, so we are still out there in full force with 650 trucks, more than 900 drivers out there right now. We're also being supported by approximately 200 contractors. They've been out through the night into this morning. And Kevin, as you just said, their work is truly only just beginning. Our crews will be continuously plowing, and they will not be going home until these roads are clear.
And Eva, we just heard from Julia LeBlanc. Julia, she's in Milford giving us a look at 95. She was talking about the commercial ban. She's seeing some trucks there waited out. How long do we expect that ban to be in place?
So that ban will be in effect until further notice, and it's really important that people do heed this ban, adhere to it. Again, commercial vehicle ban, that includes tractor trailers. But Bree, as you mentioned earlier, the message truly here is if you do not have to go out, please stay home. Home is the safest place that you can be. But of course, we understand that there are essential workers that have to get to work today. So if you do have to head out, please slow down, give yourself plenty of time to get to where you need to go. And as I mentioned, we have hundreds of crews out throughout the state. So if you do see one of our ConDOT trucks, please do not crowd the plow. Give our crews the space and time they need to do their work. I know I've shared this with you before, but on the back of our trucks, it does say keep back 300 feet. That's about the length of a football field. So please do not crowd the plow and go slow.
And part of it, Eva, I guess, is just a reminder that these drivers are human. They don't have eyes on the back of their head, as I think they used to say about Cowboys quarterback Roger Staubach, only person ever with eyes on the back of his head. The point being that their peripheral vision only goes so far. They're trying to clear the snow. The last thing they need is people like us getting in their way so that they can do their job.
Yes, absolutely. And another point to reinforce here as well, that if you do go out and you do need help, you're also not only putting yourself at risk, but you're also putting our drivers at risk. You're putting the tow operators, you're putting the first responders, police who are also responding. So please, if you can stay off the roads, this gives our crews the ability to safely and efficiently clear the roads.
Eva, you know, the focus is today and getting everything clean today, but also we are monitoring an active system later in the week. So what do preparations look like now? What do conversations look like?
So we are constantly monitoring the weather, but this is truly what we do. We are in winter weather mode. The focus today is on clearing the roads. The focus tomorrow and the days to come will be clearing the roads and cleaning up. But we are constantly monitoring the forecast. But again, this is what we do. And our crews at ConDOT are truly the best of the best. And I need to give them a shout out for their incredible work. This has been a really busy winter for them. Not only that big storm that we had a couple of weeks ago, but also all of the smaller storms that have happened in between. So they need to get a big shout out for all of their incredible work during the winter season.
We echo that here at NBC Connecticut, and on behalf of our viewers, we thank all of the Connecticut DOT workers for what they're doing through the day and night to keep us safe. Eva Zamora, spokesperson for Connecticut DOT, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Eva. Time right now is 11:14, and we have more Storm Tracker live team coverage coming up in just a little bit. You're looking at the capital city right now, where cleanup efforts are underway, and we have crews everywhere, including Mike Savino, who cover politics for us in Hartford. So we'll be right back with everything you need to know. Welcome back this Monday morning. If you're just joining us, we're covering everything of Blizzard 2026, and we want to check back in on conditions up north as this blizzard moves through the area.
Our Storm Tracker team coverage continues now with NBC Connecticut's Noah Cornelius live in Enfield. Noah's all bundled up. I can kind of hear the wind still, Noah. Set the scene for us, please.
Here, I'll set this scene for you guys perfectly. The wind gusts have been going on and off all day. I've had to plant my footing to make sure that I don't fall over. Carlos, my amazing photog, we've had to make sure that he doesn't fall over, that the camera doesn't fall over as well. But in winds like this, it can make driving conditions extremely hard. You see some cars on the road right now. We've been out here since about 2 in the morning. We've watched it go from just plows to some cars, morning rush to work, and now it's kind of settled down a little bit. We've seen cars get spun out, lose traction, not able to get where they need to go, but for the most part it seems like everybody's heeding the warning of the governor and state and local officials saying stay off the road. But there's one more thing I do want to say. I heard Kevin, I heard you saying, and I heard Bob saying, I heard everybody saying Noah brought the snow, blame Noah. Look guys, I'm less than 2 months here, so I'm sorry, but in all seriousness, I hope everybody stays safe. I know there's a lot of power outages, wind gusts, and a lot of snow coming, so I hope everybody stays safe, but don't blame me.
Never blame the messenger. Quite a gust there, Noah Cornelius, and that's why it's a blizzard, because we're getting those gusts of 35 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, and that's why we want to tell people to just be careful. You saw that, you could see Noah moving, so just be careful if you do have to go outside and clean, or maybe you have to walk your pup. You know, they still have to go outside, so just be careful. And we want to give you an update on conditions across the shoreline, of course. Let's head to New Haven now.
That's where we find our colleague, NBC Connecticut's David Horowitz, for the latest on the conditions in New Haven. David, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, guys, we're here down in downtown New Haven, and here we can see over on Temple Street what they've been doing here. And what they've been doing is they've been able to clear the roads. They said 38 plows on the roads right now. We also saw earlier today, if you look at the top of the Omni Hotel, you could see that ice was falling down earlier. That ice almost hit somebody. We saw that. It's this wind. This wind has been blowing hard. The visibility low, hard for me to even keep my eyes open over here. We talked to Mayor Elliker earlier, and he kind of just echoed that same sentiment about staying off the road unless you absolutely have to.
There's a couple of instances where people have gotten stuck in the middle of the road and then our plows can't get through, and so it makes it even more difficult for us to keep the community safe and keep those roads plowed. So please, please, please stay off the road.
I know it's something that we keep hearing about, staying off the roads, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update of what we're seeing here. We were told about 16 inches less than a half hour ago, and that's about on cue over here. 14, 15, depending on where you look exactly. But this wind, it is whipping. We saw some people that had to head on over to the airport or stay with friend's house, whatever it may be. Whatever you have to do, try to stay off the roads, try to not be out here if possible, and we'll keep you updated throughout the day. That's here in New Haven. Kev, Bree, back over to you guys.
David, thank you so much. And we also heard from Mayor Elliker before. He described the conditions as horrible in the Elm City. So, David, thank you for giving us a closer look in the area that you're at right now.
All right, let's smile for a second, shall we? Check out this happy pup. This is Reagan in Killingworth, and looks like, Bree, that Reagan is loving this snow.
Yes, he's enjoying this. Let me tell you, if someone's enjoying this, it is this pup right here, because they even, I wonder if they carved out that path specifically for him, or maybe already just had to, but he's having a good time.
Yeah, he, she, Reagan, not sure, but whoever lives there in Killingworth did a nice job clearing a path. Looks like they got the snowblower out. I remember when we had our little pups, and that was always a thing. Smaller dogs, you got to clear the snow for them when you get more than a foot.
Right, they have a lot of energy. They want to get out.
Yes, they do.
And remember, you can be a storm tracker too. Send us those photos and videos of today's snow from wherever you live across the state. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen, or email us at sherry@nbcconnecticut.com, or you can tag us on social media as well. And then you can see those photos like you just saw featured right here on NBC Connecticut. We want to see what you're up to, and so does Bob.
And Reagan has a lot of energy. So does this guy, Bob Maxon. He's been up since 4 in the morning telling us everything to do with Blizzard 26. Hey, Bob.
The alarm went off at 12:30, Kevin. Been here since 4. The alarm went off at 12:30.
Is that right? You should have slept here like I did.
No. I like my.
That's how I stayed off the roads.
Little white noise. So Reagan has a great, track. She has a great track to run around. My dogs are watching. Now I have to go snow blow an oval out of my yard because my dogs will be jealous, so they can do laps as well. We have live pictures from Litchfield. Still snowing at a pretty good clip. Of course, the wind's still blowing. I tell you what, Noah Cornelius. He kind of looked like Yukon Cornelius out there. That wind hit him in the back. Did you see that? It moved him. That was so. We still have some very impressive wind gusts. We've been watching that same wind blow across the state. And right now at Windsor Locks, visibility is not very good. So we have this super intense nor'easter blizzard moving in this fashion out this way. Closer to the storm, the Cape is getting just crushed with wind and rain, or wind and snow, and a lot of both. We're on the edge of the storm, and we've gotten quite a bit. But we also, as this thing deepened, it threw a ton of snow into the Jersey shoreline and New York City and Long Island. And when all is said and done, 2 to 3 foot snowfall amounts, but a widespread area of 2 feet of snow will be the end result. So let's dive into what's going on with this thing. So we have the intensifying low, you can see it right there, and the winds blowing around it are super impressive. 50 to 75 mile an hour winds out on the Cape, and around here 30, 40, and 50 mile an hour gusts from time to time. So we're not done with this system by any stretch. We're seeing another one of these crusher zones set up across Holland and Hartford and Middlesex counties, and also right down into parts of New Haven County, where we get a little convergence, and we're getting some snow there. And then, of course, this band out here continues to produce snow at probably about an inch to 1.5 inches or even 2 inches per hour. So yeah, it's very impressive stuff as the storm continues. Look at this though. You want to talk about 2 to 4 inches per hour between Boston and say Fall River. Just incredible snow falling there. For us, Future Radar shows how this thing starts to break up and pull away as we go through the afternoon. And then this evening into tonight, the winds should begin to diminish. But of course, there's always something. And that would be a clipper system that's here tomorrow night into Thursday morning. This can bring a burst of precipitation. So tomorrow, I think schools are challenged, right, to clean up all this snow. Wednesday morning, there could be issues. And then what about Friday morning? Oh boy, it's quite a week. Let's enjoy some beautiful pictures here. Maple in the snow from Branford, a really cool image there. The incredible snow in Ivoryton, almost 2 feet of snow. They were at 18 a couple hours ago in Woodstock, just amazing. Sophie's beautiful, but boy, is that that's what dogs do. They play in the snow. I just think this is one of the coolest pictures. The windblown snow just coating the windows up. And Charlotte sent that in. What a beautiful image that is if you're on the inside looking out. And this is my last weather hit of the day. So this bench, those pillows, that looks awfully inviting to me. The 10-day's not, okay? This system, obviously the strongest, blizzard conditions out there for the, just nasty. The next few are more nuisance variety, a little annoying, and if poorly timed, they're going to impact commutes on Wednesday morning and again Thursday night into Friday morning. So let's keep that in mind. And that's your Storm Tracker 10-day forecast. This storm continues to hit us quite hard. Back to you guys.
If anyone deserves a nap, it's you, Bob. I'd put the over-under at noon. You will be out. Enjoy.
Enjoy the nap, Bob. Thank you so much. All right, time right now is 11:25. We have more Storm Tracker live team coverage coming up. Right now it's 11:25, and you're looking out of New London. Very gray out there, Kevin.
Gray and snowy. The shoreline getting absolutely pummeled by this blizzard. The latest details and our team of reporters fanned across the state when we come back. Welcome back. Our team of reporters have been live this morning since 4 a.m. all over Connecticut, including meteorologist Alexis Clemens, who was in Avon, and now she's in New Hartford.
Yeah, and she's been keeping us informed on what she saw in her drive and what she's seeing in New Hartford. So let's hand things over to meteorologist Alexis Clemens. Alexis, it does look a little calmer from the last time.
Easy for us to say in the sultry studio.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, yeah, the snow has died down quite a bit, but it's so light out right now that when a wind gust will come by, it almost feels like or looks like the snow, like it's just kind of going everywhere. It's such an interesting setup here. The plows have been going by. My words are not doing the best right now because I have been awake since 1:30 in the morning, and nap time is looking really, really nice right about now. I will be right behind Bob Maxon here very soon. But man, when you see a gust come by, it is tough. I mean, when it's nice and like, because wind ebbs and flows, right? So a nice calm wind, you're like, all right, this is great. And then a gust comes by, and you're like, never mind, time to go back inside. That's the story of what we're seeing here today. And we've been talking about it all morning. I'm in New Hartford. I was in Avon. We drove through Canton, and lesser totals here, but still, I mean, 6 to 9 inches for the most part so far. And of course, we're not quite done yet. And if these are the lesser impacts across the state, these are still very, very big impacts with high totals. The roads, you know what? The main roads are not terrible, but anything that has not been touched yet, we've got some issues out there. And I know that they're putting treatment down, and in these temperatures, treatment will work, but the wind is a factor that blows it around. And man, I mean, we talked about those temperatures, right? Being in the 20s and 30s, much better than the last winter storm, but that wind is making the wind chill right around the teens. So it is tough out there. Make sure you're staying safe and warm. Guys, back to you.
All right, Alexis Clemens live for us in New Hartford, where it appears at least there the winds have died down just a bit. What about the shoreline?
Yeah, that's where we go to NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas. Jennifer, what are you seeing there in Mystic?
Hey there, Bree and Kevin. So last time we spoke, just about under an hour ago, we were over by the drawbridge, and it was extremely windy. We were getting pushed around by those wind gusts, but thankfully now it's kind of starting to die down. We're just a little bit down the road, closer to the highway now, to I-95, and just about 5 or 6 minutes away from Mystic Aquarium down the street. But you could see the roads here. We've been seeing plows all morning, and it seems like they're, making good headway, but definitely still not safe to come out. Keep in mind, this is one of the main roads here in Mystic, and so right now a lot of the side streets still need a lot of cleaning up to be done there. You can see we're trying to show you the flag over here. Sorry, almost slipped there. So again, slippery outside, but you can see the flag. It's not going as crazy as it was just a couple of minutes ago. So again, right now it's a little bit more calmer, still very quiet out. Thankfully, it seems that people are paying attention to us and, staying inside. Again, I've pretty much only seen plows out in Mystic. We did see about 2 cars though, and they didn't clean off their tops. So just a little reminder there, as the day kind of goes on and you get curious and you want to go outside, remember to clean off your car all the way to avoid any tickets. And so here, you're seeing another plow. Right now he has his plow up, but we've also been seeing some treatment being put down. We saw a man earlier trying to get ahead of all this and clearing up his sidewalk. We didn't get a chance to catch him live for you guys for an interview, but that's a little bit of what's going on out here in Mystic. And we'll, of course, continue to check back in with you in the studio. For now, Bree, Kevin, back to you.
And before we let you go, we checked in with you earlier, but could you tell us about, the businesses and the impact that you're seeing there in Mystic? It's such a lovely place to visit, but much different today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still lovely, right? Because now it's kind of a winter wonderland situation. But in terms of businesses, everywhere is pretty much closed except for the gas stations. It seems to be 2 here in the village, but the bank is closed. The pizzeria that we're in the parking lot of, they're also closed. And so that's, again, a lot of those businesses that we're seeing, we're they're closed for now. We'll continue to keep you updated if they open up throughout the day here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Jennifer Cuevas live for us in Mystic this morning. Jennifer, thank you. You know, a storm of this magnitude means a massive response from the state.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to show you right now. We're heading out live to Bill Turner, Connecticut's emergency management director,
as well as
who
keep
is
our
giving an update
responders
on
safe
the
with
winter
any
storm.
down
Take a
wires
listen.
or emergency calls. So some of the messaging we continue to just want to emphasize is the importance of staying off the roads. While a full travel ban is not in effect, the travel is still very treacherous. The more we can keep everybody home and hunker down for the storm, the easier it'll be for our emergency responders to respond to those emergency calls, as well as our Department of Transportation and municipal public works agencies to get out there and clean this storm up. We also want to encourage the public that as it begins to stabilize and those residents start to dig out, this is that heavier wet snow as mentioned, so please be careful. Sometimes this snow is referred to as heart attack snow. We want people to be very careful as they begin to dig out and use caution, take breaks, stay hydrated, and if you're not feeling well, please stop shoveling. We also just want to reemphasize some of the messaging from our Division of Fire Administration as well as the State Fire Marshal, the importance on if you lose power to use generators safely and also help our firefighters out and those crews if there are emergencies by digging out around fire hydrants. And lastly, I'll just say, this was mentioned yesterday, but always assume that any down wires are energized and don't approach or touch those down wires. You should call 911 if there's a down wire in an emergency, or if you lose power, you should call your utility company to report the outage. Next, I'm going to turn it over to the Connecticut State Police to give an update on what they're tracking. Sergeant Hamill.
Thank you, Director. Sergeant Mike Hamill, Office of Field Operations here. The state police have, responded to over 250 motor vehicle assists, which include vehicles off the roadways, multiple jackknife tractor trailers. So we want to stress again the governor's commercial travel ban. Keeping those vehicles off the roadway, make it a lot easier for DOT to keep the roads clear. Also, we've responded to over 82 accidents at this point in time, and 2 of the accidents have minor injuries. Also, I would like to report that our agency is monitoring multiple road closures in towns, and that's what I got.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. Next, I want to turn it over to United Way 211, who is a really important partner of ours, especially as we activate the severe cold weather protocol, to give an update on what they're tracking.
Yeah, sure. So Tanya Barrett for 211. We have had over 200 calls for severe cold weather. So those are folks that are looking for transportation to warming centers. We have about 168 warming centers that are open across the state. And those warming centers can be accessed at 211ct.org. So people can call or they can use the website, and there is a cold weather banner on the website where you can find this information. And that is the end of our report.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'll turn it over to the American Red Cross for an update.
Thank you, Director. Alexis Isaac with the American Red Cross. So we continue to monitor for any disaster-related needs, working here with our partners at the SEOC. Just another update is due to the weather, we've had over a dozen blood drives that were scheduled today that need to be postponed, and we are in a severe blood shortage, and the loss of 300 units will have an impact that we're going to have to make up for.
Thank you for those updates. And I forgot to mention, we also have the Connecticut National Guard here with us, another key partner. Have not had to activate them for any missions, but as we look at any unmet needs, they may be needed. So we're in their facility here in the Hartford Armory, and a great partner to have also with us at the table. With that said, again, we just wanted to provide a general update. We know we still have a little bit of a way to go to get out of the storm. And we anticipate the cleanup and some of the restoration to take a few days. But I can open it up now to any questions from any members of the media for on-topic questions related to the storm. We'll start with Chris Polanski, Connecticut Public Radio.
Thanks so much. I have 2 questions quickly. Are there any injuries or fatalities reported so far?
No, minor injuries on the 2 of the accidents there.
Great. And I guess just compared to the forecast, compared to what we were talking about yesterday, how does this storm stack up so far? Is it worse than we expected, better, about what we expected?
Yeah, I can take that question. Josh Signorelli, the subject matter expert on weather for Demis. It is playing out as forecasted. We've already seen snowfall totals approaching 20 inches in southeastern Connecticut. We've seen wind gusts approaching 70 miles per hour at Groton New London Airport, officially 68 miles per hour. And we do have official blizzard conditions reported in Groton, Meriden, and also Waterbury.
Got it. Thank you all.
Are there any other questions? John Moritz?
Yeah, is there any update? Yesterday there was a timeline given that for people who are experiencing power outages that it could take up till Tuesday for them to return. Is there any update to kind of how efforts to restore power are proceeding, and any update to that timeline?
Yeah, so we know our Eversource partners, we're pushing out messaging to the customers yesterday that in some cases it may be 2 to 5 days. I think until we're understand the full impact of those outages, you know, they were planning for upwards of 300,000+ outages is what level they're activated at. As I mentioned right now, between the two major providers, we're only about 15,000. So we hope it remains low, but no update to that timeline, I guess is the easy answer. But nonetheless, the conditions that are still present with the wind, it makes it very difficult for them to operate in their bucket trucks and get out there and recover. But I can say they brought in mutual aid crews from surrounding states and as far away as Canada to help with the recovery effort that are staged here in Connecticut, ready to go once the conditions are safe to do so. They'll focus on the biggest bang for their buck first, trying to get the most people on those circuits that serve larger populations. But some of those, what they call nested outages, you know, end of the line out, people that are still out of power may experience a few days before they're restored. But we can get a more definite answer from the utility providers once the system stabilizes here later today and share that out. Chris Polanski.
All right, you've been listening to
just
a live
logistically,
news
should we
conference, state
expect
officials
any
giving
more
us an
briefings
update on the
today?
conditions and their wants and needs from the
Rick Green, do you wanna
public
tackle that one?
as this blizzard continues across Connecticut. We did initially hear from the emergency management director for the state of Connecticut, that's Bill Turner, who told us that though there's not a total travel ban in effect, Bree, he encourages the public implicitly to stay home. He called it that heavier wet snow that is sometimes referred to as heart attack snow, meaning it's difficult to move. And despite the fact that there's not a travel ban in effect for the whole state, he described the conditions for travel as treacherous.
Yeah, and again, the message is stay off the roads if you can, because they gave us some of those numbers, Kevin. They were saying there was about 250 vehicles that they had to assist, whether they were off the road or stuck. They were seeing multiple jackknifed trailer crashes. They're reporting 82 accidents, 2 with minor injuries, no fatalities, thank goodness, at this time. And they're also responding to road closures. That's all from Connecticut State Police. We also heard from United Way, who are, you know, caring for people who may not have a place to stay, and that is so important. We don't want anyone outside that does not have a place to stay. They said that they have received over 200 calls, and if you need a place to stay, if you know someone that needs a place to stay warm during the blizzard, you can call 211 or go to 211ct.org. There's about 168 warming centers across the state. United Way said that. And then, Kevin, we also heard from the American Red Cross. They had to postpone some of the blood donations they have today. And I'm just thinking about the shortage that we've seen so far this season, and how this is going to impact the blood supply here in Connecticut.
Much more coverage of this blizzard when we come back. I've lost count of how many reporters we have across the state from the shoreline, inland, all over Connecticut. Yeah. We're going to go down to Waterbury, which is, we call it the Brass City. It's also a very hilly city.
Oh,
and you wonder about getting rid of all that snow and then where it goes.
Yeah, anytime I've gone to report, it's always, windy roads up and down. So a lot to cover there and clean up. Our Storm Tracker team coverage continues with NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin. Matt, what are you seeing now? I know last time we spoke to someone who was just making their way through the conditions to get some coffee. So what are you seeing now?
Yeah, an unfortunate update about that situation was that the Dunkin' here at Union in South Main is actually closed right now. So we are hearing from the Dunkin' workers that there's another one close by that the people could trek over to. But yeah, just in terms of the conditions, yeah, Kevin, that you were talking about, it could be pretty tough in some areas of the city. We're going to be heading up there. But yeah, right now where we are, there are some snow-packed roads, and you got to be careful. You got to take it slow out here. And if you're at home right now, you're thinking, well, maybe I should head out because I'm looking outside and we just have some light flurries. It doesn't seem like it's too bad. Well, there's still some concerns. We have the wind out here. It's gusting, pretty good out here. The roads could be treacherous in some areas, especially as you head over to the hills. And then there is the cleanup. It is just, as we've been talking about, it's been some really heavy snow out here. And if you are going to be shoveling, you got to be careful. Now, we spoke with one of the workers from Public Works here who was talking about what has been like out here clearing the snow overnight. Take a listen. Describe what's been like. How late have you been out? When did you start?
5 o'clock last night until at least 5 o'clock tonight.
Wow, so you've been going all night?
Yeah, yep.
What was it like in the middle of the night?
It was tough. It was windy. Windy as hell, yep. But it's not too bad today, It's light. But like I said, we live in New England. We got to expect this.
How does this snow compare to the previous storms we've had?
About the same. This one was worse, though, because of the wind. The wind was terrible. The wind was terrible. Last night, it was bad.
Yeah, describe how the wind was hitting you.
You were losing battle. You know what I mean? Blowing in your face.
Is the snow also a lot heavier?
Yes. Yep. But like I said, it's near the end, so I'm happy.
Okay. Can I get your name, Austin? Yeah, going to be a long day out here for all those plow crews, whether from the city or also just private contractors. So a lot of work to go. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Matt, I agree with what he said. It is New England and it is winter, so it is what we can expect. Matt Austin in Waterbury, thank you so much.
All right, so we bring in Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Ryan. We're at that point. Where does this blizzard of 26 compare to some of the biggies over the last 40, 50 years?
That's a great question. I think here in Connecticut, it's a blizzard we'll forget about in a couple weeks. So it's not really going to make it into the pantheon of snowstorms here in Connecticut like 1978 or 1996 or 2013. This probably is fairly comparable to some of the blizzards we've had. We had a blizzard in 2017 that dropped almost 30 inches of snow in eastern Connecticut. We had a blizzard in 2022 in eastern parts of Connecticut as well. I think this is probably along those lines. We picked up about a foot of snow in the Hartford area. Contrast that to 2013 when we had about 30 inches of snow in Hartford and about 3 feet of snow down toward New Haven, and it was a heavy, wet snow that was really tough to move. This is not going to be that challenging to dig out from. Still, a foot of snow is a foot of snow, but it's not going to be like one of those storms that you're talking about a few years from now. Here's a look outside in Hartford. The visibility is low. This is what it looked like earlier in Noank. Look at that wind blowing the snow around, blowing and drifting snow today. Picked up about 2 feet of snow already in Noank. The visibilities have come up. Visibility now in Bridgeport's a mile. Visibility is 3/4 of a mile in Willimantic and Meriden. And why are we talking about visibility? Well, it's not because we have fog. It's because the heavier the snow is, the lower the visibility gets. The snow effectively blocks your visibility, and the heavier the snow is, the harder it is to see. And so we're looking at a moderate snow across most of Connecticut right now, but it is wind whipped with winds gusting up to 45 in Groton and 44 miles per hour in Enfield and Windsor Locks. Live Doppler radar, we've got a heavier band of snow. It's not particularly heavy, but it's more of a steady, moderate snow from Madison over to Killingworth and Old Saybrook. Another heavy band up through portions of Litchfield County. I think we'll probably get another 1 to 3 or maybe 2 to 4 inches of additional snow this afternoon. But the snowfall rates are coming down, and the winds are beginning to come down as well. More on what to expect over the next few hours. Let's send things over to meteorologist Anthony Carpino. Anthony.
Hey there, Ryan. Yeah, so just going back to what we've seen so far this morning and going back to last night, really seeing those snow totals add up. Let's start eastern Connecticut, Columbia. About a foot of snow that was reported earlier this morning. But I also want to go down to North Stonington. This report came in just at 11:30, where they picked up 26.5 inches of snow. I also got a viewer photo from East Killingly from Amy. She saw 27 inches of snow there. So eastern Connecticut really seeing the jackpot there of all the snow. We go to North Brantford. They saw about 16 inches of snow. And then as we head out into southwestern areas of the state, Oxford, that snow report coming in also around 11:30. And those snow totals there close to about 16.5 inches. So as we move forward, we're talking about this blizzard, this nor'easter working its way further up the East Coast. This is going to continue to move off to the north, eventually landing in the Canadian Maritimes. And that means, well, our conditions are going to improve as we move through the next several hours. So by 4 or 5 p.m., much of the snow is tapering off. It's not completely gone just yet, and it's still breezy. So the snow that's on the ground is still getting whipped around a little bit there. So we'll still have that potential for blowing snow, even though most of the snow that's actually falling from the sky is starting to taper off. But you go to eastern Mass and sections of Rhode Island, they're going to continue to add to those snowfall totals there. It's not until later on tonight, guys, closer to about 10 p.m. where we're actually going to start to clear out those skies. Tomorrow is looking much better with some sunshine. We'll talk more about the rest of the week coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Back to you.
Anthony Carpino live for us in studio. Anthony, thank you. On the Shoreline, our Storm Tracker team coverage continues now with NBC Connecticut's transportation reporter, Andrew Rowan.
Andrew is live in Darien this morning. And Andrew, what are the conditions right there where you are right now?
Well, Bree, Kevin, about 3-4 minutes ago, we saw 6 of the 650 DOT plow trucks come by I-95 North. And right after that, it's like someone waved a checkered flag because these cars started flying as soon as the conditions improved. Before we saw a little bit of pavement, and now if you look this way, on both sides going north and south, there's blacktop. We also saw crews salting. I want to show you just here on the side of the road, though. Or side of the, we're sort of at a rest stop. I'm not like right on the highway. There's about, so in this area, there's only 7 inches, but you come back to where some of the snow drifts, there's 8, there's 10. It's really the blowing winds that have been the problem now. I want to turn around here and just make sure we're good to go. We haven't seen a ton of traffic at this, this is the Darien rest stop. But if you look down at the pavement, the crews have done a really good job keeping everything clear. At the bottom of what they've just been plowing is just wet, compact stuff. It's not ice yet, but it's definitely going to require some effort to get it cleared off. And actually, I know one of the plow drivers who works for DOT in the New Haven area. I asked him, what are you seeing out there on the roads? He said, compared to last storm, the heavy, wet stuff means it's way more compact. And if you look at the back of our car here, see that same ice stuff that Len was talking about. I just want to show you, if you're like, I haven't gone out yet to clear your own car. This is somebody else's car. I hope they don't mind. This is the back of theirs. So unlike the other one where it was sort of a snow blowy snow, this you really have to, I don't want to break our snow thing. To clear it, it's going to require some force and some effort. So just know that if you're headed out there, that's what we're dealing with, Bree and Kevin.
That comparison of what the snow looks like, on the ground versus on the car was really good. Andrew Rowan for us live in Darien. Thank you so much. And we've been talking all morning long about what this storm means for Connecticut, but it's hitting other people in New England as well.
They're very excited this morning in Marshfield, Massachusetts, because that is the hometown of Mike Sullivan, the USA men's hockey coach who won the gold medal yesterday. But you know what? They're already past that in Marshfield because Lord knows how much snow they have there. Let's get out to our sister station, Robert Goulston reporting for us in Marshfield. What a mess, Robert.
It is a mess. We're trying to celebrate with our caution tape here for the hockey coach there, but trying to give you a sense of how the wind is just all over the place. It's not just coming off the water, which is right here. It's just going up and down and sideways, left and right, and it's just blowing that snow, and it's obviously that precipitation in the snow is making it stick to everything. This is the middle of downtown Marshfield, one of the hot areas in the summertime, and you can't see anything. There's a restaurant over there. There's an actual shop over here. We're going to try to walk over here to give you a sense of what we're dealing with as the snow just kind of gets stuck right onto the buildings, onto the trees. Of course, that's what's causing some of the power issues. The Brant Rock Market closed down today, of course, obvious reasons, but you can see everything. It's not even really stuck on there. It's just really blowing right on, and it just gives it this sense of this look of apocalyptic. Sorry, I can barely talk out here. It's just blowing so hard. But that's what we're dealing with in Marshfield. The town here telling us they're dealing with about 38% of the town without power. It's a pretty small town. We're about 45 minutes outside of Boston. But that coastal tide, they went through that first tide. They say that flooded the area, but it didn't cause any major issues. But it stayed flooded for about 3 or 4 hours after the high tide. So now they're watching the next high tide, which is going to be later on this afternoon around 3:30, around 3:40, we're told. So it's just a real big mess out here. So we'll see what it looks like after it stops snowing and blowing. Back to you guys.
Robert, we've seen a lot of things. We've never seen a reporter with the caution tape on. That is very creative. Stay warm, stay safe, my friend. And for perspective, that's the South Shore of Boston. That's what they call it. You're like Situate. You're about halfway between Boston and the Cape, and it is an absolute mess there.
Yeah, I mean, I love the comparison. He said vacation spot. I'd love to check it out one day, but you could barely see behind his live shot. It was completely white out. So let's go down to the shoreline now, though, back here in Connecticut to look at the conditions there. NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis is live for us in Guilford. And Kevin, how have things developed since the last time we checked in with you?
Yeah, Bree, well, it's still windy, it's still snowing, and it's still lousy on the road. So it's pretty consistent with the first hit we did a couple hours ago at this point. I want to kind of just take you this way, because we just had a chance to talk with this woman a couple minutes ago. She said she felt incredibly bad for her 2 dogs. You got to remember, dogs still got to go outside. They still have to do their business. Well, she has a husky and a German shepherd, and she said all morning, all they've been doing is just pawing at the window. They want to go outside. They want to enjoy this kind of weather. So at least we know some species are enjoying the weather outside. And pretty much downtown Guilford, pretty quiet. Just about every single business is closed. I'll take you over to the door here. Right on the door it says, due to pending weather, will be closed Monday 2/23. So you won't be getting any of your gentleman's clothing first thing this morning. And it'll just kind of take you this way. They've done a fantastic job here on Whitfield of clearing the actual sidewalks themselves. But every single time they get ahead of it, they start to clear some of the sidewalks. Next thing you know, a big gust of wind will roll through and it'll just completely get snow covered again. So we've talked with a few crews who have been in this area. We've had a few conversations and they all say the same thing. Listen, we're going to be out here all day. We're going to be continuing to shovel. We're going to be continuing to throw down any kind of salt. And then if I just take you across the street here to the green, we really kind of get an idea of the wind that's whipping. Underneath the trees, it looks pretty much like there's not even a lot of snow on the ground, but you can see all the branches, all the debris that's fallen down. A lot of that'll cause your power outages. That'll possibly bring a wire down. Any bigger branch, it could take a whole thing down. Next thing you know, Eversource crews need to be out and get to you. So we're having these conversations with some of the people who are shoveling. They say, yes, it is heavy, it is wet at times, and it is windy. So conditions are not great to be working out here. We came from Route 1. We've seen some of the side streets. We've seen a more major road like Route 1. Conditions are not great. So if you have nowhere to be this morning, if you're not an essential worker, just stay home. Enjoy that extra cup of coffee. Maybe switch over to hot chocolate at some point so you don't get too much caffeine in your system. We'll send it back to you guys in the system. I know I want to switch over.
Or some decaf tea too, right?
You can never have too much caffeine, Kevin. Thanks
Decaf
for
is
that
an
live
option.
report from Guilford.
Oh my goodness. I'm a tea person, so I could go that way. But thank you so much for staying with us this morning. We'll be right back in just a few seconds with everything you need to know about the blizzard.
A live look at New London as the Connecticut shoreline gets slammed. Welcome back, everybody. We shift from good morning to good afternoon.
Yeah.
Our team's been on the air for the most part since 4 a.m. covering this blizzard of 26. I'm Kevin Nathan.
It's been a busy day. I'm Bracey We're continuing our Storm Tracker live team coverage with Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan. He's been here all morning long. Ryan, my question right now is how have things changed throughout the hours? What's the biggest change you've seen?
I think the biggest change now, as expected, we're in midday, the snowfall rates are coming down, the wind is coming down, so still not great if you've got to get out and about. And it also depends on where you are. Yeah, I mean, if you have to, go somewhere in the Farmington Valley or north of Hartford today, roads are okay. I mean, they're not great, but they're not terrible. We've seen much worse. Other parts of the state, especially eastern Connecticut, where we're over like 2 feet of snow, it's going to be a little more problematic there. And one thing, at 1 o'clock, we're going to get our snowfall reports in for all the airports, the major climate stations. We're going to get pretty close to both Newark and Providence having their greatest snowfalls on record. And those records.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, Providence's old record, 28.6 from the blizzard of 78, and it's a long-standing record, obviously, since 1978, and I think they're going to break it.
So when I asked you 20 minutes ago about how this blizzard stacks up with other ones, you were speaking specifically for Connecticut.
Yeah, for Connecticut.
But for places like Providence, this could be top 2 or 3.
So Providence, southeastern Mass, this is going to be up there probably with like the 2005 blizzard, 1978. One thing about 78, though, is that it was far more impactful. The winds were stronger, right? So we had like winds with 70, 75 miles an hour, so the drifts were huge. But also, people left work and they got stranded. So you had tens of thousands of people across New England stranded on highways and at work or at like random places.
We didn't have the app back then, Ryan.
We didn't have the app.
We didn't have you guys either.
And a lot of people didn't have four-wheel drive cars. It was a little unusual. Now, the car companies sell far more SUVs than the new sedans. So just from a societal impact, that's why 78 sort of takes the cake. Even though we've had more snow and different storms, 78 still sort of stands alone. And maybe if I've got time at 1 o'clock, we'll talk about 1888, which is still number 1.
I wasn't here for that, but 78, I was in 4th grade, and we missed school the entire week.
Well, 1888, parts of Connecticut had over 50 inches of snow. So that was the White Hurricane.
Ooh, okay.
It was a good one. Let's take a look. All the telegraph lines went down back in 1888 in March of that year. I think New Haven wound up with about 50 inches, Middletown 55. This isn't that. All right, let's take a look here in Hartford as we look toward Duncan. We're looking from Duncan Park up toward the North Meadows. And again, especially in the Hartford area, if you've got to be out and about later today, you'll be okay. Just take it slow, take it easy. Don't do anything dumb. Don't tailgate a plow. Just take it slow, take it easy, and you'll get to where you need to go. Other parts of the state, though, particularly along the shoreline and out in eastern Connecticut, this is a much more impactful storm. The winds have been a little stronger, and the snow totals a little higher. Look at North Stonington, 26.5. Voluntown, about 2 feet. North Branford, 16. Litchfield, 15 inches. Staffordville, 12. We've picked up about 12 inches in the Hartford area. In the New Haven area, closer to about 15 or 16. Bridgeport, 16 inches was reported with the observation at 7 a.m. And that is the 6th largest snowstorm on record for the Bridgeport area, and it's been snowing since 7 a.m. So we'll probably wind up with, a top 3 snowstorm on record for Bridgeport. The number 1 record, out of reach 30, set back in 2013 during the big snowstorm. Peak wind gusts today in Groton, 68 miles per hour at the Groton New London Airport. You can thank this storm here. This is the center of the blizzard. This is the area of low pressure. And see these lines here? These are isobars. They're lines of equal pressure. When they're pushed really close together, that means you get strong wind. It's a strong pressure gradient. It's a big difference in a short distance between low pressure and high pressure that we have well off to the north and west. And as that storm pulls away, the pressure gradient begins to relax and the winds will die down. Quickly, let's take a look at power outages across Connecticut. Lisbon, Canterbury, and Killingworth, hardest hit so far, and you can see where the worst of this storm has been from Guilford out east through Stonington and then up along the 395 corridor. That's where we've seen the strongest winds, and that's where the power outages are most widespread. With more on what's happening right now with live Doppler radar and what's to come, let's send things over to meteorologist Anthony Carpino. Anthony.
Hey there, Ryan. Yeah, so just taking a look outside first on I-84 in Manchester. The wind's still whipping out there, and of course you just mentioned those power outages. And take a look at this. You can see the trees there on the left-hand side. They're moving around, but also the light poles on the highway. They've also been moving around. Now 84, you can see a lot of snow still on the highway, but there is one lane that folks have been using to get by there. We take a look at satellite and radar. It has been eastern Mass and sections of Rhode Island over the last several hours. That snow band hasn't moved an inch, and that has been creating very high snow totals for that part of New England. For us here in Connecticut, as we switch this back over just to our raw data product here, this isn't rain, this is snow, but it's a lot easier to see where we have our heavier snow bands set up. So let's start in western Connecticut, just to the west there of Torrington, stretching all the way down through Danbury. You can see that area of dark green, that's very heavy snow there. But we also have some more moderate snow where Route 9 meets up with 95 there down in Old Saybrook. You have Clinton, Old Saybrook, Lyme, just outside of Haddam there, and then not too far away from Norwich, also Salem. Those darker greens showing that heavier snowfall. So where do we go from here? Well, we will continue to make some improvements there. We're going to see more holes in the radar, and we're going to start to clear out those snow showers later on this afternoon. By about 5 or 6 p.m., we're going to be saying goodbye to the snow. The wind is still going to be whipping, and that could still make blowing snow, even though the actual snow that's falling from the sky has come to an end. So how much more snow can we see, especially for eastern Connecticut? I wouldn't be surprised if we picked up another couple of inches, but for the rest of the state, guys, I think we can start breaking out the shovels, the snow blowers, and starting to clean everything up. Back to you.
Anthony Carpino live for us in studio. Anthony, thank you. In the last 45 minutes, we heard from state officials still urging people to stay off the roads. Bill Turner, Emergency Management Services, calling this travel treacherous still. Let's get over to Governor Ned Lamont, who joins us live now. Governor, thanks for joining us. What is your message to the state right now as the blizzard-like conditions slowly dissipate?
I think we still have about 15,000 people who are out of power, but we had estimated many, many more than that. So Eversource is trying to manage that as best we can. My biggest message is this is very heavy, wet snow. We have 700 snowplows out there working almost round the clock. Stay out of the way, stay home, don't drive, let them get the job done. With this heavy snow, it takes a lot longer to plow than it did, say, in that storm in late December. Give these guys a little extra room and a little extra time.
Now, Governor Ned Lamont, the state of emergency you declared Sunday evening is still in effect. Was that an easy call to make with things rapidly developing over the 24 hours? And when might that ban on commercial vehicles be lifted?
I think we don't want to inconvenience people, but you also want to err on the side of caution. And we did this in conjunction with Massachusetts and New York and Rhode Island, our neighbors. It doesn't make any sense for one state to do something very different than another. But we'll be taking a look at that hour by hour to see when we can lift that. Right now, our strong caution is no trucks, you're not allowed, not yet. And everybody else, stay home a little bit longer.
So, Governor, it's kind of twofold. You're communicating with neighboring states like New York and Massachusetts you alluded to, but also internally with your team of people, state officials, as to what the conditions are like in Connecticut before those bans are lifted?
Exactly. Look, before the storm came, they were pretty good at predicting it. We try and get the best idea of where you think the heaviest snow is going to be and where you think the heaviest winds are going to be. Pre-position the snow plows there and make sure Eversource has their techs ready to go. The tricky part is a branch comes down on a wire, knocks it out. First, DOT's got to make sure we can get access there through snow plow. Eversource then has to get there, make sure that wire isn't energized, and then we can get your power turned back on. It's still going to take a few days.
Yeah, and Governor Lamont, what have we learned, what has the state learned, what has state DOT learned from the last snowstorm we had that maybe help prepare for this snowstorm?
It wasn't a snowstorm, but ICE back in 2020, that was a tropical storm. Back then we had hundreds of thousands of people without power. I think that the utilities estimated a much lesser storm. This time around, everybody's erring on the side of caution. We have many fewer outages than we had estimated. Thank God, we got the technicians there ready to take care of people.
Governor, you mentioned the concerns with this heavy, wet snow, difficult for the state, difficult for individuals to move. Beyond that, what other things have you concerned at this point, or do you feel pretty good about where things are going in the way of cleanup and ultimately opening up the roads to everyone?
Wet snow, then it freezes, ice on branches get heavy, they come down, take out a power wire. You know, we have a lot more of our power wires exposed. They're on telephone poles in more urban areas, like in the United Illuminating areas, like Bridgeport and New Haven. They're underground, so a little less likely to suffer the same type of damage. But that's what's got me concerned. I think we got to watch carefully in terms of electricity. And that, you know, then we focus on our nursing homes, we focus on our hospitals. We ask our neighbors, reach out if you know somebody who's a senior or disabled in some way, make sure they're okay and taken care of. And if you're at home, you know, you can always dial 211. We'll be there to do what we can to take care of you. If you have to get to a warming shelter, we still have plenty of capacity.
And Governor, before we let you go, I know we asked this, I'll just ask it a different way. I just want to make sure, because so many people are watching and they want to know when everything kind of opens back up, any better sense, hour by hour, what today looks like?
I do know that people are going to start getting very frustrated, more likely to get out on the roads sooner than we think is appropriate. But if people stay off the roads, if the snow slows down by you know, end of today, I think tomorrow should be a pretty good day. But let's take it 1 hour at a time.
Governor Lamont, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. Stay safe as well.
Thank you, Governor. We appreciate your time. All right, let's take a look now at how the snow and wind is affecting the conditions in Hartford County. We've talked to Ryan and we've heard from Bob since 4 in the morning that it seems like blizzard conditions throughout the state, but Hartford maybe was the opposite of the jackpot. Maybe Hartford had it the easiest. That said, Len Bestoff's seen some conditions in Manchester.
Yeah, we're going to check in with him right now in Manchester. And Len, what are you seeing now at this hour?
So I'm checking things out here, everybody. I've got this wind gauge. That's one way that we can get the conditions here in Manchester. We're just off Pleasant Valley Road in the Buckland section of Manchester, and the wind's kicking up right now. Let's see what we got. Not real, it's a strong breeze. We're cooking right around 14, 15, 16 miles per hour, but it's steady. And the best way to show this, I wish I had a flag for you. Instead, I've got this pet waste dispenser bag. And you can see that the wind is very strong, very steady. And honestly, the bags have just been pulled out of this thing as the day's gone on. We're parked pretty close to this area. And so that's the kind of wind you're dealing with. And when you're dealing with a wind like this, what it does, of course, is the wind chill. Right now, I guess the temperature in Manchester is roughly about 27 degrees. When you add in breezes like this, it's going to drop it down to a real feel of about 17 degrees. So that kind of wind blowing all this wet snow on vehicles, you can see like over my red truck over there, it's all just sticking on there, and that's going to be a mess to scrape up later. And like everybody's been saying, don't go out if you don't have to. The only way to get around is like with snowshoes, something like this. And even then, you know, it's windy, it's nasty, you could easily trip. The other thing is, let's face it, folks, we got about 10, 12 inches here in Manchester, but you got all that other nasty stuff underneath. So even if you're a pretty good snowshoer, which I think back in the day at least I was, you could easily get caught in one of these wells and trip. So make sure you're bringing your poles and using them if you do go out. But the better advice is probably to stay inside and let this thing pass. The wind here is strong, but it's not as bad as it is down on the shoreline, but it's still challenging here in central Connecticut. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, for sure. That's what we've seen, you know, mostly the shoreline impacted the whole state, but definitely the shoreline is being hit the hardest. So Len, I've never tried snowshoes, so I have to ask, is it hard? Like, how does it feel with how the snow is right now?
Bree, I got to tell you, as I like to say, you all hear me back in the studio, I say piece of cake, can of corn. It's just like walking. The biggest thing is, I'm going to bend down here. Hopefully you don't hear the knees crack too much. Getting these straps on is what's the trickiest part when your hands are all numb and cold and the snow's blowing. But generally, Bree, I highly recommend it because it's a great way to get out. You know, in this kind of weather, with these awesome jackets NBC provides us, I'm not cold. And you can move around. Here, I'll go a little faster. I don't have poles, but I'm doing it.
There you go.
And Len,
It's one way to get around.
Len, I haven't heard can of corn since my high school baseball coach used to use that expression. You know, it's easy. It's like a can of corn. And by the way, if you keep measuring the feels like temperature, as our chief investigator, you're already busy enough, but the weather department's going to put you to work. I mean, measuring temperatures and wind chill factors. I mean, come on. You're going above and beyond today, Len.
He's pulling double, triple duty out there.
Well, you know. I do what I can out here, but I'm not going to drop down those words like gradients and things like that. I'll leave the tech stuff to our weather experts.
Please do, and I don't even know what that means, so I'll have to ask them in the commercial break. Len Bestoff live for us in Manchester. Len, thank you.
So great. We'll be right back in just a few minutes, and make sure you stay with us. We're covering everything from accidents, blood donations being canceled, 211 calls coming in. We have reporters across the state. You're taking a look right now at Hartford. Look at those flags right there. You could really see them moving around. So we'll be right back. It's time right now is 12:16. Welcome back. We're continuing our team coverage with NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney. Kevin, Melissa is one of my favorite places, the downtown of Middletown. I love it there so much.
Underrated.
Yes.
There's so many good restaurants there. Wesleyan's, you know, a mile away. You got the Connecticut River.
Yeah.
Very underrated spot in our state.
Yeah, I love it. It's going to be much different, though, today, though, Melissa. I think you're seeing a lot of businesses closed today.
You got it, guys. We actually decided to leave the Main Street area to see what the rest of the Middletown area looks like. So we'll just start. You're right. Main Street businesses totally closed, totally dark. We've only seen a few people walking by foot, a few cars, but mostly it's been plows. Now, right now, we're actually at a gas station on Washington Ave because we wanted to get something to eat, and it was open. One of the few buildings that was open. And something that I want to point out is that this road is actually totally clear. So if you have been staying with us, Main Street, not so plowed. It was pretty, you know, snowy, white, even though plows were coming through. But it seems like crews have really focused on this Washington Ave. Of course, it's sort of a main throughway, State Road 66 here, which you're looking at. I would also say, if not the snow on the roads, which seems to be improving, wind is the next thing we're talking about. I don't know. I'll just let you try to listen to it here. I don't know if you can hear that, but the snow is like pelting my hood. It's one of those things where if you face the wind, like right now I am faced away from what you guys are looking at, so I don't get hit in the face by the snow, but it almost feels like tiny little rocks whipping your face. And then we are taking a look at this. We got this John Deere tractor here. Looks like that this person is plowing too. We're seeing a lot of, I don't know if I wouldn't call it DIY because of course this is a plow, but maybe unique looking plows on the road. I saw a man using an ATV in Middletown on Main Street to sort of get the sidewalks. I'm seeing a lot of that, people getting really ahead of the snow, ahead of the ice as best as they possibly can. I think this guy's not even wearing a coat. I'm pretty impressed by it. Let's see if he wants to chat. Hi. Hi. We're live on the news. How's it going for you today? Could we talk to you about it?
It's going great.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm not seeing a coat situation, but I see you have your plow.
It's warm in there. I got the radio going,
Good
but it's
stuff.
not going too bad.
Love it. And are you plowing for anyone or just yourself? Like, yeah. I like the situation.
Primary landscaping.
Okay, so you're
the
busy.
Best. Yeah.
How busy have you guys been today?
We've been going since 4 a.m.
Wow. So did you sleep at all last night?
Yeah.
Oh.
Went to bed at like 8.
Oh, so you're good. Okay, how many calls have you had?
I'm doing this over 60 community, and that's all I got to do. So I'm only doing that place. So I'm just getting some fuel, and then that'll be the end of it.
On you go. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. We're seeing a lot of that today. A lot of private plows, a lot of state plows, a lot of DOT plows. We're seeing the ATVs. We're seeing it all. So it's, people are out about working. But of course, as you guys have been hearing, this is really not a day to drive unless you have to. Of course, the plows need to do their work. The State Department of Transportation says that they have responded, state police say they've responded to over 200 vehicles needing assistance today. There's been around 80 or so accidents. Some minor injuries, thankfully, as of around 11:30, no fatalities, which of course is a good sign because this is a blizzard. That is no joking matter. And if you've been keeping up long enough with NBC Connecticut and our weather team, we do not like to say blizzard unless it's really a blizzard. And we've got the go ahead. We can say blizzard, which means it's not a joking matter. So at this point, essential travel only, as you heard from the governor. We'll be here just trying to camp out, see how the conditions are going. But like we said, Washington Ave looking pretty good. Main Street and Middletown, not so much, but hopefully there's nothing really to do on Main Street because unfortunately all the businesses are closed. Although I talked to some folks that own a business on Main Street, they say they'll be good tomorrow. That's why they're plowing ahead of time. So we'll send it back to you guys in a very snowy and busy Middletown here. Lots of activity though, despite the conditions.
Kevin, it's like we saw in that live shot with Melissa, I think 2 people living in 2 alternate universes.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Most of us are in one universe.
Yes, with Melissa
Some are in that
Cooney.
other universe where you wear a T-shirt during a blizzard, but good for him.
Yeah.
He seemed fine. All right, Melissa Cooney live for us in Middletown. Thank you. We're going to bring in Storm Tracker meteorologist Anthony Carpino here in a second. Anthony hustling over as, there's a lot that goes on during blizzard coverage. Right, Anthony?
Oh, yeah, no, we were talking about this storm for the last several days. Steve and I were up late, keeping an eye on those conditions. And here's a look outside right now. Conditions over a very snowy Litchfield. You can see the flag there in the distance, blowing around in the breeze. So while the peak wind speeds happened earlier this morning, it's still expected to stay on the breezier side for us, and that will kick up that snow a little bit. So still a reduced visibility as we move through the next several hours, even going through this afternoon. Let's talk about how much snowfall we've picked up today. North Stonington coming there just under 27 inches of snow. Voluntown at about 2 feet. North Branford there 16 inches. Litchfield we just saw there about 15 inches, and Staffordville coming in close to a foot of snow. And live radar shows where we have some of the heavier snow showers still eastern Connecticut, but also for western sections of the state. That snow band really hasn't moved just outside of Torrington and stretching down through sections of Danbury and closer to New Milford as well. Some lighter snow showers going on in the Hartford area right now. Let's take a closer look at Danbury. You can see that snow band slowly starting to dissipate just a little bit there, and maybe actually pivoting further back to the south. So just to the east of Danbury along I-84 there, and then points south in Fairfield County. We move to eastern Connecticut, Groton, New London, out toward Norwich, also seeing some of those bands of snow, but it's been Providence, it's been eastern areas of Massachusetts. That snow band for them has not moved, and those snow totals are really adding up. Here's another view outside. This is Hartford, check out those wind speeds there. You can see those flags just completely whipping around in the breeze. That continues, the wind there, but luckily our snowfall starts to decrease as we go through this afternoon. So this is a look back on Sunday. You could see where we saw those snowfall rates really ramp up during that overnight period. This yellow line, this is where we are right now. So we're starting to see everything decrease, and that's some good news. We're going to break apart those snow showers a little bit more as we go through today. So moving past 2, 3 o'clock, most of the snow showers beginning to taper off. I think we'll still have some snow out there, but we're going to definitely improve. And then by tomorrow, we're going to have some sunshine. It's still going to be on the cooler side, but hey, we'll take all the sunshine that we can get. We will start to see some changes, though, by the time we get to Wednesday with potentially another system on the way. But as far as additional snow goes, likely seeing those snow totals start to add up a little bit more, maybe a couple more inches possible, guys, for eastern Connecticut. And then we get a chance to dry things out throughout the day tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Anthony, thank you. You know what? So much goes on in the city of Hartford this time of year. We're in a legislative session. You have both sides fighting for their positions on the left and right. But when it comes to a snowstorm, everybody's on one page. Let's clean it up and let's get back to business.
Yes, absolutely. And to cover all of this, we have NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino, and it is a short session. I wish it was a short winter season.
And he's sitting down. I don't think I ever see Mike Savino sitting down. He's running around trying to get every position on every legislative issue. Mike, what's the latest in Hartford?
Well, Kevin and Bree, I'm just trying to catch my breath because I'm on top of a snowbank here in Hartford. We're cheating a little bit, as you can see the size of this snowbank, because we're in a parking lot. Some of this is probably leftover snow from the last storm, but there's plenty of fresh snow here on top. And to your point about the cleanup, you know, we keep talking about the conditions, the safety, people having accidents while they're traveling, but it's also about helping the cleanup happen faster. You heard the governor talking about trying to make sure that by tomorrow morning the roads are passable, people can get around. That's one of the other reasons why there's such an urgency in telling people to stay home. The wind, as you can see, is blowing this snow around. So people staying home, people staying off the roads is allowing plows to continue to stay up with the storm. You're seeing banks, maybe not quite this big, but we're seeing snowbanks all over the city, along sidewalks, at intersections, because they're trying to just keep the roads passable for whoever has to be out. Then, of course, there is the cleanup afterwards, getting that snow out of here so you're not having hazards, you're not having congested intersections where people can't see, things like that. So even if you're looking outside in a place like Hartford and think the conditions may be improving, they're not. They're getting better and worse throughout, but it's also about aiding the cleanup so that by tomorrow things can maybe return to normal. That's why courts are closed, the legislature is closed, the Capitol is closed, the school in your town is closed, businesses here in Hartford and all over the state are closed, trying to keep people off the roadways. I guess I do have to get down at some point. But the whole point is stay home, stay safe, allow the roads to clear up. We're hearing there's not too many issues out there because people are heeding that warning. So we're seeing some minor accidents, but we heard about 45 minutes ago, there's no major injuries, no deaths with those accidents. We're seeing power outages in spots throughout the state, but nothing major right now as crews all over the state try to keep up with this weather.
Savino, and before we let you go, we talked about it being a short legislative session. I think you mentioned to us a lot of the hearings that were scheduled for today are still happening. They're being held virtually. Why is that so important to make sure that bills and laws still get passed this legislative session?
Well, when you call it a short session, just to put it in context, it's 2 months shorter than the session that we saw last year. They alternate year to year. So in a short session, it's only 13 weeks. That's going from committees bringing up concepts, having public hearings, then fine-tuning the bills, sending them to the House and Senate, who then must vote, send the bills back and forth, and the other chamber votes, getting them to the governor. 13 weeks is not a lot of time when you're trying to talk about making adjustments to the budget. Some of the major things that they're talking about trying to do this session with education aid, people very concerned about affordability, a lot of big concepts they're trying to take on. And so falling behind, even because because of weather can really slow things down. You've got to try to figure out when do we get these bills to a public hearing if it was canceled. So certainly since COVID, we've had sort of this hybrid capability. So on a day like today, going to a virtual format allows them to stay on schedule, allows them to move on to the next public hearing when they have them. A lot of the committees have already passed their deadlines to raise bills in the first place. That's how quickly this session is moving along.
A short session on a winter, not short on weather events. Mike Savino, our political reporter, doing it all today. Be careful sledding down that hill, Mike. You're not as old as me, but you're not 12 either, so take it slow.
Be safe, yes. No injuries. Please, please, please.
Mike Savino reporting for us. Hey, our blizzard coverage of 26 continues right after the break.
Good Monday morning. I'm Bracita Landaverde. We are keeping a close eye on everything blizzard related for you today. I'm Bracita Landaverde.
And I'm Kevin Nathan. We continue our storm tracker coverage of this blizzard. And you might just be joining us going, blizzard. Things have died down a bit. But again, we've been noting the definition of a blizzard. We have some snow. You have 3+ hours of 35-mile-an-hour plus winds and a quarter-mile or less of visibility for 3 straight hours. We've had that across most of the Connecticut, and that's why our colleague Sydney Boyle still is going with the goggles in West Hartford, right, Sydney?
She got them.
Guys, yeah, I've upgraded to the goggles now, which is really helping me out with the wind. Over in Newington, we saw it was strong winds. We're over in West Hartford now. Same thing. Every now and then we just get a huge burst that sends us both back. Hi, guys. Lots of people out here driving clearly on the roads here in West Hartford. But if you just take a look behind me here, you'll see just how these traffic lights are shaking. They've been shaking for hours. We've been sitting here, but that just is showing how much the wind we are getting here. Now on the roads, we have seen some plows go through, helping people, clear the roads here. They're doing a pretty good job. On the way here, they were covered. As you can see now, they are pretty clear. They're doing a great job. Crews are coming by, making it able for that people that are on the roads, like those guys we just saw, are able to do so safely at this time. But still, it's not recommended to be on the roads at this time. Now, we're standing in Corbin's Corner, and if you are aware of this area or familiar of this area, you know it's pretty poppin' all the time. The opposite effect today. No one's here. It's closed. There's just urgent care. I have seen no cars here in the last 3 hours that we've been sitting here. So guys, same conditions throughout the state. Windy, empty, shut down, stay at home.
Sydney, thank you so much for that live report from Corbin's Corner in West Hartford. And today is not a good day to travel. It's been the biggest message that we've heard all morning from everyone, state officials, especially if you had to fly. Many flights are canceled at Bradley International Airport, and also people are stuck in other locations that can't make their way back home to Connecticut.
Yeah, there's usually this woman who sits next to me at 4 and 5:30, named Amber Diaz, who had something going on, and she is stuck in an airport.
Stuck.
We love you, Amber.
In
Get
warmer
back
weather.
safely.
We're not jealous at all, Amber.
Joining us now to talk more about the transportation challenges at Bradley International Airport is Brian Spiros, the Public Information Officer for the Connecticut Airport Authority. Brian, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Give us a sense of Bradley and as the officer for the Connecticut Airport Authority, where things kind of stand and when things might get back to business as usual.
So good to be with you both. So the airport is open and our crews are actively out on the airfield and the land side of things as well, clearing all of the surfaces. They've been doing so since yesterday afternoon when it first started snowing up here. As of right now, more than 90% of today's arrivals and departures have been canceled, which was to be expected given the conditions that are out there. Speaking about when things will get back to normal, a little bit of a glimmer of hope in all of this is that the reason we don't have 100% of flights canceled is because later tonight there are a few airlines that still have some arrivals scheduled, and that will be key to see if those aircraft can get in here and possibly operate some flights starting tomorrow morning. But it is probably going to be a couple days before the airlines get back up and running. So if anyone's flying tomorrow, even into Wednesday, they should be checking the status of the flight before coming to the airport.
And Brian, as we mentioned before, there are dozens of cancellations. You talked about that, but how will the airport accommodate for all of these missed flights? Will that affect airport operations over the next few days? We are monitoring some more systems throughout the week, so how will that impact everything?
Yeah, so our role in all of this is to keep the airport open, to maintain safety, and to keep all of the surfaces clear so that when the airlines start coming in, they have an airport that's fully operational. The airlines are really the ones that have been working with those passengers, helping to rebook them or to put them on other flights. So we're sort of fulfilling our end of things, and then the airlines behind the scenes are working with people so that the hope is they will start flying aircraft in here tomorrow and then getting back up and running on a normal schedule and getting all of those displaced passengers where they need to get to.
And that's got to be really hard, Brian, because you just think of supply and demand. The demand doesn't change. I know some people that are trying to get down to Florida this week, but the supply of flights gets limited because you get squeezed on a day like today. So how does that all work? I mean, I'm guessing AI and technology where you can use algorithms to try to reconfigure things.
Yeah, well, I can't speak to that fully because, again, that's something that the airlines will focus on. But yes, it can be challenging because if you have flights that are going to be operating tomorrow afternoon to several Florida destinations, let's say, and those flights are already full, it's hard to then find space for those displaced passengers. But, as much of an inconvenience as this can certainly be for people who have travel plans, the airlines are well versed in this and they know how to handle all of it and make sure that they, again, get back to those normal operations and make sure that they can get people placed on flights to get them to their destinations.
And Spiros with the Connecticut Airport Authority, thank you so much. But before we let you go, I do want to talk about, Andrew Rowan, our transportation reporter, has been covering this a lot. You have new upgrades there. So if people do have to wait around for their flights, right, or wait around for loved ones to come in, tell us about some of those upgrades at Bradley.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of upgrades. We just unveiled a brand new concourse several weeks ago that's going to be opening in the coming weeks to passengers and flights. We also have our brand new exit corridors on both sides of the terminal. Don't expect a lot of people to be using those exit corridors today. The lower level of them as a brand new meet and greet areas as well. So if anyone does have to come up to the airport tomorrow or in the coming days to pick up anyone who maybe was delayed by a few days getting here, they can wait in those meet and greet areas comfortable seating, access to the arrival monitors, and they can wait there. So there's definitely been a lot of upgrades up here, a lot of positive upgrades in all of that. So something people will notice if they plan on coming to the airport.
Brian Spiros, Public Information Officer for the Connecticut Airport Authority. Brian, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. You bet.
Our coverage continues now on the Shoreline, where they got absolutely whacked with this blizzard. Let's go to Mystic. Our colleague Jennifer Cuevas checks in. Jennifer, we've talked to you on the hour for the last few hours. It seems like you've finally come across real people ready to dig out.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. How exciting, right? Finally some real people out here doing the good work of cleaning up. But you know, the wind, relentless. Still those little pebbles feeling like just hitting your face all throughout the morning. But yeah, let's go over here and talk to these wonderful ladies. We have Nora and we have May, sisters. Hello. Helping out their mom, you know, just shovel out their driveway. So girls, tell me, how long have you been out here so far?
Probably about 45 minutes at this point, but I'm seeing it's probably going to be easily another 45 before we get the driveway in any sort of usable condition.
Maximum 2 hours probably.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, this is something that you want to do in shifts, right? And we were talking a little bit about how you haven't seen this much snow. So talk to me about your plans once it settles.
This is really good snow for snowmen and like making forts. So maybe after I've gone inside and kind of rested up a little bit, I might see if I can make a really huge one.
Ooh, yeah, like last time. I want to make a huge snowman as well.
Yeah.
Is that Cinder? You can see Cinder coming up the road with her owner over there.
Oh, perfect.
Tiny little
Following the regular schedule.
We have some more neighbors kind of checking in. Well, thank you so much, girls, and you know, good luck with this cleanup here. But yeah, Kevin and Bree, this is, you know, a bit of what we're seeing. We're actually on our way to Mystic Aquarium, and then we decided to stop here and, you know, chat, because we haven't really had you know, many connections, many people to talk to throughout this morning. The businesses here in Mystic, they remain closed. Likely they will remain closed the rest of the day. We're seeing some workers clear up the Amtrak station, but of course no trains right now scheduled. That is actually canceled. But here the conditions on the road, you still want to drive very slowly, because right now we are on those back roads, and so you're seeing that there's really no blacktop. We're still very much covered here in the Mystic area. And as for this wind, you guys, it just makes it seem like the snow picks back up, but it's unclear if it's still snowing or if it's just wind that, you know, the snow that's whipping around from the roofs and things of that sort. But again, we are starting to see a bit of that cleanup, as we've been saying this morning. This is something that you probably will want to do in shifts. You can't really get it all at once, but it's good to kind of get a good head start. So that's what we have going on here in Mystic for now. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Bree, Kevin?
You can see from your vantage point, Jennifer, there is a ton of snow there on the Shoreline in Mystic. Thanks for that live report.
You know what I love the most? The sisters tackling it
Yes,
together. The
I
teamwork.
thought the same thing.
Yeah. So Ryan, we're going to toss it over to Ryan Hannerman. And Ryan, we're hearing.
Yeah, it's heavy wet snow down in southeastern Connecticut. It's a finer snow, a drier snow farther north and farther west, so it depends on where you are, which is pretty typical. It's unusual that all of the state gets the same consistency of the snow. Here's a look outside New London. Picked up about 16 to 18 inches of snow in New London. A wintry scene here, but the visibility is not bad. We can see out toward the end of the harbor here. You look over, you can see Electric Boat down toward Eastern Point Beach and Groton. So the visibility has improved. The storm is really on its last legs right now. It's not completely over, but it is winding down. Max snowfall totals we've seen so far: North Stonington, 26.5 inches of snow, Voluntown 24, Westbrook 19, Litchfield 15, Staffordville 12. The lowest totals, as expected, in the Farmington Valley and the Connecticut River Valley from Hartford on north. Once you get to the west along the New York border, the totals increase up to close to 20 inches in some towns. Same deal along the Rhode Island border and also along the shoreline, close to 18 to 20 inches from Guilford, Madison out east towards Stonington. Winds still gusting over 40. Temperatures have dropped, so that heavy wet snow that we had earlier, when I came in this morning, was 32 in Groton and Stonington, down to 29 and 28 respectively. So temperatures have dropped. So at least the snow we're getting now, whatever's left over, isn't particularly heavy and wet. And just a classic look here on the satellite loop. You can see the center of this storm spinning around. It's actually clear in the center. The sun is out here over the Gulf Stream as this storm moves to the east. The storm strengthened extremely rapidly, and it was a very intense storm. And here on the back side of it, on the northwest side, that's where we're looking at the heavier snow. So we'll take a look at the snow bands moving through. We got a couple that we're watching. One band here right along the border with New York. Another heavier band out toward Rhode Island and eastern Connecticut, but in the middle it's a bit lighter. So the snow continues off and on for the next couple hours, but the trend is to get the snowfall rates to come down. So another few inches out in eastern Connecticut for most of us, maybe another inch or two, and some blowing and drifting of the snow. We'll warn just a little bit. Bree and Kevin, we'll send things back over to you.
All right, Ryan, thank you. As we head to the break, let's take another look at some of the photos you have been so kind to share with us today. This is Blitz, looking like he's having a wonderful time enjoying what apparently is his first snowstorm, and what a storm Blitz got. Thanks to Cindy and Canton for sharing this, what would you call that, adorable photo?
Adorable, adorable. Look at the eyes, his color. You could tell he's young. I wasn't sure, but yes, he's a young pup, so adorable.
And I hope Blitz doesn't have to shovel. We do. We'll be right back. We're back live with the conditions in Guilford. You know, for some, it's Norman Rockwell-esque. It is quintessential New England, the white, fluffy snow. For others, it's like, when is spring starting?
25
I can't
days.
wait for it to melt. Well, who's counting?
I am.
We are.
I am for sure counting. But listen, we want to get to Kevin Geist because he's in Guilford, and like you said, it's so different for everyone. So Kevin, what are you seeing there?
Hey, Kevin, Bree, good afternoon to you both at this point. It's a lot of people who are absolutely waiting for spring. They're excited. Now, obviously, there's a lot of cleanup that's going to happen. A lot of these snow piles are new-ish. Some of them still have quite a bit of snow held over from the previous storm. So we're starting to get a little bit more of cleanup going here. I think, like Ryan mentioned a couple minutes ago in his portion of this larger puzzle that is snow coverage for this Blizzard 2026, it's on its last legs. You can definitely tell the crews are starting to stay ahead of it. The wind gusts are fewer and far between. There's less snow that's actually falling, although at the moment it doesn't really feel like it. But I want to show you, this is going to be the real challenge, is the cleanup. You have piles, mountains, some might say, that are from the last storm. The snow still needs to go somewhere. If I give you an idea here, this is the new portion of the snow. The rest of this is from the last storm. Now, for reference, I stand about 6'1", so you have an idea of how tall these snow piles actually are. We're in the Big Y parking lot here along Route 1 in Guilford. Big Y is open, so that's a good reference, though don't try to get there, at least today. Give crews time to work. And then we'll kind of follow just over here a little bit more. We'll get over to Route 1 itself. We've seen progress. Things are getting a little bit better. However, You can see a little bit of blacktop, but there's still a lot of work to do. And really, when those wind gusts pick up, like the one that's coming toward us right now, whiteout conditions just return. So if you find yourself, if you're trying to go somewhere, you might think, oh, this is fine for a second, and then you can't see anything. And that's really where the problems arise. Now, I also want to point, while people are clearing up, there's DEEP issued some specific guidance. They want municipalities, cities, towns to know that in an emergency situation like this, they are going to allow some snow disposal into the water. Now, there's very specific criteria that needs to be met for that. There's very specific applications that need to be put through. However, for those municipalities, that is a potential option for any sort of town workers, employees that might be watching this. Something to look into. That guidance came directly from Commissioner Katie Dykes a little while ago. So those options are out there, and they're going to need options when it comes to places to put all of this snow. There's a lot of it. This one parking lot alone, these are snow piles I haven't seen since I was in high school. So a lot of snow removal still left to go. A lot of time in the day left where hopefully you can sit down on the couch and just enjoy watching us out here in the snow while you get to sit nice and warm. Bree, Kevin, we'll send it back to you.
Kevin Geis, live for us in Guilford. Kevin, thank you.
All right, and we want to continue our coverage here with NBC Connecticut's Sydney Boyo, who is in West Hartford. And Sydney, I understand you got a chance to speak to some college students getting some food this afternoon. So what did they say?
Bree, I wouldn't say they were getting food because they were looking for food. There's no food here, by the way, here in Corbin's Corner, which is usually pretty popular. Now, we're seeing here, you know, the roads are a little clear, which is why they were able to get on the road, but it's still not recommended that you're doing that. Now, they stopped by, they talked to us, 4 of them, they go to Trinity. They said, you know, 3 of them are from out of state, 1's from Connecticut. They're looking for food. I said, we got a win going here. I said, do you know how to cook? You know, they said, look, we're in a college dorm room. We knew the blizzard was coming, but we're in a dorm room, so we can't do much cooking. So they're going, this is their first stop here to Shake Shack. They didn't have any luck, clearly. You can see a guy here, he's snow plowing. He's clearing up the sidewalk a little bit, but I honestly don't think he's gonna be doing enough in time to get this whole place open so those guys can get food. So I asked them, you know, what's the plan? Where are we going after this? They said they don't know. A very college student answer, if you ask me. I probably would have done the same thing when I was in college, preparing for hurricanes with no food in my apartment. So I understand them. But yeah, they're not having any luck so far right now. They left, one's from California, one's from Massachusetts, one's from Philadelphia, one's from here in Connecticut. So 3 out of 4 kind of should have known to prepare. The other one from California, I think we can give them a little pass.
Well, Sydney, you're well prepared with those goggles. Loving that look. We know this storm is slowly dying down, but I'm looking above your head and I'm seeing those traffic lights moving pretty good. That wind is still whipping out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these wind gusts are still going. It's kind of relentless. You're being blown left and right. You know, it really, what's coming down from the sky isn't as heavy as it was before, but you truly can feel these wind gusts here, and you see it here with these traffic lights. So, I mean, anyone that's going outside, you'd feel it. I advise you, get some goggles like this, but really just stay inside, you know, keep warm. You don't have to deal with all the wind like we're doing out here today.
Thank you so much, Sydney. I know the mall is right by you, but we can see kind of the roads are empty, so better just to stay home. Today is not the day for shopping, and as you just told us, those stores are not open for food either. So just figure out a different way if possible. Sydney Boyo in West Hartford, thank you so much for your live report, and let's check in with Storm Tracker meteorologist Anthony Carpino. Anthony, you saw that conditions there in West Hartford.
Yeah, and here's a look outside in downtown Hartford, guys. Take a look at the flags here on the Founders Bridge. Still definitely blowing around there in the breeze. So Sydney's not alone. Hartford seeing wind, and pretty much the entire state is still dealing with those breezy conditions. But we've made some improvements since this morning, where we saw a peak wind gust at Groton Airport there, 68-mile-per-hour gust recorded there. Meriden to New Haven, 55, 56. Bradley had a gust of 54 miles per hour in Bridgeport. Breezy there earlier with a gust there of about 53. A live look at our wind gusts right now. Windsor Locks about 39-mile-per-hour gust there. Still pretty breezy in Groton, just shy of 50. But you look out to Rhode Island, Newport has a gust of 52. And how about Nantucket, a gust of 67 miles per hour? That's live data earlier that had wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. So yes, very breezy out there, and no surprise that we do have scattered power outages around the state. A couple of towns, they're highlighted in red, 30% of the town out of power. So we're seeing those scattered outages out there. As we go through this afternoon, the rest of this afternoon and this evening, we'll generally see the wind slowly starting to die down. Not going away. We'll likely still have gusts anywhere from about 25 to 35 miles per hour, but we're going to be making some improvements out there. We're also going to make some improvements in the snow department as well. We're actually already seeing a little bit of a break just around places like Simsbury and points just a little bit further south there. But you go down to Bridgeport, we still have a good little bit of snow there. And of course, in eastern Connecticut, we go down the 395 corridor, Killingly. You guys are still seeing some more of that snow. So give it a little bit more time later on this afternoon, closer to 5 p.m. as we start to get into the evening hours. We see that snow tapering off and we start to clear out those skies. By the time we get to tomorrow, a mix of clouds, sunshine, temperatures still on the cooler side there, into the 20s moving through the afternoon tomorrow. That system, that blizzard moving into the Canadian Maritimes, but we're not completely done with the winter weather just yet. By Wednesday, an Alberta clipper moves through a quick moving system, and this could bring in another coating to maybe a couple inches of snow at the most there. That swings out of here. Then by the time we get to Thursday, well, maybe even another system trying to scoot in to our south, maybe a few more snow showers Thursday night and into portions of Friday. But how about some good news here as we take a look at the 8 to 14 day outlook? We are expecting, well, to see warmer conditions, at least for most of the country, but for us here in New England, well, it's closer to average, at least as we start to get into the month of March. Now, as far as that 10-day forecast goes, we'll see those temperatures today still about, 30 degrees or so, 20s tomorrow, mix of clouds and sunshine. And then as we get into the second half of the week, this is the part I think everyone will enjoy. Look ahead to the weekend. Back to the 40s. We are dry for the weekend, and we have temperatures 45, 44 degrees. Similar temperatures there along the shoreline, 42 and about 44, guys. So we're talking about a little bit of a warm-up, not like last time we had a big storm where we were locked into the cold and then it could never melt for us. So we'll make some improvements, and we'll start to see some melting to go along with it.
I like to end on some good news. I love that, Anthony, you're bringing the good news for us, because I am locked in on that next weekend. Like, I am looking straight there.
I know everyone's going to be trying to get outdoors, trying to get to all the trails. If you're maybe you're going to be like Len, maybe you're going to do some snowshoeing a little bit. You maybe have some better conditions there, maybe packing it down a little bit.
Got about a minute to go in this hour, and then Mike and Keisha are going to join you this afternoon until we get to our 4 o'clock news. You guys nailed the forecast, 10 to 20, with it maybe even going over 20 in some spots. I know Ryan said this doesn't compare necessarily to like 1978, that massive blizzard, or 96. But where are we now in snow totals for this winter? Because for all of us, it feels like this has been a brutal winter. But in snow total-wise, are we at a threshold? Are we beyond it?
I'll have to double check based on some of the totals that we've seen for today. I know we weren't breaking any kind of crazy records before this storm. I mean, it's been such a wild last couple of months for us. We had that last storm where we had a good bit of snow, then the cold that was associated with that. We take a look at this storm with, the differences there with gustier winds here. Still some cool temperatures, but, it was warm enough where we had that heavy, wet snow. It's just been a very interesting winter for us, very more active, like Bob says, a good old-fashioned winter.
And a good way to end this hour, Anthony, that heavy, wet snow. We talked to Governor Lamont live about 45 minutes ago, and he emphasized that with the heavy, wet snow, that the state, kind of looking at it by the hour as to when they'll lift the commercial travel ban, but the governor and other state officials urging you, by all means, if you can, stay off the roads.
Yeah, stay home if you can. We understand if you do need to go out, but if you do stay far, far away from the plow trucks, please let them do their job. They are keeping all of us safe, and everyone wants to make it home safely.
We want to thank you for watching. We have been on the air. I say we loosely. I haven't, but since 4 a.m. It's been a team effort at NBC Connecticut, and as always, behind the scenes people, we appreciate you. And Mike and Keisha have you next.
Cool. Maybe we'll alternate. Okay. Our coverage continues of Blizzard 2026. Let's take a live look outside your window right now from Hartford to Litchfield, Windsor Locks, and New London. What a day out there. We do thank you for joining us right now. I'm Keisha Grant.
And I'm Mike Heideck, and we also thank you for staying off the roads because they're doing a good job so far. We have continuing coverage, team coverage, in fact, all over the state of the blizzard. We're going to continue to track the conditions north, south, east, and west.
You know, just a few minutes ago, we spoke live with Governor Ned Lamont about the conditions that are happening right now on the roads all across the state. Let's listen to what he had to say.
My biggest message is this is very heavy, wet snow. We have 700 snowplows out there working almost round the clock. Stay out of the way, stay home, don't drive, let them get the job done.
The governor there saying stay home, stay off the roads, let the plows get the job done if you can. We see a lot of blacktop right here on this highway.
Wow.
Not sure where exactly that is. If someone could help me out.
That looks really good.
Yeah, it does. It
Shoreline?
looks really nice. Yeah, it's the Shoreline. We know the Shoreline took the brunt of this storm in terms of the blizzard conditions, the wind. We see some big rigs out there on the road, and we see more than the fair share of cars moving along there. But again, you're looking at blacktop. You know, Eversource was reporting, and we mentioned the wind there on the Shoreline. Eversource was reporting over 13,000 outages. That is still current. We're going to try to get that number for you, since we're looking at the Shoreline here, but North Stonington with over 26.5 inches of snow. And again, when you look at all the blacktop there on the highway, it's testament to the job that these road crews are doing, because they're doing one heck of a job.
Yeah, that means pre-treating was there, and they kept coming through with the plows. Let's send it over to Ryan to see how things are going now, right?
Yeah, that was the view down there in Fairfield County, I believe, where the roads are in decent shape, and the roads are in decent shape in some towns, especially because we've gotten the snowfall rates to come down quite a bit. The worst was this morning, right around daybreak across most of Connecticut. But things have improved quite a bit. If you've got to get out and about, just take it easy, take it slow, especially in eastern and southern Connecticut, from east of New Haven particularly, where there's a bit more snow. The roads don't look quite that good. Just depends on where you are. Here's a look outside in Windsor Locks. We're waiting for the 1 o'clock observation from Windsor Locks. The last one we had was at 7 a.m. up at the airport. They had 8.7 inches of snow. We still have these bands of snow moving through. We've got one band of somewhat heavier snow down here from Groton to Norwich, but in general, it's a light to locally moderate snow across Connecticut. Occasionally, the strong gusty wind is reducing the visibility in spots, but things are looking a whole lot better now than they did just a bit ago. And we are anxiously awaiting these numbers here at 1 o'clock that we get from the airports all around the region. A couple notable records may fall. TF Green Airport outside of Providence, the all-time snowfall record, 28.6 inches set back in 1978. And we're estimating by what we've seen in the hourly obs that they're over 33 inches of snow with this storm so far. And Newark Airport down in New Jersey may be close to an all-time record as well. So a big storm for sure. We did not get those kinds of totals here in Connecticut. We're sort of trapped between these two bands. We got this really heavy band of snow for the South Shore of Boston down toward Rhode Island. Just some epic totals, 30 to 40 inches down here. And then another band that clipped far western Connecticut, moved down toward New York City and toward portions of New Jersey, and that's where they're over 2 feet as well. Less here, and as expected, the least amount of snow in Connecticut, Farmington Valley and the valley north of Hartford, where things are in okay shape, especially because the visibility has come up quite a bit. Now, keep in mind, heavy snow is when you've got a visibility of a quarter mile or less, and we are well above that now. So, again, things are improving quite a bit. Visibility is around a mile or so, give or take a little bit across Connecticut, so some improvement there. Still quite windy, and that wind is leading to blowing and drifting of the snow. Our peak wind gust earlier was up to 68 in Groton, but we're at 48 miles per hour now, 40 miles per hour in Hartford, 41 in New Haven. Temperatures below freezing, so not much melting, but the plow crews are doing a great job out there. So with a little patience, I think we're going to be in good shape later on today, and especially by tonight and tomorrow. Mike and Keisha will send things back over to you.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Our crews continue to show you the conditions all around the state. We have got NBC Connecticut crews fanned out across Connecticut right now, but really to give you the scope of this storm, and now that the worst of it is behind us, the aftermath.
Right, and a guy who knows how to get his gear together before one of these storms is Len Bestoff, who's live in Manchester. He had the anemometer last time, I think, snowshoes, goggles. Len, really, what else do you have?
I got it all out here right now. I'm basically just working on my feet, just moving. Got my yak tracks. Whoa, look at that. You got to be careful. Lost it in the snow, but got one on there. Those are going to give you good grip, and that's going to really help you on surfaces like this. You can see that the snow is drifting. It's blowing quite a bit. Let me see. We've got the wind gauge right now telling us 13, 14 mile per hour gust, but we're, if you see here, behind a truck and a tree. If you turn around, even take a left this way, Garrett, that's our photographer, Garrett Allison, you can see that snow's blowing. It's still not pleasant out here. We've been seeing wind chills. I guess the real feel as low as 14 to 4 degrees. You can see, as you were talking about the dig out, take a turn back to the right again one more time. You can see all that wind blowing. You can see a plow going into a subdivision there in the distance. But this dig out is really just beginning. It sort of looks like you're in a Currier and Ives Vermont scene here, but ladies and gentlemen, we're on Pleasant Valley Road in Manchester, Connecticut. This is normally one of the busiest commercial thoroughfares in the greater Manchester area. And folks, you're seeing one vehicle coming toward us at 1 o'clock on a Monday. Greetings in an SUV, because if you're going to do it, that's the only way to do it out here. We'll be coming back to you with more stuff, but right now it's just blowing. The snow is somewhat wet, so it's sticking onto things, and you're going to have a nasty cleanup not too long from now. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Len Bestoff joining us live there, Pleasant Valley Road, major stretch of road there in Manchester. He is lonely, but he's also experienced, saying if you're going to do it right, be in an SUV. You know, we saw Pleasant Valley, some major thoroughfares that are still covered. We saw some other roads like the highway that we looked at in Fairfield County, where we saw lots of blacktop. Yep. We're going to speak to the Department of Transportation right now, because we want to get a look at how the roads are looking. Some people do have to get out there. Right. And they do have to get to work.
And the good thing is we have cameras all around the state, and so does the DOT. Ava Zamaris from the Department of Transportation is joining us. So we saw a highway in Bridgeport. We saw blacktop. Eva, where are we in this whole cleanup? It's hard to kind of gauge who's doing well, who's not doing well. Can you give us some insight?
Well, good afternoon to the two of you. Thank you so much for having me on this morning, or this afternoon. I really do appreciate it. First and foremost, I want to give our Connecticut Department of Transportation crews all of the kudos in the world. They're doing such incredible work today. So that's wonderful to hear that your crews are reporting that as well. So we are out there in full force with 650 trucks and more than 900 drivers out there on the roads. We're also being supported by approximately 200 contractors. So they've been out there through the night, into this morning, and now this afternoon, and that work is only continuing. Our crews will be continuously plowing, and they will not be going home until these roads are clear.
Eva, and I can attest to a little bit of help. I see a tow truck there on the side of this road that we're looking at here, this highway, and this is a live view. I can attest to the job that the road crews are doing. I had about a 12-mile commute getting into the newsroom, and I'm telling you, I've been in a blizzard before. I've been in many a storm, having been here in the state for 22 years. And the road conditions are pretty nice. And I just kept, as I was driving in, thinking, praise God for these road crews. They are doing one heck of a job. Andrew Rowan is our transportation reporter, and he does have a question for you because as he stays on top of the roads all across the state, we did see lots of black pavement there on, I believe that was 95 that we saw earlier. Are there any particular areas where you have deemed as DOT as a trouble spot where you're really focusing your attention on?
So we are focused all across the state. So we have crews that are strategically located all across the state of Connecticut, and they each have their routes. So these crews continue onto their routes until, again, those roads are clear. So we're focused, Keisha, on the entire state.
So what about, Eva, are we doing any treatment in addition to plowing? Because we see blacktop in Bridgeport, but eastern part of the state is a little bit more sticky. We're starting to see, some accumulation in some of the roads there. Is there any brining going on, or are we just trying to clear first and then does it change over after that?
So we clear first and then we put material down, salt down on the roads, and that only continues as these cleanup efforts do continue. So once the roads are clear, you'll see crews. We kind of go into that cleanup mode, clearing shoulder to shoulder, and we'll address any of those tricky spots that might exist once the storm is over.
I've just got one more quick question before we let you go. Can you tell me about the ban for trucks, for those big rigs out on the roads? We're coming in hot. It's just after 1 o'clock. I know that there was a ban earlier. How is the ban still in effect, and do we know for how long?
Yeah, and I'm really happy that you're asking this question. So that commercial vehicle ban, which does include tractor trailers, is still in effect. So please, please, please adhere to that ban. And I know that some people do have to get out on the roads. There are essential workers that need to get to where they need to be today. So again, we're just reminding people, if you don't have to go out today, please stay home. Home is the safest place that you can be. But again, we understand that people do have to go out today. So if you do, slow down, give yourself plenty of time to get to where you need to go, and do not crowd the plow. I know I've shared this before, but on the back of our trucks, it does say keep back 300 feet. That's about the length of a football field. So please give our crews the space and time they need to do their work today.
Good advice, Samara. We're going to check in with you throughout the day. We appreciate your time this morning. Good luck getting the rest of the roads clear. It's going well so far.
Yeah, Eva, thank you. I'm so glad she answered that question because as she's speaking, we're looking at live cameras and we're seeing big rig after big rig on the highway out there.
It's also, though, what do you think, right? So many people are coming in from out of state. So if someone was driving from Virginia up here, how are they going to understand? Maybe they get alerts from the DOT along the way.
Maybe they get on their radios and they say, Connecticut's got a little band.
Keep going,
Keep going. All right. We want to take you now to Mystic, where our Jennifer Cuevas has been all throughout the morning, now afternoon, and you're there at a gas station. We see some folks filling up there.
Hey there, Keisha and Mike. Yeah, so we were driving around, we wanted to find some activity here in Mystic, and we came across this Shell gas station where you were taking a look at some of the employees that are starting to help and clear out here. Also, something interesting, within these last couple of minutes, we've started to see a couple of these vans here, and they're actually here with Vision Utilities. This is a contracted electricity company out of New Jersey. So, we have some out-of-town people also coming in to help in with our power lines, with those outages that have been happening throughout the morning. And in terms of the conditions here, we're going to try to show you a little bit of the road. You can see that there is some blacktop here. This is just close to I-95 there. And again, we are seeing some of that blacktop, but it's still not quite safe, to necessarily be out and about, as you especially don't want to be driving at your regular speed if you do happen to step out this morning. But yeah, now and after this 1 o'clock hour, we are really starting to see those cleanup efforts start to ramp up. We're seeing even more and more plows out and about, but thankfully we aren't seeing too many regular cars. We did swing by Mystic Aquarium. Of course, that's closed, but there was really no traffic, so we're thankful that people seem to be listening, staying off the roads, and letting the plows do their job. We'll send it back to you in the studio, Mike and
Jennifer,
Keisha.
on the shoreline, it was predicted to get among the most snow, among the highest wind gusts. As I look at you, it seems if the snow isn't blowing around too significantly. How are you feeling when it comes to the wind? Is it significant?
Yeah, you know, I think right now maybe it doesn't come across the same over in the camera, but right now we're getting a tiny bit of a break, but for most of the morning we have been, you know, feeling kind of like those small pebble lakes just kind of hitting your face. And right in, as you mentioned, Mike, it's really just kind of swirling all over the place. So in the beginning it was just one direction, and now it's just all kind of coming towards us. But thankfully it's not pushing us anymore, so we are able to, you know, be just more sturdy, more safe when we come out, when we step out of the car for these reports.
Jennifer, we don't want to hold you out of the vehicle, out of the warmth of the vehicle for much longer, but we did see those treetops there moving in the breeze. Can you show us what we're dealing with on the ground there? And make me understand, is that actively snow coming down, or is that snow blowing? What are you dealing with? Describe some of the conditions there on the ground.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing a lot of the snow that already fell. It's blowing around. And in terms of conditions, I mean, it's pretty slippery. We are inside of the gas station right now, so we're gonna try to get, you know, as close as we can to the road here. But the sidewalks, they're still completely covered. You know, crews have not exactly gotten to that yet. There's still a lot of work to be done on the road. But you're seeing, you know, this regular truck pass by here, GMC 4x4. But even so, they are taking it slow because, again, it's just not a good idea to drive at regular speed right now. We're seeing another car come off the highway there, so we are now starting to see some more activity. Thankfully, it seems that people are cleaning, you know, off the tops of their cars. So we will be back more. We will be back soon with more, I should say. Mike, Keisha, back to you.
Jennifer, we appreciate you. And we appreciate you at home, too. Storm trackers. We want you to be our storm tracker. You are our eyes and ears in the field. Email us at shareit@NBCConnecticut.com. We'd love to see your pets out there, your kids, as long as everybody's safe, and snow totals and things like that.
Yeah, you know, we have crews all across the state to cover the blizzard of 2026, but we can't do it without you. You are our eyes and our ears in terms of video, too, with a look at how things are shaping up in your neighborhood. Of course, our blizzard coverage continues. The heavy snow and powerful winds continue in some parts of the state.
Looks like things are clearing up in Litchfield and Litchfield Center there. We're going to check out the conditions all over Connecticut when we come back. All right, welcome back. Most likely you stayed home, got out of school or work today, so we're going to give you a peek around the state with our cameras. Hartford on the left, Litchfield in the center, New London on the right. Hard to tell what that is in New London, if that's just fog or that's more snow mixed in, but the conditions are improving, thankfully, as we head through the afternoon.
I'll tell you who does have the answer at what we're going to take a good hard look, because I'm coming to you. Anthony Carpino joining us now. Hey, good afternoon to you. What was that we were looking at?
You know, there was a little bit of snow out there still, especially as we look toward the sound. They still have some snow going on, and parts of the state will continue with that snow at least for the next couple of hours. But it's really been the difference from the last storm that we got with this one. I think the wind is kind of something that most of us kind of notice with this, really blowing around out there.
You know what else I was noticing? The consistency of the snow. And I know that this depends on where you are in terms of how it feels, but this, in comparison to the last storm, this is a heavy, wet snow, kind of a clunky snow.
The last storm,
one you could blow.
Yeah, the last storm that we had, I was out there with the leaf blower, moving all the snow around. This time...
Is that temperature related? Because it's so close to the freezing mark, so it's wetter if it's closer to the freezing mark?
So the last storm that we had, our temperatures were in the teens, and it's not too often where we get a lot of snow when it's that cold. But that just kind of, worked itself out for the last storm. This time around, it's a little bit more typical. Temps in the 20s, near 30, so that produces those big flakes, and we end up seeing that snowball-like snow. So things get stuck around a little bit there. Let's go outside to Duncan Park in Hartford. You can see the flags there blowing in the breeze. So while we're not seeing the peak wind gusts like what we saw earlier this morning, because there were some folks, southeastern Connecticut, that saw peak wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. In fact, over 60 mile per hour gusts reported in Groton earlier this morning there, 68 there at the airport. Meriden came with a gust of 56, 55 in New Haven, and even Bradley International about 54 miles per hour. A live look at the data going on. You see the winds here in Connecticut gusting 30 to 40 or so miles per hour, a little bit higher than that. Windsor Locks and Groton. However, take a look at Hyannis and going down toward Nantucket. Gusts right now 71 miles per hour there out on the Cape. So very, very gusty. We still have some gusts here in Connecticut, and of course that is contributing to our power outages there. You can see several towns highlighted in red, eastern parts of the state. A lot of outages there along the 395 corridor and hugging the Connecticut shoreline. So that's where we've seen some of those stronger winds, and hence where we have some of those scattered outages as well. Now, winds will continue to slide a little bit less as we move through tonight, gradually decreasing. Still slightly breezy though, gusts between about 20 to 30 miles per hour later on this evening. We make improvements as we go through the day tomorrow. We'll have a little bit more sunshine, but we'll have the potential for a little bit more winter weather later on this week. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Guys, back to you.
All right, Anthony, thanks. The blizzard has not been enough, however, to stop some from getting their favorite beverages.
No, never enough to do that. Earlier today, we caught up with one person battling the conditions in Waterbury, actually walking to Dunkin', making a run. Here's what she had to say.
We are headed to Dunkin' Donuts.
You just had to come out, right, for it?
I am getting my usual order. I did hesitate before coming out, but I feel like since the worst has almost passed us, I think I could do it.
How was the walk so far today? You didn't have very far to go, right?
No, it wasn't very far. There are certain spots that are like not shoveled at all, so it is like you're falling in.
That's just so New England. You know you're in Connecticut when someone's making a run to Dunkin' in the middle of a blizzard. All right, we're not advertising or anything. We're just saying, just keep it real.
You gotta have your coffee.
So New England.
Yeah.
Hey, you can track this winter weather anytime by scanning the QR code that you see there on your screen to download our NBC Connecticut app. If you haven't done so already, you'll want to do that because this keeps you up to date with weather conditions right in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime, 24/7. Keeps you connected to the forecast. And of course, we've got your back here on the air, on social media, online, but have that app as well.
And take a look at the radar behind us. You're starting to see a break right here over Hartford. We're going to continue to monitor the conditions. The winds are going to start to die down. We'll keep you up to date. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break.
Our coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues now. We've been dipping in and out of the state on different spots, showing you the conditions from Mystic to Manchester. And now we want to take you to our capital city of Hartford, where the city's basically shut down. Like much of the state, there's nothing going on. Most things are closed, most things.
Because there is a big job to do when it comes to getting rid of all this snow that has fallen and blown around. NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino is live there. Looks like you got a shovel brigade behind you this time, Mike.
Yeah, we got some people out here doing what you mentioned, the job of cleaning up. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see them in action. Conditions are actually getting a little bit better, at least for right now. The snow is letting up, but there's a lot of snow to dig out. This is a maintenance crew that has a lot of accounts here in the city, so they're clearing some of the sidewalks. But you can see there's actually some ice because of how wet this snow is. In certain spots, some of the snow is actually freezing. So even as you're going along, maybe even at home, you want to be careful as you're doing a cleanup. There may be some ice in certain spots, especially if people have tracked over some of that snow. Also, talking with these maintenance guys, they're talking about how wet this snow is, and then with the snow drifts, how thick it gets at certain spots. And they even had a small plow out here doing much of the bulk work, and even struggling with that because of how wet and how thick some of this snow is. The roads also continue to be slick, even though the snow is letting up here. Driving around, we've been slipping and sliding around. We caught up with a couple of people, one taking a work break, another going home from work, both describing similar conditions about how slick it is. Take a listen.
Roads are bad out here today.
When you're out there, what are you experiencing?
It's a lot of cars sliding, everything. The roads is dangerous right now. Y'all better be safe out there.
The highways aren't too bad. Some cities, like, the roads are pretty good. Back roads, they're terrible though. I had a hard time getting out of the driveway this morning, but other than that, they're not bad. And I have a Jetta, so I don't have a truck like my friend.
So again, you're hearing the roads are still slick. This snow is going to take some time to clean up, both in your driveway and out here in cities like Hartford. So the message, even from the crews who are out here, stay home, take time cleaning up, and give the people who are out here time to do their job as well. Mike, Keisha, back to you.
They're doing it well.
Heck of a job right
Mike
there. It's hard to
Savino.
believe all that snow we had in the last little bit right here. All right, Ryan is here now. We're going to take a look at, because we asked you to be storm watchers for us, storm trackers for us.
We've got a lot of great stuff from our viewers, but I love how they're shoveling that entrance to Max Downtown. Like that martini's just sitting right there at that bar, ice cold, right?
You got the olive ready? Well, and rightfully so, because, we know how to deal with storms here in Connecticut, and we've got to get back to business, right?
We do. And
so this is all about cleanup.
And we've seen some of the highways are down to blacktop. Things are looking pretty good.
And
So,
it's a nice
a little patience, take it easy, take it slow. We'll be able to be just fine.
Ryan, for people who are just joining us around 1:30 this afternoon, the worst of this storm, the worst of the blizzard of 2026 is now behind us.
Yes, in the rearview mirror. We've moved on, and we've gotten some great pictures from our viewers.
Take a look.
And videos as well. Check this one out. This is something we've all been dealing with today. Carol in Ivoryton sent this photo in. It's going to take a while to clear off that car, I think. And Carol says it's somewhat sheltered too, so it's an impressive amount of snow, right?
I put a shovel in the back of my car in driving here, just in case. You never know. We're also getting in some great video from No Ank. Katie sent us this video of a person who tells us that their birds were struggling to fly.
In the
you can
distance,
see that. And we've been talking about the weight of this snow. This snow hits a little different from the last storm that we saw. It's a heavy, wet snow, and so
especially down in No Ank, where it's a little warmer.
Yeah, the birds should run south.
And this is Blitz. Look at him. He's enjoying his first snowstorm. And what a storm she got. I guess it's a she. Thanks to Cindy in Canton for sending that in. What a sweetheart.
Chocolate lab, maybe.
Love it. And we want to see all your pictures. Be an NBC Connecticut Storm Tracker. You can send us your pictures or video to share it at NBCConnecticut.com. And that is going to be a wrap for me.
Had a little time on the air this morning.
It's been wonderful, and thank you to our viewers for sending in so many great pictures. And Steve and Anthony are going to pick up the weather coverage from here.
Chief Meteorologist Ryan Hanrahan, it has been a pleasure. Yes, you do. You got to go dig that car out. It's been great, though. earn your keep, and just what we love to have you. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Ryan, of course, kept us abreast of this storm days before it even arrived and walked us through exactly what we could expect.
We said 10 to 20, and that's what we got.
That's what
nailed
we got.
it. Yep.
That's what we got.
Totally nailed it.
We continue to track the blizzard of 2026. Look at the Old Glory flapping in the wind and the state flag, too.
In the foreground, and look at the highways in the background. We're going to keep up on the road conditions and any power issues we are seeing, but this is a really good shot that things are improving. We'll be right back. All right, blizzard of 2026, you made it. It's in good shape right now. We're going to take a live look at the conditions across the state. You are looking at Hartford, Litchfield, Waterbury, and Windsor. Lots of snow. We had strong winds today, but things are starting to improve as we head through the afternoon. Thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage. I'm Mike Heideck.
And I'm Keisha Grant. Of course, we continue to stay on top of this storm for you, on top of this blizzard. We don't say that often. Nope. The blizzard of 2026. We are tracking conditions all across the state for you, so you can stay home and stay warm and stay cozy and comfortable and hopefully have a good time while watching us. We cannot stress this enough, though, please, and the governor today pointing this out, stay off the road, stay home. As you take a look here, you do see some blacktop, but the roads are still pretty slick across the state, and it's just the safest thing to do is to stay off the roads, and that really is the biggest takeaway.
And that's the case in this video. There's nobody, we haven't seen a car come by, so that's good. Here's one tiny car here.
We do have 650 state plows out there, along with 200 private contractors helping out to clear the roads, 900 drivers hard at work. In terms of outages, Eversource is reporting over 11,000, so that number is down from the height of this blizzard. UI at last check was reporting about 400. North Stonington got 26.5 inches of snow. So we have seen really this storm run the gamut all across the state. But bottom line, stay off the road, stay home if you can.
And our storm tracker team was calling between 10 and 20, and North Stonington was the jackpot, right, Steve?
Yes, so far, and it looks to be the case that as this storm wraps up, it'll be southeast Connecticut with the bullseye of the highest amount of these snow totals. North Stonington, 26.5 inches of snow. What a winter that this region of Connecticut has had, and really the entire state, with at least 3 significant snowstorms, the bitter cold. Now we're tacking onto this here toward the tail end of February. Voluntown, 2 feet. Westbrook, 19 inches, 15 inches in Litchfield and Staffordville at a foot. We are seeing improving conditions. Now, the snow continues for many of us, though there is some drier air intruding from Enfield to Windsor Locks to West Hartford, Farmington Valley, and down to Waterbury, and that is kind of winding down the additional snow. There's still some light to steady snow in the western hills to the New York border, along Route 8, western sections of the state, as well as closer to the actual low pressure center, which is offshore. So we are still seeing some very intense snow bands in far southeastern Connecticut. We could still tack on a couple more inches in parts of the state, especially closer to the low pressure center. Now, if you like meteorology or you just admire weather, this is a day to observe the weather. It is absolutely amazing to look at this storm. It looks like the winter equivalent of some kind of tropical cyclone. You've got the core of this storm that is rapidly intensified and deepened, and there it is. It is passing just to the east of Cape Cod and will begin and continue moving away from us through the night tonight, which means that we'll continue to see those improving conditions. Much of those alerts, though, are in southern Connecticut, eastern Connecticut, where we have seen both the highest snow totals and also some of the strongest wind gusts. Those winds are coming down. We have seen some winds that were well in excess of 40 miles per hour. The speeds right now are about 20 to 25 miles an hour, with still some gusts to around 40 miles an hour, but at least we are past some of the highest of those wind gusts. Into this evening, we're seeing some lighter winds gradually. Coming up, we'll have our team coverage with Storm Tracker meteorologist Anthony Carpino, as well as myself. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Steve Glazier, thank you so much. And that really is great to hear. Winds coming down, things settling down. And as Ryan mentioned, the worst behind us on this storm. We want to take you now to Guilford because our Kevin Geis is standing by live.
What do you see, Kev?
And Keisha, well, good afternoon to you both. In a little bit early, but happy to have you both with us here. Route 1 is starting to look a little bit better. We're here in Guilford. We've been following what Route 1 and a lot of those side streets look like for the majority of the day. It's starting to look a little bit more like a road and not a cross-country ski trail. That is good news. However, as road conditions have gotten just a little bit better, we're starting to see traffic come out. And like you folks were mentioning just a little bit earlier, the governor has said, please don't use the roads. Not yet. Now that the snow and the wind has died down a little bit, this is the time that the crews need to really get through and start getting rid of a lot of that snow. We see more and more cars passing through. They don't have plows on them, so we know they're not doing any of that work. Of course, there are essential workers like ourselves and nurses that need to get to work. The roads are looking a little bit better for those folks who might be listening in for that portion. But if you don't need to be out here, it's still a good chance to just be home. And of course, there's a lot of snow still to move. If you get a look, this is a snowbank I'm going through. It's up to almost my knee. I stand about 6'1" for reference. A lot of this snow, though, is from the last storm. Some of the stuff on the front, sure, that's from this storm. Crews in this parking lot alone next to the Big Y here in Guilford have been busy and doing a phenomenal job clearing the parking lot. It looks fantastic. But a lot of this snow is from last storm. They need to get rid of that, and then they need to stack more snow on top of it. There's even bigger pile over in the center here. So there's still a ton of work for these crews to do. So just make sure if you don't have anywhere to be, don't come out. Just give it one more day. Give those crews a chance to really get ahead of this thing before you go run errands or do anything else. We'll send it back to you guys.
Kevin, guys, those piles there, they really do tell the story. Hey, you mentioned a couple hours ago that some people were going to be allowed to dispose of some of this snow. And I'm speaking very slowly because this isn't often that we're allowed to get rid of this snow in the manner that they're speaking of. Not everyone can, but can you fill us in on that?
Correct. And I've gone through the guidance a little bit. It is super niche and extreme circumstances that municipalities would be allowed to get rid of some of that snow in potentially waterways. Now, it's likely closer to the shoreline. You have to submit an application for it. There's a whole lot of steps. So it doesn't mean municipalities or, anyone can just start pushing into local waterways. That's not what this guidance means. However, Katie Dykes, the commissioner for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, did issue some guidance today just saying that there are extreme circumstances. There's a lot of snow that needs to be moved from some of these municipalities. Think big cities where they don't have the space to move it like some of the smaller towns might. So there are some extreme circumstances. You can go to the government website or DEEP's website, and that guidance is right there. very specific, very niche, and yes, you need to fill out an application. Yes, you need to make sure that you are warning anyone in that area as well that you are doing it. There's a lot of monitoring that goes into it. So that's how you know we've gotten a lot of snow, is when you have circumstances like that.
Yeah, some storms like this, the National Guard even gets called in with heavy equipment. But again, it's always what to do with it. You don't want those chemicals getting into the waterways, but people need to continue on with their lives. Kids got to get to school, safely travel. So there's a lot to it.
Kevin Guy's pointing out that this is a rare situation, and not everyone will be able to dispose of that snow. It's a very, according to DEP, very select type of situation that the municipality has to be in order to do so. But I can't recall the last time I've heard of that happening during a storm. Just lets you know the magnitude of the blizzard of 2026.
And those last two snowstorms where the piles are somewhere upwards of 20 feet high.
Still there, We want to check in now with the city of Norwich to get a look at what conditions are like there at this hour, and also if the cleanup has started yet.
Mayor Swaranjit Singh joining us live. I believe this is your first term as mayor, and politicians are often judged by how they do in these situations. How's it going so far?
So far, so good. Thank you very much for covering Norwich. Definitely, this blizzard is one of its kind, and I'm glad we started working on through Saturday, and we opened our emergency operations center Sunday at 5:30 and started doing coordination. But definitely, we're working as a team between our trucks, almost 30 trucks from Norwich. Public Works are out there. Norwich Public Utilities also helping. We had minor hiccup, just couple minor accidents overnight. That's why we are making sure we are all guiding our community to stay home as possible. We do have Bacchus Hospital here as well, so we do have essential workers that come and go from Norwich. We also have U.S. Foods here as well, which so we do expect big trucks to come in and out from Norwich with some essential supplies as well. But we have been guiding community and preparing them for parking bans since Saturday. It's already a very costly winter for all of us, and that'll be the worst thing if somebody get a parking ticket. But our schools were closed today. We will be closing our schools tomorrow as well, just to keeping in mind the safety of people. Garbage disposal is 1 day late so far. City Hall was closed today, but we intend to make sure City Hall is open tomorrow. But a lot of moving parts to it, and I know state is helping us a lot. They have 650 plow trucks out there, and we do have a lot of state roads that goes through Norwich. We have Route 12, Route 2, 169, West Main Street, West Town Street. So definitely a lot of state roads which are meshed into Norwich, and we heavily depend upon state to do their thing. And our city is definitely all of our people are out there at this point. We have used 1,600 tons of salt till last time, but we do have enough. I'm glad we ordered more. So we should be fine, and it's New England, so we are not surprised, but we are not used to it from past decade, and it's just keeps coming.
Mayor,
yes, please.
Mayor Singh, we appreciate your time, and good luck with the rest of the cleanup and getting schools open eventually. I know it's your first term as mayor, so this is going to be important to have a success.
Yeah, I've got a question before we let you.
I just want to mention something, that St. Vincent de Paul place will be still serving hot meals till 7 p.m. tonight.
Nice.
And tomorrow, our food pantry over there will be open as well. Thank you.
Well, Mayor Singh, before we let you go, I do have to ask you, just on a personal note, and because this is your first term as mayor, it sounds like you've really been thinking of your community there in Norwich, and you do have the hospital there. You really needed to have a handle on this storm. As you said, you started Saturday. On a personal note, was this difficult for you to manage? First term as mayor and big storm coming.
So I'm glad the system we have in Norwich is we have city manager who's in charge of operation and administration end of things, but I keep tabs on everything. That's just my habit. And I know last storm we had 350 loads of truckloads, which we picked up from our downtown area and Greenville and some of the densely populated area. But so I was glad to know that DEP has relaxed some of the things in regards to that. So we might have to explore the option of taking some of the snow out and putting up in the riverways. But let's see. We will be having a little meeting in the evening on this issue as well.
Hey.
But it's tough. It's tough. I guess God gives you things that you can handle, so it's okay. I'll take it.
Norwich Mayor Swearingjit Singh, listen, God will never give you more than you can handle. Thank you so much for your...
Thanks a lot. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us what Norwich is doing and how they have been ahead of the storm. The mayor did mention that Norwich schools are closed tomorrow, and we are already getting in a lot of closures of schools for tomorrow. And, you know, you can check out that list right now on NBCConnecticut.com. You can also download our NBC Connecticut app by just scanning the QR code on your screen. But you do want to stay ahead of whether or not your children will have school tomorrow. And we have got that growing list for you right now.
We sure do. I think we're going to break right now, right?
We are. We've got snow and wind across the state out of this storm. We are on the lighter side of things now, but the roads are still a little dicey, a little slick. And moreover, all of those plow crews need the room to be able to do what they need to do to clear the snow. So obviously, Governor Lamont is asking everyone to stay off the roads, stay home, stay warm, and stay safe. We will continue to have live updates on the other side of the break. NBC Connecticut's coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues now. We have got crews fanned out all across the state covering the storm for you. And now that the worst is behind us, we're looking ahead to the cleanup and people starting to crack the door open and get out of their homes.
That's
just a little
right.
bit.
David Horowitz joining us now from New Haven. I think I see some pavement behind you, David. Looks pretty good there.
Yeah, Mike, Keisha, some pavement behind me. Just a few hours ago, we could, well, I can hear my echo right now, so I'm gonna actually take that out right now. But yeah, so pavement over here, cleanup crews have done a great job of getting things under control. It was a lot worse just a few hours ago, but we ended up seeing some Yale students, some Yale freshmen. We're gonna start with Pablo over here. Pablo, I know you're a freshman, you're from Connecticut, you were telling me. What has this storm been like for you, this blizzard? You know, expectations versus your experience?
Yeah, so this is, I would say, one of the most brutal winters we have had in the past few years. I mean, the last storm we've had like this, I would say, was quite a few years ago. And it's especially since we just had a blizzard, it's really surprising that we had back-to-back blizzards. So yeah, a crazy winter so far.
Yeah, it's been not a lot of fun. If you don't like the snow, if you do love the snow, today's a good day. And then I know you are from Georgia, so this is a big contrast for you. How has this been so far?
Yeah, coming from a place where we never really get any snow ever in our winters. We're lucky if we do, and if it is, it stays for about a day versus here. I've already experienced 2 blizzards, 2 snowstorms since being here, and it's very pretty, I have to say. The campus looks great. The New Haven looks, incredible, and they do a great job of cleaning up the roads, like you said. But it's so cold, and it makes life a lot harder in a lot of ways. But we're learning to adapt to it. It's been good.
So you had the day off today. School, classes were canceled. Now you couldn't stop yourself from coming from Chipotle. Chipotle is right behind us. So why was it so important for you to get outside today?
Man, all of us were just so hungry before this. We didn't really get any food this morning. So, this weather didn't stop us from coming out here. It was a good meal in there. Very nice.
Awesome. So more people out and about. And last but not least, we're not going to leave you out of this. Your thoughts on the storm itself and why it was so important to get out here today, because it was just barren, a few hours ago.
Oh, man. I really love meteorology, and this storm is just shocking. But big props to the city of New Haven. Look at these roads.
Good job.
They did an amazing job. They've been working all night. We were out last night maybe at 10 or 11 p.m., and they were already scraping the roads. So definitely good job to the city of New Haven.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully enjoy your guys' days off. And, Mike Keisha, we're going to send it back over to you, but a lot better here in downtown New Haven than it was a few hours ago.
It looks good. The funny thing is, thank you, David. So the funny thing is, you got a gamut there. You got a kid who's like, we're hungry. He's a college kid. That's what you expect. And the guy in the end, getting ready to audition for a meteorology job.
Well, and you know what? Saying that this was a fascinating storm.
Yeah.
And you can't sleep on Pablo, the first Yale student who David spoke with, saying that this has been a brutal winter. And he's so right, because the month of February, the shortest month, but it's felt like a year.
Oh.
The month has felt like a year in terms of the weather.
It's more than a 1-2 punch. It just keeps coming. Yeah.
Well, and I know that we're going to check in now with Steve Glazier and also Anthony Carpino, our storm tracker meteorologist, for more on this. But guys, this is the start. It's Monday of an active weather week. I hate to look ahead, but we kind of have to.
No, it's definitely going to stay active for us. You and I were out last night. We were talking about the storm that we were expecting for today, and here we are again, going through what's kind of left over for us.
Now, Anthony has been crunching the numbers behind the scene. You just crunched the numbers,
data.
Anthony, and now where do we sit in the season for snow?
Keisha, you guys asked me earlier what we had as far as snowfall for this season. So I did go back and look, and we were at 54, roughly 53.6 inches of snow.
Is that average?
That is above average.
Oh.
Now, it's still not breaking any records for us, but it's been a while. It's been a while, Steve, since we had an above average winter for us. So what we're feeling versus what the numbers show,
legit.
Same thing.
Well, and when you think of people who maybe moved to our state during the pandemic, after the pandemic, they have not seen a winter like this.
Exactly.
Go back 20 years ago, and on average, we'd get winters with 80 inches of snow. But we haven't seen a winter like this. If you're new to this state, this is a big one.
It's been some time. Yeah,
It is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so can we add on any more? That's the big question.
That's the question.
Let's talk about that. I know. And I've been given the role of talking about our next snow chances. Oh boy, I'm going to get booed off the stage here. But let's take it piece by piece. The current storm system, very impressive. Strong low pressure. It's swirled up, rapidly deepened, and it's still just pummeling Massachusetts. We are getting more on the fringe of this. As the circulation moves away, we are seeing the snow get a bit lighter, though it is still coming down. Look at this wedge of drier air that's kind of shutting off the snow faucet, if you will. The snowmaker from the sky in central Connecticut to Norwich and Westerly, we still have some steady snow. To Woodstock and Union, still some steady snow, and along Route 8 and the western hill towns, all the way down to Fairfield County, still a bit of light to moderate snow. Overall, improving conditions. It still will be windy, which Anthony will talk about the wind here in just a moment. From a snow perspective, it'll continue to wind down, get lighter, though there will still be some blowing snow, so it'll almost look like it's still snowing out there. And by tomorrow morning, maybe some sunny breaks. It'll probably be a partly sunny day tomorrow, but at least quieter conditions. So we're down to about 20 tonight. The heavy snow is going to start to lessen its grip on us. And then tomorrow, we've got some sun back, not much melting from a temperature perspective tomorrow in the upper 20s, but it's a good chance to take care of the snow and do the cleanup tomorrow with some sun. Tomorrow, February 24th, that angle of the sun is increasing, so it does a lot more of a job on the snow than, let's say, a snow 2 months ago toward Christmas time. Does very little effect on our snowpack, so at least we have that going for us. Tomorrow night, clear. Now, there is another chance at some snow on Wednesday morning, which could have some further travel implications. Probably by this look, it's brief, it's confined to the morning, maybe some delays, about a coating to 2 inches with that one of additional accumulation. And then Wednesday afternoon, quieter. There is another chance at a wintry mix Thursday afternoon. That one seems to be probably more sleet and some freezing rain that we have across parts of this state in terms of what we expect. But some of those wind gusts, we won't dive into this too much because that's Anthony's, but let's bring in meteorologist Anthony Carpino because Anthony, I know the wind is, even though the snow's ending, the wind will continue for a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, you know, you see that behind you there, Steve, Bradley International there gusting to about 49 miles per hour. This is a look downtown Hartford looking north from Duncan Park. There's 91 in the distance there. The road's looking a lot better than what we saw during the early morning hours. And the winds this morning were a lot stronger. Gusting Groton earlier this morning, 68 mile per hour gust reported there. And then you go for places like Meriden, New Haven, Bradley, and Bridgeport, all gusting between 50 and 60 miles per hour. As we go through tonight, well, we still have some power outages out there right now, but we'll gradually start to make some improvements there, both with the wind and, like Steve mentioned, the snow. But we have more chances of some winter weather too, like Steve mentioned. We'll have more updates on the forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Guys, let's send things back.
All right, Anthony, thank you. All right, let's check in how things are close to the Connecticut River. Middletown is where we're headed. Melissa Cooney standing by live. How are things there, Melissa?
Well, you guys, the goggles are off, which is a good sign. The sun is out, the snow stopped. I never thought that I would see it. Well, the snow stopped coming down. There's still clearly a lot of snow around me. So things in Middletown have been getting smoother by the minute. This is an unplowed section of Middletown. We're not far from a park, so I'm just gonna see. Oh, okay, well, we got a lot of snow. It's hard from the snow from underneath. If you actually look right across the street, there is that old snow that we see, and you see it totally covered with the exception of the, you know, little parts, the brown sticking out. And I think that's just a perfect picture of this winter so far. We have that old brown snow peeking out from the new snow that we got here. And like we've been saying, the wind is still something that is going to be happening. There is flags blowing. We're still hearing those gusts every few minutes. That's sort of the thing that is keeping us on our toes the most, because it doesn't feel too cold. Oh yeah, you can kind of see that snow fly over there. The cold temperature is not that bad. It's really just the occasional wind. And now that the snow stopped, I mean, dare I say, it's starting to be a little bit nice out, but I don't want to say that too soon because we know the roads still need to be cleared and there's a lot of cleanup happening. Actually, right here in Middletown, there's really no one out and about. The only thing that we can really hear is the hum and the beeps of the plows clearing everything up. So we'll send it back to you guys on a now clear situation happening in Middletown. The sky, that is. Maybe not the roads.
Nice.
Maybe not the roads. Yeah. Melissa Cooney, thank you. And Melissa just laid it out perfectly for us.
Right.
What we're looking at there in terms of the areas that have not been plowed or touched. Try walking in them. It's tough. You've got some ice underneath. You've got the old snow. And now you have
And
the new
remember,
stuff.
it's been blown, so you're going to see drifts in some places where it's a little bit. All right, and outages are going down too. We have a lot more continuous coverage of the blizzard of 2026. Right now, we're going to take a break as you look live at Hartford. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for staying with us here at NBC Connecticut. Our coverage of the blizzard of 26 continues. This is a live look across the state right now from Hartford to Litchfield, Windsor Locks, and New London. We are on the back end of this storm, and now everything kind of focuses and shifts over to the cleanup. Of course, there's still a lot of parking bans in place. There's still a commercial truck ban in place on our major interstates. But this is all about allowing the crews and the plows to get out there and do what they need to do, which is clean
thankfully,
snow.
so many people stayed off the roads, like the governor said, we're declaring an emergency, stay off the roads, they can do their job. You saw I-91 in the background there, that's clear. The Founders Bridge going into Hartford, that's clear pavement, which is good. One thing, though, we have to be concerned about moving forward is we do have a lot of school closings rolling in. So check on NBCConnecticut.com to see if you're going to be in class tomorrow, because not only when the roads are clear, if you imagine a student sitting at a bus stop and the bus is coming and there's a big pile of snow and cars can't see where that student is standing, it's an issue. So they got to make sure they got to kind of move that out of the way, too.
Mike, for folks who are just joining us at the top of the hour, we should let the good folks know who we are. I'm Keisha Grant.
Mike Heidegg. Things are improving, which is a good thing. Glad you're with us for our continuing coverage.
Yeah, of course, those school closures that we were just talking about, again, already rolling into the NBC Connecticut newsroom for tomorrow. And you'll want to go to our website, NBCConnecticut.com, to see that complete list. Of course, we'll keep bringing you what we can, like we saw the mayor of Norwich telling us, schools are closed there tomorrow.
And we spoke to the governor earlier. Here's what he had to say.
My biggest message is this is very heavy, wet snow. We have 700 snowplows out there working almost round the clock. Stay out of the way, stay home, don't drive, let them get the job done.
And that really is the point of all of this right now. As you take a look at, you can see pavement. This is Norwich.
Nice.
And it's nice to see blacktop there. And we've seen a lot of our highways are looking like that. Again, there is a commercial truck ban in place. So the big rigs are being told to stay off the roads to allow those plows. The 750 state trucks that we have, along with 200 private contractors, in total 900 drivers working to clear the roads of this heavy, wet snow. The governor also pointing out that if you are out there on those roads and you do happen to see a plow, please, they're asking you to stay 300 feet away behind that plow. To put that into perspective for you, that's about the length of a football field. So really just give them the time and the room and the space that they need to clear not only the snow from the roads, but once they get it off the main part of the road, then they have to clear the sides and make sure that the sides are clear as well.
And we were worried with the high winds. We had gusts over 60 miles an hour that were going to be a huge amount of power outages. They're making progress, both Eversource and UI. Total about 10,000 or fewer. There's some power trucks, actually, cue the power trucks, going right through on the highway. That's a good thing. The outages continue to go down.
Let's bring in Storm Tracker meteorologist Steve Glazier now for the very latest. Again, can't stress it enough. We're on the back end of this storm, but it is still a mess out there in some parts.
I know, and especially any less traveled roads. You know, the highways and some of the pictures that we're showing you, relatively clear through I-91, I-95 sections of those highways. Once you get off of the secondary roads, less primary roads, then you get some big, snowbanks, ones that may have had one pass through, but there's a lot of leftover snow on them. So might look inviting to go out. I would still encourage only if you have to. You probably can get through, but drive safely. And again, don't crowd the plow. All right, we look live at Bradley International Airport today. A lot of those flights canceled today in advance of today's blizzard conditions. And we've been getting some new snowfall totals at Bradley Airport, officially close to a foot, 11.6 inches for snowfall. That snowfall amount and this storm now puts the Hartford area above average for seasonal snowfall for the first time in a number of years. We'll do some number crunching. We'll get you some of the latest here in the next couple of hours. New Haven, this is a new snow report too, 16.1 inches. North Stonington, the top spot so far in the blizzard of 2026, 26.5 inches. Here's the wide view. It's a large and very powerful storm system. However, the worst of the storm is behind us because for the first time in this storm's evolution, the center of it is not moving closer to us. It was moving closer to us last night, this morning, through midday. And now that circulation is kind of getting to a point to the east-southeast of the Cape and the Islands that it's beginning to slowly move away. Now, the impacts are still felt, especially from a wind perspective, which we'll dive into this hour. The winds will last longest the snow will end first. And we're seeing even a brighter sky try to come out in the Connecticut River Valley, Norwich, Groton, Plainfield, Killingly, Ashford, still some steady snow. Heartland, Torrington, Kent, and Danbury, and over to Bridgeport, still some continued snow. The wind is out of the north, 15 to 25 gusts, currently almost 50 miles an hour in Windsor Lock. So again, that wind will be a component that continues longest. And in terms of the visibility, blizzard conditions are quarter-mile visibility, so we still have some severely reduced visibility in parts of eastern Connecticut and sections of the western Hilltown. We're starting to see this wedge of some clearer air for portions of the Farmington and Connecticut River Valley. And here goes the snow, ending this evening, pulling away, but temperatures will fall to about 20 degrees tonight, so surfaces will remain very slick tonight. And then we can either take care of the snow tonight after about 5 or so, or tomorrow morning, though there will be some more drifting around. Hey, we've got team coverage with meteorologist Anthony Carpino coming up in just a moment, talking more about winds. For now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks. So we continue to check in with our crews to see what it looks like all around the state to keep you informed.
Right now, we want to check in with NBC Connecticut's Len Bestoff. He's been in Manchester all morning, all afternoon, and you're standing in, I can see snow up to your kneecaps almost, it looks like. Len, what do you have there?
Oh, yeah, Keish, you know, this is one of the areas where they've been throwing snow. And, you know, like Steve was saying, we've got record snow this year, or close to it. It's the most we've had in quite some time. And so, yeah, you stand here and it's past our knees. I mean, in the Manchester area, we got about a foot of snow. But right now, the focus is on, can we get out? And no, don't do that yet. You can see behind me, perhaps, there is Pleasant Valley Road, one of the major thoroughfares in Manchester, and I saw a plow go down here a few minutes ago, and that's it. Because the roads, yes, they are getting taken care of. We talked with Stephen Stefano, the town manager from Manchester. He said he's very pleased with the public works crews, that they're starting to make their rounds in town. What is stopping them and people from going out and getting things done quickly is that wind. I got to tell you the truth, this wind gauge stopped working. But I don't need one, because we've got this bag dispenser, which has been incredibly valuable today in telling us the kind of wind that we're getting. And you can see it's still pretty steady out here, anywhere between 5 and 10 miles per hour. It gusts occasionally, but that is tamping down. So people are going to start coming out to some degree. And I will say, like my colleague Melissa Cooney, who said that you don't need the goggles anymore because the snow has really stopped here. And yes, I did even see just before the live shot a very soft, look, there it is. There's a small glint of sunshine out here. So folks, yes, listen to your weather people. This is winding down, but also listen to them and give it a few hours. We're live in Manchester. Let's send it back to you.
One of the greatest anemometers ever, poop bag dispenser.
Did you say poop? You did say that, didn't you?
Am I allowed to say that on TV?
That's what it is. I was wondering if that's what that was.
Cleanup bag, animal bag, animal deposit bag.
If you walk your dog, you know.
Len Bestoff in the middle of it all. You went there,
that
didn't
was
you?
Funny. It was right there in the middle of the screen. You got to say something that's funny.
Well, Len Bestoff also showing us that little glimmer of sunshine there, which is really indicative of what's happening right now with this storm. We can't say it enough since you're sitting at home, and we're glad that you are and keeping it here with us. But this storm, we're on the back end of it. Len showed us just a little glimmer of sunshine there. Well, his photographer was on it, too.
And he's in Manchester. It's near the center of the state. Let's go down near the coastline in Mystic. That's where Jennifer Cuevas is, and you know how things can be different depending on where you are in the state. Yeah. Give us a sense of what it's like in Mystic, Jen.
Hey there, Mike and Keisha. So right now we are getting some more snow. You know, Mystic has been fairly lucky with some consistent snowfall all throughout the morning. We ventured off into one of the neighborhoods here to see what the people were up to. You know, as the day goes on, people start to get curious and want to come out. And so we caught up here with Andy Bliss. Andy, thank you for your time. Sure. So first, though, we want to show you his cool shoes that he has on. These are his snowshoes. Andy, you were telling me, what year are these from?
These are from the 70s. So these, I grew up on a farm in New Hampshire, and these I had as a kid when we grew up there.
Very exciting. I wish I had a pair on a day like today. And so tell me, what are your plans with these special shoes?
We've been hiking around the yard here just for the fun of it. I won't go down the road or anything, but just to tromp around the yard and stay on top of the snow, more or less.
Perfect.
So that's the idea.
And I mean, right now, as I said, we're still getting some snowfall, and we were talking about your roof there. Natter, can you try to show the people your roof? That's pretty impressive. When do you think you will be able to work on that?
Well, maybe tomorrow. I think I'll probably try to take some off just to get the load down tomorrow, and we'll see. The first thing is the driveway, though, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do there. It's a lot of snow.
We got to take it slowly, right?
Right.
Thank you so much, Andy, for your time. And, you know, Mike, Keisha, some more neighbors out here in this neighborhood, you know, have started their own cleanup. We're seeing some snow blowers here down the street. We have a neighbor here, you know, trying to clear out their driveway as well, their steps. So right now we are moving on to phase 2, it seems, which is that slow cleanup process. But again, here in Mystic, we have just been seeing that consistent snowfall. Thankfully, I think this is one of the first hits where the wind has finally let up just a tiny bit. But we can still, you know, expect these slippery conditions out here, especially in the neighborhoods where the plows haven't really gotten, you know, to these streets just yet. But of course, we will continue to bring you some more updates throughout the day. Mike, Keisha, back to you in the studio.
Jennifer Cuevas joining us live there in Mystic, where it looks like a snow block party going on there with folks moving on to the cleanup
Snow
phase.
blowers, shovels. It's harder to shovel stuff over a pile that's that big.
True.
So a lot of work ahead.
And I love the vintage
Totally.
snowshoes that he had there. I mean, they're from the 70s.
Really
It was a
cool.
good time period.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. We continue to see those cancellations, school cancellations already rolling in for tomorrow. And well, you can stay on top of that list, that growing list, by going to our website, NBCConnecticut.com, or scanning the QR code that you see there, just opening up the camera on your phone and pointing it right there at that QR code. It will take you straight to the site, and you'll see the list of school cancellations for tomorrow. And we cannot stress enough, we're getting in so many districts already making the call.
They continue to come in. We're going to continue to track the blizzard of 2026 too. We saw heavy snow, we saw gusty winds, but again, we're on the backside of it now.
We certainly are, and this is a live look at Litchfield. The best thing that we can see is that there are so few vehicles out there, and that is certainly what every single city and town across the state is asking you to do, to please stay safe, stay home, let the crews do what they need to do in terms of cleanup, and of course keep it here on NBC Connecticut, because we have got you covered. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our live continuing coverage of the blizzard of 2026. Here are the conditions right now in Hartford, Litchfield, and New London.
And we are cleaning up as a state, going to move into that phase, at least from this blizzard, the blizzard of 2026. We're on the back end now of this storm. Connecticut certainly, though, not alone in getting hit with what was a huge storm affecting a big swath of the region.
From Maryland all the way up to Maine is how big this storm was, so it's a big deal.
We want to get a look at our neighbors to our north because they got quite a bit of snow, too.
NBC Boston's Kennedy Buck shows us Massachusetts.
I'm Kennedy Buck in Bristol County, and meteorologists have been saying that this county will see the most impact here in Massachusetts, and we've been witnessing it all morning. You can probably see strong wind gusts constantly hitting my face, and that visibility extremely poor. Drivers, utility workers have been talking to us all morning saying that these conditions are terrible. They themselves haven't even been able to get out on the road because of these strong winds. We've heard of power outages, and you can see and just feel the snow hitting our faces and everything. So this is definitely not conditions that drivers can be driving in, or even standing out here talking to you is just a challenge. So they are really emphasizing that non-essential drivers should not be on the road, and you can probably see why here. But for now, again, Kennedy Buck in New Bedford.
Kennedy Buck there giving us a view of New Bedford from our sister station in Boston. We want to show you this video here. You're seeing a Massachusetts State Police cruiser being pulled out of a snowbank. This is in North Attleboro. You can see the wind blowing across there, visibility pretty poor. This is exactly why, though, from Massachusetts to Connecticut and several other states, people are just being asked to stay off the roads. Of course, we know our first responders, they have to be out there, but they get into trouble too.
And New Bedford and Attleboro are right near the Rhode Island line, and that's where our storm team was saying the farther east of here and the farther south of here to the shoreline is where they were going to get those big bursts of snow and those conditions. So that's why it was worse there probably than some places here in Connecticut.
Absolutely. New York State also got hit. New York City proper, the blizzard didn't stop tourists from checking out the Big Apple.
Erica Byfield set up shop in Times Square. Cool place to do it, to talk with people making their way out during the snowfall.
C'est super, Times Square sous la neige, j'adore, wow.
I don't see anything. Oh my God, I almost cry.
I don't live far from here, and I figured I'd come down and see what's happening in Times Square this momentous day.
Where are you going?
Central Park.
With that?
Yeah.
Dad, really?
Apparently so, yeah. Absolutely fantastic. We've been delayed. We were meant to fly home yesterday. We never see snow anything like this in Wales in the UK, and he's having a ball. His birthday tomorrow. What more could we ask for, isn't it?
This is my birthday trip, and I'm so glad that kind of it's a blizzard, because we get to play in snow, and our flight got canceled, and we get to play in the snow way more. So yeah.
Love that. I absolutely love that. You know, the tough thing about it for those, as we bring in our meteorologists here, Anthony Carpino, Steve Glazier, as we see those tourists there hanging out in Times Square, having a great time, all Broadway shows were canceled today, and rightfully so. So obviously some of those tourists, they come into the Big Apple, they want to catch a show where they weren't able to do so today, but they had plenty of entertainment with the snow, the amount of snow. And it's great for some folks who don't get to see this all the time.
Entertainment. Absolutely. You know, and just to see that much snow, and this was a big deal for the city. It was also a big deal for us, and that just really, added to all the snow that we've seen this busy winter season.
Well, the snowfall tallies are still coming in, and I believe that Newark is fairly close to an all-time snow record. And Providence, for TF Green Airport, has established a snowiest storm on record.
They've got a lot of snow from this system. It's been wild to look at.
And Anthony's going to talk a little bit more about how much we've had, what's in store, because winter's not done yet.
Oh, no.
I know. But let's get to the here and now. Amazing satellite imagery today. This is in real time, live look at the visible satellite across the Northeast. And that big swirl you see on the right-hand side, well, the darker spots are the ocean, where the actual sun is out in parts of the Northwest Atlantic Basin. But here in Connecticut, no such thing. There's a little bit of a brighter sky moving through, but this is a strong offshore system. If you've heard the term, bomb cyclone, bombogenesis, that is generally 24 millibar pressure drop in 24 hours. So 24 is the threshold. We did 41. So we well surpassed that with this storm. That's why it's been so windy. Although who's going to dig this one out? In Ivoryton, that's going to take a little while. The birds are appreciative of any feeders out there today from Lisa. I know outside my door, they definitely were with the easily accessible food. Maple in the snow from Brantford, the weather watcher today, and then 18 inches and counting here in Woodstock from Kim. And then not only one car here at Gales Ferry in Ledyard, but multiple cars that need a little bit of dusting from William in Ledyard. All right, so snow is still blowing around. You can see this at the Bradley International Airport camera from right to left. Still a strong north wind, even though the actual snowfall is diminishing. We still have a few bands of snow left. Over the next 2 to maybe 3 hours, we will see additional light accumulation, especially here into southeastern Connecticut, where we've had the biggest snow totals. So this is the jackpot for snowfall, right at the intersection of Route 2 and 95 through Ledyard itself, Groton. Still snowing up 395 through Killingly, Putnam, and then a secondary band that is still falling but starting to shrink a little bit in Salisbury and Danbury. Wind speeds right now out of the north around 20 to 30 miles per hour, but gusts to about 35 to 45 miles per hour. So still very windy. In fact, Bradley International Airport just had a wind gust to close to 50 miles an hour. The wind will last longer than the snow. Now the visibility, this is where the conditions are still toughest in terms of travel. Willimantic, Chester, Groton, Stonington, all under a mile visibility, and Danbury. So those kind of the bookend locations, east-west parts of the state. With those. This is courtesy UI and Eversource with the power outages currently highest here into eastern and southern Connecticut. We are relatively okay in the Capital District area. So if you're wondering, how long is this going to take to melt? Well, we've got a lot of snow and we don't exactly have some warmer weather just yet. Tomorrow's high is just 29 degrees, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday climbing through the 30s. Saturday, a warmer spot at 45 and potentially Sunday at 40 degrees. The snowfall will be winding down over the next couple of hours. I'd say by about 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, you see that moving off to the east. So you may be able to take care of the snow this afternoon or this evening or first thing tomorrow morning, though it's definitely got a weight to it. It's a packier snow that's still drifting around. Anthony, have you taken care of any snow just yet, or have you kind of,
I did it last night, Steve. No, I did it last night. Okay. So got home at about more or less 12:30-ish in the morning there and decided it was a great time to do some shoveling. 5 inches at about 2 a.m. in Manchester, and then about another 5 or 6 inches earlier this morning. But we've made some improvements since then. Like Stephen mentioned, the 91 corridor here now getting a bit of a break, and maybe even like Lennon mentioned earlier, maybe a little bit of sun trying to poke out here or there. But you go further into eastern Connecticut, the 395 corridor, even down to Stonington, maybe still a good bit of snow, a little snow band there still set up. And we go to western Connecticut, we still have some lighter snow showers ongoing there. It was breezy earlier today, gusts over 60 miles per hour at Groton and New London. But with the latest round of snow, 11.6 inches at Bradley, the seasonal total is now up to 53.6. The seasonal average at Bradley, 45 or 48 inches, so we're above that. And this is the first time that we've been above average since the 2017 and 2018 season. So it's been a little while there. So yes, we felt that this has been an active winter for us, an above average season. And now that we have the numbers, yes, it definitely has. So the feelings match the numbers there. Now, as we move forward through tonight, also like Steve mentioned, we're going to clear things up a little bit more. Tomorrow we'll have a mix of sunshine, a few clouds out there as well. Still cool with temperatures into the 20s. But as we go past tomorrow, we are going to end up seeing the potential for a little bit more in the way of wintry weather there. So by Wednesday morning, that potential for a quick moving system to bring us a little bit more snow there. And the timing we'll have to keep an eye on. That could be during that morning commute on Wednesday. So maybe the potential for some delays, and then we clear things out by Wednesday afternoon. How much could that clipper give us? I think a coating to maybe 2 inches across Connecticut. So that's going to be worth keeping an eye on as the middle of this week gets a little bit closer. And then like Steve also mentioned, as we move past Wednesday, Thursday, well, let's just look ahead to the upcoming weekend, guys, because those temperatures are going to be right back to the 40s, and the weekend looks to be on the drier side. Back to you.
All right, we'll take that, right?
That
Get a little
really
melting
nice
going
to
on
hear.
too. All right, so we dealt with this blizzard, right? Has not, though, been enough to stop some people from going out to get their favorite beverage.
Yeah, check this out. Earlier today, we're talking height of the blizzard. We caught one person battling the conditions in Waterbury, walking for her Dunkin' run. Here's what she had to say.
We are headed to Dunkin' Donuts.
You just had to come out, right, for it?
I am getting my usual order. I did hesitate before coming out, but I feel like since the worst is almost past us, I figure I could do it.
How was the walk so far today? You didn't have very far to go, right?
No, it wasn't very far. There are certain spots that are like not shoveled at all, so it is like you're falling in.
I'm going to need a follow-up because I want to know when she got there, was it open?
Right, yeah, right.
So New England.
Yep, absolutely. All right, stay with us. We got a lot more coming up of the blizzard of 2026. And now as we head towards the cleanup, here's a live look at Windsor Locks.
NBC Connecticut's coverage of this major winter storm continues. The blizzard of 2026. We're going to be talking about this one for quite some time.
You bet.
We've been showing you conditions all across the state. We want to take you now to the city of Hartford.
NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino has been on top of a snow pile. He had a shovel brigade behind him last time. What's going on now, Mike?
Well, Mike and Keisha, we're seeing more cleanup now, more crews getting out throughout the city. Right now, we're at State House Square. You can see some crews trying to clear the sidewalk. And if you swing around to this side, down on Market Street, you can see outside Constitution Plaza. It's much the same. Crews are trying to clear these sidewalks, get this snow off the ground now that the snowfall has stopped. But as you look, you can see even on the sidewalks, it's a wet, sticky snow. So you're seeing spots where it's icy, slushy, even some of the snow sticking to the ground, creating a smooth, slick surface. So people are probably experiencing this at their homes as well. As you're trying to clear this snow, you might have a sticky underlayer that's slick, or just as you're cleaning it up, some of it's not coming off the ground and turning slick. The same thing is happening in the roadways. Certainly you're getting down to the pavement in some spots, but in some spots where there's still snow on the ground, it's going to be sticky and slick. So even though the snow is done, it's still very tough conditions out there. We're seeing a few more cars, but not a heavy amount of traffic as people continue to stay home, letting these crews do their cleanup work. And for those who are out there, are on the roads, they're certainly describing some slick conditions as they go to and from work. Take a listen.
Roads are bad out here today.
When you're out there, what are you experiencing?
A lot of cars sliding, everything. The roads is dangerous right now. Y'all better be safe out there.
The highways aren't too bad. Some cities, like the roads are pretty good. Back roads, they're terrible though. I had a hard time getting out of the driveway this morning, but other than that, they're not bad. And I have a Jetta, so I don't have a truck like my friend.
So this cleanup has been underway for several hours now, but it will take well into the evening, if not in tomorrow, to get all of the snow off of these sidewalks and roadways so people can move around the capital city safely. Mike and Keisha, back to you.
Mike Savino joining us live there in Hartford, being our eyes and ears in terms of cleanup in the city. And is Mike still standing by? Because I did have a quick question for him. Not standing by? Okay, we'll get to that later. Oh, he is there. Mike, if you can hear me, you always cover politics for us. And in the city, there is a little bit of work being done today. Is that not correct? Our lawmakers are getting some work done.
Yeah, that work's happening virtually. The legislature did close the legislative office building in line with what we saw with courts being closed, state agencies being closed. Certainly, we didn't want to encourage people to come to the Capitol to have their voices being heard on various public hearings today. So certainly we now have the ability to do things hybrid. All of that has been moved to remote today so that we can continue to move things along, because it is a tight schedule for the legislature in a short session, just 13 weeks, and we're now into our third week. So got to move things along. If you start canceling things, those schedules can get backed up pretty quickly.
Mike Savino, our political reporter there, covering the snow cleanup for us today, but also keeping that political hat on as well. We do appreciate it.
And we continue to track the blizzard of 2026. We have more on the conditions on the roads, and as well as the tractor trailer ban too. Stay with us. We'll be back. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of what was the blizzard of 2026. Live conditions right now all across the state in Hartford, Litchfield, New London, and Windsor Locks. We had a lot of snow. The strong winds really moved through today, but that's starting to die down now. Thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage. I'm Mike Heideck.
And I'm Keisha Grant. We do appreciate you keeping it right here on NBC Connecticut. And those of you who may be watching us on the NBC Connecticut app or online, we thank you as well. Our live team coverage continues of the aftermath of this blizzard. We continue to track conditions all across the state.
Now, here is Middletown. Their tractor trailers are lining up along I-91. There's a truck stop there. There is a tractor trailer ban, a commercial truck ban that's still in effect, We're waiting to hear when that will be lifted, but the fact that they're lining up gives you an idea that maybe they're thinking it'll be lifted soon. We'll see.
We did speak with a DOT rep a little earlier who told us that commercial vehicle ban will stay in effect until further notice. So as soon as we get word that it's been lifted, we'll let you know. We want to take you now to Windsor Locks and Bradley Airport, where crews are busy clearing the airport. As of right now, 95% of today's flights are canceled. Some airlines are still scheduled for late night arrivals. The airport says you can expect delays to roll into tomorrow, as well as the airlines try to pick things back up and get back to normal operations. You can see it is all hands on deck there at the airport, though, in Windsor Locks, Bradley International.
Do not want to fly in winds that are 50 to 60 miles an hour. Thankfully, those are dying down. Let's check in with meteorologist Steve Glazier to see where things are as we speak. Steve?
Mike and Keisha, stemming off the whole airport vibe, I just saw a headline that Team USA just arrived back here in the States after their win over Canada yesterday in Miami. They were supposed to come here to the Northeast, but no, we've got a big old snowstorm. Miami sounds pretty nice right about now, doesn't it? All right, hey, this is the past 24 hours of the satellite and the radar. And what I see in this is almost like watching a tropical depression down in the Caribbean then start to form into a storm and maybe a Cat 1 hurricane. And this is no hurricane, my friends, but just watching the way this evolved and unfolded and strengthened, it is amazing to watch this in real time as we are experiencing and living through this blizzard. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of future meteorologists based on this storm, because that tends to be the case when we get these big weather events that years down the road can lead to future weather, folks. All right, live storm tracker Doppler radar. We are clearing in the Connecticut Valley. East and West Connecticut continue to be under the influence of some snow bands that will eventually loosen their grip on us in the coming hours. Top wind gusts 68 miles an hour in Groton. As you get into Meriden, 56 miles an hour, and New Haven, 55 miles an hour. Snowfall totals: North Stonington 26.5 inches, 2 feet in Voluntown. This is a new report from Mark in Waterbury. He's been keeping us posted all day long. 19.5 inches of snow, and the 11.6 at Bradley resembles the Hartford area, represents that, puts us above average for the first time for snowfall since 2017, 2018. So you may have heard Keisha say, you know, we haven't had a winter like this in a while. Snowiest, first above average since 17, 18, so that's 8-9 years, Keisha. And when you talk about the cold, it's one of the coldest in a number of years as well.
All right, Steve Glazier joining us there, and thank you for the receipts on what we're all experiencing here with this winter.
You feel it. Yeah.
It definitely feels different, right? We want to take you now to Guilford, where NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis is standing by live. Kevin, what's the very latest on the conditions there?
Yeah, Keisha, good afternoon. Well, things look pretty good so far. We're along Route 1 here. You see cars going by. They don't have a lot of snow on top of their car. That's a good thing. Make sure you clear off if you do have anywhere to go. But the cleanup is well underway. Crews have been clearing the roads. Route 1 looks pretty good so far. But really, the ask from those officials, state police, you name it, anyone coming out of the Connecticut state government, they're asking people to just stay off the roads and allow the crews the space to do it. So who do we ask, or who do we look to for that? Well, I checked in. We were staying at the hotel up the street. It was probably about 5 minutes up the road from here. There were quite a few people who were choosing to maybe choose one other night, stay one other night, give it a little bit more time, give the crews a chance to clean up. We checked in with one woman. She's from here originally, is down in Richmond, Virginia. She was up visiting her parents. Here's what she had to say about how this blizzard stacks up and why she chose another night.
This one is a lot, but I lived in Boston in 1978 for the blizzard then, where we were closed down for a whole week. But I was much younger. I had no place to be, so that was fun. This is less fun.
Absolutely. Now, what's the plan? Are you kind of just waiting to see what happens with the roads before you can make a break for home?
Yeah, I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning. Actually, I hope by then at least the major roads will be plowed and the bridges in New York will be open. Have to go through New York to get to Virginia. And so I think probably by then it will be better. Stay on the main roads.
Well, the good news is the main roads are looking a little bit better. Roughly about 13 inches here in Guilford. Crews still doing a lot of work, so stay home. have a cup of hot chocolate, watch a movie, enjoy the time at home. Mike Keisha will send it back to you.
Kevin Geis with the message there that everyone should be adhering to right about now. Stay home, sip a nice warm cup of cocoa, and just relax. Enjoy.
Yeah, and fortunately, the power outages continue to go down too. They were at a height of 14,000. They're less than 10,000 now, so you can watch the movie. All right, let's check in when it comes to the weather in Middletown. NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney is live with a look at the conditions there. First, she's not wearing goggles. Second of all, she saw a peak of sunshine the last time we talked to her. Melissa.
And she's smiling.
Yes.
You guys, I mean, it's honestly, I know this was a big storm. I hope everyone's okay, safe off the roads, but I have to say things are just very quiet and very calm in Middletown. It's honestly really nice. Quiet, I think, is the best way to describe it because really there's no one out. Very few people are cleaning up and there's not a lot of snow or wind at this point. Everything seems to be dying down significantly. I think I only see one person maybe walking their dog, perhaps the first time they've gotten out all day. So shoveling, all that. I mean, if you look at the snow pile here, I think this is just really the testament of winter here, this Connecticut. This is from sort of the plows. The road here has been cleared, but underneath it, it's all these like darker patches of snow, and that just goes to show that we're just building and building and building. Here in Middletown, I don't think we necessarily got the huge amount of snow. If you take a look at this little pedestal here, I think it's, I don't know, maybe a foot, a little less than a foot of snow. So compared to some other parts in the state, funny enough, it's kind of like it's nothing. But when you really add those old totals in from that last storm we had in January, yeah, I mean, it's pretty snowy here. So at this point, we're really just sort of watching, waiting for people to come out. Like I said, it's really quiet here, not a lot of activity. The snow has stopped completely. The wind, occasionally it's uncomfortable, but I'm really not even that cold and it's not too windy. And like I said, there isn't snow. So actually, dare I say, this is starting to, you know, turn the corner a bit. And I think really what we're going to see with roads and with cleanup is this is that really sticky snow. It's the snow you can like hear when you walk. We all know the feeling. And I was just kind of looking here, like I'm in this driveway here off the road. It's plowed, essentially. We had no problem driving, but it just kind of goes to show you really have to dig just to get to that pavement. So it's like that thick, sticky snow that is not easy to come off. Just because you can drive on it doesn't necessarily mean it's safe. Of course, this is just a driveway, so we're okay. But yeah, sort of just a word to the wise as people are starting to clean up. It's not something that will happen immediately, but I have to say I sort of was prepared for a much longer and windier shift, and I'm very happy that I'm not being pelted in the face by the snow and the wind anymore. So we're going to keep you guys updated. I think we're going to check out that rest stop not too far, so we'll bring that to you when we're there.
Looking forward to that. Melissa Cooney really tempting the universe there.
By putting it out there.
Yeah, exactly. But we're glad that we're glad to be on the other side of it, glad that you're able to smile. And thank you, Melissa, for showing us exactly what people are up against on some of the roads. Still, if you do have to head out, if you have to, and you do venture out, just take it easy, take it slow, because things are a little slick. We will be right back after the break as you take a live look at Bradley Airport, where 95% of the flights this afternoon are canceled. Of course, if you're expecting someone in late tonight, you'll want to check ahead. If you're heading out late tonight, you'll want to check ahead as well. But listen, the cleanup is on from the blizzard of 26 all across the state. Our coverage continues here on NBC Connecticut on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the backside of Blizzard 2026. Parts of West Hartford really did look like a snow globe earlier today.
Oh, they certainly did. We went ahead over to Sydney Boyo, joining us live now in West Hartford. Sydney, what are you seeing there in terms of the cleanup? The goggles are up.
Yeah, Mike and Keisha, the goggles are up. It's no longer a snow globe here, as you can see. Now, we've got crews on the road working to clean up here, but I'm just standing in a very, very empty West Hartford center here. Shops are closed all around. I know people are starting to come out of their houses looking for food or maybe just going on a walk, but not much going on. We actually spoke to some college students earlier who said they were hungry. They didn't prepare for the storm. I'll let you guys roll the clip and see how it went for them. What are you guys doing out here in this storm?
We're trying to get food. I mean, Shake Shack, unfortunately, is closed, but we trekked over here to get some food. We're hungry and we need food. The roads were not bad. The highway was pretty nice. I didn't have any issues, so it was pretty good. We live in a dorm and we don't really have any cooking. I dabble with cooking, but I dabble.
We didn't prepare, so we didn't have food ready for us, so we had to come and find some food.
What's the plan? Do we have a plan?
No plan.
No plan, really. You know, maybe another store.
At least they were honest. You know, he said, we didn't prepare. We don't have a plan. We don't have food. I think most people in the state did have a plan, did prepare and have some food at home. So they're not out and searching, but if you are, you'll find a lot of shops empty. But like I said here, crews are still working hard to clear the roads here in West Hartford and all over the state. As we were driving here too, we saw the same thing, plows on the road. So make sure if you are headed out, just slowly, you know, give those plows some space as well, guys.
Clean in West Hartford. Thank you, Sydney.
Now, your NBC Connecticut Storm Tracker forecast, the state's most accurate.
All right, our coverage rolling along. Anthony Carpino, Steve Glazier here with you. Anthony, I find that the sound bites from college students during snowstorms is like gold. You get some good stuff.
It's just amazing, and it's so relatable because we weren't in college not all that long ago, and it's just like, yeah, no, we wouldn't prepare. We need to prepare for
Anthony,
food. We went to the same school.
We did. We both studied meteorology at Linden State College in Vermont, and on my junior year, I experienced a blizzard, Valentine's Day blizzard. We got 30 inches of snow.
Jay Schaefer loves to talk about the Valentine's Day storm.
One of our professors. And I remember interviewing some folks because we had a small TV station there. That's how we got into TV. And yeah, this is the sound bites from that event. This is exactly the same.
Exact same. And it's something that never changes, too. You know, throughout the years, it's always the college kids saying, we're just going to figure it out.
So February, so February we had the blizzard of 78, which was a February. Yep. And we have the Valentine's Day, it was 2007. Now we've got this one. So February can produce blizzards.
And big storms, and we had a lot of snow out there today. And you even look back this year, this whole season has been very active for us.
Anthony's got some new data for Bridgeport, now a top 5 snowfall event. He's going to show you where it lands on the list, but let's get you caught up with the radar. Live Storm Tracker Doppler radar. If you watch, this is a 3-hour loop, and you'll see how the snow bands are just kind of falling down across the state and more or less falling apart as the weather system departs our area. Now, there still are a couple of bands of light, steady snow, one that is between about Hartford and the Litchfield Hills, and then here into southeastern Connecticut. So zooming in, though, we've got this wedge of drier air that has now moved into Middlesex County, Tolland County, winding down those snow shower chances, or at least the snowflakes for the moment, but still a steady snow to Groton over to New London, Norwich, Voluntown. Those are our jackpot snow totals so far. Killingly up 395 to Ashford, Hampton, Putnam. There's the gap right there through parts of the Connecticut and Farmington Valley, but the other side of the gap in Torrington and Morris, still some of those snow showers in the western part of the state. If you are cleaning up the snow, this is the reason why it's been such a sticky snow. Those temperatures are just near 32 degrees, so it's a lot stickier of a snow than what we got last month. But with the wind factored in, feels like about 15 to 20 degrees. If you are shoveling manually and not as much snow blowing, you will break a sweat. Even with these temps, it is still enough to get some heart rates going. On the higher side, make sure you're drinking plenty of water. And if you want to take care of the snow, I would probably say you could either do it now, but there will be more drifting snow. Tomorrow morning could even be better because the wind will stay breezy as the snow ends. The wind gusts don't really relax until after about 10 p.m. tonight. 36 at 10 p.m. in terms of miles per hour, but midnight 27 miles per hour. So we still do have the blizzard warning. Blizzard warning doesn't need it to be snowing, but snow on the ground blowing around can still result in the blizzard warning. We will see that wind slowly taper with the snow tapering, and it will be slick because temps will drop to 20 tonight. All right, Anthony's here with the latest information of how this stands up to historical storms.
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, exactly. So we're starting off with the look outside over Hartford and better conditions like Steve had mentioned too. So you take a look at the Founders Bridge there. You can see a lot of blacktop there, but still a little bit breezy. Those flags on the bridge definitely coming in. So we still have that northerly breeze out there. But yes, we end up seeing a pretty active winter so far. Today's storm produced about 11.6 inches of snow at Bradley. And here we go. So far for the season at Bradley, 53.6 inches. That's more than the seasonal average of about 48. The snowiest since 2017 and 2018, but also the first time that we've been above average since 2017 and 18 season. So above average there. And now with the snow totals coming in from Bridgeport, we've seen 20 inches of snow at the shoreline there in Bridgeport. This now ties for the second most snowfall with the 2003 storm, the February 2003 storm there. So the one to beat, 30 inches, of course, that was the big storm of 2013. Did not reach that, but we did see snow totals just across the border in Rhode Island that saw more than 30 inches. 32, I believe, 0.8 inches at the airport there in Providence. So an impressive storm, not only for Connecticut, but across the region as well. You go out to Rhode Island, you go to eastern areas of Mass, but you also go down to New Jersey and portions of New York City. This was a big storm for them as well. So good news, like Steve had mentioned, as we go through tonight, we're going to notice the snow slowly starting to taper off. Tomorrow we should actually have a good bit of sun to help warm things up a little bit. Now it's still going to remain cool, but that sun angle is a lot higher. So that should help even with a little bit of melting. And then by the time we get to Wednesday, guys, well, we're not done with winter just yet. Maybe a few more flakes and maybe another coating to 2 inches by Wednesday morning. Guys, back to you.
Storm tracker meteorologist Anthony Carpino, an impressive storm indeed. So up next, we're going to take a look at the phase that we're in now, which is the phase to clear all of this snow. We've got much more on the massive response to clean up the state.
And here's a live look at the conditions. The worst of this nor'easter is behind us. There's Litchfield. We have more details on how things are moving forward when we come back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Our live team coverage of this major winter storm, this blizzard, the aftermath of it now continues. We want to take you to New Haven.
We do. David Horowitz standing by live. Talked to some college students last time. What's going on now, David?
Yeah, Mike, Keisha, we spoke with those college students. More people are out and about, and they seem to do a pretty good job of cleaning up the roadways. We can remember just a couple hours ago that this was completely cleared over. You couldn't even see the pavement. Now, this won't be the most accurate, but I'm going to just take out the stick because it's always fun to do this. Before we got up to, I think it was like 16. Now we're seeing about 10 inches or so. So maybe not the most accurate for the total accumulation, but I did want to bring some more college students. These ones, not from Yale, they are from Penn State. I'm with Jess and Haley, and I know you guys came here for a Yale conference, and now we're kind of stuck here. So just talk about, what you came here for and how you're feeling about it because of the snow.
Yeah, so we were here for the Yale Undergraduate Research Conference, and we came up here for Friday, and we were supposed to leave Sunday afternoon, actually, and we got stuck here. So we were like, all right, our previous hotel kicked us out because they were out of rooms. But now we're hoping we can leave later today, kind of just camping out in the hotel to see how long, give them time to clear the roads, which it looks like they're actually pretty good. Dreading I-95. If it's bad, I guess we just live in Yale now.
Exactly, and I saw you guys have been doing homework here all day in the hotel. In terms of how this kind of compares to Philly or your expectations, where you guys are from, how has that been for you, Haley?
Well, in Philly-wise, this I'd say is pretty similar. Things clear pretty quickly, but for State College, they're definitely clearing the roads a little better. A little worried of how State College will be when we go back, just because they don't usually clear those roads for like a day or two. So hopefully it won't be too bad.
I mean, you guys can hang out in the hotel. Could be worse, right?
Could be a lot worse.
So much worse.
And it's gotten a lot better here. So hopefully that's similar across the state where they're starting those cleanup efforts getting underway. We're going to be hanging out here in New Haven for the rest of the day. So I'll have some updates for you. But yeah, for now in New Haven, back to you guys over at the desk.
David Horwitz joining us live there with a couple of young ladies who are stuck. One thing we do really well here is we know how to move this snow. This is Connecticut. Philly,
sidewalks were clear right there. Looked pretty good.
Philly not so much. They're in for it when they get back home.
Right, to get through Philly and get to State College. All right, so if you want to be a storm tracker, we'd love to have your photos and videos as long as everybody's safe. Get out, share it with us at email, share it at NBCConnecticut.com, or you can use the hashtag NBCConnecticut.com on social.
We rely on you to help cover this storm, to show us what's happening in your neighborhood. We love it when you send us those pictures and the videos. And well, look at this adorable dog in Branford. Man, we love to see the dogs enjoying the snow. Dog's almost got a smile on his or her face, but we love to see your four-legged fur babies out enjoying the snow. Kelly, thank you so much for sending us this beautiful photo of your little furry love.
Looks like a golden there. Here's another pup who had a blast in the snow, on fire, ready to go. That's fantastic. Hazel reporting from Higginham and living the life out there. Jessica Lynn, thanks for sharing the photo with us. That's cute. Ears are flying.
Hazel, we see you. We will have more extended coverage of the blizzard of 2026 after the break. We continue with a live look across the state. Our coverage of the blizzard of 26 continues. It is now in the 3 o'clock hour, top of the hour, and this is a live look at conditions in Hartford, Litchfield, New London, and Windsor locks. One thing about some of those, especially Hartford, you see blacktop there, the Litchfield camera. We can see a vehicle moving through, but very, very slowly, because listen, we're on the tail end of this massive winter storm, this blizzard, and this is where we start to focus on the cleanup, and things are looking up. We made it through, right?
Yep.
I'm Keisha Grant.
And I'm Mike Heidick. The visibility even improved in the New London camera compared to the last time we looked at it. We're continuing our team coverage of the blizzard of 2026. We want to show you conditions around the state. Here is a look at what things look like in Middletown. See all those tractor trailers right there? They are hoping to get back on the road to deliver what they are carrying. This is a truck stop on I-91. There's a commercial truck ban. It is still in effect. We're waiting to hear when that will be lifted, and the governor will do that. We'll let you know.
As soon as that's lifted, we'll bring it to you because that's when the roads will really start to pick back up in terms of volume. Right now, and this was some video from earlier at Bradley International Airport in Windsor Locks, where the crews are hard at work. 95% of today's flights are canceled. Some airlines are still scheduled for late night arrivals, and the airport says that you can expect delays into tomorrow as the airlines try to catch up from things being stalled today due to this storm.
Right. Let's check in now with meteorologist Anthony Carpino to give us an update on where things stand with this storm. Anthony?
All right. Hey there, guys. Yes, so it's been something we've been tracking over the last several days and going back through this weekend. How about this satellite view of the storm? Just incredible. You actually can see it looks more like an eye. Those darker shades of color actually open sky, some sunshine reaching down to the water. For us here in Connecticut, though, you might notice that little bit of a darker band forming. So we're actually breaking those clouds apart just a little bit. Len Bestoff was in Manchester, and he was saying that we could see just a little bit of some brighter conditions there. But it's been a little bit of a split so far. As we've gone through the latter afternoon, we've noticed this dry slot forming over the Hartford area. It's shifted a little bit now into eastern Connecticut, but still the 395 corridor, you guys have been seeing those snow showers out there. And even for western areas of the state, through the Route 8 corridor and portions further to the west, still some snow showers out there, and even sections of Hartford County as well, places like Avon, Simsbury, up toward Granby, seeing some of that snow activity right now. Let's talk snow totals because it's been an active day last 24 hours. 26.5 inches north Stonington there. Voluntown now about 2 feet of snow. Waterbury came in 19.5 inches there. New Haven close to 16, and Bradley Airport about 11.6 inches of snow. Let's take a look at some pictures. This one coming in from Gales Ferry. Look at all these cars just absolutely buried in the snow out there in eastern Connecticut. This is some of the spots that saw close, if not more, than 2 feet of snow. Maple enjoying the snow there in Branford. And we take a look outside over Bradley International right now, where you can still see some of that blowing snow. So as we move through the rest of tonight, the snow showers coming to an end, but it will still be a little bit breezy. So even with the snow over later on tonight, we could still see snow moving around thanks to that wind, but we'll have improving conditions as we go through tonight and into tomorrow. We'll actually have a little bit of sunshine, but we're not done with the winter weather just yet. We have a few more chances later on this week. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes and go over more of those snow totals. We have some interesting news for the Connecticut shoreline. Guys, back to you.
Anthony Carpino, we love the story of the improvement, and that's certainly what we're seeing with our crews across the state.
Right, and we have them fanned out all over the place. NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis is one of them. He is in Guilford with a big shovel and a big pile. Kev?
Yeah, Mike, Keisha, afternoon to you both. This is what I've been working on over the last few hours. All me. I've been handling it for the last pretty much the whole day, so I'll be collecting my check a little bit later. Now, you might be at home noticing that the snow has stopped or it might be letting up significantly. So you might be just about ready to bundle up, grab your shovel, and head outside and get to work. Well, if you are going to, just make sure that you're being careful. Every once in a while, we do get a strong wind gust. It's still cold, so make sure you're bundling up, wear your layers. And when you're outside shoveling, make sure you're giving yourself plenty of breaks. You know, bend at the knees, not in the back, all of the basic tips. It's still heavy snow. It's going to take maybe a couple of passes. Make sure you're hydrating. Make sure you're taking rest. We heard it at a press conference a little while ago, probably earlier this morning. Sometimes this is called heart attack snow because it's a little bit heavier. So just give yourself yourself plenty of time, check on your neighbors, make sure they don't need help as well. So if you're gonna head outside and start working on the snow, make sure you're bundling up and just be careful because it's still heavy. So on top of that, I'll put on my public safety hat here for a second because just every time we go through these storms, we talk to a lot of firefighters. And the one thing that they continue to ask is clear any sort of fire hydrant. I might myself run over to that fire hydrant next to the Big Y here in Guilford and just clear. It's 3 feet in diameter around the entire thing. Make sure you give those firefighters space. Luckily, that one doesn't have a ton of snow up the top, but they still need that space to operate. And even from the first storm, we saw quite a few fire hydrants that weren't cleared. I know there was one in Middletown that I had eyed every single time I was driving to work. It hadn't been touched. So hopefully I can hit that on my way home because now it most certainly will be almost entirely covered. So if you know of a fire hydrant somewhere near your home, on your block, in your neighborhood, take the extra 10 minutes just to get 3 feet again on all sides. It's easy work, but of course it's important work anytime there's an emergency. You never know when an emergency is going to strike. Mike, Keisha, back to you.
Kevin Geis.
Yeah, it's a great project for local scout troops to get out there and volunteer. They need to get volunteer hours, and it can really help your community very quickly. Great advice, Kevin. All right.
Can we talk about Kevin's jokes there? He's got jokes. He's got public safety. We saw him put his knees into it. He said, don't put your back into it. Put your knees into it.
Right, and he was telling us that he's the one who shoveled that nice 20-foot pile of snow. He was working real hard. All right, so the cleanup continues in West Hartford, and when things are so packed in West Hartford Center like it is on LaSalle Street, where do you put the snow? That's the big thing that they're going to have to worry about in the coming days.
And we've got our NBC Connecticut Sydney Boyo standing by live to answer that question for us because we saw you just a little while ago. Within the hour, Sydney, there were massive crews out there getting work done in the center. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, guys, it's a little bit quieter right now. Those crews have kind of come and gone, but they did pack all that snow here on the side of the road, as you can see here. Now, they were working for quite some time to get this snow off of the road, and now we are seeing, more cars on the road here. But I'll tell you what we're not seeing is a lot of people walking around. We've seen maybe 2 or 3 people walking around. As you can see, we're standing in a completely empty West Hartford Center. The shops are closed, the stores are closed, pretty much everything is closed. So it's actually, kind of rare. We know that we come to this center a lot and we're searching for parking. No parking problem today, I'm telling you that right now. But like I said, everything here is closed. Crews kind of disappeared, but I'm assuming they're gonna come back in a little bit. But they're doing a great job here. As you can see, this road, we can see the black. We don't see much snow here in West Hartford Center.
From the mayor.
Sydney Boyo joining us there live. Thank you very much. We're just trying to get our situation together here. We've been on the air for several hours, and this storm, as we've been telling you, it is winding down, and some people across the state are starting to clean up their homes and their neighborhoods. Sydney was showing us a little bit of that, the aftermath of those crews coming through West Hartford Center.
Right, and we also spoke to people out in Mystic a short time ago. Here's what they had to say.
We've been hiking around the yard here just for the fun of it. I won't go down the road or anything, but just to tromp around the yard and stay on top of the snow, more or less. I think I'll probably try to take some off just to get the load down tomorrow, and we'll see. The first thing is the driveway, though, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do there.
We didn't get to see that gentleman's feet just now, but when we saw him earlier on his feet, he was wearing some vintage snowshoes from the 70s.
Right.
Pretty impressive.
And a reminder, though, you don't want to shovel in snowshoes. If you are shoveling, this stuff is heavy. It's wet, and you need to take frequent breaks. Make sure you hydrate, because even though you're a little cold, you're going to sweat a lot under that jacket. So take those breaks. It's going to keep you safe.
Also, we want to mention in Norwich, St. Vincent de Paul will be serving hot meals until 7 o'clock tonight. And the food pantry, that is open, will be open tomorrow for those who need it. We are still in a situation where there are still so many people across the state who need a little help, but it's also a good reminder to check on your neighbors, check on your elderly family members, anyone who may need a little helping hand in digging out from this storm.
And it's nice that they have those resources available. This is the mayor's second major storm, and he just took office about 3 months ago. He says it takes a lot of cooperation within the town and the other agencies around.
All of our people are out there at this point. We have used 1,600 tons of salt till last time, but we do have enough. I'm glad we ordered more. So we should be fine, and it's New England, so we are not surprised, but we are not used to it from past decade, and it's just keeps coming.
Norwich Mayor Swearenjeet Singh there, he put his emergency operations for the city into place on Saturday so that they were ahead of this storm in terms of having crews stationed where they needed to be and taking care of business from the beginning of this storm there in Norwich. Norwich is one of several districts canceling school for tomorrow, and we're seeing so many cities and so many towns across Connecticut doing the same. You can continue to track this winter weather and get a full list at the list of school closures for tomorrow by scanning the QR code on your screen to download the NBC Connecticut app. There, of course, you can stay connected. We've got the very latest information there, as well as on our website, NBCConnecticut.com. We can tell you that the list of school closures for tomorrow is growing by the minute, so you'll definitely want to check that out.
And we're not done yet. We continue to track what was the blizzard of 2026. We saw heavy snow, significant wind. New London, our live picture there continues to get more and more clear. We can see more in the distance. We'll continue our live team coverage coming up next.
We continue to track the blizzard of 2026. What was the blizzard of 2026? Because the heavy snow has moved out, the wind has died down a bit, and now we move on to the aftermath of the storm and the cleanup. Yeah, massive cleanup that will get underway.
The left of your screen is Hartford. Center of your screen is Litchfield, right near the green there. And New London continues to clear up, so things are going to continue to move in a good direction as we head through the hours now.
This is where we want to be.
Yes. Welcome back. So glad you're with us at our continuing coverage of the blizzard of 2026. We want to talk about Rhode Island just for a second. A tiny state got pounded by this blizzard. From our sister station, WJAR, 32.8 inches in Providence. Now, to compare this, it was 28 inches in the blizzard of 1978. They blasted it by 6 inches already, and it is still snowing.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. We want to check in with Christian Raposa in Narragansett with a look at conditions on the coast.
I'm Christian Raposa in Narragansett. We're in the parking lot of the Aqua Blue Hotel just across from the Coast Guard House in Narragansett Beach and the coastline. The wind has been the main factor here all morning long. We actually have lost power at this hotel because of the wind, taking down power lines and taking down other things with it, creating a major problem for plow drivers. We got plow driver problems. We've got EMT problems. Actually, here at this hotel, it's mainly just first responders, EMTs, and employees of this hotel that are staying here. Plow drivers are stuck in the roads as they try and do their job. But as the snow continues to come down and as the wind continues to pick up, it makes it so much harder for those plows to do their jobs. We talked to a few of them earlier actually doing this very parking lot, and they were saying to stay inside, don't go outside, and please do not try and travel. It is just not safe and not fit for it right now. But for now, Christian Raposa.
What a mess there. See, we're not alone. Rhode Island got hammered. Check out this video. This is from Massachusetts of a state police cruiser being pulled out of a snowbank. This obviously during the height of the blizzard there. You see the snow, the wind, and the snow blowing there. What a mess. But this is a massive storm that we were dealing with today. And the entire region, for the most part, certainly felt the effects of it. To our north, our neighbors there got quite a bit of snow, too.
This was a huge storm, went from Maryland all the way up to Maine. NBC Boston's Kennedy Buck shows us the conditions in Massachusetts.
I'm Kennedy Buck in Bristol County, and meteorologists have been saying that this county will see the most impact here in Massachusetts, and we've been witnessing it all morning. You can probably see strong wind gusts constantly hitting my face, and that visibility extremely poor. Drivers, utility workers have been talking to us all morning saying that these conditions are terrible. They themselves haven't even been able to get out on the road because of these strong winds. We've heard of power outages, and you can see and just feel the snow hitting our faces and everything. So this is definitely not conditions that drivers can be driving in, or even standing out here talking to you is just a challenge. So they are really emphasizing that non-essential drivers should not be on the road, and you can probably see why here. But for now, again, Kennedy Buck in New Bedford.
Talking to Anthony Carpino during the break, and he said it is still snowing in portions of Rhode Island.
It's snowing out there, so they'll have another update as they kind of go through the next, several hours later on tonight when it finally stops snowing for them. And they're going to add on to, 32.8 inches. The last time I saw snow that much, it was 2013. It was that storm. We had 35 inches of snow in Coventry.
Well, you know what? Rhode Island can keep it. We'll take what we got here.
Rhode Island can keep it. Jersey can keep it.
They can
Jersey
have
was
it.
another spot they saw more than 25 inches of snow. Even the city, New York City, Central Park, just about 20 inches there.
Wow.
And that much snow in the city is a lot.
City proper. Well, and we're talking about places that don't get that amount of snow all that often, and so they really don't know what to do with it. Here we have seen blacktop in parts of the state.
It's
we
great
have
to
seen,
see it.
isn't it? I mean, our crews, and again, this is testament to the, 600 state crews, 650, 200 private contractors, 900 plow drivers.
And everybody's staying off the road so they could do it.
To give them room,
Absolutely.
just kudos.
I decided that I wanted to drive into work today versus kind of staying overnight, and I was a little worried waking up this morning. I was like, we're just going to see how this goes. And as soon as I got out of the neighborhood streets, the roads were in decent shape there, so big thanks to all the crews. Here's the view.
I felt the same way. I had about a 12-mile commute to get into the newsroom, and I hit the major roads and just started thinking, thank you to the crews.
No, absolutely.
Cannot thank them enough.
And here's the view outside over downtown Hartford right now. You can see the Founders Bridge there. It doesn't look like that much, if anything, in the way of snow out there. What we do notice when you take a look at the flag, still blowing. So yes, it stays breezy for us as we go through this evening. Maybe not as breezy as what we saw earlier this morning. Gusts over 60 miles per hour for portions of the shoreline. But we have added to our snow totals this season. When you factor in the 11.6 inches at Bradley, the total so far this season is now 53.6. Relative average for the season, for a winter season at Bradley, is about 48 inches or so. We are now above average for the first time since the 2017-18 season, and this is also the most snow that we've seen since the 17-18 season there. And oh yes, we still have the rest of this month to get through. A short amount of time, but we still have the potential for some snow by the time we get to Wednesday and maybe sections of Thursday. And there's always that potential for snow in March as well. So winter not done yet. Some other snow totals from around the region. North Stonington 26.5, Voluntown at 2 feet, Waterbury just shy of 20, New Haven about 16.1. We also had Bridgeport come in with 20 inches of snow, now tied for the second most amount of snow for a storm there, going back to the President's Day storm of 2003. And then, of course, the big storm, 2013 February storm there, 30 inches at Bridgeport. So didn't quite make it there today, but it's just very interesting to see that you don't go too far away. You go to Providence and they got more than 30 inches. That's why we always say the track of these storms is very important. Any wobble to the east, to the west, makes all the difference for us. So we take a look at radar right now. You can see we have a few snow showers in western Connecticut. Let's go back further to the east real quick here. I just want to mention how it's still snowing there. In fact, it's still snowing at a really good clip. I changed this over to green just because it's easier to see, but this is still snow. You can see that dark band just continuing to go over Narragansett Bay there and then down through southern sections of Rhode Island, just missing Stonington in Connecticut. But just really interesting to see they're still dealing with heavy snowfall for the Hartford area just to the northwest. So you go to Simsbury, you go to Granby, places like Avon, even maybe here in West Hartford, a few snowflakes still flying out there. But the overall trend for tonight is to slowly dry those snow showers out. And by tomorrow, well, we'll have some sunshine out there and we'll be in much better shape. The sun will help, but our temperatures still remain on the cooler side. But we still have a little bit of snow to get through. I went too fast through it. Let's go through this one more time. Tuesday, we'll get some sunshine there. Then by the time we get to Wednesday morning, here we go again. And this might make for a tricky commute on Wednesday. So maybe some school delays as we head past 5 a.m., 6, 7 a.m. now. We see snow showers across the state, but it's a quick mover system. By midday, it's out of here. And then we're back to some drier conditions, at least briefly, before potentially another storm on Thursday. But how much snow can we expect from Wednesday? Not much. A coating to more than likely about 2 inches or so. But it was breezy today. Like I mentioned before, gusts Groton about 68 mile per hour there and 50 mile per hour gusts for Meriden, New Haven, Bradley, and down in Bridgeport, a 53 mile per hour gust there. Winds right now, I mean, it's still pretty breezy. You go out to Nantucket, 62 mile per hour gust there. I saw a gust earlier today, over 70. The highest that I saw was 74 miles per hour, which is pretty incredible there. Right now for Connecticut, gusts between about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Hartford a little bit higher than that. We've seen our power outages start to improve. This map was filled in a little bit more earlier in the day, so we love to see the improvements for folks that are without power, more folks seeing the lights turned back on. Tonight, those winds will continue to go back down, but still relatively breezy with gusts between about 20 to 30 miles per hour. So moving in the right direction with the winds as well as the snow, but we'll keep an eye on one more system by the time we get to Thursday. The planner for Tuesday, we're going to be in good shape there, 27 to 29 degrees for the high, but that icon there, sunshine, a higher sun angle. Even with those cool temperatures, we'll likely see a little bit of melting as we go through the day tomorrow, and then definite melting, guys, as we head into the end of this week. We'll keep an eye on Thursday. I think the chance there for maybe an evening mix or so, and temperatures there about 37. But look at the weekend. This is something to look forward to for sure. Saturday, Sunday, dry, a mix of clouds and sunshine. How does 45 degrees sound? That sounds pretty nice to me. 40 on Sunday, and the Shoreline forecast, guys, close to 42 and 44 degrees. Let's focus on the weekend there. I know it's only, what is it, Monday? I already lost. I think it's Monday. We've been doing this for a while.
Yeah,
but just look forward to the weekend.
Few hours.
There you go, guys. Back to you.
Feels like 2027.
Right, I know. Flew right through already. You know, we had 10 to 20 inches of snow, 25 plus in some places, right? The winds, gusts up to 60 miles an hour. But for some people, they don't care. They're going to hit the pavement. They're going to go out and get their coffee.
A blizzard wasn't enough to stop one woman. She actually battled conditions in Waterbury during the height of the storm to make a Dunkin' run. Go ahead.
We are headed to Dunkin' Donuts.
You just had to come out, right, for it?
I am getting my usual order. I did hesitate before coming out, but I feel like since the worst is almost past us, I think I could do it.
How was the walk so far today? You didn't have very far to go, right?
No, it wasn't very far. There are certain spots that are like not shoveled at all, so it is like you're falling in.
Proof that Jersey Parker really is a hardy New Englander. No hat, just a hood, no heavy coat. I mean, it just got to get that coffee, too.
Got to get my usual order. I thought she was about to tell us what the usual order was there for a second. I didn't know what it was.
We still don't know if Duncan was open, by the way, when she got there. So New England.
So stay with us. We have continuing coverage of the aftermath of the blizzard of 2026. A live look at winter luck. 95% of the flights out of Bradley were canceled today. Check with your airline if you're expecting a late arrival. We'll have more after this.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of the blizzard of 2026 and now the aftermath. What a storm, what a storm. We continue to get a look at conditions across the state, and we want to take you now to our capital city of Hartford.
Mike Savino is there with a look at what the weather. Hey, look at some pavement behind you there, Mike. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit of pavement. Talking about that cleanup, this is kind of the other side of that cleanup, at least if you live in a place like Hartford. This is what a parking ban looks like if you live in Hartford. If you haven't experienced it, this is one of many blue lots in the city. This is free parking for people who normally park on the streets outside their homes. With the parking ban in effect, they can't do that, so they come to a place like this. There are easily dozens, if not 100 cars. We're at the back end of it, and you can see where it turns to parallel parking, goes all the way from here to the street. So people have to come here, dig out their cars when they're ready to move them. Of course, the parking ban is still in effect, so people can keep their cars in here. Once that ban is lifted, they have 12 hours to shovel their cars out and get them out. For now, it seems like the parking ban will be in effect through much of the day today. We've been all over the city. There's still plenty of cleanup to do, especially on those curbsides, because the snow has just been pushed out into where people would be parking. So no rush for people to get their cars, but certainly need to be watching for when that parking ban is lifted. But again, lots of cleanup, as we've heard from people who've been driving around here in the capital city. Take a listen.
Roads are bad out here today.
When you're out there, what are you experiencing?
It's a lot of cars sliding, everything. The roads is dangerous right now. Y'all better be safe out there.
The highways aren't too bad. Some cities, like, the roads are pretty good. Back roads, they're terrible though. I had a hard time getting out of the driveway this morning, but other than that, they're not bad. And I have a Jetta, so I don't have a truck like my friend.
And that snow is also a wet, heavy snow, which will slow down some of the cleanup efforts. We've seen trucks trying to help move the snow out as it's cleaning up so you don't get those big snowbanks that we sometimes see piling up, but will take a while. Mike and Keisha, back to you.
Mike Savino joining us live there in Hartford in a blue lot, one of those areas where they ask you to move your car to during a parking ban. We're going to do our best to stay on top of the bans. They're still in place. We'll let you know when they have been lifted. Also, still a commercial truck ban remains in place on our interstates across the state. We continue to track the blizzard of 2026.
We have more on the conditions of the roads and a live update on that tractor trailer ban. Stay with us for our continuing coverage. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're taking a live look at the conditions we are seeing right across the state right now. Hartford in the upper left of your screen. Dry pavement on the Founders Bridge heading into the city. Looks pretty good. So does 91 in the distance. Litchfield, that's Litchfield Center right near the green. You can see it's in front of the shops there, a little black pavement. New London, the visibility continues to improve in the distance. Windsor Locks, though, I don't know if it's the camera or what. It's a little dark and a little bit hazy there by comparison. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Heideck.
And I'm Keisha Grant. We saw that image there from the airport where 95% of flights have been canceled today. We do thank you for staying with us as we continue to bring you live team coverage of the blizzard of 2026 and now the aftermath. We continue to track conditions all across the state. We want to begin right now with meteorologist Anthony Carpino back with your storm tracker forecast. Anthony, for people just joining us, where is the storm right now? What's the very latest?
Well, hey there, guys. Yeah, so the core of this system is now starting to move away from New England, but we're not completely done with the snow. Let's go back to Windsor Locks. Mike, you had mentioned that this is a darker view than some of our other cameras, and that's because the snow is still falling there. It's actually pivoting back over the airport, so we might be adding to Bradley's total by the time all of this is completely done. So we take a look at radar. Remember, we had that gap that formed right over the 91 corridor there. Eastern Connecticut's now seeing some of that relief with a break. But now the band that was over Western Connecticut is shifting further east. So we're starting to see the snow return to the Hartford area, including Windsor Locks. So we're seeing some flakes in downtown Hartford, but also stretching down 84, Farmington, West Hartford, Avon, Simsbury, Granby, even New Hartford, and then further off to the north as well, maybe closer to Heartland, and then further off to the northwest as well. So we still have some snow showers out there, but as we move through tonight, we're going to slowly start to get rid of that snow and maybe a little sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. I'll have more on that forecast coming up just a few minutes. Mike, back to you.
Anthony, thanks. All right, let's take a live look at Middletown now. You see the truck stop on the left-hand side of the screen. Tractor trailers are parked and getting ready to line up. This is just off I-91.
They're lined up because there's a commercial truck ban in place. It remains in effect, and We're waiting to hear when the governor will be lifting that ban. Those truck drivers are as well, because as soon as the ban is lifted, they can get out there and get back to business.
Move those loads, and they see the pavement on the right-hand side, so they're trying to figure what's going on. That's where NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney joins us live from that very truck stop. Melissa?
Yeah, guys, earlier today around noon, our coworkers asked Governor Lamont when he thought that would be lifted. It wasn't really clear how soon that would be, but at this point in time, that ban is still in place, and they're still recommending people do not do unnecessary travel, despite the fact that they are making some pretty good progress. It's pretty impressive taking a look at the highway here. Now, there are dozens of trucks here on this rest stop, and in just the handful of minutes I've been out here, 5 or 10 minutes, we've actually seen a good amount of trucks pull up and join the trucks that you see here. Some are idling, some are just pulling in. Oh, actually, there's another one. Hey, Josh, if you want to turn around and get a shot of that, there's one pulling in right now. So, you know, despite the fact that there is this ban, there seems to be a good amount of movement with the trucks. You know, of course, they have a lot of hard work to do, and it's sort of tricky because, you know, you see that the blacktop is clear behind us, but of course that ban still is in effect. Now, there are still some questions. My coworker, Andrew Rowan, who covers transportation, did reach out to a handful of state agencies and ask, you know, who's enforcing this truck ban? Are there any penalties? Just like sort of information about that, because we're still a little unclear if anyone's gotten pulled over, if there's any repercussions for this. We're just trying to get a better picture of what this ban looks like. And of course, now we're still waiting to get the official go-ahead from state officials saying it's okay to drive for essential, non-essential travel. And we're still waiting to hear that commercial truck drivers can get back on the road. But at this point in time, with these 24 or so trucks here in Middletown, they are just patiently waiting, it seems, to get that go-ahead. It's not exactly clear how long these folks have been here, but we know some of them have definitely been here for the better part of all day today. So, you know, we'll have to see when that gets lifted. We're not exactly sure how much longer. It is snowing once again. The last time you guys came to me in Middletown, the sun was starting to peek out and there was no snow and no wind. So for whatever that's worth, it does seem to be coming down a little bit differently than it was just around 45 minutes ago. So like we said, we still have questions about this truck ban, like when it will be lifted and how it's enforced and what that sort of looks like from a statewide perspective. But we're waiting to learn more. And until then, we'll just sort of going to try to see if we could talk to some of these truck drivers, see how they're doing, how they're waiting, and if they're eager to get back on the road. But, you know, people are still, you know, someone just drove right there. So, you know, it's unclear exactly what's going on here because we're seeing a little bit of everything. But we're waiting to get answers, and hopefully we'll bring you guys an update when we have one.
Yeah, so another tractor trailer just went by on the highway as well. So, but that does seem to be like the exception, not the rule. The majority of them are parked, but every once in a while you see a rogue one go through. Have you seen a lot of them pull in, or it was just that one you saw just as we were talking just a minute ago?
Honestly, Mike, I've been standing in the spot for only about 10 minutes. I think I've seen 3 or 4 on the highway, with the exception of the 2 we just saw, and I've seen 1 pull in. So definitely not the majority, but I wouldn't say there's no one on the road. So just, you know, to reiterate, in case folks aren't aware, there is that ban still in place.
All right, NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney live along I-91 in Middletown, checking out when this truck ban is going to get lifted.
Well, and we should talk about the why. Why? It isn't with every storm that a commercial vehicle ban goes into place here in Connecticut. But when it does, it's to allow those crews, to allow the plows to get out there to do the job that they need to do.
Right, and we're seeing some black pavement now so that you can understand why they're probably going, okay, what's going to happen next?
Yeah. Speaking of pavement, we see pavement behind NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geist, but we also see those winds picking up again. We can see things blowing behind you. What's the very latest where you are in Guilford, Kevin Geist?
Yeah, Mike, someone needs to turn the wind off because I thought we were good for a few minutes, but then all of a sudden I start feeling it in my back again. It starts pushing me forward. But the good news is it's not pushing a lot of the snow and blowing it off of the piles that have accumulated here. You can get another wind gust behind me. The roads are starting to look a little bit better. Sidewalks definitely need still another pass before those will be completely walkable again. You're still going to need your snow boots if you have anywhere to go. There's another gust of wind. This is really feeling this one. Almost coming out of the north, if my orientation is correct. Yep, it's at my back. So it's headed toward Long Island Sound, which is on the right side of me here. Those winds can be dangerous as well, especially if you have any of those road trucks on the major highways. Trucks can act like a sail, so you have to be careful. That's why officials are asking people to stay home. Now, even people who grew up in Connecticut, maybe they lived through significant snowstorms in the past, they're still opting to wait one more day before they go anywhere. We were at the Spark Hotel up the road here on Route 1, and we met a lot of people that were overnighting last night into today, and we're even opting to stay one more day on top of that just to give crews the time and the space to get out there and completely clear the roads. We spoke with one woman, like I said, who lived through the infamous blizzard of '78, and even she decided, you know what, I'll wait one more day. Here's what she had to say.
This one is a lot, but I lived in Boston in 1978 for the blizzard then, where we were closed down for a whole week. But I was much younger. I had no place to be, so that was fun. This is less fun.
Absolutely. Now, what's the plan? Are you kind of just waiting to see what happens with the roads before you can make a break for home?
Yeah, I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning. Actually, I hope by then at least the major roads will be plowed and the bridges in New York will be open. Have to go through New York to get to Virginia. And so I think probably by then it will be better. Stay on the main roads.
Giving the crews the time and the space to clear everything before they head out. That's the main message that these officials want to get out. And it's also worth noting as well that the roadways, parking lots, you name it, there's quite a bit of water that's been kind of lingering on it. So if those temperatures stay cold and if that wind keeps whipping, it very well could get a little icy as we head in when we lose the sun that was out a few minutes ago but has gone back behind the clouds. So if you get some cold temperatures on top of all this, you might end up with some ice. So if you have nowhere to go, stay home. If you have anywhere to go, go slow. That's the message that a lot of people want to get across. Mike Keisha, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Kevin, guys, we've seen quite a few vehicles behind you, quite a few cars there on Route 1. People are certainly getting out and about on the roads. Can you talk about the snow consistency for us? Because the last storm we had just a few weeks ago, sure, it was a lighter, a fluffier snow. This is different. This is a heavy, kind of clunky snow from what we've been able to see.
Yeah, initially it was almost like ice crystals in the last storm, but for this one specifically, it's a lot stickier. I can actually make a snowball. This is good snowman making snow. This is good snowball making snow. Any of those colleges out there might be a good evening for a snowball fight as long as you don't have to drive anywhere to do it. It's a little bit heavier. When you have sort of that moisture inside, that's going to make it a lot heavier to stick together like that. Just make sure that you are taking it easy. It's going to be heavier when you have to actually shovel it. So bend with the knees, not at the back. Just be careful.
All right, Kevin Geis there with the great advice and the great reminders there, joining us live from Guilford. We continue to see more and more cities and towns cancel school for tomorrow. You can track the very latest on the aftermath of this blizzard right now by scanning the QR code on your screen. To download the NBC Connecticut app, also at NBCConnecticut.com, we have got that full list of school closures because they continue to roll into the newsroom and, well, the list is growing.
Yes, it continues to grow. All right, time for a break now. The conditions are improving. We saw the snow, we saw the winds, things are getting better. This is a live view of, once again, Windsor Locks getting a little lighter now compared to the last time. We have more live updates when we come back. All right, it is all about the cleanup now that the blizzard of 2026 is starting to move out. You can see it in the radar behind us.
The cleanup is now underway all across the state. We want to check in now with NBC Connecticut Sydney Boyo joining us in West Hartford. You seeing there? Oh, where it is snowing.
Oh, wow,
again.
look at that. Here we go.
Guys, the snowflakes are back. We jinxed it last time I chatted with you. Now, it's still, for the update here, the cleanup is still going well. You know, the roads here are still very, you know, they're getting clear, and we're having more people come out and out. Now, as we said earlier, we were standing in an empty West Hartford Center, but actually, we found out that there is one place open here, Cafe Sophia. You can see there it says open Cafe Sophia. This right here is Sophia. Sophia was telling me she's from Armenia. I was telling her, look, it's in your blood. You're not cold. She said yes. So tell me why. You told me you were open here starting at 9 a.m. Why?
Because today, usually we open 8 a.m., but today I open 9 a.m. because of the snow. And I know it. I have a lot of customers. They're coming, enjoying good food and good coffee. When I open 9 o'clock, 2 people came right there. And one person says, I came early morning, it was closed. I went back and came back again.
9 a.m. was kind of like the peak of this. How was it driving in? Did you have to shovel to get in the door?
No, I didn't shovel because town does. That was good, yeah. And I came here, it was easy to come because town was clean. And a lot of customers inside, even you can see, they're coming by walk.
Yeah, the line was pretty far when I went in. Sorry to drag you out during all this. Lastly for you, we were chatting earlier and you were telling me about the last blizzard and how you were open. Tell me about that. How does this one compare?
Yeah, always I'm open. I'm open this shop 16 years already and never ever close even the hurricane, tornadoes. 2013 was the bad weather. People didn't have 10 days power. They always came here, charge the phones, eat, drink, and midnight I keep until 12 a.m. and they went home.
So natural disasters are nothing for you here, Sophia. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Guys, they're open here. We'll see what else opens as the day progresses.
Sophia. She really is.
The state's most accurate.
Pretty fantastic there, Sydney. Thanks so much. And Sydney, you know, you're dealing with a lot of the snow that is starting to pivot right back into the Hartford area and the West Hartford area. We saw a little bit of drier weather not too long ago, but now we're starting to see that band that was in Western Connecticut work its way further back off to the east there, and now it's places like Hartford, Windsor Locks, and down through the West Hartford area and stretching further to the south as well, even maybe seeing some flakes down in New Haven. But we take a closer look when we switch this over just to the green shading here, still snow, but it's easier to see where we have those darker pockets there. So just along 91 there, Middletown, and closer to the 691 interchange with Meriden, and then back up toward New Britain, as well as places like Wethersfield, also seeing a little bit of a burst of snow there. In fact, let's take a look outside right now over Middletown. You can see, well, it's a little bit harder to see the interstate there and then the truck stop. So the visibility going down just a little bit thanks to that band of snow. But the good news is as we head through tonight, we are expected to slowly clear things up. A look over Hartford right now, also seeing some of the flakes flying, the flags still blowing in the breeze, and a lot of the folks that have been out there today mentioning that breeze out there will make some improvements, but not completely get rid of the wind as we move into the overnight period. Our temperatures right now hovering right around freezing from Windsor Locks all the way down to Middletown, above freezing for Chester, New Haven, 33, 34. It's 31 in Groton, and a little bit cooler in Western Connecticut, now dropping to 22 in Norfolk there. So you guys in northwestern Connecticut have seen a drier snow than some of the other spots around the state today, all dependent on that temperature. And later on tonight, well, we're going to see those temps continue to fall right back down. I think some spots down to the teens and lower 20s by the morning as the snow tapers away, but it will still remain a little bit breezy. I think we'll have winds still gusting anywhere from about 20 to maybe 30 miles per hour. Yes, so still breezy out there. Fortunately, tomorrow, despite temperatures staying cool into the 20s, we'll have a good bit of sunshine. And for this time of year, we have a higher sun angle, so even with those temps below freezing, I think we'll still have some melting out there. So that is some good news for us. This system moves out of here tonight. We'll have a mix of clouds and sunshine as we go through the day on Tuesday. Then by Wednesday morning, another system moves in. This is where we could see some more snow showers, a coating to maybe 2 inches at the most as that quickly swings through Connecticut. The timing of that could be a little bit challenging in the morning with that potential for some snow showers, maybe some delays in the morning there. Then we're much better by the afternoon. Just look forward to the weekend, guys. Those temperatures returning to the 40s inland and the shoreline, and we're going to be dry with a mix of clouds and sunshine. Guys, back to you.
Giving us hope for the week. It's only Monday.
That sounds great. I know, it's only Monday. Wow. Okay, let's check in on some of your photos again. Hello, Blitz. Enjoying the first snowstorm. And a storm that he got. Thanks so much to Cindy Morella in Canton for sharing this adorable photo of that adorable puppy.
So cute. And here's another one. This is Princess, newly adopted, a golden retriever puppy, loving her very first snowfall.
Look at that face.
Big thanks to Alexandra for sharing this with us. Oh, my word.
And you have to do this one.
Yes, I do, because I love all animals, but cats especially. Okay, we've seen pictures of dogs all across our state enjoying the snow, but what about the kitty cats? This is Cannoli.
Great name.
Oh, yeah, watching the snow fall in Enfield, high on the perch there. She's just relaxing on her little perch and enjoying the view. I'm sure my Woogie Wookums is doing the same at home. My cat. You can be a storm tracker today. We want to see your photos and videos. Email them to us at shared@nbcconnecticut.com, or you can also use the hashtag NBCConnecticut.com. We cannot cover this storm, any storm, without you being our eyes and ears, so we do appreciate it every time you send us photos and video.
And coming up next, we have the massive response that we've seen, and they've done a great job to clearing all this snow.
You're taking a live look at Litchfield, just off the green there, where you can see a little bit of blacktop, really no one on the roads for the most part, and that is as it should be, so crews can continue to clear the roads all across the state. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Thank you for keeping it here on NBC Connecticut as we continue to get you through the aftermath of this blizzard of 26. We've got more to show you in New Haven.
We sure do. David Horowitz standing by in the city to show how people are riding out the storm. David?
Mike, Keisha, check out how much snow is here in downtown New Haven. Specifically, this is Temple Street over here. And when I take a step in here, I'm almost going up to like my knee. Earlier, it was even more than this. Now, we spoke with people today that are from Connecticut. They're kind of used to this type of thing with blizzards and whatnot and the Connecticut nor'easter type of thing. However, we also spoke with people from not from Connecticut, and here's what they had to say.
Unique. It's harsh on your face, but just got to take your time. It's kind of slippery, and watch where you cross the streets at. It's a lot of deep snow. I've been calling my friends back in Kentucky, telling them about the snow up here. And I kept on telling them it wasn't bad, it's not bad. Now I'm saying, oh, it's bad.
And we can see people all the way down. Yep, we can see people all the way down there. They've been going at the snow with shoveling, snow blowing for the past couple hours, and they've done a pretty good job because these streets, you couldn't see the pavement at all earlier in the day. Now things are much clearer and they've been hard at work. So sidewalks much better, areas are much better. Still though, still some flakes coming down as it's tapering off. In New Haven, David Horwitz. Mike, Keisha, back over to you.
David Horwitz, can we get back to the depth of that snow there? It was more like to your ankles. Now,
I know.
You're very tall.
It's like,
on
but,
me, that would have been my kneecaps.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, so earlier, Keisha, when I was walking, it was going real high. So yeah, but not too bad. But yes, might cover you up a little bit.
Had to call you on it. You're a tall drink of water, so
fair enough.
We have to point that out. Thank you. I also enjoyed that gentleman's Kentucky accent.
Right,
it was
right.
lovely.
And he said, no, it's bad.
It's bad. It's bad. Okay. Well, listen, we continue to get in so many great pictures and videos, and we continue to share them with you because they are so much fun.
Maple is her name. That's Maple, the golden retriever. She's out and about in Branford. Thanks so much, Kelly Jones, for sharing this picture with us. Really cool. Another pup having a blast. Hazel is on fire from Higginham. She is living the life, baby. She's going about 20 miles an hour there. Jessica, thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Oh, and Anthony, it's just been so nice to see people enjoying
the snow a little bit. It can be a little bit more of a challenge when it's a heavier snow, so it's nice to see everyone having a good time with it.
Well, we thank you for joining us here at NBC Connecticut, letting us get you through this storm.
That's right. Keep it here. More coming up in just a few minutes.
Right now at 4, dealing with the aftermath of the blizzard of 2026, crews around Connecticut working so hard to clear all the snow from major roadways as people dig out of their own homes and out of the difficult conditions. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here at 4. I'm Kevin Nathan.
And I'm Brissy Delanda. Amber is off today. We're still tracking the storm as it winds down at this hour. Powerful winds sending snow whipping around in many parts of the state. A viewer sent us this video to us from NOAA. You can see those wind gusts sending the trees swaying and some birds struggling to fly. Wind like this contributing to downed power lines and trees.
Yeah, so this is the amount of people still in the dark right now because of power outages. About 8,000 for Eversource customers and roughly 1,600 for UI, that's United Illuminating. And taking a look at snow totals from around the state, some of the most notable, 26.5 inches in southeastern Connecticut and North Stonington. On the low end, totals go down to about 10 inches in parts of the Farmington Valley.
Yeah, so everyone's seeing a little bit of different snowfalls. Let's send it over to storm tracker meteorologist Steve Glazer for an update on on the conditions. Steve, what's the next part of this storm people will be dealing with?
I think, Bree and Kevin, the cleanup, that's a huge thing. This is a dense snow. It's very heavy, and we got a lot of it. So this hour, we'll be talking about the cleanup process, how much more is left. But this storm is already rivaling some of the record-setting nor'easters that this region has had back in '78, back in '96, and back in '03. Now in Hartford, we did not come close to breaking any records. We've had about a foot. Our biggest snow is 2 feet. Providence, preliminary biggest snowstorm. This was the '78 blizzard. Newark is within an inch, almost a half an inch from its largest snowstorm. And then Bridgeport has come into second biggest snowstorm since '03. That ties the '03 storm. So this is it. Blizzard of 26. Very impressive. There's the center of it. Is starting to pull away. We're starting to see the snow showers diminish and the wind lighten its gust and grip on us. Though we're not done yet. There are still some scattered snow showers spreading through the state. Temperatures on the back edge are starting to fall now down to 22 in Norfolk, so some colder air will come in tonight. The winds are still gusty, about 30 to as high as 40 miles per hour at this hour. And as we go forward, the snow showers should be wrapping up between 5 and 6 p.m. Cloudy with temperatures around 30, but dropping to around 20 as the snow tapers. And then we will eventually see that breeze dying down, and those surfaces will remain fairly icy because of a temperature right around 20 degrees for tomorrow morning. But with some sun, we should be able to get some melting going here across the region. I don't know if this is unfortunately, but I think most commonly it's unfortunately we do have to look forward to some more snow showers on Wednesday. We'll talk about the timing, what to expect for the rest of the week when I see you in a few minutes.
Winter is not done with us. Steve, thank you so much. When it comes to getting power back on, it takes time because, as the governor said earlier today, multiple agencies need to come together even before crews get to the scene.
The tricky part is a branch comes down on a wire, knocks it out. First, DOT's got to make sure we can get access there through snowplow. Eversource then has to get there, make sure that wire isn't energized, and then we can get your power turned back on. It's still going to take a few days.
And Eversource did tell customers that it may take a few days. In a text, they even said 2 to 6 days. Now we're taking a live look outside at Bradley International Airport. It is open, but 95% of flights were canceled today. The Connecticut Airport Authority says to expect more cancellations and delays tomorrow as they try to get things back up and running.
Earlier in the day, we also learned a commercial travel ban is still in effect. State police tell us they have responded to several assists and crashes.
The state police have, responded to over 250 motor vehicle assists, which include vehicles off the roadways, multiple jackknife tractor trailers. So we want to stress again the governor's commercial travel ban. Keeping those vehicles off the roadway, make it a lot easier for DOT to keep the roads clear. Also, we've responded to over 82 accidents at this point in time, and 2 of the accidents have minor injuries.
And that interview you just heard was from a news conference at about 11:30 this morning. Meantime, officials say severe weather protocols will stay in effect until at least tomorrow.
And dozens of plow crews are expected to work around the clock to help dig out after the storm here. Over in Waterbury, the mayor had urged people to stay home amid the concerns their streets could become dangerous in the wintry conditions. That's where we find NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin. He's live in the city for us with the very latest. Matt?
Yeah, guys, it looks like the snow is really starting to come to an end here, but it is still really gusty out here, and crews are just racing to clean up the sidewalks and the roads before even more snow potentially later this week. Today, the cleanup was underway after a brutal blizzard hit the state with heavy snow and strong winds. In Waterbury, some crews are going non-stop.
5 o'clock last night until at least 5 o'clock tonight.
Wow, so you've been going all night?
Yeah, yep.
What was it like in the middle of the night?
It was tough. It was windy. Windy as hell, yep. But it's not too bad today, it's light. But like I said, we live in New England, we gotta expect this.
The conditions did not stop a group from the Waterbury Police Academy that did training at this parking garage amid the driving snow and gusty conditions. And others who had things to do or coffee to find headed out on the roads.
They're horrible. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. I'm going back home.
And Sony was good, and then as I got closer to Naugatuck, it was like really bad. But there was a convoy of all the plow guys out there, so it looks like the highways are good.
Some trudge through unshoveled sidewalks, and the seemingly never-ending winter is taking a toll.
I am ready to be done with the snow, but I mean, like we said, I was fine with it during the Christmas season. Who doesn't love a white Christmas? But I'm done with it now.
Now, we just heard from the mayor who said there was really two challenges. One is the heaviness of the snow, and the second is the drifting. It's just bringing the snow back over areas that have been plowed or shoveled. So that means crews are having to do multiple passes. Of course, kids had a 3-day weekend. It is still yet to be determined if they will also have tomorrow off. They are expecting a decision on school very soon, potentially within the next few hours. Live in Waterbury, Matt Austin, NBC Connecticut News. Guys, back to you.
And we know families are keeping a close eye on that. Thank you so much, Matt. Now let's send it over to NBC Connecticut transportation reporter Andrew Rowan.
Andrew's live along I-95 in Milford. Andrew, what is the latest guidance? Can people go out?
The official guidance is still no, and we know a lot of local roads haven't been touched, but as far as the state highways that are managed by DOT crews, I mean, you just said it, this is 95. Cars are flying like there's no snowstorm, there's nothing going on, because the roads do look really good. We saw a whole parade of plows go by a little bit earlier. We've also seen, I don't see any at this exact moment, tons and tons of trucks on the road, despite that commercial ban still in effect. Governor Lamont, though, wants people to stay at home so that the crews that still have work to do have plenty of space to do it. DOT's 650 plows were off to see the blizzard Monday morning, contending with barely any visibility on I-95 in Darien.
I would say, honestly, you guys are probably more adapted to attack the storm more aggressively than we are.
Truck driver Jeremy Rubichet was on the way to New Jersey from Nova Scotia, hauling cod and pollocks. Fresh or
salted today?
He adhered to Connecticut's commercial vehicle ban and spent the night at an I-95 rest stop. How long do you anticipate being here?
I'm hoping to be gone by tomorrow morning early, but see what the road ban says, I guess.
This wall of plows on I-95 in Milford tackled mainly pavement, but blasted snow from the shoulder.
I do know that people are going to start getting very frustrated, more likely to get out on the roads sooner than we think is appropriate. But if people stay off the roads, if the snow slows down by end of today, I think tomorrow should be a pretty good day.
At Bradley Airport, sweeper brooms cleared snow off the runway, even though 95% of flights were canceled.
It is probably going to be a couple days before the airlines get back up and running. So if anyone's flying tomorrow, even into Wednesday, they should be checking the status of the flight before coming to the airport.
Contractor Colamato is fueling up. His work clearing commercial lots along the shoreline is just beginning.
It's definitely heavy, and it's not coming off the roads as easy. It's sticking to the cement.
Now, we're here at the Milford truck stop along I-95, and I want to show you, these are all trucks that have spent the night because of the commercial ban going into effect. So as soon as they get the notification that it's lifted, a lot of them are headed onto the roads, although a couple of them did say they're going to wait for traffic to die down because they like to drive overnight. Something that I think would surprise a lot of people is that the ticket for being caught driving under the commercial ban, meaning you don't have an exception, is only $92. That's something I just learned from the Department of Motor Vehicles, and Bree, I'm going to check my phone real quick just to make sure. A lot of these truck drivers just got in the trucks and are waiting. I called the Department of Transportation to see if they had any news on this commercial ban being lifted. We haven't heard anything, so we're just waiting. Remember, the governor's order when he signed it yesterday at 5 p.m. only said until further notice. So as of right now, we're kind of just waiting. But we have seen here, look, there's one truck right here and then another truck right behind it, and I see one coming in the other direction. So plenty of trucks have decided they're just going to hit the road and take the risk on that. And as soon as we hear, we'll let you know. Here, Bree, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you so much for giving us that context. You're really good at reaching out officials and getting the answers that we need. Now, check out this scene of a crash involving a Department of Transportation truck along I-84 in Manchester. This happened this morning, and state police say the truck collided with another contractor vehicle near exits 60 and 61. There were minor injuries reported. The mayor in Norwich is speaking out about the plan for school tomorrow and when the next trash collection might happen in Norwich.
Our schools were closed today. We will be closing our schools tomorrow as well, just to keeping in mind the safety of people. Garbage disposal is 1 day late so far. City Hall was closed today, but we intend to make sure City Hall is open tomorrow. But a lot of moving parts to it.
Our team coverage continues now in Hartford with NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino. Mike is live inside the State Emergency Operations Center. Mike.
Yes, that's right, Kevin. I'm actually here with Emergency Management Director William Turner, who we've heard from throughout the day. But, William, just a chance to maybe see where we stand now. How has this storm been? Is it what you expected?
Yeah, so today we really expected to see those statewide blizzard conditions, which we saw in different parts of the state this morning. Really high impacts in terms of power outages, but not as high as we anticipated. So we're still tracking about 10,000 customers across the state without power. But fortunately, those numbers that were even higher forecasted for outages weren't what came to fruition. So we understand there's still a lot of people without power, but not as high as we thought. Nonetheless, a lot of snow to clean up. And fortunately, the coastal flooding wasn't as impactful as forecast as well.
On the cleanup and what we're looking at now, the storm's winding down. People are coming out of their homes. I know you said you plan to be here till 7 or so. What are you and your team watching over the next few hours?
Yeah, so right now we'll be here till 7 o'clock, partially activated at the state EOC. We continue to watch those power outages to make sure they remain stable and start to come down. And we're really just helping support our municipal emergency responders, emergency management directors, to make sure that they're able to effectively do their job, respond to emergencies, and start to clean up, make sure they have resources, or if they need specialized resources, help them fill those critical unmet needs so they can recover at the town level. So really a lot of what this is supporting our town partners, making sure they have what they need to recover and respond from the impacts of the storm.
People are getting out, they're shoveling off their driveways, they're hoping to return to normal. What guidance can you give them about what to expect, to how quickly life will return to normal?
Yeah, with this amount of snow, it's going to take some time. This is also that heavy, wet snow, so we really want everybody to be very careful as they're cleaning up. It's sometimes referred to as heart attack snow. It can be very dangerous and strenuous, so go easy, go slow, take breaks, stay hydrated. But we also want to encourage the public, if they don't have power, to be very safe operating those generators and use caution when they are using those generators. So we're not fully out of the woods yet while the snow is tapering off. It's going to take a couple days to clean up, and this heavy, wet snow can be very dangerous, so it's going to take some time to fully dig out.
Thanks, William. So there you hear it. It's best case scenario for the storm, but some people could still be shoveling themselves out for the next couple of days. Back to you.
Oh, Mike, the thought of those generators, so many people went out and bought them during Sandy and Isaias and other storms, and they sit in the garage and they just hope and pray they work with a storm like this. Mike Savino, normally our political reporter, live for us in Hartford. Mike, thank you.
He's taking a different beat today. All right, NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis is in Guilford with more on the impact of the blizzard there. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Hey, Bree, Kevin, well, there have been a ton of crews out just about all day at this point, hitting sidewalks, hitting roads, hitting businesses, just trying to clear off. I'm doing my part, trying to get one of the sidewalks outside the Big Y in Guilford clear here. It is that heavy, wet snow. It's definitely not what we saw in the last storm. It's going to take a little bit longer. You're going to want to give yourself extra time when you're digging out because it's not as easy as the last one. So hopefully crews are taking the breaks that they need, but we also learned with all of these landscaping crews, it's a lot of contractors out. We were down over at the Green here in Guilford earlier this morning, and we met quite a few landscape crews, people out trying to get some of their tenants and businesses shoveled out, which of course takes time. But I also learned talking to some of the younger individuals, they say this is the first major storm that they can really remember in their lifetime. The last time they had one like this, they say they actually were too young. For them, it was literally just out playing in the snow, just enjoying it. So here's what two had to say. They say this is really the first blizzard that they've ever experienced.
I don't even know. I was about, 6 or 7 years old when the last one came down, so I'm not used to shoveling this kind of snow around here, but it's been a while since we had a winter like this. I was young the last time we got snow like this. A couple weeks ago I thought that, this is the biggest one of the season, but here we are, and it's more than last time, and it's a bit stickier than it was last time too, so it's not as easy to shovel.
We all remember our first blizzard. I believe mine was 2013. I think I had 3 days off from school. It was fantastic. So if you're just getting outside to do some of that cleanup again, just give yourself plenty of time. Take those breaks. And if you live near a fire hydrant, I know public safety officials are going to ask you, please clear that fire hydrant 3 feet on all sides. Bree, Kevin will send it back to you guys in the studio.
First blizzard 2013. Let me tell you about 1978 someday, young lad. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, goodness. All great tips by Kevin out there. Still ahead at 4, we just learned the commercial truck ban has been lifted. We'll check in with Melissa Cooney in Middletown with all of those details next.
Plus, we are checking out some of our neighboring states. Our communities in Massachusetts and Rhode Island are dealing with all that snow.
And the snow is still falling across the state. We'll have a live look at our storm tracker Doppler radar, take you hour by hour, let you know what to expect, and especially when it comes to those winds tonight.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
All right, welcome back. We're taking a look at conditions around the state with images sent to us by viewers like you. Thank you so much. Louis from Granby sent us this photo. Look at how the snow is completely plastered over the glass. I wonder what the cleanup is going to be like. He also sent us this photo of his yard. Oh, picturesque, beautiful. You can see a nice pile of snow on the railings, and look at this. It really captures the trees above.
Oh, it's beautiful. I don't know how beautiful this is for whoever owns that car, because they've got some work to do. Something a lot of us are dealing with today. This is Carol Beiser in the Iverson part of Essex. You can see that car needs a good dusting off. And get this, Carol says this is somewhat a sheltered area in her backyard. How about that?
Yeah, 2 different images there. So a lot happening across the state, and keep on sending those photos in. We want to see what you're up to today. But as we mentioned just a little bit ago, due to the treacherous travel overnight and into this morning, the governor put her commercial truck ban in place. That ban has just been lifted.
Yeah, they must have seen Andrew Rowan's story, because literally about a minute later it was lifted. NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney joins us now live from the rest stop on I-91 in Middletown. Melissa, are truckers ready to get back on the road? Although we did see a few that warning from the governor. They were out on the road 10 minutes ago.
Well, guys, I am here with Mark. He's been here since 10:30 last night. I just got word. Congratulations. The ban has been lifted.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Are you excited?
Kind of, but my lawyer's been rescheduled, so
right.
I still have to stay here till 2 a.m. in the morning.
That stinks. You've had a long night. You got here, we were talking earlier, Mark got here around 10:30 last night, and he's been here passing the time. You know, the crews have loaded in. How crowded have you seen this lot over the past, 20 hours or so?
Oh, man, it's been ridiculous. I mean, guys park on the sidewalk. I mean, as you can see, one guy's parked behind me. I guess he's hoping that I'll move soon, Yeah. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be there for a while.
Right. Okay, so, I mean, now we're going to see, oh, yeah, look, we see the trucks moving. Goodbye, Western Express. Out they go. Yeah, they said the emergency order is, lifted. People, commercial trucks, they can hit the road. So hopefully you can get on with your day soon enough.
Well, I'll probably do that, find a rest stop that have a nice little store I could get something to eat.
Yeah, have you just been eating like whatever food you had with you?
Yeah, I have some granola bars, so that's what I've been living on.
You must be hungry. You should hit the road. I don't want to hold you up anymore. Well, congratulations, you made it.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no, good stuff. I mean, I feel bad for these guys have been here for so long. It stinks, but that was, of course, for the safety of everyone. And our friend that we just talked to just stayed here overnight for the safety of all the people in the area. Now, the governor says even though this emergency order has been lifted, he's urging all motorists to do their best to avoid driving for the remainder of the day on Monday. And of course, use caution, clear the plows, all that good stuff. All stuff that we know when we drive. And now you might see a lot more commercial vehicles on the road. The ones that have followed the rules, like our friend here, has been waiting eagerly. He just turned on his motor. He's about to woo, woo. Bye, Mark. All right, you guys. We'll send it back to you as he gets ready to go on his next journey. Get some food. Poor guy. But send it back to you guys. Commercial trucks, they're back on the road, you guys.
Yeah, Melissa Cooney not only reporting the news, but giving the news to Mark that he can get back to work, along with a lot of other people. Melissa, thank you. Connecticut's not the only state in the Northeast dealing with the aftermath of the blizzard. NBC's Christian Raposa shows us how Rhode Island is holding up.
I'm Christian Raposa in Narragansett. We're in the parking lot of the Aqua Blue Hotel just across from the Coast Guard House in Narragansett Beach and the coastline. The wind has been the main factor here all morning long. We actually have lost power at this hotel because of the wind, taking down power lines and taking down other things with it, creating a major problem for plow drivers. We got plow driver problems. We've got EMT problems. Actually, here at this hotel, it's mainly just first responders, EMTs, and employees of this hotel that are staying here. Plow drivers are stuck in the roads as they try and do their job. But as the snow continues to come down and as the wind continues to pick up, it makes it so much harder for those plows to do their jobs. We talked to a few of them earlier actually doing this very parking lot, and they were saying to stay inside, don't go outside, and please do not try and travel. It is just not safe and not fit for it right now. But for now, Christian Raposa.
And taking a look at conditions in Massachusetts now, you can really see how much the snow and wind impacted visibility there. The plows have their work definitely cut out for them for the rest of the night. Let's bring in meteorologist Steve Glazier to talk about everything. Steve, what are we, what's next? What's ahead this afternoon here in Connecticut?
Spring,
and also,
right? We hope.
I know.
I
know.
Yeah.
It gives me some hope today because I was shoveling the driveway and everything and just taking care of the snow. And it got a little brighter, almost like you could look at the sun
You
through the
could
cloud.
see the light.
And even that little bit started to melt some surfaces. So and it's that stronger sun that we get this time of
And
year.
the bright side, too. I mean, Providence, like a record, right? 30 inches of snow.
32. Beat the blizzard of 78 for Providence. So there we go. Bridgeport's biggest snow since 2003.
Wow.
20 inches for Bridgeport.
Wow.
I know. So we had predicted 10 to 20 inches. And I think our final tally across Connecticut is literally going to come down to 11 to 25 as the actual range.
Yeah.
So not bad.
We'll give you an A minus.
All right, I appreciate it. As long as I can come back tomorrow. That's all I care about. Let's get you to the maps to show you what's going on in terms of Snowfall tallies, the highest that we have, 26.5 inches. That's North Stonington, Voluntown 24 inches, Waterbury 20.8, New Haven at 16.1, and then almost a foot at Bradley International Airport. Now with the Bradley Airport reading, that puts us at 53.6 inches for the entire winter. We average around 50 inches for the year, so we are above average, and there's still a little winter to go. In fact, it's the snowiest since 2017 to 2018. Be interested in if we can find Miss Melissa Cooney here, because she was reporting right here in Middletown moments ago. You see the highway is looking clear, though the side roads and less primary roads are still icy and snow-packed. Here's a 24-hour loop of the storm that has been impacting us. It has really, bombed out is the term. Bomb cyclone. Yes, it rapidly intensified off the coast last night and today, but now it's pulling away. So it's pulling the rest of the snow with it, but the wind will stay pretty breezy. Light snow continues at this hour. Enfield, Hartford, Middletown, Windham, Killingly. That snow will really start to decrease 6 p.m., so closer to dark tonight. And then after that, we are drier. Temperatures will be dropping into the low 20s, and the wind will start to get lighter. With a little bit more on how strong those winds were today, here's Anthony Carpino.
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, so we're fortunate to have those lighter winds moving in tomorrow, because this was the scene earlier this morning. Groton peaked with wind gusts just below 70 miles per hour, came in at 68. Meanwhile, Meriden, New Haven, Bradley, and Bridgeport between about 50 and 56 miles per hour. So yes, it was very breezy out there this morning. Even right now, though, Groton is still gusting to 52. We have a gust of 43. In New Haven, Windsor Locks is about 30. But keep an eye further off to the east there. Nantucket still having a wind gust of 70 miles per hour. Now, our power outages have been going down throughout the evening. That's great news. Roughly 6,700 outages across the state or so. In comparison to eastern Massachusetts, right now they have over 260,000 outages. So a lot of wind out there really caused more of those outages. The good news, moving through the next few days, we'll see those winds start to go back down. With the rest of the forecasts on what we can expect for the week, Steve, I'll send things back to you.
Well, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, the winds tomorrow 10 to 15 miles an hour as opposed to those wildly strong wind gusts that we had today. But we're only forecasting a high of 29 tomorrow, so it is going to be a cold day, but the sun returns, and that stronger late February sun angle will help to get some melting underway. Storm system pulls away. We've got a nice day on tap tomorrow, I guess, when you compare it to today. But there is another wintry mix on the way, or at least I should say more snow. This is going to move in with a clipper system on Wednesday morning. This is 6 a.m., so this could lead to further delays again on Wednesday morning. Early glance at that looks to be between about 1 and 3 inches of snowfall on Wednesday morning. Thursday, this PM mix doesn't look that bad at the moment. That is something that we're watching. A little warmer as well. Now look at the weekend though, 40 to 45 with some more sunshine returning. We'll have another update at 4:30. Back to you.
40-45 has never looked so lovely, Steve.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Still have the worst of it is behind us, but the cleanup is just getting started. We have a look at the snow removal efforts in Mystic.
And stay with us as our live storm tracker team coverage continues with the cleanup on the shoreline at 4:30.
We are back now with continuing storm tracker coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
Yeah, the Shoreline got hit really, really hard, so let's send things over to NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas.
Mystic has seen consistent snowfall and on and off gusty winds during the blizzard of 2026. The morning started with extreme wind, especially next to the Mystic River. Shop fronts were buried under inches of snow and store signs whipped back and forth against the strong winds. Over in a neighborhood, these two sisters were cleaning up as best they could with shovels in hand. They say they are looking forward to some outdoor time once the winds die down. On the other side of the village, more cleanup was underway, residents making sure to bundle up while cleaning up. And it's likely neighbors like this man will have to come out later tonight and even tomorrow. Cleanup is likely to take a couple of days with those 18 inches of snowfall here on the ground. In Mystic, Jennifer Cuevas, NBC Connecticut News.
All right, the conditions there in Mystic and still to come at 4. We're taking a look at another Shoreline community. We're live this time in New Haven with a look at the cleanup efforts there in the Elm City.
That and much more coming up here in the 4:30 hour.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
Thank you so much for staying with us for the news at 4:30. I'm Bracita Landaverde. Amber has
Nathan.
the day
I'm
off.
sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. I just wanted to give respect to Amber, who has the day off.
Yes, we love Amber. She'll be back tomorrow, we hope. And I'm Kevin Nathan. This is the main message now from Governor Ned Lamont. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
That the governor wants us to know this evening is crews work around the clock to get the roads clear.
My biggest message is this is very heavy, wet snow. We have 700 snowplows out there working almost round the clock. Stay out of the way, stay home, don't drive, let them get the job done.
That has been the continuous message from state officials. The blizzard hasn't just impacted the roads, it also left a big job for crews at the airport. Take a look at this. It's Bradley International Airport, where plows have been clearing the runway since this morning.
The hope is they will start flying aircraft in here tomorrow and then getting back up and running on a normal schedule and getting all of those displaced passengers where they need to get to.
We bring back Steve Glazier. I must say, from what I've seen around the state, they've done a remarkable job taking care of the roads. That commercial travel ban lifted about 25 minutes ago, which is great news for people who earn a living with that, and maybe we can slowly get back to normal in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
It is, and what'll help is this time of the year should be able to get back to it a little bit faster than normal, especially compared to last month. I came in today. I didn't leave the house until it was time to come in for the shift and start going live here, and I was pleasantly surprised how well the highway was maintained.
Even when I came in earlier this morning, you know, the highway, you could see some of the pavement, you could see how hard the crews were working. And I believe some of the flights are coming in at Bradley later this afternoon. So it does look like things are moving forward, hopefully.
I know. It's going to be a big cleanup and a very peculiar snow. I was shoveling and there are like big blocks that came out. It's almost like it's powdery, but also very dense.
Yeah.
Very dense.
You gotta be careful.
Let's get you up to speed with the blizzard warning that we have here across parts of Connecticut. With the, here's the live storm tracker Doppler radar. Let me get you the blizzard warning. This continues, by the way, until further notice. It's set to expire at 7 a.m. tomorrow, but it could be discontinued earlier than that. To get the blizzard warning, you need these 35-mile-per-hour winds. We are seeing these at the moment. In fact, the gust in Groton, New London is 52 miles an hour. So the wind is there. However, with a blizzard, you need quarter-mile visibility, and we haven't seen that for a little while now. Visibilities are improving, which is good, about 1 to 3 miles across the state. And that's an indication that we may see that particular warning discontinued a little bit later today and tonight. But the winds will stay gusty through sunset. After that, the winds will gust to about 35 miles an hour at 8 p.m. and beyond, continuing to decrease. So the wind will get lighter slowly, still windy over the next few hours. The snow showers are continuing at this time, but you'll see that those in the back edge is also starting to move off to the east. So tonight, the snow showers are tapering, breezy, and we're back into the mid-teens to low 20s. So surfaces will be slick and ice covered tomorrow morning, a high of just about 30 tomorrow, but then we start to thaw out near 35 to 40 for the rest of the week, and then 46 on Saturday. We do have another chance at some snow on Wednesday morning. We'll take a closer look at that in just a couple minutes. Back to you.
Steve, thank you. Our team coverage now. The blizzard aftermath continues in New Haven.
And that's where we find NBC Connecticut's David Horowitz. David, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Bree, Kev, we're here over at Pietrzycki in downtown New Haven, and these gentlemen behind me have been hard at work. You can kind of see the path that they've already cleared here. It's amazing work. We've seen them doing it for a couple hours now, and someone who works at Pietrzycki is Munir, and you've been one of the people that have been shoveling along with these gentlemen over here. Why is it so important for you to do this, be working hard and clearing all the snow?
Yeah, so we are cleaning here so we can be able tomorrow to open the restaurant and start to work again. Because if we didn't like clean up the driveway here, we can't pull out the carts and we can't park here tomorrow. Yeah.
And how has it been shoveling it? Because it feels like this wet, heavy snow. How is it compared to other storms that we've had this year, particularly the one a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, so this one and the one before were like the hardest one we've been seeing here. So we are struggling because it's a little bit wet. It's to make it a little bit like more heavy, you know. And so we are trying to do our best to clean up here. Yeah.
I can see that. You guys have been working hard. I see you were out of breath when you walked over here, but I'm just going to have Kevin, our photographer, take a look at all of what you've cleared today. We saw you from across the street. It was very amazing to see how fast you were able to do all this. Are you anticipating that you guys will be able to open in the next day or so, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, so yeah, tomorrow will be open, so that's why we're working hard today, so we can open tomorrow. You see, obviously it's closed because of a lot of snow. Mm-hmm. So you see downtown is like, it's empty, there is nobody in here. Yep. So we are trying to clean up here and so to be like tomorrow ready for see more customers in here.
Well, you guys have been absolutely killing it. I told you before, the best snow shoveling I've ever seen in my life in terms of the quickest, most efficient. But we'll toss it back to you guys over in the studio, Kevin and Bree.
Yeah, a lot of businesses impacted, just trying to get back open for tomorrow. So, David, in New Haven, thank you so much. Now let's send it over to NBC Connecticut's Sydney Boyo.
Sydney, we spent a lot of time with you on the air this morning, and you had the goggles going, which suggested that the winds were whipping. No goggles. Is that a good sign for the conditions out there, I hope?
Oh, such a positive sign. I'm so glad the snow goggles are not on my face because it was really horrifying, all the wind that was just pelting me constantly. Look, cleanup is underway here in West Hartford, and I say they're doing a pretty good job. We heard the governor say 700 plows, and I have to think, you know, how many of those are here in West Hartford? We're sitting here on South Main Street, and just constantly we've been seeing the public works plows going by. We've seen contractor plows going by, helping to clean up the roads here. Now, one thing we aren't seeing is a lot of businesses open here. West Hartford Center is usually popping. You know, this is the place to be on a Friday or a Saturday night, but there aren't a lot of people here, and the center is pretty closed. We did talk to some college students earlier today on the other side of town, you know, just looking for some food. They didn't have much luck. We heard from them. Here you go. You can hear from them now. What are you guys doing out here in this storm?
We're trying to get food. I mean, Shake Shack unfortunately is closed, but we trekked over here to get some food. We're hungry and we need food. The roads were not bad. The highway was pretty nice. I didn't have any issues, so it was pretty good. We live in a dorm and we don't really have any cooking. Like, I dabble with cooking, but I dabble.
We didn't prepare, so we didn't have food ready for us, so we had to come and find some food.
What's the plan? Do we have a plan?
No plan.
No plan really. You know, maybe another store.
I wonder how those guys fared out. I actually wish we could talk to them now because we did find out that just down the street here in West Hartford Center, there is one cafe that always opens during the storms, they say. And this morning already, they had people knocking on their door at 9 a.m. So one business out of many open here in West Hartford. We'll see how many more open as the day progresses. Bree.
Oh my goodness, the college students not planning reminds me of my college years. Sydney Boyo, thank you so much. And now we have a look at a scene in Middletown along Washington Street. You can see the road is cleared, but that wind is blowing. Our camera even shaking slightly because of how strong those gusts were in Middletown.
All right, your workout today may have been shoveling that heavy, wet snow, but we can bet likely you didn't do this. Push-ups in the snow. Check out what we found in Waterbury. Those are police academy recruits doing push-ups with some kind of beam across their backs in the snow on top of a parking garage. How about that? The police department says this type of training helps them get ready to do their jobs in any type of weather. Way to go. A brutal cartel unleashes a wave of violence in Mexico. What triggered all the chaos?
We'll be right back right after this break.
Welcome back. This is a look now at how the blizzard affected parts of the Northeast. New Jersey got hit with a ton of snow and even flooding in the Atlantic City area of Jersey. New York City, a slushy mix there, and North Carolina looks to have gotten the better end of the stick with a lot less snowfall there.
Now the blizzard has shut down Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The House and Senate have postponed votes scheduled for today because of the storm. Those votes will now happen tomorrow. Instead, federal agencies remain open but are operating under a 2-hour delay. The Department of Homeland Security remains shut down.
Now to the latest in Mexico, where the Jalisco New Generation cartel has unleashed a wave of violence. Video shows vehicles set on fire and roads are blocked, turning the state capital into a ghost town. This is all after the army killed its powerful leader known as El Mencho.
The gunmen were following us and they were shooting.
Barricade the door, pack all your stuff, be ready to leave if you need to, if you have the chance to. But you know, right now I'm not sure what to do.
Several Mexican states canceled school today, and local and foreign governments warned people to stay inside as violence erupted.
We're gaining some new insight into a deadly police shooting in Hartford last week. The Inspector General's office released officer body camera footage of the incident, and we do want to warn you in case you want to just turn away. Some of the video may be upsetting.
The officers responded to an apartment building on Capitol Avenue along with 2 mental health workers. They were told 53-year-old Everard Walker was having an acute mental health crisis. Officers initially spoke to him through the door because they were afraid Walker might throw a pot of boiling water at them. That's according to the report.
The report says Walker tried to close the door on them. That's when officer went in and got into a struggle with Walker and his children. Walker had a knife, and you could hear police telling him to drop it. When he raised it toward one of the officers, another officer fired several shots. Walker died at the hospital, and the investigation is ongoing.
Still ahead, all day we've been asking you to send your snow photos to us, and we're sharing some of those pictures of our viewers' furry friends enjoying the snow.
Very cute. Now look at what's coming up on tonight's primetime lineup. Starting at 8 p.m., it's the Fall and Rise of Reggie Dinkins, followed by The Voice Battle of Champions at 9 p.m. Then stay with us for the news at 11 with Keisha Grant. Welcome back. We're joined by meteorologist Steve Glazier. And Steve, it has been a busy day, but it does look like things are kind of starting to calm down a little bit.
They are. I was amazed at this snowstorm. It was really impressive. The drifts were amazing. Just some of the ways that the wind cut out the snow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
One of my from the shoreline, 4.5-foot drifts.
Yeah, one of my friends was saying she didn't even feel like she had to plow because the wind kind of was doing it for her off her car.
I was looking at my driveway, and I don't have the snowblower because we just got this moved in last summer. I'm like, nah, I won't need the snowblower. One part of the driveway was clear. The other one, that's where the 1.5 feet was. So it all evens out. Hey, let's show you some of the pictures from today where we are looking at these today. And really appreciate you, too. You're our eyes and ears out there, really doing some great work with us. We clear all these cars here, vehicles. I think I see 4 of them based on the windshield wipers that are all stuck up in Ledyard earlier today. Wow, that is going to take a little while. And then this is 1.5 feet from Woodstock and Kim. That is a lot. Whenever you see it on the table like that, that is a lot of snow. But look at this. It is starting to clear. Ooh, it looks chilly, doesn't it? This just has a cold vibe to it. A lot of blues coming out in the picture. The Connecticut River still very icy, but the visibility has greatly improved as our storm system, our nor'easter, our blizzard, all of the above is moving away. It's getting darker on the visible satellite because the sun is setting, but that has been an impressive snowstorm. The snow is done, if not winding down Fairfield, Litchfield County, still continuing in Hartford, Tolland, Windham County, into New London County for the next hour to 90 minutes. As the snow moves away, a little light dusting on top of what has already fallen. But here's the bigger picture. The storm is departing tonight. As the snow showers end, we will have some clearing and temperatures have the chance to drop into the teens tonight. So it will be a colder night. Now, we got a lot of snow today, and we'll dive deeper into this forecast in a moment. Want to get a little perspective of how this storm stacks up to other blizzards. Here's Anthony Carpino.
Well, hey there, Steve. Yeah, so for today, we did get some impressive totals. North Stonington saw 26.5 inches of snow. Voluntown made it to 2 feet. And Waterbury, about 20.8 inches of snow. Even for Bradley, getting just under a foot. So a lot of snow across the state. And that 11.6 has now been added to the total at Bradley International. So that brings our seasonal total for snowfall close to 53.6 inches in perspective. We're usually right around 50 or so inches for the entire season. So the first time being above average since the 2017-18 season. Now today in Bridgeport, well, we made it to 20 inches of snow, and that ties the 2003 storm, the second highest snowfall total there. Coming in today for Bridgeport. So some impressive totals there. The good news, Steve, we get a little bit of a break, at least for tomorrow, before maybe some more winter weather returning later on into the week.
I'm seeing some impressive dates on that list, Anthony, from the early 2000s back into the 60s and 70s. Thanks so much. Yes, we do have another chance of snow coming in later this week. Tonight, the snow is tapering and getting cool. Tonight's low 18 degrees. Quiet tomorrow, partly sunny, but then Wednesday morning is another morning that we have to watch out. So a lot of schools have already canceled for tomorrow. And then Wednesday morning, we have the chance of getting a delay because of a clipper system. This is 5:30 in the morning. Some snow to the west moving in, and there could be a period of 1 to 3 inches of new accumulation on Wednesday morning. Thursday night, you see a little snow there grazing the coast. That's the next thing to watch. So we're in an active weather pattern. Hopefully this is it. You never know. But February ends Saturday, and the end of February is busy. 46 though on the last day of February. So Bree and Kevin, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Steve, thanks. You know, lots of states in the Northeast got whacked, especially Massachusetts and Rhode Island from this blizzard.
Oh, yeah. In New Bedford, Massachusetts, NBC's Kennedy Buck has the latest on the impacts there.
I'm Kennedy Buck in Bristol County, and meteorologists have been saying that this county will see the most impact here in Massachusetts, and we've been witnessing it all morning. You can probably see strong wind gusts constantly hitting my face, and that visibility extremely poor. Drivers, utility workers have been talking to us all morning saying that these conditions are terrible. They themselves haven't even been able to get out on the road because of these strong winds. We've heard of power outages, and you can see and just feel the snow hitting our faces and everything. So this is definitely not conditions that drivers can be driving in, or even standing out here talking to you is just a challenge. So they are really emphasizing that non-essential drivers should not be on the road, and you can probably see why here. But for now, again, Kennedy Buck in New Bedford.
Difficult conditions out in Massachusetts, but we're also just loving the pictures you guys are sending us of your four-legged fur babies out in the snow. This is Maple, the golden retriever. I love the golden retriever, so cute. Out and about in Branford. Thank you so much, Kelly Jones, for sharing this picture with us. Kevin, just a very cute image there to end the show.
Absolutely.
And that's it for the news at 4.
And I know someone who loves Goldens. Mike Titus next at 5.
And the Goldens love the snow, buddy. It's a party when it snows for Goldens. Good to see you guys. A lot coming up. Coverage of the blizzard of 2026 is headed to be in our rearview mirror. We continue it at 5, though. State Capitol now dealing with a foot of snow. We'll be checking with our crew in Hartford. Also, our team coverage continues on the Shoreline, too. Live in Guilford, showing the conditions there, and in New Haven as well. We'll see you coming up at 5. Right now at 5, dealing with the aftermath of the blizzard of 2026. Crews around the state are working to clear what's left of the snow from the major roadways to the back roads. People are shoveling to and snow blowing out their homes to just get rid of all the snow we dealt with. Thanks so much for joining us tonight for the News at 5. There sure was plenty of it. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Hyde.
And I'm Keisha Grant. We're still tracking the storm as it winds down completely. Powerful winds sending snow whipping around many parts of the state. A viewer sent this video to us from Noank. You can see those wind gusts there, sending the trees swaying and some birds struggling to fly. Wind like this certainly contributed to downed power lines and trees in parts of the state.
And the number of people in the dark continues to decrease. You can see this map. There's about 6,000 for Eversource customers and more than 70 for UI. Let's take a look at the snow totals from around the state too. Look at that, 26.5 was the jackpot in North Stonington, Volantown 24, Waterbury 20, and on down the line, New Haven 16, Bradley at around 11.5.
What a storm today. Let's get right to Storm Tracker meteorologist Steve Glazier for a closer look at the right now and also what was, Steve.
I know this has been a very impressive storm. Here's a live look at the Storm Tracker Doppler radar with the satellite overlay. The center of it almost kind of looks like that summertime tropical cyclone with the eye, so to speak. But that eye or center of the circulation is moving toward Nova Scotia, so it is pulling away, but it's really gotten large and strong today. So even as it pulls away, there are still some snow showers, particularly in eastern Connecticut, and the wind is still gusty. Not as strong as it was, nor is the snow as heavy as it was in the past 12 to 24 hours either. But we are still seeing some snow linger, especially in central and eastern Connecticut. The temperatures in the Connecticut Valley and Shoreline are near the freezing mark, which has made the snow kind of a wetter, packier, heavier snow in some of the warmer locales. If you're up in elevation, a chillier location, mid-20s in Tallinn, 25, 22 in Norfolk, the snow has likely been a bit more powdery. But these are the current wind gusts as of 5 o'clock this afternoon. 44-mile-an-hour gust at Bridgeport. So that wind is still strong out of the northwest. The gusts were as strong as 68 miles an hour today in Groton. So the winds have substantially come down, but they are still on that blustery side. Snow showers will wrap up in the next hour or two, but the wind will continue. Temps near 30 degrees for the warmer valleys, but will drop down to 18 tonight. We'll take a look at our next snow chance, only a couple of days away, not as much as today. We'll take a look at that in a few minutes. Mike, back to you.
Steve, we need a breather after today. Live look at Bradley International Airport. Things are looking better there, too. Over the last few hours, probably 2-3 hours ago, it was very difficult to even see the building in the distance there. All right, this is Windsor Locks. It is open, but 95% of the flights were canceled today. The Connecticut Airport Authority says you can expect more cancellations and delays tomorrow as well, as they continue to work hard to get things back up and running.
The cleanup is really just getting started all around the state and including in Waterbury, where, well, you can see somebody out with the little snowblower there. NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin has been live in the city since early this morning. Matt, what type of conditions are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, so Mike and Keisha, Waterbury Schools just announcing minutes ago that it is going to be a snow day tomorrow for the kids. They're going to have a 4-day weekend at least. Now, in terms of the conditions themselves, the snow appears to have stopped and the wind has really died down. The flags are just kind of waving a little bit in the wind right here. Crews have been scrambling to clean up with potentially more snow on the way. Today, the cleanup was underway after a brutal blizzard hit the state with heavy snow and strong winds. In Waterbury, some crews are going non-stop.
5 o'clock last night until at least 5 o'clock tonight.
Wow, so you've been going all night?
Yeah, yep.
What was it like in the middle of the night?
It was tough. It was windy. Windy as hell, yep. But it's not too bad today, you know what I mean? It's light, but like I said, we live in New England, we gotta expect this.
The conditions did not stop a group from the Waterbury Police Academy that did training at this parking garage amid the driving snow and gusty conditions. And others who had things to do or coffee to find headed out on the roads.
They're horrible. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. I'm going back home.
And Sony was good, and then as I got close to Naugatuck, it was like really bad. But there was a convoy of all the plow guys out there, so it looks like the highways are good.
Some trudge through unshoveled sidewalks, and the seemingly never-ending winter is taking a toll.
I am ready to be done with the snow, but I mean, like we said, I was fine with it during the Christmas season. Who doesn't love a white Christmas? But I'm done with it now.
Not sure if winter is done with us, though, yet. Now, the mayor says in terms of the clearing the roads and also the sidewalks, there was two really big challenges. One was just the heaviness of the snow, obviously very dense here, and also the wind, the drifting required multiple passes to be able to clear areas. So, yeah, a big challenge for those crews who have been working really nonstop. We're live in Waterbury, Matt Austin, NBC Connecticut News. Mike and Keisha, back to you guys.
Matt, they're gutting through it. Good to see you. All right, so commercial travel ban. We've been talking about it all day. Tractor trailers, commercial vehicles not allowed on the highways. It has been lifted in Connecticut as the conditions improved and people are starting to move around the state more.
NBC Connecticut's Andrew Rowan covers transportation for us and has the very latest on travel.
Trucks like this one can now hit the road now that that ban on commercial travel was lifted. This is I-95. Traffic is moving pretty well, but the overall message from Governor Ned Lamont is if you don't need to go out on the roads for the rest of Monday today, stay at home because there are still areas that need attention and it's easier for crews if you're not on the roads. DOT's 650 plows were off to see the blizzard Monday morning, contending with barely any visibility on I-95 in Darien.
I would say honestly, you guys are probably more adapted to attack the storm more aggressively than we are.
Truck driver Jeremy Rubichet was on the way to New Jersey from Nova Scotia, hauling cod and pollocks. Fresh or
salted today?
He adhered to Connecticut's commercial vehicle ban and spent the night at an I-95 rest stop. How long do you anticipate being here?
I'm hoping to be gone by tomorrow morning early, but see what the road ban says, I guess.
This wall of plows on I-95 in Milford tackled mainly pavement, but blasted snow from the shoulder.
I do know that people are going to start getting very frustrated, more likely to get out on the roads sooner than we think is appropriate. But if people stay off the roads, if the snow slows down by, end of today, I think tomorrow should be a pretty good day.
At Bradley Airport, sweeper brooms cleared snow off the runway, even though 95% of flights were canceled.
It is probably going to be a couple days before the airlines get back up and running. So if anyone's flying tomorrow, even into Wednesday, they should be checking the status of the flight before coming to the airport.
Contractor Colamato is fueling up. His work clearing commercial lots along the shoreline is just beginning.
It's definitely heavy and it's not coming off the roads as easy. It's sticking to the cement.
This is the Milford rest stops where a lot of these trucks spent the night. It is important to note Rhode Island and Massachusetts still have some travel restrictions in effect. In Milford, Andrew Rowan, NBC Connecticut News.
And as Andrew just mentioned, that commercial truck ban that was in place for hours, it's now lifted.
NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney joins us live at a rest stop on I-91 in Middletown. We saw truckers parked when she was in her last live shot. What about now, Melissa? Things moving yet?
Honestly, guys, I'm really not sure if everyone knows that the ban is lifted. I just talked to a nice gentleman earlier, and I broke the news to him, as the saying goes. So I'm actually not sure if they know, but we have seen some trucks come in and come out in the few moments that we've been hearing about this travel ban. And as you heard, now that it's lifted, the same sort of general rules apply when it comes to driving safe in these unpredictable conditions. Don't crowd the plow. Make sure that you're giving everyone space to work if there's anything that needs to be cleared. Now, I spoke with a truck driver, like I mentioned. He came here yesterday, 10:30 p.m. He actually said a state trooper flagged that he needed to get in this area. No fine, just kind of gave him the heads up. He slept here overnight. He has only eaten granola bars. He is ready to get food. And this is what he had to say once everyone started to gather here overnight.
Oh, man. It's been crazy. I mean, I see guys, as you can see, one is parked behind me. See guys looking for spots. They just park all over the place. I was just lucky that I guess I was early enough to get a spot.
Yeah, he said he'll be hitting the road soon. Now, I just sort of want to show you the trucks are here. The snow, though, the snow in Middletown. I'll take you into my office here. We're going to take a step at this picnic table, have a chat. Let's see. That's how deep the snow is. So pretty cool. I'm just trying to enjoy my day here at this rest stop for my 8,000th live shot of the day. And look how much the snow is. I can't even eat my lunch here or my dinner here if I wanted to. But I think this is just really a good representation to show how much snow we have here and also how much snow we've accumulated, especially because of that last storm in January. So the trucks are here. Hopefully they'll be hitting the road soon. People will be driving. Of course, the officials are limiting, non-essential travel. They're still saying be cautious, but at this point that emergency has been lifted and it looks like some crews are starting to hit the road. So we'll just be here and we'll see you guys in an hour.
Well done on keeping it fresh. We know talking about snow all day long gets a little challenging. Nice job, Melissa Cooney.
Melissa Cooney, a little punchy there
Little bit.
after several hours.
It happens
Love
after,
it.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And our team coverage continues in Hartford now with NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino.
Oh, we have been watching crews all afternoon doing a pretty nice job of clearing things there. Mike Savino, what do you have for us?
Well, Mike and Keisha, those crews continue to be at it with the cleanup here in the capital city, and it's going to take a while, as we've been hearing that message from Governor Ned Lamont and from others, that it's going to take some time for these crews to be out here. It's also, people should expect it will take some time for them to clear out at their own homes if you're just getting started. It's a wet, heavy snow that will be difficult to move. It may be sticking to your driveways and your sidewalks. You may even hit some ice and some slush. I just talked with the Emergency Management Director here for Connecticut about an hour ago. That was the message that he had. One, give crews time to do their work, but also when you're out clearing out your sidewalks and your walkways at home, expect that this will take some time. Spend some time tonight. If you have to, spend some time tomorrow as well, because this is a very difficult amount of snow to move.
With this amount of snow, it's going to take some time. This is also that heavy, wet snow, so we really want everybody to be very careful as they're cleaning up. It's sometimes referred to as heart attack snow. It can be very dangerous and strenuous, so go easy, go slow, take breaks, stay hydrated.
And one more point on just how long it may take crews here in Hartford and around the state to clean up. We've seen the roads look like they're getting clean, but just as we saw with that massive snowstorm about a month ago, the roads are partially clear, but it may take a day or two to fully get the snow out of the shoulders and out of the far lanes so that we're having the same travel lanes that we had before the storm arrived.
Mike Savino joining us live there in the city of Hartford. We want to take you to Norwich now, where school is already canceled for tomorrow. The mayor talked about the plan and when trash collection might happen in his city.
Our schools were closed today. We will be closing our schools tomorrow as well, just to keeping in mind the safety of people. Garbage disposal is 1 day late so far. City Hall was closed today, but we intend to make sure City Hall is open tomorrow. But a lot of moving parts to it.
Mayor Singh updating us there on Norwich. We are seeing so many cities and towns cancel classes, cancel school for tomorrow. You can see the full list if you go to NBCConnecticut.com right now. You can also download our NBC Connecticut app by scanning the QR code on your screen there. You can stay connected to find the very latest information anytime, anywhere by doing so.
We are following some breaking news out of Hartford after a shooting on Barber Street.
NBC Connecticut's Jeremy Chen is there. Jeremy, what happened?
Yeah, Mike and Keisha, right now, not too many details from Hartford police, but they do say they're investigating a shooting that happened here on Barber Street, now deemed a homicide. And for the past, I would say, 45 minutes or so, we've seen detectives as well as investigators from Hartford police inside this off-street private parking lot behind these condos over here. It's kind of hard to get a gauge of how big the scene is because they actually blocked the only entrance into this particular parking lot, as well as we're being blocked by these particular buildings. But you can see right over there is crime tape, and police are still over here investigating what exactly led up to a person being shot dead from what we understand right now. Now, as far as the cause of it, police say that they're still investigating that right now and do hope to have more details when that time comes. Of course, we will keep you updated on any sort of developments on this particular homicide as we get them. For now, live in Hartford, Jeremy Chen, NBC Connecticut News. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Jeremy, thank you. Still ahead here on the News at 5, we're continuing our Storm Tracker team coverage in Guilford with a look at the cleanup there.
All right, we've got some new snow reports, some new viewer pictures, and we will be taking a look at the wind and snow forecast going forward through tonight and the rest of this week.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
We continue taking a look at conditions around the state sent to us by you, our wonderful viewers. Lou from Granby sent us this photo of the snow completely plastered over the glass. And here's a photo of his yard. You can see a nice pile of snow there on the railings.
Pretty. NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis is in Guilford with more on the impacts of the storm there.
Kevin, how's it looking right now?
Yeah, Mike, Keisha, good evening to you both. Well, things are a lot quieter here. The wind has died down quite a bit. There's no more snow falling. All good news here on the shoreline, especially for those people who might have something they need to do tonight. But of course, officials are still asking you not to go anywhere. Now, as you guys know, I cover law enforcement here at NBC Connecticut, so I've been trolling social media to see what some of the police departments down here on the shoreline have been asking of the public. And of course, the first ask is if you don't have anywhere to go, don't travel. But they've also been asking, one thing I noticed was don't throw when you're starting to dig out, because that's what a lot of people are starting to do tonight. Don't throw that snow into the roadway. That can create hazardous conditions on the road. Local fire departments are asking you to dig out that 3-foot radius around fire hydrants. Now, this is really where the dig out starts. So we've been checking in with people all day today to see what they've been up to. Here's what one guy in Guilford was up to first thing this morning when he couldn't dig, but he still needed to take his pet outside.
My poor dog's got to go outside. She's got to do her normal stuff. And I can't get her in the backyard. My backyard, my door's got 3 feet of snow behind it, so I figured I might as well just walk her.
Is that the snowdrift?
Yeah, just a snowdrift in the backyard. Always piles up near my back door the way the wind blows. But
does she like the snow?
Oh, loves it. Oh yeah, she loves it. Yeah, she's a sheepdog, so she's in her glory right now. Yeah, she loves it. She's looking around for her friends. There's nobody out though, just me.
We found a whole lot of pets outside enjoying this weather, more so than their owners. We also, a little while after that, saw a husky and a German shepherd who were absolutely loving all of the snowfall. They were playing on the green a little while after that. Now, the one thing that I have noticed as well, just sitting along Route 1 here, is a lot of people have not cleared off snow on the top of their cars. They're leaving quite a bit on top. Of course, if you don't get it off, that can create an ice missile down the line, but it's also just unsafe today to have any sort of snow lingering on top of your car. So before you go anywhere, whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning, make sure you're completely clearing your car. We're live in Guilford. Kevin Geis, NBC Connecticut News. Mike Keisha will send it back to you.
Kevin Geis.
Thank you. Fortunately, every car we saw go behind him had taken care of it, which was good.
Yes, yes, it is the law. What is it with dogs and the snow? They just love it.
Yeah, they got that fur coat that's thick. They want to get out and cool off a little bit, maybe.
And we love to see them play in the snow.
If we could only share some of that excitement, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if we reacted like that every time.
Yeah, because
rolling around on our back.
Now we're thinking about cleanup. And this is a heavy snow.
Right. I think a couple months ago, if you rewind, we probably would have been that excited. But, you know, it's almost March. We're like, okay, we're getting tired. Winter has kind of beaten us down this year.
We're a little bit below freezing right now. Should we worry about a refreeze tonight or no?
Absolutely.
We should.
We're getting down to 18 tonight. So everything will get kind of solidly icy tonight.
Wow.
So, yeah, the cleanup will continue. It's a long cleanup that continues here. Our appreciation going out to you, too, for your viewer pictures, videos. I've got a lot of reports from today, and can't thank you enough. We'll take a look at some of those. I do want to take a look at some of the snow totals. New ones coming in. So if you're going to be going to Mount Southington, do a little skiing and riding, they picked up 15.7 inches of snow. The top spot is still North Stonington at 26.5. So I'm not changing that one, but I am changing the bottom 4 as they come in tonight. Staffordville 14 inches, Fairfield 13 inches, and Litchfield at 12. Take a look at this. Diane's got 15 inches of fresh snow and big piles from what was on the ground to the fresh snow. There's the window. It's reaching the bottom of the window there. Thanks, Diane, for that. As we look live in New London, beautiful picture. Though the snow showers come down, and we had a range of 14 to 18 inches reported in New London. This is a 24-hour loop of the radar and satellite watching the development of this blizzard and really impactful low-pressure system. Amazing to watch that. It currently continues to impact us, especially eastern New England with the thickest bands of snow. We are still getting some strong winds, too. And some of those bands of snow are most numerous in eastern Connecticut. They will end tonight and this evening, and then temperatures will, with some clearing, get pretty chilly by dawn tomorrow into the upper teens as the wind gets a lot lighter. We do want to talk a little bit more about that wind, what we saw today, what we can expect. Let's bring Anthony in. And Anthony, we were expecting those wind gusts to get pretty strong, and they sure did.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, you and I, Steve, were talking about that last night, and Groton did make it, gusting to 68 miles per hour. earlier this morning. Meriden, New Haven, Bradley, and Bridgeport all gusting above 50 miles per hour. So yes, it was very breezy across the state, and even right now, it is still on the breezier side, especially along the shore. Bridgeport to New Haven, 40 to 45 miles per hour, gusting to about 25 to 30 for the Hartford area, 35 to near 40 in eastern Connecticut between Willimantic and Groton. But you look out toward Cape Cod, the islands, Nantucket, gusting to 61 miles per hour right now. So very gusty conditions. Fortunately for us, as our winds die down, we're seeing more folks with the lights turning right back on. So now those outages are going to continue to fall for us, but different story out on the Cape, where we're only dealing with, just under 6,000. They have about 230,000 outages there out on the Cape in eastern Massachusetts. For us in Connecticut tonight, those winds continue to decrease right back down to gusts between about 20 to 30 miles per hour, Steve. So at least as we go through tonight, we'll notice the winds slightly lower.
That's good too. It is making for a wind chill, and it's drifting all the snow, which is making it tougher to pick up. Thanks, Anthony. As we look at tomorrow, the wind's a lot lighter, as Anthony had mentioned, but the temperatures are still really cool. Only mid and upper 20s. The sunshine does reappear, and we're getting a sun angle now that's a lot stronger and higher than it was back toward December, so that will help some melting. We do have our next chance of snow on Wednesday morning. Let's take a look at that. Storm system, the blizzard, departing tonight. Tomorrow the sun returns. Should look pretty too with all the fresh snow and the sun out. Here's Wednesday morning, though, 6 a.m. Poor timing, especially because Wednesday could be our next day of school for a lot of districts here in Connecticut, and we likely will be dealing, in fact, with some light snow. Early indications for that one, 1 to 3 inches, but the timing is poor again with the morning commute. So winter is just not done with us yet. However, March starts Sunday, and we have a chance to get to 40 to 45. Pretty good chance, I'd say, this weekend. Back over to you.
Well, that is nice considering February has felt like an entire year.
Wow. Uncle already with the snow. All right, still ahead. For the most part, the worst is behind us. The cleanup, as we've been showing you, is getting started. We're going to have a look at what they're doing to get it all together in Mystic.
And do stay with us. Our live storm tracker team coverage continues with the cleanup all along the shoreline at 5:30.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
All right, we're back with our continuing storm tracker coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
Let's take you to the shoreline and send it to NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas. She is in Mystic with a look at the cleanup there.
Mystic has seen consistent snowfall and on and off gusty winds during the blizzard of 2026. The morning started with extreme wind, especially next to the Mystic River. Shop fronts were buried under inches of snow and store signs whipped back and forth against the strong winds. Over in a neighborhood, these two sisters were cleaning up as best they could with shovels in hand. They say they are looking forward to some outdoor time once the winds die down. On the other side of the village, more cleanup was underway, residents making sure to bundle up while cleaning up. And it's likely neighbors like this man will have to come out later tonight and even tomorrow. Cleanup is likely to take a couple of days with those 18 inches of snowfall here on the ground. In Mystic, Jennifer Cuevas, NBC Connecticut News.
Ah, Mystic, it's a gorgeous view, right?
It is. It's beautiful, even in the snow.
Yes. Still to come here on the news at 5:30. That's coming up. We're taking another look at the shoreline communities where in New Haven, the cleanup effort is well underway there.
We'll see you with more looks around the state as we kind of get past.
This is NBC Connecticut News at 5:30.
And we thank you for staying with us for the news at 5:30. I'm Keisha Grant.
I'm Mike Heidick. How's your cleanup going? We're all into it right now. There was a main message from Governor Lamont earlier this evening as the crews try to work around the clock to get those roads clear.
My biggest message is this is very heavy, wet snow. We have 700 snowplows out there working almost round the clock. Stay out of the way, stay home, don't drive, let them get the job done.
They've got quite a job indeed ahead of them. The blizzard hasn't just impacted the roads, it's also left a really big job for crews at the airport. This is a look at the operations at Bradley International in Windsor. Locks today where 95% of the flights were canceled. Plows have been running since this morning.
The hope is they will start flying aircraft in here tomorrow and then getting back up and running on a normal schedule and getting all of those displaced passengers where they need to get to.
And they have been working nonstop. So have the crews on the road. So has our team of meteorologists. Steve Glazier joining us now with where things stand.
And talk about meteorologists working. We had an occurrence of meteorologists Bob Maxon and Ryan Hanrahan doing the morning today. You know, when those two are in with here at NBC Connecticut, 55
at the same
years
time, right?
experience.
Same time,
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, this was a blizzard of 2026, and we do not see these all that often. We know that we can get them here. Obviously, we did today, but this was quite a storm.
It is, and we're thankful, at least I'm thankful, it's starting to get in our rear view mirror now.
No kidding.
We have some updates for you. The blizzard warning has been dropped for Connecticut. So, yes, hooray. So no more. You see the maroon red here over Connecticut. There is still a blizzard warning to our neighbors and friends over to Rhode Island and Eastern Mass. But at least for us here in Connecticut, this has been the most recent big update. That means that the snow is winding down. The wind is also lessening, though it is still occasionally gusty. We have gusts to around 30 to 35 miles an hour on average. The shoreline and a couple of locales are gusting to about 40 miles an hour still. It's really based on the visibility. The visibility is greatly increasing. We're at back to 10 miles, which is clear for a number of towns and cities such as Hartford, Windsor Locks, Waterbury, and Danbury. Well, as we look at the wind gust forecast, it still is gusty and breezy, just not to the level of blizzard criteria. But after dark tonight, and especially toward midnight and thereafter, the wind starts to relax just a little bit. Now, the snow showers and flurries still continue to come down. The storm that got really large today, so its expanded region that it is impacting has really grown. In fact, there is some steady snow in eastern portions of Windham and New London counties. The snow tapers tonight, still occasionally breezy with a north wind at 10 to 20 miles an hour, and low temperatures will be able to drop back into the upper teens to low 20s. 15 Salisbury, 16 Stafford and Storrs, 18 in Hartford, and 21 Old Saybrook. High of just 29 tomorrow, but then 30s after that and 40s, thankfully, this weekend. We want to recap the storm a little bit, put it into perspective for you, bring in storm tracker meteorologist Anthony Carpino as our team coverage continues.
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, so an impressive storm for us. Maybe not necessarily record-breaking, but yeah, to have a blizzard, it's been some time for sure. North Stonington today, the jackpot there, over 2 feet of snow, 26.5 inches. Voluntown had about 24 inches as well. You go to Southington, 15.7. Staffordville at about 14, 13 in Fairfield, and Litchfield coming in close to a foot of snow. We also saw the Hartford area get close to about 12 inches as well. So let's put this into perspective as far as records are concerned. So today we had 11.6 inches fall at Bradley. The record to beat was 24, so we didn't get it there. But just look not too far away off to our east. Providence today, 32.8 inches there, beating the old record of 28.6. So the record broken in Providence. Today in Bridgeport, 20 versus 30. You go down to Newark there, almost tying the record. So just very impressive totals there. Now, so if you total up all the snow so far this season at Bradley, we're at 53.6. That is now above average snowfall, and we're just going to add on to that potential for more snow because, well, we still have this upcoming week, a few chances there. And yes, we still have March, and we can get snow in March there. So the first time since the 17-18 season, guys, that we have seen above average snowfall, and will likely build onto this number over the next, well, maybe month as we go into the month of March. Guys, back to you.
Wow.
It's been quite the winter.
We want a deep breath here. All right, our coverage of the blizzard aftermath continues now in New Haven.
That's where we find NBC Connecticut's David Horwitz. David, what are you seeing out there? You've been there all afternoon, now into the evening. What is the difference in conditions that you're seeing?
Yeah, Keisha and Mike, when we first got here, I mean, even last night, there was no snow sticking to the roads, really. It was coming down a little bit compared to what it is now. Just take a look behind me at the New Haven Green. Hasn't been cleared all the way yet. As you can see, they did make a little bit of a walkway, so some progress. But I did want to point out the trees. The trees have this heavy snow stuck to it, and you can see the branches are actually starting to fall down over there. That's one dangerous hazard amongst many others. We also saw ice falling off the roof over here because of that wind. But despite all these hazards, people we spoke with still had to get out and about and even get some food.
The funniest thing has been walking through the big snow drifts, because you just sort of see like the full length of people's legs going down into the snow. And I'm glad that I'm not too snow covered right now, but yeah, it's just the drifts are enormous on the sidewalks.
Drifts, you can tell by that, but even just look at Chipotle behind me, how many people are out and about, and they have done a good job on the New Haven roads. You can see the pavement again and the sidewalks over there, not in bad shape. So in New Haven, Mike Keisha, back over to you.
David Horowitz joining us live there. Those Yale students are hungry.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. Now let's send it over to NBC Connecticut, Sydney Boyo.
City's in West Hartford. She interviewed some college students earlier, and they said, you know what, we didn't prepare. We're out for food. So where are you now, Cindy?
Mike and Keisha, I'm here at Elizabeth Park, because what do you do when you can't do anything? Well, you enjoy the snow, you sled. We've got lots of kids here sledding. We've got a group here, Violet, Rory Hall. I'm going to talk to you guys. I'm coming over. Oh, yeah. Come on, you don't want to miss it. All right, let's start with you guys. First of all, how has the day been?
Good.
Good.
Really
What was
good,
good
yeah.
about it?
Sledding.
Okay.
Yeah, sledding and watching a movie.
Okay, you guys look pretty young, but I have to ask. First time doing a blizzard?
Actually, it might be like second or third. I don't know. If you count the nor'easter that we got yesterday. Yeah, I think, yeah, second. Yeah, it might be first, because like a while ago we got like just about a foot of snow. There was a really bad storm. Yeah.
Okay, so we're counting storms that when we were born, and we're counting other storms that happened this year. Gotcha. All right, what's the best part about sledding out here? First of all, where are your sleds? Grab your sleds. Okay, we've got two. Best part about sledding out here, and then you got to show me a little bit of how to do it. I'm a girl from Georgia. I haven't sledded before. Okay, best part.
First, well, the jumps out here are really amazing, and you can get a lot of speed. We're actually building one right now. And when you go really fast, it's like you're literally airborne. Paul, let's go show them.
Okay, show me the speed, guys. Let's see it. Let's see it.
All right, Paul.
Okay, Paul's going first.
I'll go second.
Rory's going second. Oh, no, ladies first. Violet's going second.
All right. Good morning. I can go last if you want.
All right, y'all, you got it.
Going no hat. Wow.
All right, there goes Violet. I've been told this is the best spot in West Hartford, their dad tells me. All right. And you can see all the other kids down there, guys. Lots of fun today at Elizabeth Park here in West Hartford. All right, well, I think we've got enough time for these two. You guys go together. Go together.
Go together, Ro.
Off we go, slowly but surely. Okay, that's that speed he was talking about earlier. Thank you guys so much, Violet, Paul, Rory. It was a fun time. So as you can see, what do you do when you can't do anything? You go here, you come sled here in West Hartford Center. You know, not a bad day to be out here on the hills.
Waiting for him to go airborne. It didn't quite get off the air there, Sydney. That was a lot of fun. All right, so your workout today may have been shoveling all that heavy, wet snow, but you can bet you didn't do push-ups in it. Check out what we found in Waterbury. Look at these guys. These are police academy recruits doing push-ups, and then they also have some kind of beam across their shoulders working out in the snow. This is on top of a parking garage in Waterbury. The police department says this type of training helps to prepare them to do their jobs in any kind of weather.
Wow, that's pretty
kidding.
intense.
All right, still ahead.
A notorious drug cartel unleashes a wave of violence in Mexico. We'll tell you what triggered the chaos when we come back.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
We are gaining some new insight tonight into a deadly police shooting in Hartford from last week. The Inspector General's office released some officer body camera footage of the incident. And we want to warn you, this could be upsetting for some.
Officers responded to an apartment building on Capitol Avenue along with 2 mental health workers. They were told 53-year-old Everett Walker was having a mental health crisis. Officers initially spoke with him through the door. According to the report, they were afraid Walker might throw a pot of boiling water at them.
And now the report says Walker tried to close the door on them. That's when an officer went in, got into a struggle with Walker and his children. Walker had a knife, and you could hear the police telling him to drop it. When he raised it toward one of the officers, another officer fired several shots. Walker ended up dying at the hospital. The investigation is ongoing. Now to the latest in Mexico, where the Jalisco New Generation Cartel has unleashed a wave of violence. Video shows vehicles being set on fire, roads are being blocked, turning the state capital into a ghost town. This is all after the army killed its powerful leader, known as El Mencho.
The gunmen were following us and they were shooting.
Barricade the door, pack all your stuff, be ready to leave if you need to, if you have the chance to. But you know, right now I'm not sure what to do.
Several Mexican states canceled school today, and local and foreign governments warned people to stay inside as the violence erupted.
Now, your NBC Connecticut Storm Tracker forecast with meteorologist Steve Glacier.
All right, let's begin with a couple of pictures that we received from you. Big thanks to everybody submitting the pictures, videos. There are tons to go through. I'm just skimming the surface. But I want to give a shout out to William for this and wonder who is going to clean off all of those cars. 18 inches from Kim in Woodstock. Look at the big thickness of that on the back deck. Live look here at 5:45. The fact that we can still see at 5:45 is something to be thankful for. The roads are doing pretty good here in Litchfield. The wind is still kicking, and you can see some of the cleanup activity that continues on a very quiet evening, a lot quieter than normal at Bradley International Airport. Check your flight through the next couple of days to see if it is still on time. We are still looking at some scattered snow showers across the especially central and eastern part of the state. The snow showers are coming to an end across western Connecticut. The storm is leaving, but it's just really gotten large today. So even though it is departing off toward Nova Scotia, the snow bands are still back to the west and those north winds continue. As we go through tonight, the sky partly clears and clears a little bit with fresh snow and a slightly clearing sky. That's a recipe for some chilly temperatures tonight. So I do expect temperatures to be in the upper teens first thing tomorrow morning, but we get at least some sunshine back in. And then we look at this, another chance at some snow on Wednesday morning. Before we get there, though, I do want to talk about today's snow consistency because some folks have told us it's dry and powdery. Other folks have said it's more wet and cement-like. Here to explain is meteorologist Anthony Carpino. Anthony, I guess it just all depends where you are.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it depends on the temperature of where you are as well. So our temps today made it into the 30s across much of the region. Then we started to cool down as we went through the latter half of the day there. So lower 30s along the shoreline, that's where we ended up seeing that heavy wet snow, and that was true for portions of the Hartford area. But if you saw the snow in northwestern Connecticut, that was a little bit more on the fluffier side. Right now our temperatures are into the 20s there, 22 to 26, Norfolk to Torrington. So yeah, whenever you get those lower 20s, low to mid 20s, that can create a fluffier snow versus a heavy and wet snow. So the reason for that, let's go through this. We get dry snow, you need a 10 to 1, 12 to 1 ratio there. A wet snow is going to be a little bit more compacted. Our ratio is going to be a little bit smaller. So with 1 inch of water, you can either produce a little bit more snow when it's drier, or if it's wet, well, it's going to be a little bit more compacted there. You don't get as much out of that 1 inch liquid water force. So what we ended up seeing today, well, that ended up being a little bit more of that wet snow. So it was a lot of wet snow in southeastern Connecticut, 26.5 inches of the wet snow there. Other parts of the state, Steve, not so much in the wet snow, but everyone still got a good bit.
I know, the second storm in a row that it was a foot plus in much of the state. Thanks, Anthony. Well, we are looking at this ahead to our next weather event. It's a whole different type of weather system. We were hit with a coastal nor'easter last night and today. This is a clipper. Clipper systems usually produce about 1 to 3 inches of accumulation for snow. That is likely Wednesday morning during the commute. So it looks like this winter weather and the interesting long weekend for a lot of school districts will still be interesting to see what happens on Wednesday morning. Snow tapers tonight, still breezy to low 18, the high just 29 tomorrow, but some sun to melt the snow. Morning snow Wednesday, 1 to 3 inches for early thinking for accumulation, and then the chance at a little bit more of that light snow on Thursday evening. We'll have more as those days approach. We'll send it back to you.
Steve, thanks. So let's take a look at how the blizzard has impacted other places in the Northeast. You are looking at New Jersey. They got hit with a lot of snow, even some flooding in the Atlantic City area. They got a slushy mix, too. And North Carolina looks like they've gotten even the better end of the stick with a lot less snowfall. That's Hendersonville on the lower right-hand side.
They do not know what to do with it.
No, they have no idea. Rhode Island, though, this blizzard was historic, especially in Providence. That's where they broke a record, all-time snowfall record with more than 32 inches of snow, and snow is still falling.
Communities all across that state are starting to dig out. We're going to take you now to Jamestown, Rhode Island with reporter John Perrick.
I'm John Perrick in Jamestown, Rhode Island, where we are seeing historic snow. It's a blizzard to remember. We've seen already close to 3 feet of snow in much of our area. And where I'm coming to you right now, you can get an idea of just how much snow we're talking about. The snow up to my waist right now. This is Jamestown, Rhode Island. So we're right here on the coast. Earlier, we saw some severe surf out here. Waves were crashing against those docks behind me. Now the surf has really calmed down, but the snow, definitely a big part of the story. Let's go on a little bit of a walk here because the wind's a part of the story too. And just to show you how severe the wind is that we've seen in our area, take a look at this. A flagpole right here, uprooted at the base. I was outside when this actually went crashing down to the ground. We've seen wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour here by the coast. But really, again, look at the surf there. Definitely not a part of the story right now. Earlier, though, waves were crashing above this dock here to give you a perspective. It is a historic snowfall here in southern New England as we're just going to continue to walk through it. And the wind gusts, also a part of the story, because where I'm standing now, look, not much snow, maybe a few inches. Earlier, you saw it was up to my waist. Another look here. This is the Narragansett Bay in Jamestown. You might know the Newport Bridge. It's over my shoulder. Barely can see it now. The visibility, though, is nowhere towards where it was at, say, 3 hours ago. With the snow still falling here in southern New England, as southern New England, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and much of our area deals with a snowstorm to remember. I'm John Perrick reporting.
Out of breath there, John.
The cold just takes your breath away. Also walking in that really
I know,
deep
and then
snow.
trying to do a report at the same time. All right, coming up, we've been asking you all day to send your snow photos, and you have.
And we love sharing them with you. Oh, our furry friends, big thanks to Kelly for sending us that photo. Jessica sent us this one. We're going to take a look at more when we come back.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
Our coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues and the cleanup. Let's get one last check outside with NBC Connecticut's Len Bestoff in Manchester.
Greater Manchester got about a foot of snow, but it's this thing that gives you sort of that indicator of how bad the wind was during this storm. And that is what has driven people inside. Now they're finally getting out, walking their dogs, doing cleanup. But it's certainly going to be a long one because that snow came on wet and it's crusted on everything.
And we absolutely love seeing your pictures. Told you we were going to show them to you again. This great photo taken by Kelly in Branford of her four-legged friend there out in the snow. This is Maple, the golden retriever out in Branford. Again, thank you, Kelly, for sending us this great photo. Do stay with us. We've got much more news ahead on the news at 6, much more coverage.
That's it. Coverage of the blizzard of 2026 and, of course, the cleanup, including how Waterbury is trying to deal with 19 inches of snow. We are live in the Brass City when we come back. Plus, our team coverage continues on the Shoreline with conditions in New Haven. We'll see you in just a bit.
This is NBC Connecticut News at 6.
The roads were not bad. The highway was pretty nice. I didn't have any issues.
The highways aren't too bad. Back roads, they're terrible though.
So right now at 6, people are heading outside to look at the aftermath of the blizzard of 2026. That nor'easter dunked more than a foot, close to 2 feet in some places in parts of the state.
Our crews will be continuously plowing and will not go home until these roads are clear.
Tonight, plow drivers are busy. So are people as they start to dig out their homes. We've got live team coverage on this aftermath of the blizzard. Thanks for joining us here for the news at 6. I'm Keisha Grant.
And I'm Mike Heideck. The worst of the storm is behind us. The cleanup is underway now.
Let's take a live look at conditions all around the state, from Hartford to Litchfield and New London. This storm is moving out of Connecticut. Winds are gone.
Which is good. A commercial travel ban also was lifted about 2 hours ago. State police tell us they've responded and assisted in many crashes, but only have been reports of minor injuries so far. Let's get to Storm Tracker meteorologist Steve Glazier with the latest on how much has fallen and where this all goes. Steve?
Yeah, the amounts have been very, very impressive, up to 2 feet in parts of the state, but we are generally done. The storm is winding down. Now, eastern New England and Rhode Island, eastern Mass still experiencing near or at blizzard conditions. But here in Connecticut, the conditions are improving vastly. Even this snow that you see in Enfield to Hartford not reaching the ground, it's just too dry down on the surface. There is a band of some snow right along 395 that is probably producing some light snow, but the air is drying out. As a result, the temperatures will be falling tonight. We're already down to 29 Middletown, 28 in Waterbury, 33 in New Haven. So we do expect a chilly night tonight, and everything just to continue to be slick and frozen. Wind gusts right now are still very strong. 46 miles an hour, the gusts in Groton, 43 in New Haven, and 31 in Windsor Lock. So the wind will take a bit of time to start to relax just a little bit. The sky will be cloudy, eventually a few breaks late tonight, the low 18. With the wind factored in, it will feel colder, so it will be a cool breeze tonight with the surfaces being very slick. It's quieter tomorrow with some sun, a chance to clean up, but then we have to turn our attention to a chance at some snow on Wednesday morning. Interestingly, because schools have, in a number of districts, already canceled tomorrow. So Wednesday's the next school day, and we will have some more snow. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
Steve, and we have those school cancellations and delays for tomorrow right now on our website, NBCConnecticut.com. We're also monitoring the number of power outages from this storm. They continue to drop. There's great news there. Right now, about 5,000 homes and businesses powered by Eversource. They are still in the dark tonight, and that number is 71 power outages for United Illuminating.
So everybody's cleaning up right now, and that includes Waterbury. NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin has been outside in the city this morning. Let's send it to him live with more on how things are going. Matt?
Yeah, so it is still breezy out here. The roads, thankfully, they are improving. The one by us over here is still a little snowpacked, but obviously you can see some pavement, especially on the other side over there. A little bit different story out in the neighborhoods, which are much more snow covered. Crews have been scrambling to clean up, especially with more potentially snow on the way later this week.
Today, the cleanup was underway after a brutal blizzard hit the state with heavy snow and strong winds. In Waterbury, some crews are going non-stop.
5 o'clock last night until at least 5 o'clock tonight.
Wow, so you've been going all night?
Yeah, yep.
What was it like in the middle of the night?
It was tough. It was windy as hell, yep. But it's not too bad today, you know what I mean? It's light, but like I said, we live in New England, we gotta expect this.
The conditions did not stop a group from the Waterbury Police Academy. They did training at this parking garage amid the driving snow and gusty conditions. And others who had things to do or coffee to find headed out on the roads.
They're horrible. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. I'm going back home.
And Sony was good, and then as I got close to Naugatuck, it was like really bad. But there was a convoy of all the plow guys out there, so it looks like the highways are good.
Some trudge through unshoveled sidewalks, and the seemingly never-ending winter is taking a toll.
I am ready to be done with the snow, but I mean, like we said, I was fine with it during the Christmas season. Who doesn't love a white Christmas? But I'm done with it now.
Now, the mayor says there were two big challenges during the storm. One of them was the snow itself. It is heavy. And two, the wind that we've been dealing with that caused a lot of drifting on the roads, on the sidewalks, and multiple passes were required. Now, because of the weather conditions, school has been canceled here tomorrow. Live in Waterbury, Matt Austin, NBC Connecticut News. Mike, back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt. Looks like they're making progress. Crews are busy all day. They have been clearing the runway at Bradley International Airport. It is open, but about 95% of the flights were canceled today. The Connecticut Airport Authority says expect more cancellations and delays tomorrow, too. Our team coverage on the blizzard aftermath continues in New Haven.
That is where we find NBC Connecticut's David Horowitz. David, what are you seeing out there?
Keisha, Mike, we're seeing those cleanup efforts underway. We're here on Temple Street, downtown New Haven, right in front of Pete Aziki. And this is where a crew of guys that work at that restaurant just got underway, and they were working most efficiently. I've seen some people snow plow as well as shovel, and this is part of it. You can't really see all of it because this car over here is in the way, but they cleared this entire path in less than a couple hours, and they told us why that was so important to them.
It's not easy for us. I'm here like almost like 10 years. This one and this year is the most one. This one is the most one is the hardest one. The same time the snow is so heavy. I don't know why. I don't know how it's coming, but the snow is so heavy.
And I know that Steve just mentioned it's not just the snow, it is the wind. That sign over there that says evening parking special, it's fallen over countless times that I've seen already today. So you've got the wind, you have the snow, you've got the cold temps, all that combined making this cleanup even tougher from now until however long it takes to finish that. So hopefully continues. Mike, Keisha, back over to you.
All right, David Horowitz joining us live there in New Haven. So as Steve was mentioning, this storm is dying down, but the wind, boy, as David Horowitz showed us, the wind is still a factor in some spots. This was a scene earlier in Middletown. During the height of the storm, the wind was blowing traffic lights there. The blowing snow made it difficult to see and tough to hold onto your hood there because the winds that came along with this storm, and of course that's what classified it as a blizzard, the wind speeds in some parts. Let's check in right now, though, with NBC Connecticut's Melissa Cooney joining us live at the I-91 rest stop in Middletown. Melissa, what are you seeing there, and how are the conditions compared to what you saw earlier?
Yeah, Keisha, I mean, to put it simply, I feel like we've lived like a million different lives today here in Middletown. The weather just up and down, up and down. Those videos you saw was really the peak of that blizzard-like conditions. Then the sun came out. I was very happy. Then we were here at the rest stop, and then it started snowing horizontal again. And now everything seems to have stopped. I'm like holding my breath. I don't want to jinx it, but it does feel like we are a little bit out of the woods here on 91. And a good indication of that is that the governor has lifted his commercial travel ban for those trucks. Now, just to show you here at this rest stop, there are dozens of trucks here that have been here presumably since last night or at least this morning. There are a handful over there, and then if you look to my right, your left, there are at least 24 trucks. Now, I'm not exactly sure, you know, some are moving, but there's still a good amount of them here. If I had to guess, I spoke with someone who says, you know, just because he can drive again, his delivery was pushed until 2 in the morning. So like he doesn't really have anywhere to go because he has to deliver at 2. So I think maybe that could be a factor here. But I spoke with someone who was driving on the interstate last night around 10 o'clock. He got pulled over by a state trooper, wasn't fine. The trooper just said, you know, make sure you come, stay the night here at the rest stop. So that's what he did. He didn't want to cause any problems, and he just stayed here. He's been eating his granola bars, you know, waiting to go. And this is what he sort of said, explaining the scene with all the truck drivers coming in and congregating as they were waiting for that ban to lift.
Oh man, it's been crazy. I mean, I see guys, as you can see, one is parked behind me. You know, see guys looking for spots. They just park all over the place. I was just lucky that I guess I was early enough to get a spot.
Yeah, this was the hot place last night, apparently, here. You know, I mean, it was a good place for folks to stay, and now we are seeing some people start to ride out now that that ban is lifted. So for now, we'll send it back to you guys. We are live in Middletown. Melissa Cooney, NBC Connecticut News.
Melissa Cooney, thank you. Middletown got 13 inches of snow.
They were busy today there for sure.
Still ahead here on the news at 6, our storm tracker coverage continues.
Sure does. Our team of reporters has been outside all day tracking the conditions around the state. Coming up, we're going to see what Guilford looks like. That's 60 seconds away.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
We are back with continuing storm tracker coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
For a look at the cleanup along the shoreline, here's NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis in Guilford.
The cleanup is really just getting underway across the shoreline here in Connecticut following this major blizzard. Now, one of the things that public safety officials constantly want to remind the public is that fire hydrants like this one need to be cleared in case of any kind of emergency. So we talk about it all the time. We're going to be about it today. They recommend, as you're working, that you get a 3-foot clearance around all fire hydrants. Now, the reason for that is when they pull up with a truck, they need to be able to access, run their lines, and crews need to be able to work around those fire hydrants. Now, of course, this is not the only cleaning that's been going on. Here in Connecticut, landscapers, crews have been working. Here's what a few of the young, spry people have been talking about when they first met this blizzard.
I don't even know, I was about 6 or 7 years old when the last one came down, so I'm not used to shoveling this kind of snow around here, but it's been a while since we had a winter like this.
Now, it isn't just fire hydrants that firefighters will remind you to get rid of. They also want to make sure that you're clearing any sort of external vents on your house as well when you begin the digging out process. They say carbon monoxide can be a real risk following storms like this one. In Guilford, Kevin Geis, NBC Connecticut News.
So get this, people in West Hartford have a chance to win some money and help out firefighters at the same time when it comes to these hydrants. The rules are simple. Shovel out a fire hydrant, clearing, like Kevin said, at least 3 feet around the hydrant. Take a photo of it. Then post it in the comments of the announcement post on the town's Facebook page. 4 lucky winners will be selected on Wednesday. They'll get either a $50 gift card or a ride to school on a fire truck. Pretty neat.
Who doesn't want to win?
That's cool. All right, still ahead on the news at 6 from the shoreline to the center of the state.
Yeah, we're checking in with our crews in Hartford and West Hartford to get a look at the cleanup efforts underway.
This is NBC Connecticut News.
We continue now with coverage of the blizzard of 2026 and the cleanup. You're looking at some video that our crews fanned out across the state captured a little earlier. You know, the city of Hartford is usually pretty busy on a Monday, but today's legislative sessions were either remote or they were canceled altogether.
And the state office buildings were also closed. NBC Connecticut's Mike Savino has a closer look at the conditions in Hartford.
We continue to see a lot of wet, heavy snow, poor visibility and high winds here in Hartford all morning. But by early afternoon, things let up. People were coming out of their homes to start the cleanup. We saw crews on sidewalks, roadways, even in driveways shoveling out. But it will probably still take a few days to fully get the snow out of the way.
This amount of snow, it's going to take some time. This is also that heavy, wet snow. So we really want everybody to be very careful as they're cleaning up. It's sometimes referred to as heart attack snow. It can be very dangerous and strenuous, so go easy, go slow, take breaks, stay hydrated.
And that's the message we're hearing from state and local officials as well. Take your time, also give crews time to fully get the snow out of the way so that things can return to normal by the end of the week.
Mike Savino reporting. Our team coverage of the blizzard aftermath continues in West Hartford. NBC Connecticut's Sydney Boyo has been there all day, catching up with people cleaning up.
Guys, we've seen throughout the city of West Hartford today, things closed down, businesses closed down. So what do people do, you know, when they can't go out and eat? Well, here at Elizabeth Park, we see them sledding with their friends and their families. Now, this is just one of the activities people are doing today as they can't do anything else. We know we spoke to those college students earlier today looking for food. They couldn't find it.
We're trying to get food. I mean, Shake Shack, unfortunately, is closed, but we trekked over here to get some food.
We're hungry and we need food.
The roads were not bad. The highway was pretty nice. I didn't have any issues, so it was pretty good.
We live in a dorm and we don't really have any cooking.
I dabble with cooking, but I dabble.
We didn't prepare, so we didn't have food ready for us, so we had to come and find some food.
What's the plan? Do we have a plan?
No plan.
No plan, really. You know, maybe another store.
So while many things are closed today, people are still finding ways to have fun, go out, enjoy the weather, and make the best of this winter storm.
That was Sydney Boyo reporting there.
You gotta love a snow day. I mean, it just making the best of it. The little ones are out there, the parents are with them, and they're just having fun.
The kids he interviewed earlier were hysterical too. It's like, you can really launch off one of these ramps. And they went like this high.
Which maybe to them was really hot.
Yeah.
But that's what it's all about, a quintessential snow day in Connecticut. Now that the worst is behind us, we can laugh and smile.
Exactly, yeah. A little bit of cleanup. Hopefully we can get through that okay. I know I was working up a sweat doing that today, just shoveling.
Heavy.
Yeah,
very heavy.
It is.
So,
we done?
We're ending. We're pretty much done.
Okay.
A little bit of light snow at the Rhode Island Connecticut border, but that's about it. So let's take you to some of the pictures. Now you might appreciate
what is
this.
That?
So if you look close, that's a
piano.
Oh, it
carved
is.
in. Yeah.
Yes.
I had a look. There's some sheet music even right
Oh,
now.
I love that.
You might be starting to play the keys. That's Kelly Jones. Thank you so much for that one out of Branford. I know. I like that. I had to take a second take of that. I'm like, is there actually a piano there? No, it's a snowbank with the bench too. That's a nice touch. So I thought that was very clever. And then look at this, Lucky King Pops, excited about the snow, catching him mid-jump on it's like a standing ovation for that doggo. And then retired math professor Greg Banks here in Winstead with lots of snow, about 16 inches or so. Stamford, new snow report just came in, 16 inches. Tolland, almost that amount. Newtown at 13, Columbia in Tolland County at 12.4 inches. 39 days until it is the opening day for the yard goats. 39 days, look at that. So let's hope all that melts, and it will. It will melt. You know, we always get very warm in March, so it will probably be weather whiplash before you know it. That's a 24-hour loop of the storm that's impacted us. It's pulling away. There are still some pesky snow bands through Rhode Island. And here in the 395 corridor from Killingly down to Stonington. So that's about it. As we go through tonight, though, the sky clears and those temps get chilly, down to the lower 20s to upper teens. Let's talk a little bit more about the wind. It has been excessive. Here's Anthony Carpino with a look at what we can expect. Anthony?
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, so like you mentioned, a breezy day for us, especially this morning. We had winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. And Groton not too far away from 70 mile per hour gusts earlier today, coming in at 68. But places like Meriden to New Haven, Bradley, and Bridgeport all gusting between about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So breezy for sure. The good news, the winds, they have come down a little bit, now gusting to 46 in Groton, 43 in New Haven, and only about 20 miles per hour now in the Hartford area. So as we move through tonight, it will still be a little bit breezy at times, but gradually we'll see those winds start to die down through that overnight period, but it remains just a little bit breezy as we go through the day tomorrow, likely seeing those winds gusting, Steve, anywhere from 20 to maybe 25 or 30 miles per hour. So a bit of a breeze, and then of course tomorrow, at least it's on the drier side.
It's so impressive to get wind gusts 50 to 60 plus miles per hour here in the wintertime. Thanks, Anthony. Well, tomorrow, Anthony mentioned lighter wind. It'll be sunnier, not exactly a warm day. Highs will only be in the upper 20s to near 30, but the sun will help a little bit of that melting. Wednesday morning, we have the chance at another snow shower opportunity. Let me show you what that looks like as we fast forward through Tuesday, which is going to be a dry day tomorrow. Wednesday morning arrives. Poor timing with this. This is at 6 in the morning and potentially the first day of school for the week for a lot of districts. And there will be a light to perhaps moderate snow falling down. Early glance at 1 to 3 inches of accumulation, so I could see some delays again on Wednesday morning. Thursday evening, a slim chance of a late day mix, and then we're smooth sailing into the weekend with a high of 46 inland. On Saturday, 41 at the shore. Mike, Keisha, over to you.
Steve, thank you.
All right, so Gina Auriemma makes some college hoops history today.
Matt Satilli joins us with what's coming up in sports today, Matt.
Keisha, Mike, Gino's team also making some history of their own that their head coach wasn't too impressed with. Plus, with the postseason set to begin tomorrow, hear from the three-time champs about their run at another state title.
This is Sports Desk, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
The UConn women remain the top team in the AP Top 25 poll, and with that ranking, Gino Auriemma makes college basketball history. It is the 655th time that the Huskies have been ranked under Gino, who passes Tara Vanderveer for the most all-time appearances in the poll. The Huskies also tied a program record by forcing 39 turnovers in yesterday's dominant win over Providence. But Gino wasn't overly impressed.
My eyes were hurting from watching all the three-pointers that we missed, and my ears hurt from the clanging on the rim. So between that, I wasn't paying attention to a lot of the turnovers. But yeah, our pressure was really, really good. Even though I didn't know the number, that's been something that we've done really well the entire season.
UConn was 10 for 38 from 3 against Providence, but they do lead the country in three-point percentage at over 39%. The UConn men drop 1 spot to number 6 in the poll after splitting games with Creighton and Villanova. Braylon Mullins named Big East Freshman of the Week. He averaged over 17 points per game and shot 50% from 3. The Huskies host 15th-ranked St. John's in a game that could decide the Big East regular season title on Wednesday night in Hartford. Northwest Catholic girls basketball seeking its 4th straight state title. The Lions are 19-1, and they return every player from last year's championship team. That experience and chemistry translates to on-court success, and it starts with their senior leadership.
While they're still chasing some history, they really have been able to pull this locker room together the last couple years. Every year they come in, they have the same goal, the same mindset. They hold each other accountable. The chemistry on and off the floor. It's just a fun group of kids.
Being on the court, we know where we want the ball with each other. Like, I know Sam is going to want to shoot the 3. Lily's going to try to play really good defense. And just everyone knows where they want it. I think that's what's really been able to help us build our chemistry on the court, just knowing each other and our personnel and style plays.
Mike and Keisha Abigail Casper, program's all-time leader in points and closing in on 1,000 rebounds. So that helps having that, too.
Absolutely.
They are stout. Thank you, Matt.
We'll be right back.
We are back once again with a look at some of your photos. Oh my goodness, how cute is that from the blizzard? This is baby Rocky.
Hi,
enjoying the snow in Haddam. 15 months old, bundled up and smiling, though he can't move with all the gear he has on. But I can't get over how cute he is.
Love
That's
the smile.
So the blizzard has caused a lot of tail wags across the state too. How happy are those dogs? 2 golden retrievers are playing fetch out in all this snow. Jessica Gomes, thanks so much for sharing this. And let's take a look. Oh my goodness. These are kitties from East Hampton. They are Scatterboo and Ladybug, and they seem pretty eager to get out in the snow, which I would love to open the door and see what it looks like that. Thank you so much, Sharon McGuinn, for sending these in. These are great. Oh my goodness.
I can just imagine the view of the little toe beans from the other side. So
let me out, let me out. And then they get out in the wet and go, no, no, let me back in.
Let me back in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Keep it here for the news at 7 and 11.
But first, coming up next on NBC Nightly News, the U.S. men's hockey team is back home. NBC caught up with the team as they were received like heroes, rightfully so, what they had to say, fresh off an Olympic gold win, plus the fallout from a violent operation that left a top cartel boss dead in Mexico. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas starts now.